Volume 7 Part 2. Chapter 368 Rokosov and Hashtag 039, S Troubles. At this time, Wang Zhong was pacing back and forth in his headquarters. He was sweating from walking, so he opened the buckle of his military uniform and grabbed the writing board to use as a fan to fan himself. Popov said, "You are like walking here, so of course you will get hot. Sit down and rest, and you won't get hot anymore." Pavlov, he is used to charging on the front line. This is a withdrawal reaction. You know the withdrawal reaction, right? When the civil war just ended, most of the White Army soldiers smoked opium, and the secularists asked them to quit smoking. Then they have a withdrawal reaction and are dying. Wang Zhong stopped and looked at Pavlov. "I'm far from a withdrawal reaction, okay? At least my mind is normal." Pavlov nodded. "Really? Popov, of course it's true. If he goes crazy, there will be problems." Wang Zhong shook his head and walked to the phone. Pavlov stood up and pressed the receiver of the phone. "Don't be like this, Yegorov is in the process of transferring, and the phone won't be reconnected so quickly." Wang Zhong curled his lips and looked at the radio. "Pavlov, the radio doesn't work either. Just wait for the front line to report the situation. If you're really bored, bring out a chess set. I'll play a game with you." Wang Zhong scratched the back of his head and said, "Do you think I can play chess now?" Pavlov shrugged. "Then you can't call to interfere with the front line commanders. Trust your commanders more, they can handle it well." Wang Zhong could only come to the map and stare at it. To be honest, he never thought that it would be so difficult for him to adapt to the role change from a grassroots commander to a mid-level and high-level commander. Of course, this was also related to the fact that he had a plug-in. He wanted to take advantage of the plug-in effectively. At this time, the phone rang, and Pavlov picked up the phone. "Army headquarters." "Okay, got it. I'll tell Rokosov right away." He hung up the phone, looked up and met Wang Zhong's expectant eyes, and said, "The armored troops of the 225th Division are here." "Wang Zhong, has it been marked?" "Yes, they reported that the enemy division headquarters was annihilated. The enemy division commander and senior officers were not found, but some documents and a division headquarters communications vehicle were seized. The documents are being sent back by a special vehicle. It is estimated that they can be delivered in an hour." Wang Zhong clenched his fist vigorously. "Okay. It's not enough to destroy the division headquarters, we have to attack Prasen's armored forces from behind. Order it down quickly." "Pavlov, Brigadier General Eugene has issued this order, but the front line is full of smoke, and the shooting boundary is not good." Wang Zhong was speechless, and then he had an idea and said to Popov, "How about letting the folklorist attract strong winds? The wind will blow away the smoke, and our destroyers can be used." Popov stood up and walked towards the phone and said, "Let me ask. Don't hold out too much hope. You also saw the fog this morning. No one knows whether it is a naturally formed fog." He picked up the phone. "Pick up the church." After a few seconds, the call was apparently connected, and he said, "The general asked me to ask if it is possible to summon the gale?" "No." "Why? Is the situation serious?" "Okay, got it." Popov put down the phone and looked at Wang Zhong. "Several folklorists have already fallen asleep. The fog this morning has basically destroyed their mental energy." "Wang Zhong, did they really consume their mental energy?" Popov spread his hands and said, "Just go and take a look and verify it with your own eyes." For a moment, Wang Zhong really wanted to find out the truth of the incident, but it was not good to leave the headquarters for such a thing. It's not that he doesn't believe in Pavlov's experience and strength, but Wang Zhong wants to know the news on the battlefield as soon as possible. So Wang Zhong shook his head. "No, that's it." He continued to stare at the map, and it seemed that if he kept staring like this, the map would suddenly turn into a magic map, showing the status of the battlefield in real time. However, no, the map was still in the same state as updated by the staff an hour ago. Ant's map drawing method is different from that of Prosan. The main forces of each army are represented on the map by lumps of various sizes. The Prosan map will have many lines, including Ant's defensive line, Prosan's offensive line, etc. Only the surrounded troops will be drawn as a lump. Wang Zhong has seen the map of the United States. The map of the United States emphasizes divisions. They will mark the dividing lines of the combat areas of different units very carefully. The army has its own dividing line, and each division also has its own dividing line. Inside the line is the troop logo representing the battalion and company. In addition to the dividing line, there are also attack initiation lines, stop lines after one day's attack, stop lines after the next day's attack, etc. The differences between the maps of the three countries are obvious. Ant's map is the easiest to understand. Even a soldier who has not received any training in military cartography can understand part of the map as long as he knows the characters. The maps of the United States can only be understood by specially trained staff officers. Non-commissioned officers under the United States and junior lieutenants often still use lumpy maps like ant. Wherever there is an enemy, they draw a circle, and where their own people are, they don't know where they are. Draw a circle. But for those who have been trained in cartography, the map of the United States is clear at a glance, with clear layers, and the command and affiliation relationships of each unit on the map can be clearly identified. The characteristic of Proson's map is that you can clearly see the marching route of each unit, which is particularly beneficial for planning an attack. Wang Zhong was distracted looking at his map when suddenly the phone rang again. He immediately looked at Pavlov and watched eagerly as the chief of staff picked up the receiver. Pavlov, Army Headquarters, what? Okay, I'll ask. He put down the receiver and covered it with his hand, and looked at Wang Zhong. The Air Force said that the current weather can provide us with support. Where is the need for air strikes? Wang Zhong waved his hand. The frontal battle has been resolved. Let them detect and interfere with other enemy units. In particular, they must find out where the enemy's other armored units are. The Proson armored forces are indeed elite. The said division in front of them was first raided in the fog, and then bombarded. Now it can still pose a threat to the Ant army. It's no wonder that even when Earth's idiots launched a counterattack in 2044, they would still directly order the attacking troops to go around the Santoku armored soldiers when they encountered them, and not to confront them head-on. Pavlov nodded, put the microphone to his ear again and said, Rokosov asked you to detect the movements of other enemy armored units. We have already solved the problem of the front. Yes, in short, the front is not used. Yisk is currently it's full of our people, don't bomb. After speaking, he put down the receiver and looked at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong looked at the map again. At this time, the phone rang again. Pavlov picked up the receiver, First Mobile Army Headquarters. Hello, I will ask the general to listen right away. Wang Zhong turned around, who? Pavlov mouthed, Your Majesty. Wang Zhong could only reluctantly come over and take the receiver, I am Rokosov. Olga's voice immediately came from the receiver, Alyosha. Wang Zhong, while working. Olga, Lieutenant General Rokosov, I heard that you are going to take advantage of the fog to launch an attack in the morning. How will it be effective? Wang Zhong, at present, we have defeated the enemy's armored forces leaving the city, but the situation inside the city is unknown and the battle is still ongoing. What can I do for you? Olga asked. Wang Zhong, don't call my headquarters. This phone line has a very heavy task now, and countless messages have to be reported through this phone line. Olga let out a cute purr. I got it, then you have to call me and let me know when the results are out tonight. I mean, when the line is not busy. I understand. Goodbye, Your Majesty. Wang Zhong hung up the phone. Vasily, our line is not busy either. Wang Zhong, that's because the officers below us are all excellent and responsible, and can make decisions on their own. Because of this, the situation they want to report must be extremely urgent, so this line must be kept open, understand? Vasily nodded repeatedly, I understand, I understand. Pavlov, even though you are engaged, you don't have to avoid suspicion like this, right? Wang Zhong, is this a matter of avoiding suspicion? No, it's a military emergency. At this time, the phone rang, and Wang Zhong immediately said, Look. Emergency military affairs are coming. I just wanted to chat a few more words, but the call couldn't come in. As he spoke, he picked up the receiver first and said, I'm Rokosov. What happened? Why did you answer the phone in person? Yegorov's voice came from the other side, our Vortex and infantry destroyed the enemy's last 4 new tanks, and the enemy's attack has been crushed. Wang Zhong said with a straight face, didn't you encounter any problems? No, the enemy's new tanks drove very fast, but not fast enough. Our infantry hid in the grass and destroyed 2 of them with Molotov cocktails, and then the Vortex took care of the last 2, and it was over. Wang Zhong frowned, isn't that right? Shouldn't there be a crisis at this time and let me solve it? For example, the last tiger suddenly deformed and stood up or something. Yegorov was silent for a second, then laughed loudly, General, you are still so funny. Wang Zhong looked at the other people in the headquarters and scolded, don't tell jokes on the battlefield. You have done a good job. Now I will give you a new task. Find out what the situation is in the city and give it to the troops in the city as much as possible. Provide support. Yegorov, we are going to let the M3 Grant accompanying the armored battalion drive in, together with the infantry. I estimate that there are only a few strong houses that have not been solved now, and the M3 main gun will be enough. Wang Zhong, I approve your plan, that's it? After putting down the receiver, he said to the others, look. If you hadn't hung up His Majesty's call just now, you wouldn't have been able to give Yegorov the timely approval to put the M3 into urban warfare. Others in the headquarters nodded repeatedly, yes, yes. It is indeed a very important instruction. Wang Zhong cursed and continued to look at the map. Because he had nothing to do, he shouted, Nelly. Nelly opened the door, what's wrong? Wang Zhong, is there anything that can be eaten as a snack? It's more troublesome and needs to be peeled. Such as melon seeds. Nelly, can I boil peanuts? Okay. Anyway, I have to find something to do, otherwise I will run into trouble. I shouldn't have so many capable officers as subordinates. I can't even micromanage. Chapter 369, Capture of Yeysk. Filipov's detachment was pinned down in a roadside yard by a Prozin machine gun. Explosives? Filipov shouted back, blow up the wall next to it. Let's outflank the enemy. The demon spread his hands and said, we're done. Filipov cursed Succa, and then pointed to the house behind him, go and see if there are other doors or a place where you can climb the wall. Immediately, the two soldiers ran towards the house with thread-cutting machines. The first one kicked the door open with a flying kick, and then the two entered the house one after another. Filipov leaned against the courtyard door, took out the spoon he carried with him, and used the polished back of the spoon as a reflector to observe the location of the fire point. Unexpectedly, the spoon was knocked away as soon as he stretched it out. His finger was scratched by the edge of the spoon and bled immediately. Succa! Filipov cursed. Then he heard the engine. Enemy tank. Someone whispered. Filipov, no, it shouldn't be. The enemy tanks should have come back when the fog cleared, but they didn't. The gunfire outside the city has subsided for a while. I guess our tanks have come in to support. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of the tank's engine suddenly became clear. Apparently the tank turned the corner and there was no obstruction between it and the small courtyard where Filipov and others were hiding, and the sound could be transmitted directly to their ears. Soon enough, the sound of tank guns firing came from outside. Filipov could even hear the shells flying past the door. Then the constant sound of machine gunfire stopped. Filipov stuck his head out and made sure that the side of Prosen's firepower point was completely covered by the smoke from the grenade explosion. Then he ran out and ran towards the tank that had just turned around the street. The infantryman accompanying the tank stepped forward to stop him. Which section are you in? I am the commander of the 3rd Company of the 2nd Battalion of the 31st Regiment. Didn't you see my medal? Filipov said loudly, we know the distribution of enemy firepower points in the entire street below, and we are here to guide the tanks. At this time, the commander looking over the top of the tank said, let him come up. Filipov immediately pushed away the accompanying infantry, climbed onto the tank, lay on the turret and said to the commander, to the left of the fire point you just destroyed, there are 2 more fire points along the street, blocking 1 road each. We have no more explosives. There is no way to blow up the courtyard wall and outflank the enemy. Tank commander, leave it to us. Let your troops join the accompanying infantry. We also came in with ammunition trucks. You can send people to get ammunition from the ammunition trucks. Filipov immediately shouted to his men at the top of his lungs, Misha, there is an ammunition truck behind you. You take 1 person to get the ammunition. The others join the infantry. At this point the tanks began to move forward again. Filipov gestured to the commander, you drive forward to the corner, turn right about 30 degrees and you can fight. Soon enough, the machine gun that had just been silenced opened fire again. The bullets immediately knocked down 3 infantrymen, and then crackled on the armor on the front of the tank. Fire! The commander roared, and the 75mm gun sprayed flames again, and the muzzle blast sent all the smoke and dust around it flying. The shell exploded where the machine gun's fire flashed. Filipov clearly saw the machine gun and tripod rolling down from the gap opened by the shell and falling on the street. The machine gunner also flew out, but was caught by the steel bars exposed in the damaged floor, and was hung from the ceiling on the 1st floor. Filipov fired the anti-aircraft machine gun on the top of the turret and fired at the gap opened by the shell to ensure that there were no living people inside. Commander, forward. Slow down a little to give the gunners and infantry brothers time to react. Filipov stopped shooting and looked at the fallen people. A soldier had already stepped forward to check. After touching the opponent's nose, he shook his head slightly, it's hopeless. Filipov fired more fiercely at the enemy-held buildings, suppressing the Plozan's firepower. Suddenly, a wooden stick stuck out from the building with white pants hanging on it. The commander held a telescope. Did I see it wrong? Did the Prosen surrender? Filipov also stopped shooting and wanted to touch his telescope. Then he found that the telescope rope was broken by a bullet at some point and the telescope was gone. He cursed. At this time, the commander had already ordered, cease fire. Cease fire. Does anyone know Prosen? Everyone looked at each other. Filipov, I know a little bit. Shout to them, ask them to raise their hands high, put their weapons on their heads, and come out slowly. Filipov opened his voice and translated in broken Prosan. Soon, an officer raised his hands high, holding a white flag in his right hand and his own gun holster in his left hand, and walked out of the building first, followed by the disgraced Plozan soldiers. Filipov, throw the weapons in a pile on the roadside. The officer immediately did so, dropped his pistol holster on the ground, and walked toward the tank holding a white flag in one hand. The other Prosans dropped their weapons on their pistol holsters as if they were markers. Soon, a pile of weapons was piled high on the ground. Filipov looked at nearly 100 prisoners and asked the leading officer, "You still have more than half of the company, why don't you continue to resist?" The officer shook his head, "We don't have anti-tank weapons and can't fight tanks. And we have fought for the motherland for a long enough time." Filipov shook his head, "I thought you were more determined warriors." "That's propaganda, it's too much to do," the officer said. Wang Zhong peeled off the peanut shell and put the peanut into his mouth. The bowl in front of him was already filled with peanut shells. Popov joked, "Thanks to the boiled peanuts, General Rokosov will no longer be restless because he cannot go to the front line to kill the enemy in person. Nelly, from now on, I'll cook a pot every day to make sure he can't finish it." Wang Zhong looked at Neely, "Thank you. Pavlov, actually, if you are really so free, just do some staff work. Staff officers draw maps and clerks organize documents. It is very hard." Wang Zhong, "Why, you also think that the frontline soldiers only need to fight the enemy desperately, but the staff have to think a lot. If you say this, I will let Popov teach you a lesson." "Vasily, I thought we were picking shit together. What are you doing? Don't be like this. You three generals are looking at me together. I am very stressed. Look, my hair is almost bald." Popov touched his bald head, "What's wrong with being bald? This is the fate of men. You and the general will be bald sooner or later. Maybe it's because there has been good news on the front line and the atmosphere at the army headquarters is very relaxed now," so Popov was joking. Wang Zhong focused on peeling peanuts. At this time, the communications staff came in, received a telegram from the Air Force. They discovered enemy armored forces northwest of us. Wang Zhong immediately raised his head, "Northwest? How far?" The telegraph cannot provide a field of vision. After all, sending and receiving is too time-consuming and has long expired. Communications staff, 55 kilometers. Wang Zhong and Pavlov acted in sync, and they were both standing in front of the map. The mapping consultant was busy updating the information on the map. "Wang Zhong, it can report the enemy's position so clearly. It is probably a reconnaissance aircraft modified by Pei-2. It has a navigator." "Pavlov, there is also a telegraph machine, so we can send telegrams. What do you think?" "Wang Zhong, the enemy may want to launch a pincer offensive against us." He looked at the communications staff officer, "Did the telegram say whether the enemy was on the march or had already launched an assault formation?" The communications staff officer shook his head, "I didn't say anything, so I just reported the bearing and distance." "Wang Zhong, let them see clearly the enemy's status. It's best to take photos and send the report immediately." Just as the communications staff officer was about to leave, another telegraph operator came in and handed the telegram in his hand to the staff officer. It was just decoded. "Got it?" The staff officer took the telegram and looked down at the content. Wang Zhong stepped forward and took the telegram, read it for himself, and read aloud, "According to the information obtained from interrogating the prisoners and deciphering the captured documents, your unit is currently facing the enemy's 10th Army, and its commander is General Poker. We are convinced that the group army has 3 armored divisions, 3 motorized infantry divisions, and 3 to 6 infantry divisions, with a total strength of 200,000 to 300,000 people." After reading, Wang Zhong raised his head, "Message sent by the intelligence department of the tribunal." Pavlov took the telegram, read it and said, "There is no CC, which means it was sent directly to us. Shouldn't this kind of information be conveyed to us by the front army?" "Wang Zhong, the headquarters should give similar information to the front army. In short, we know the current strength of the enemy. Although we had a good bite first, the enemy still has 2 divisions like this. One of them has just been captured. Aerial reconnaissance found." As he spoke, he clicked on the map, and then continued, "I have reason to believe that the enemy originally planned to use an additional division and the Isk city defense to hold us back, and then launch a pincer offensive against us. But he didn't expect us to defeat the enemy so quickly. The teacher was defeated. Pavlov, but the enemy's pincer attack has not been broken yet. So what should we do? Frontal assault. Penetrate the enemy's front." Wang Zhong shook his head, "Today the Seed division was defeated by us. Many of its key members should have fled back. They will soon be organized into a strong force. In order to weaken Proson's strength as soon as possible and reduce the number of veterans, we should do something like they fought Annihilation like that last year. In fact, Wang Zhong originally planned to fight a battle of Annihilation. He planned to wait until all his troops arrived on the 16th before launching an attack on the 17th. At that time, Yisk will be surrounded and the enemy will be completely annihilated. Wang Zhong had no intention of capturing Yisk in today's attack, but the attack suddenly became fierce. Yisk was captured, the enemy was defeated, and the annihilation battle came to nothing. Hitting too hard is not a good thing either. Pavlov, you want to eat the 10th Army? That's too much appetite and will cause indigestion. We only have 100,000 people. Wang Zhong, I know. And this morning's battle showed that our armor strength on the grassland is a bit insufficient. The phone rang again. Pavlov picked up the answer, responded a few words, then put down the receiver and said to Wang Zhong, the main enemy forces in the city have surrendered, and there are still sporadic resistances left. I estimate that we will set off now, and when we wait for Yisk, the enemy will be there. Almost wiped out. Wang Zhong nodded, okay, let's enter the city. Yisk is the supply center behind our army group. Chapter 370 The general arrives at the front, 2,000 monthly tickets plus additional chapters. In fact, the process of occupying Yisk was not as simple as Pavlov imagined. Wang Zhong drove to a place where he could see Yisk, but he still heard the sound of Proson machine guns shooting in the city. This Pavlov swore that the resistance would end if we moved over. Wang Zhong shook his head, we should really catch him and let him see the situation. There were a lot of troubles in moving the army headquarters, so Pavlov was still in command in Trinka. Wang Zhong first brought the communications and clerks who were in charge of the advance. The clerks were responsible for communicating with the locals to arrange houses, and the communications department was responsible for pulling telephone lines. Wang Zhong cut the view and found that it only covered the edge of the city. He didn't know what was going on inside, so he turned his head and asked Vasily, what's the gunshot? Vasily pointed to the front line commander is coming, why don't you ask him? Wang Zhong turned his head and saw a Willis jeep coming with billowing smoke and dust. Before the car stopped, Yegorov stood up in the car and saluted Wang Zhong, General. Wang Zhong saluted back, what's the gunshot? Yegorov, there is a very strong reinforced concrete building. It's not the kind that only has steel bars in the supporting structure and the rest are brick walls, but it's really all reinforced concrete. M375 guns and Vortex's 100 guns can't deal with them. Wang Zhong, then pull up the 203 of the artillery regiment. I'll give the order and send a messenger to pass the order. He was about to touch the pen and notepad, and suddenly remembered that he also had an adjutant, so he turned his head and said to Vasily, write the order and send a messenger to convey it. Vasily immediately took out the notepad and pencil, quickly wrote the order, turned his head and shouted, messenger. Someone drove up in a jeep behind him. Vasily tore off the note and handed it to the driver, send the 204 heavy artillery regiment. The messenger saluted and drove away in the jeep. Yegorov was shocked, the messengers are using jeeps. We are really upgrading our weapons. Wang Zhong, how much did your troops lose? Yegorov pointed to the city, I don't know about the inside. We haven't counted it yet. I guess we can get the preliminary infantry casualty report tonight. It has been confirmed outside that 20 T-34 abandoned vehicles, 7 of which were on fire, can be confirmed as total losses, and the others need to be inspected by the maintenance battalion. 2 of the accompanying M3 Grantleys were lost, both of which were directly on fire. 6 tracks of the Vortex were broken, and 1 was hit from the side and exploded. The anti-tank gun completely lost 2 gun crews, and other gun crews also suffered certain casualties, all of which were hit by the enemy's high-explosive shells. Wang Zhong was shocked, the loss is greater than expected. It is obvious that the performance of the T-34W has lagged behind. It is not a wise choice to use these tanks to fight against the enemy's long-barreled Type 4. Yegorov nodded, the enemy's Type 4 tanks equipped with long-barreled guns are very threatening. They can penetrate the armor of the T-34 head-on, and they basically lose their combat effectiveness if they are hit. If we had not widely equipped with smoke bombs, the situation would be worse. Wang Zhong got out of the car and walked 2 steps towards the tank battlefield outside the city. While looking at the battlefield, he asked, how many enemies have we eliminated? Yegorov, the heavy artillery paralyzed half of the enemy's tanks on the spot, so they all became the results of the 225th Division. We destroyed about 23 long-barreled Type 4s and 49 Type 3s. In addition, we ate 6 new heavy tanks of the enemy. Wang Zhong nodded, good, very good. If you only count the long-barreled Type 4s, your exchange ratio is also superior. The Type 3s are all free. It's worth celebrating. Yegorov smiled and said, it's mainly because we won the battle and controlled the battlefield, so the enemy couldn't repair the damaged tanks. The exchange ratio will be better if we win. Wang Zhong nodded, yes. By the way, there is a new tank that is well preserved. Do you want to go and have a look? Wang Zhong, sure, let's go and have a look. Anyway, the heavy artillery won't come for a while, and there are still gunshots in the city. If I go into the city, Pavlov will be nagging again. Yegorov teased, are you worried about Pavlov? No, you just want to wait for the heavy artillery to come, and then command the heavy artillery yourself. Wang Zhong blinked and urged, go and see the tanks, go and see the tanks. During the journey to the front line, Wang Zhong encountered several groups of his own troops in a row. When these people saw the red flag coming, they shouted Ura. For a moment, Wang Zhong thought he had become Napoleon, but unfortunately he didn't ride over this time. Bucephala was still in Trinka's stable. This time, it was far from the front line, and the stable would not be blown up by shells again, and Bucephala could not run out. After passing several troops, Wang Zhong approached the burning tank wreckage on the field, and saw from a distance that the remaining tank troops were parked on the edge of the battlefield. The tank soldiers used tanks to crush the grass on the grassland, opened up an open space, and then sat on the open space, using the crushed grass as a mat. Wang Zhong instructed the driver of the jeep, stop next to the tank in front. Yes. When the jeep stopped, the tankers all stood up and saluted the red flag. Wang Zhong stood up to return the salute, and then asked, how many crews don't have a car? The commander of the 1st Battalion of the Guards Tank Battalion immediately replied, we have gathered 10 crews without cars, and we can continue to fight after the tanks are repaired. The tank crews of the 1st Mobile Group Army are required to master the skills required for all battle positions at the same time, so that they can be more easily assembled into a complete vehicle crew after casualties occur on the battlefield. This is also learned from the Prasen people. Wang Zhong, there are only 10 crews. Battalion commander, the enemy's long-barreled artillery was incredibly powerful. 7 vehicles immediately burst into flames after being hit, and only 1 man ran out of 2 vehicle crews. It has only been a year, and the armor of our tanks is not enough. Wang Zhong, yes, I worked on the vortex, and some people laughed at me, saying that I overestimated the Procenians, and that T-34 was enough. These people have no idea how quickly modern military technology improves in war. These pedantic old antiques will kill us. Thankfully we have you. The battalion commander said sincerely. Wang Zhong was originally just criticizing Lao Guqian and didn't want to brag about himself, but he was embarrassed by this sudden attack. He couldn't say it's all right, it's all on me, right? Then a familiar tank driver said, we will soon be able to drive new tanks, right? Wang Zhong, it's almost time. The relocation of the factory is almost completed. I was planning to start the research and development of new tanks, but the Prasen people didn't give us time. Before the new tanks are put into use next year, we still have to use the T-34 deal with the enemy for a while. But we have a vortex, so we shouldn't suffer too much. Battalion commander, the enemy's smoke restricts the use of the vortex too much. In order to prevent the entire sniper position from being obscured by smoke bombs, we should spread out the vortex. Several tankers immediately echoed, yes. The vortex should be dispersed. This time the concentrated deployment was targeted by the enemy's smoke bomb. The firepower density of the dispersed configuration is low. It is impossible to destroy the enemy tanks at once and severely damage the enemy, but at least there is a chance to fire. Wang Zhong nodded, then pointed at the battalion commander, you come and write a summary report. Write all these in, and then summarize the lessons you learned this time. The battalion commander was embarrassed. Wang Zhong sat down on the jeep and said to the driver, look for that relatively complete new heavy tank. Yegorov, I'll show you the way. Go ahead and see the 2 square boxes stuck together. One of them is still burning. Drive over. Soon the jeep stopped next to 2 heavy tanks next to each other. Wang Zhong got out of the car and carefully observed the smashed road wheel. Yegorov misunderstood his expression and said, I didn't expect this road wheel to be so complicated. Wang Zhong, don't forget, I captured a complete vehicle of this thing. I have seen this kind of road wheel before. I had even seen it before traveling through time, and had actually disassembled and assembled the road wheels in the game, so I had an extremely in-depth understanding of the malfunctions of this set of walking mechanisms. After checking the road wheels, Wang Zhong turned to observe the nearby green grass. It's obvious that the road wheel of this vehicle was broken first and then slipped. He pointed to the crushed grass on the ground and said, I guess this sudden change caused all the artillery shells originally aimed at it to miss the target. Then this vehicle with the tactical number the 203 heavy tank rushed up and blocked the damaged car with its body. Wang Zhong turned to look at car number 203. The car was still burning, and the air was filled with the smell of burning metal and the smell of burnt meat. As a general who had personally fought on the battlefield, Wang Zhong was already familiar with this smell. This is the smell of the battlefield. Wang Zhong asked again, Why are there corpses of our infantry nearby? I ordered the infantry to go into the grass and close in, and they got close to the vehicle and were machine gunned, possibly by other vehicles covering it. Is there no body inside this car? No 201. Yes, there was a man in the car who should be an electromechanical man. His body had been blown to pieces, and the front was full of fragments. It looked like he was lying on a grenade. The man who was the driver was checking the road wheels when he was killed by the infantry. The necks were wiped. But the other bodies were not found. Yegorov paused, then remembered something, and added. The 1st Guards Tank Battalion reported that it had fired at the 1st Battalion, which then immediately used smoke to obscure its range of fire. Wang Zhong, the commander, still had the desire to fight, but the firing range was blocked by smoke and the infantry surrounded him, so he abandoned the vehicle. He turned to look at the well-preserved half-track next to him. What's going on with this car? The wheels got tangled in the grass. That's why we just took a detour. If we walked on this relatively high grassland, our wheels would also get tangled, Yegorov said. Wang Zhong was speechless. This piece of tall grass is not on my map. In the future, these tall grass that can get entangled in wheels should also be marked on the map. After speaking, he glanced at Vasily. Vasily, okay, I'll write this down. Wang Zhong, you are becoming more and more enlightened. At this time, he saw a jeep approaching in the distance. The jeep obviously didn't expect the tall grass to get tangled in the wheels and veered straight into the grass. Then the jeep broke down. The people in the car got out of the car cursing, separated their bodies from the tall grass, and ran over cursing. Salute to you, General. He is the battalion commander of the 225th Division Tank Battalion. I saw the red flags and came right over. Wang Zhong, did our division suffer heavy losses? It's not big. The enemy's gunnery suddenly became very bad. Only 2 heavy tanks can shoot accurately. We covered the heavy tanks with smoke and had a good meal. The battalion commander said happily. Yegorov said sarcastically, that's right, we fought a tough battle. The battalion commander of the 225th Division said seriously, we thank Big Brother. Then he saluted Yegorov. Yegorov pursed his lips and lost his temper. Wang Zhong patted him, pay attention to unity. It is a good thing for brother troops to compete, but it should not hurt the harmony. Yegorov then reluctantly replied, congratulations on your success. Salute to you. He returned the salute. Chapter 371 Canon General, 4,000 monthly tickets plus additional chapters. After dealing with the minor friction between the brother troops, Wang Zhong was about to speak when the radio soldier in his entourage reported, the 2nd B4 heavy artillery has arrived. Wang Zhong immediately said to the battalion commander of the 225th Division, what are the prisoners, and why the enemy is suddenly unable to shoot accurately, all are written in the report. I will read it myself and write it carefully. The battalion commander was obviously from the military, and his brows immediately knit together when he heard that he was about to write a report. Wang Zhong jumped on the jeep, let's go and join the heavy artillery. Remember to drive around the grass. After everyone got on the bus, the jeep returned all the way and met up with the heavy artillery regiment that was parked and waiting for Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong looked at the B4 heavy artillery and sighed, I haven't seen this guy for a long time. Vasily, didn't you decide not to add B4 heavy artillery to the army's artillery group? Because it is too bulky and does not conform to our group army's idea of mobile annihilation of the enemy. Besides, can't we borrow it from our brother troops? While he was talking, the jeep stopped next to the tractor towing the heavy artillery. Wang Zhong used the jeep as a step, jumped on the tractor, and patted the driver on the back, let's go. Enter the city. Vasily removed Wang Zhong's red flag from the jeep, held the red flag and jumped onto the cannon. He stood on the cannon's small operating platform and moved with the cannon. As the city of Ysk gradually approached, the sound of machine guns from the Prasen army in the city became increasingly clear. Approaching the edge of the city, several infantrymen jumped out from the buildings on the side of the road, seemingly to block it. However, as soon as they saw Wang Zhong standing on the tractor, they gave up blocking the vehicle and consciously stood on the side of the road, watching the tractor dragging the huge beast. Enter the city. When passing them, Wang Zhong asked loudly, how to get to the fighting place now? The sergeant leading the team pointed ahead, just keep walking along this road. At every Y-shaped intersection, take the left one. Go straight at the intersection. It's very simple. Wang Zhong, thank you. You're welcome, General. Wang Zhong said to the tractor driver, did you hear that? If there are 3 forks in the road, go to the left. If you cross the intersection, go straight. Understood, General. The cannon just kept going. Not far away, a group of infantrymen appeared on the side of the road. They took off their hats and shouted at Wang Zhong, General. Why did you come in at this time? Maybe there are still scattered enemies. Wang Zhong, Then I'll crush them with the tracks of the artillery truck. As he spoke, more soldiers walked out of the buildings on the street, and some people stuck their heads out on the second floor. Everyone cheered to Wang Zhong, "General! You are here! Ula! Use the cannon to finally end the battle! Ula!" The people of Yisk also opened their doors and windows one after another, curious to see who the soldiers were cheering for. Wang Zhong heard some people asking, "Which general is this?" A soldier immediately replied, "It's General Rokosov. We are General Rokosov's team." "Is it that Rokosov?" Wang Zhong instinctively frowned, he had a premonition that that was coming. "Is it Rokosov who captured 51 General Prozin? Look, here it comes. I knew this was coming." Then Wang Zhong heard his soldiers reply, "Yes, it's that Rokosov. In addition to the general, he also captured 100,000 people." Wang Zhongzin finished thinking, maybe if the news spreads, he will become the one who captured 100,000 generals. It's hard to say whether there are 100,000 generals in the entire Prasen. There were more and more people and troops on the roadside. It was clear that the battle was not over yet, everyone could hear the enemy's machine gun fire, but everyone just squeezed to the roadside happily. Wang Zhong had to shout, "Don't crowd, don't crowd. We are going to eliminate the last Prosens. Please make way." At this time, the tractor entered the first intersection, which was a Y-shaped intersection, and the driver decisively turned to the left. The sound of machine gunfire came closer. And more local residents are welcomed along the road. The residents began to throw bread onto the tractor, and all of a sudden Wang Zhong held 5 large pieces of bread in his hands. He could only put the leva on the shelf behind the tractor, but accidentally dropped a piece of leva and was crushed by the cannon's tracks. The B-4 heavy artillery also uses tracks as its traveling mechanism. Lebo forgot about it, and soon an old lady was carrying a hen and shouting along with the tractor, "The Prasen people want to catch this hen, so I hit it, but it turned out that I hit it too well and it suffocated to death. My chicken! General, eat it, it will make you stronger against the Prosenians. Wang Zhong, you can keep it for yourself." "Hey, I'm an old woman, why do I eat so well? It's only suitable for a young man to eat. Just take it, General." "Old mother, there's no place to put it here. In this way, when we go to the city, we have to stay in your house. Then you can make stew and give it to the soldiers who live in your house." After Wang Zhong finished speaking, the old lady suddenly realized, that's right. She finally stopped chasing the tractor. At this time, the tractor entered the intersection, and Wang Zhong hurriedly said, "Go straight, go straight." "I remember it, General." Tractors drag heavy artillery through the intersection. After crossing the intersection, the crowds on both sides suddenly disappeared. The sound of machine guns was almost right in front, as was the sound of the M3 tank's 75-meter gun. A captain emerged from the building and saluted Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong patted the driver on the shoulder, "Stop the car, I want to ask about the situation." The car stopped, and before Wang Zhong could ask, the captain took the initiative to answer, "General. The enemy's last support point is ahead. The position of the machine gun is very tricky and the 75 gun cannot hit it. Wang Zhong, why don't you adjust the firing range to shoot closer?" "Captain, the enemy has an anti-tank gun mounted on the first floor, which has killed 2 of our M3s. We tried to approach using complex terrain and also tried to throw smoke, but it was useless. The enemy can stop us by shooting at the smoke, and there are heavy casualties." "Wang Zhong, okay, leave it to us. We will directly demolish the building, and they will have no choice." The captain nodded, "It's up to you." Wang Zhong patted the driver's shoulder again, "Forward." The tractor started again. At this time, the commanders of the 2 M3 Grand tanks at the intersection heard the engine sound, so they looked back and saw the tractor towing the big guy over, and hurriedly reversed to make way. In this way, the tractor towed the heavy artillery into the enemy's last fortress, the square in front of the city council building. Wang Zhong immediately understood why this concave building was difficult to attack. Its entrance was in the middle of the building, just blocked by the 2 wings. The Prosan people sealed all the windows on the first floor of the building, and the windows on the second floor were also covered with barbed wire, so it was impossible to climb up by hand. There were already many corpses of anti-soldiers on the ground of the building. The M3 commander who had just made way shouted, "General! We have forced the enemy to leave the outer windows. We originally planned to take this opportunity to climb the building, but the people inside dash." Before he finished speaking, there was a sizzling sound from the direction of the building. Wang Zhong turned his head and saw that a large pot of hot oil was poured from the window on the 3rd floor. Wang Zhong was shocked. "Pouring hot oil? Is this some kind of medieval offensive and defensive battle?" The M3 commander continued, "Look. The villagers nearby said that the Prosan people moved all the olive oil stored in the church next door into the parliament building, burned it hot, and poured a tank of it from time to time. Wang Zhong, they won't be rampant for long. Artillery, get off the car and prepare to fire. After the order was issued, all the artillerymen sitting in the troop transport truck got off the car, cooperated with the tractor driver, turned the cannon around, and aimed at the building that was still resisting. Then the connection between the tractor and the cannon was dismantled, and the free tractor drove to the side to wait. Wang Zhong jumped off the tractor and climbed directly onto the cannon, put the cannon flat and aimed directly. M3 fire support. Suppress the enemy. After all, the cannon and the enemy are too close now, and the operating artillery can easily be killed by the machine guns fired from the building. So friendly firepower is needed to suppress it. The two M3 tanks opened fire at full power, suppressing the Prosan people so much that they dared not raise their heads. On the B4 side, the loading was completed quickly, and the artillerymen all jumped off the cannon. An artillery captain came over and said to Wang Zhong, "General, you can't stay on the cannon. When we shoot horizontally, we won't fix the cannon, so it can move backwards, and the recoil will be consumed in the process of doing work." Wang Zhong, "Then what's the problem with me standing on it? It will be very dangerous." Wang Zhong, "Then don't worry, I will hold it firmly." The captain hesitated and finally chose to obey Wang Zhong's wishes. Wang Zhong stood on the cannon, holding the edge of the cannon with both hands to the railing, and opened his mouth wide, "Fire." The next moment, Wang Zhong's head was directly stunned. His thinking was interrupted for about a second. Maybe he was stunned, but he woke up immediately. Wang Zhong couldn't see anything in his field of vision. It was all smoke and dust from the cannon shooting. The violent recoil movement almost made him vomit. Damn, I shouldn't pretend to be so arrogant. He had no time to observe the results of the artillery fire. When he reacted, he found that everyone around him was cheering. Then he saw a large area of the wing of the parliament building blown up, and the concrete wall collapsed like a sand castle hit by a giant slap. Wang Zhong smacked his lips. "Wow, is it so powerful?" At this time, the artillery captain said, "I suggest another shot, just hit the same position." Wang Zhong nodded, approved. Then he jumped off the cannon and stayed away from it. The artillery captain hesitated and finally chose not to see it. Because the B4 was in a flat state, it was much easier to load ammunition. Soon the artillerymen withdrew the cannon and took a shockproof posture beside it. Wang Zhong followed suit. At this time, the captain ran to Wang Zhong, "Please give the order to fire." "I have to do it." Wang Zhong shouted, "Fire." Then when the captain pulled the rope, he resumed the shockproof posture. The second shot was fired. A strong wind blew across Wang Zhong's cheeks. This is the muzzle wind. This time Wang Zhong had enough time to observe where the shells landed. He saw the cracks on the wall shattered, and then a huge explosion occurred. As if something had been touched, more than half of the west wing of the building collapsed, revealing the floor structure inside. Wang Zhong, "Okay." Another shot. The loading was completed quickly, and the cannon roared, and now the entire west wing collapsed completely. The smoke and dust from the collapse even covered the entire square. Wang Zhong sneezed and shouted, "Be careful of the enemy's counterattack during the smoke and dust." At this time, Prosan's language came from the smoke and dust. Vasily immediately translated, "They are going to surrender." Wang Zhong sneered, "Only 3 shots, the Prosan people are not as brave as they say." Chapter 372, First Visit to Yisk. Wang Zhong strode toward Prosan to surrender his troops. Gregory suddenly came up and stopped Wang Zhong, "The enemy may have hidden weapons, wait until we search him." Wang Zhong pushed him away gently, "It's okay, the bullets of despicable people can't hit me." In fact, it was Wang Zhong who determined through a plug-in that these people had no weapons. You can tell at a glance whether there are weapons or not by highlighting them. Wang Zhong took long strides and walked towards the prisoner Prosan. Gregory hurried to follow, with the weapon in his hand ready to fire. It seemed that he was determined to open fire if anyone among the prisoners acted rashly. Prosan was also looking at Wang Zhong. The officer who led the surrender was still arrogant at first, until Vasily removed the red flag from the cannon and followed Wang Zhong with it. The officer frowned, and then his expression turned into fear. Wang Zhong joked, "Why, you also want to recite scriptures? Why does he come from the darkness, bring death, and illuminate the future?" Vasily carried the red flag and translated it again. The officer hurriedly shook his head and raised his cheeks, "Nai. Vasily," he said, "no." Wang Zhong thought to himself that I still understand this sentence. After all, I have seen the anger of the head of state so many times, right? Ask them why they saw me looking so scared and what he was afraid of. Vasily did so immediately. Then the prisoner opened his chatterbox and chattered a lot. "Vasily," he said, "that any prisoner you capture will be tortured, shot in the shoulder, and disabled for life." Wang Zhong sneered, "Don't think of us as you. You are beasts and we are humans. I used to shoot in the shoulder because I didn't have time to capture the prisoners, and I couldn't put the prisoners back and let them kill my soldiers. This was the only way. Now we have conditions to capture prisoners, and I guarantee that you will be treated in accordance with the Geneva Convention. At least before it is handed over to the Inquisition, Wang Zhong secretly added in his mind. Then he waved his hand, take custody and prepare for evacuation. As soon as Wang Zhong finished speaking, he suddenly saw the two destroyed M3 tanks and raised his hand, wait a minute. Gregory immediately yelled, wait a minute. The prisoners were startled, and some staggered and almost fell down. Wang Zhong left the prisoners behind and walked towards the tank. Both tanks were penetrated frontally, and the bullet holes left by armor-piercing shells were clearly visible. It looked like a fire started immediately after being shot and then burned down. After thinking of the word burned, Wang Zhong realized that there was a burning smell in the air. His brain had been accustomed to the smell in the air and automatically ignored it. Wang Zhong turned back to Vasily and said, let them finish digging the graves for our soldiers before leaving. At this time, a major nearby said, we have seen it. The car was burned so badly that it is impossible to take out the bodies of the soldiers without dismantling the tank. Wang Zhong, then dig a bigger hole and bury the tanks in it. Yes. The major saluted and turned around to make arrangements. Wang Zhong stopped him, wait a minute, where is the enemy's headquarters? The major shook his head, I don't know. We were charging and fighting all morning without stopping to check on the occupied houses. Wang Zhong nodded and turned to ask Vasily, ask them where the headquarters is. Vasily immediately went over to talk to the prisoner Gilly, and then came back and reported, this is the building they were guarding. When Commander said led his troops to retreat, they voluntarily stayed to break up the rear and process the documents left behind. Wang Zhong nodded, go in and see if there are any burnt things. Let them dig holes. Bury my soldiers properly. As he spoke, Wang Zhong turned around and walked towards the half-collapsed building with his hands behind his back. The soldiers who came in first had already searched the building. As soon as Wang Zhong came in, he met a familiar face named Filipov and smiled, Filipov, he's still alive. He grabbed Filipov's shoulders with both hands, very good, my arms and legs are intact, I can continue to crush the Prasen. Filipov also smiled, and then went straight to business, General, we have taken a look. All the documents and maps inside were burned. The codebook was not found at all, and the Enigma machine was also smashed. Wang Zhong, smashed. Yes, we collected the pieces as much as possible, but we don't know if they can be restored. We don't even know how to repair them. Wang Zhong, it's still a great achievement, let the technical department worry about the rest. As he spoke, he patted Filipov on the shoulder and continued to walk into the building, but Filipov said, General, there are cracks in the main structure of the building. The 203 heavy artillery is too powerful. You'd better not go in. What to do if it collapses? As if to echo Filipov's words, fine dust fell from the ceiling and fell on Wang Zhong and others. 203 shelled 3 times and turned the entire building into a dangerous building? Wang Zhong originally planned to use the remaining 2/3 of the building as a headquarters. Vasily looked at Wang Zhong's expression and said, it seems that we have to find another headquarters. Wang Zhong nodded, yes, you will be responsible for selecting the site. After speaking, he turned to Filipov and said, since this is a dangerous building, evacuate the soldiers quickly. Other things are not that important, so there is no need to look for them. Yes. After speaking, Wang Zhong walked out of the building and saw anti-soldiers in the corner of the square handing out shovels to the Prasen people. In order to prevent them from using shovels as weapons to riot, a jeep parked not far away, and the M2 Lyoganma heavy machine gun on the vehicle was pointed at it. To them. Wang Zhong suddenly wondered if the prisoners thought they were digging a pit for themselves. After thinking about it, he didn't let Vasily explain that the pit was just to bury the destroyed tanks. It wouldn't hurt to scare them. At this time, 3 jeeps and an M3 half-track vehicle squeezed past the cannon blocking the road and drove all the way to Wang Zhong. Yegorov and Alexander, the chief of staff of the 1st Guards Mechanized Infantry, got off the jeep one after the other, and both looked at the prisoner Prasen who was digging a pit. Yegorov slapped his thigh and exclaimed, good. It's easier if we just shoot them all. Hey. Wang Zhong hurriedly explained, no, let them dig a pit to bury our soldiers. The 2 M3s over there were completely burned, and the people in the cars didn't escape. Their flesh and blood have merged with the steel, so I want to bury the cars together. What? They all shot them all. Yegorov looked regretful. The division commander coughed, be careful of the impact. This thing will have a downward effect. I know, you see our soldiers didn't kill them. Yegorov changed the subject, why did it come out? Can't this nice building be used? It's just right for the army headquarters. Wang Zhong shook his head, it was bombarded by heavy artillery 3 times and became a dangerous building. I thought about disguising it and making a fake headquarters to deceive the enemy's bombing. Chief of Staff Alexander looked up at the building. What a pity, what a nice building. When the war is over, we will build a more luxurious one. Wang Zhong said to Vasily, write it down and say I want to build it. Vasily, I bet there is a bronze statue of you in front of the new building. Maybe it's a statue of you personally directing the artillery fire. As he spoke, several trucks drove into the square from the gap where the division headquarters vehicles had just come from. As soon as they stopped, the people in the car lifted the canvas covering the big pot on the car, and the aroma of the broth drifted into everyone's nostrils. Vasily's stomach roared with full of air. Wang Zhong shook his head, you guys, you haven't done much, but you're hungry fast. I'm speaking for all the soldiers, it's time to eat. Vasily said. Wang Zhong looked at Alexander, order the troops to set up alerts and have dinner on the spot. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the army headquarters arrived in Yeysk and entered the grain bureau warehouse selected by Vasily. There was no grain in the warehouse for a long time. Even if the entire ground was scraped, the wheat that came out could not fill a bullock cart. However, the warehouse itself was a concrete building, which was just right for the headquarters, but there was a problem with lighting. There were not many lights in the granary. Vasily directly started a fire in the middle of the granary and filled the warehouse with torches. Pavlov frowned, you might as well get a few trucks and turn on the headlights for illumination. Vasily slapped his thigh, you're right, I'll do it right away. Wang Zhong called Vasily, okay, don't go. Leave the arrangements for the headquarters to the 6th level clerk. Can you call me by my name? Colonel Karateyev, a civilian, appeared behind Wang Zhong like a ghost, stimulating the reaction in Wang Zhong's DNA. The head teacher and the class leader liked to appear suddenly like this in the evening self-study class, and then took the pocketbook in Wang Zhong's hand. The civilian colonel frowned and looked at Wang Zhong, General, your reaction is too big, right? A general should be calm in the face of adversity. You're right. Wang Zhong nodded seriously. The colonel looked at the warehouse and shook his head, how can you make a lot of fire in a place with so many papers in the headquarters? Just pull in some electricity to get some lighting. Forget it, I'll arrange it. The old man walked forward cursing and began to give orders as he walked. Pavlov looked at Wang Zhong, you called Vasily to go for reconnaissance, right? Wang Zhong, you are right. Although we have captured Yeysk, the battle has just begun. We have to fight the enemy's 10th army on this hundreds of square kilometers of land. I must see what the terrain looks like. Pavlov nodded, although I think it is a bit too much for the army commander to personally conduct reconnaissance, but I have no reason to refute you. Do you have to conduct reconnaissance in person when you become the commander of the front in the future? What else? Wang Zhong, of course not. By then, I may be dozens or hundreds of kilometers away from the front line. I should only be able to conduct actual reconnaissance of the breakthrough area. Pavlov had an expression of I understand you. Popov next to him said, I think it is enough to send a reconnaissance team. The area responsible for the entire army is so large. Can you run all of it once? Wang Zhong, of course, a reconnaissance team must be sent, and I will also conduct reconnaissance in person. Don't worry, I will not be in danger. Because the enemy can be highlighted 2 kilometers away. Pavlov said to Popov, it's useless. He has decided to go. Let's trust Sergeant Gregory's ability. Popov shrugged, that's all we can do. Chapter 373 Picking up maps is an art. The reconnaissance team led by Wang Zhong had just set off when they heard a horse whistle from behind. When he turned around, he saw Bucephalus catching up with him, with light steps, as if catching up with the internal combustion engine vehicle was just a trivial matter. Wang Zhong asked Vasily in surprise, what's going on? The stable was blown up again? Stop the car, wait a minute. The car braked, but Bucephalus couldn't hold on and jumped to the front. He slipped on the ground and fluttered for a long time before he stood up and looked at Wang Zhong. Vasily, I'm not very familiar with horses. Can ordinary horses do this? Gregory shook his head, no, ordinary horses will definitely have broken calf bones like this. Even if the injury is relatively minor, they can't run freely in the future. They can only be used for breeding and can't be war horses. Wang Zhong, it should be because the grass on the ground is very thick, so it buffered, it must be like this. You have to believe in science. At least wait until the horse and I are 100 years old, and then say loyalty that never ends until death makes horses become heroes. However, this world really has mysterious power, and maybe Bucephala also has quantum mechanics to protect him. Bucephala approached Wang Zhong and began to chew his hat. At this time, 2 riders caught up with the squad from behind, and the leading lieutenant said, sorry, General, your horse ran away when you were transferring, we will catch up with you immediately. Wang Zhong nodded, don't blame you, my horse is too smart. Bucephala blew his nose. Wang Zhong, take off a saddle for my horse, and then you can ride a horseback, I will take it to scout. Gregory's eyes widened, do you want to compete with the enemy plane again? Wang Zhong, no, look at the enemy plane, it didn't bother us all day today. Vasily, there was heavy fog in the morning, maybe the fog at the airport dissipated later, or the pilots of Prosan had to wait until lunch to go out. If they took off in the afternoon, the enemy planes should have arrived at about this time. The next moment, Wang Zhong heard the roar of engines in the sky. Wang Zhong, you are such a badass. Take cover. Vasily, aren't you going to compete with the enemy planes? Are you blind? The grass is so tall next to us. Take cover. Wang Zhong grabbed Vasily's collar and dragged him into the grass. Others also showed their skills. All of a sudden, the convoy disappeared into the grass, leaving only the empty jeep parked on the road. There were also 3 horses eating grass leisurely. The roar of the engine gradually attacked the heads of the group and flew towards Yisk. At the same time, the sound of anti-aircraft guns came from the direction of Yisk. Wang Zhong cut the view and made sure there were no other enemy planes before poking his head out of the grass. Vasily also stood up and kept spitting out the grass in his mouth. General, I'm not a herbivore, don't shove my face into the grass. Wang Zhong, sorry. I was in a hurry just now and I was too heavy-handed. My. Vasily was embarrassed, I don't really care, you don't have to apologize to me so seriously. Wang Zhong looked at Vasily. As a man of about the same age as Vasily, he suddenly wanted to play a trick on this guy, but there was a voice in his head saying, the enemy plane just passed by, and there might be more enemy planes to attack, now is not the time to do this kind of thing. So he gave up the idea of playing a trick and nodded seriously, let's set off quickly while the enemy planes don't come back. Gregory, no, we should wait until the enemy planes finish bombing and leave. They will definitely pass by again, and they will complete the bombing and leave at low altitude. Here they come. Get down. Wang Zhong and others hurriedly squatted in the bushes. This time everyone realized that they didn't need to lie down at all. In fact, if they lie down, they will crush more grass, and it may be more obvious. Soon, 8 stukas passed over the heads of the crowd. One of the engines was still emitting black smoke. It was obvious that the radiator was broken and the engine temperature was soaring. Wang Zhong could see clearly from the bird's eye view that the pilot's face was covered with oil. It was obvious that the oil pipe or something in the cockpit was pierced. The plane should be about to fall. He also saw a map board on the pilot's body, which should be used by the pilot for navigation. I really want to seize that map board. At this time, Wang Zhong heard Gregory say, okay, the enemy plane has passed. He realized that the distance from his bird's eye view to capture the flying object was very far. For Gregory, the enemy plane had been out of sight for a long time. He switched back to the view, stood up, and said to Gregory, one of the enemy planes was seriously injured. I guess he can't fly back to the base. Let's go in the direction of the enemy plane and try to find its wreckage. The pilots all have map boards, and the latest enemy and friendly situation map will be updated before takeoff. The purpose of updating the situation map is to prevent accidental bombing on the one hand, and on the other hand, it allows the pilot to land in the area controlled by his own people when parachuting. On the other hand, as long as the pilot's map board is seized, the enemy's deployment can be understood immediately, at least the deployment before the plane takes off. There is no way to deal with some delays, but it is better to have intelligence than not. Gregory, okay, let's go after him. Wang Zhong turned his head and said to the 2 people who came to chase Bucephalus, don't chase him either. Do you have weapons? The rider pulled up the thread-cutting machine hanging on the saddle. Wang Zhong, okay. You are cavalry, follow us. Maybe there is a place where cavalry can be used. Get in the car. The group quickly climbed onto the unscathed vehicle and ran in the direction where the enemy plane left. Vasily scratched his head in the car, we were not discovered by the enemy plane just now. Is it because Bucephalus came, so we stopped and the dust from driving was blown away by the wind? Vasily looked at Wang Zhong, and seeing that Wang Zhong did not understand what he meant, he explained, the wind on the grassland is strong, so the dust will completely dissipate after the vehicle passes a few hundred meters. If the convoy stops, the dust will disappear soon. Without the dust, the enemy planes that went to attack Isk may not see the grass-green Willis Jeep at high altitudes, this thing is too small, and you can't see it from a distance on the ground. And when the enemy planes returned, they might have been busy escaping and didn't look closely at the cars on the ground, the vehicles just happened to have not raised dust. General, do you think this is the case? After Vasily said this, Wang Zhong scratched his cheek, it seems to be the case. No, don't be superstitious, it's just a coincidence. Coincidence. If this is not a coincidence, then it can only be said that Prosan did not lose unfairly. But Wang Zhong thought about it and felt that it was a coincidence. There are many wonderful coincidences on the battlefield. After the war, they will become stories told by veterans, and if they are lucky, they will be made into movies. The Jeep Brigade soon saw something smoking on the grassland ahead. After getting closer, it was found that it was a plane stuck upside down on the grassland, with its tail raised high, looking like a tombstone stuck in the ground. The plane was smoking, but it seemed that there was no open flame or burning. Wang Zhong stood up, grabbed the handle of the M2 Laogan Ma heavy machine gun himself, pressed the button and fired a long burst, and then said to Vasily, "Shout! Let the driver surrender. Cavalry outflank left and right. No, the wheels can't get into the grass, and the warhorse can't run fast if it gets in. The grass is too high." The horse breeder shouted. Vasily shouted at the plane in Prosan language. No response. Gregory parked the car next to the endless meadow and picked up the thread cutter. "It seems I have to go over and take a look. You stay here on guard. There are 2 members of the Stuka, right?" Wang Zhong and Vasily nodded together. "Yes." Gregory, "Okay, we can handle it." He got out of the car and crouched into the meadow. Wang Zhong switched to the bird's eye view, and then he remembered that he could just switch to the bird's eye view. Damn, it seems that the desire to perform just now is too strong. Forget it, it's not a loss to act to prevent being exposed. At this moment, he was sure that the 2 people in the Stuka died on the plane, but he tried to act nervous and held the handle of the M2 Laogan Ma. Gregory touched the side of the plane, checked it, and turned back and shouted, "Both people are dead, come here." "Wang Zhong, map package." Gregory turned around, pushed open the cockpit window, and leaned his upper body into the cockpit. He quickly took a 16-page wooden board and shook it towards the side. Wang Zhong took his hands from the machine gun grip and made a trumpet at his mouth. "Come over first. The plane is still smoking, maybe it will catch fire." Gregory did not follow the order, but searched the cockpit again, then ran over here with the pilot's bag, map board, and a pistol. Wang Zhong originally thought that the plane would explode as soon as he left, and a real man never looks at the explosion, but it didn't. The plane was smoking quietly, like a steel tombstone in the sun. A few minutes later, Gregory returned to the jeep and handed the map board to Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong just started to look at it, then remembered that he didn't understand Prosan language, so he poked Vasily with his elbow. "Translate. Then you have to give it to me first." Wang Zhong stuffed the map board to Vasily. "Hurry up." "Vasily, the owner of this map board is Captain Inchilik of the 54th Tactical Bomber Aviation Squadron. The content on the drawing board, wow, I found a treasure. Although it is very brief, it is indeed the enemy's troop deployment map, specific to the division. The troop deployment map specific to the division level has basically no tactical significance. Vasily, the enemy is in our northwest and southwest, 2 pincers, each with an armored division and a grenadier division, and then, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 infantry divisions in front. 4. The nearest infantry division dash. Vasily looked down at the scale, then gestured with his hands, and was shocked. "It's less than 20 kilometers away from us." Wang Zhong, "What? So close?" Vasily, "Yes, and look at this line, this is the advance line, these infantry divisions are advancing towards us." Wang Zhong was shocked. "When is the map updated?" Vasily looked at the time on the map, and then looked at his watch. 2 hours ago. The infantry division is almost coming up. The next moment, artillery sounds came from a distance. "Gregory, it's not our artillery, the direction is wrong. The enemy is firing at us." Wang Zhong, "Return to the division headquarters." "No, return to the army headquarters." Chapter 374, The Rigidity of the Prosan People, 6,000 monthly tickets plus more. When Wang Zhong rushed back, the city was under bombardment. If he rushed in now, he might be hit by the shells. And Wang Zhong knew that when being bombarded, he could not do anything at all. He could only lie on the ground to avoid the shells. Most of those who did not do this died, and those who remained might have thrown their luck for a lifetime. Fortunately, there were still many troops outside the city. The armored troops did not enter the city, but rested outside the city, and the anti-tank artillery troops were also outside the city. Wang Zhong is now the commander of the army group, and it is impossible for all his troops to be crowded in the city. Standing on the hill, looking at the bombarded city, Wang Zhong sincerely hoped that those familiar faces would not encounter any accidents. At this time, he suddenly understood one thing. When he first came home from college, his grandmother would call him every hour to ask how he was doing, which made him very impatient. Now, he understands his grandmother, because he also wants to use the radio to call later to make sure that the army group is okay. It was with this mood that my grandmother waited for me to come home from the provincial capital. When the enemy was shelling, Wang Zhong suddenly saw a jeep in the distance. He felt that it was looking for him, so he cut the view. Sure enough, the person who came was labeled as Brigadier General Eugene, the commander of the 225th Division. After the jeep stopped in front of Wang Zhong, Eugene got off the car and saluted Wang Zhong. The armored battalion said you were here, so I rushed here. I was planning to go into the city to report to the headquarters. Wang Zhong pointed to the city. Fortunately you didn't go into the city, otherwise you would have been bombed like Yegorov. Brigadier General Eugene glanced at the city. Since the enemy's artillery can hit the city, it means it is very close, and the tanks can just charge over it. He looked at Wang Zhong and said, let's give it a try. Wang Zhong pointed at Eugene and said to the people around him, look, before this battle, Brigadier General Eugene found me and said, why don't you change someone? I'd rather be a regiment commander. I really don't know how to attack, and now he actually suggested that we attack. A battle turned Brigadier General Eugene, who was transferred from the mine manager to a lieutenant colonel, into an iron-blooded warrior. Everyone laughed. Brigadier General Eugene scratched his head. I just thought this was an opportunity, so I suggested it. Wang Zhong, I think, after we finish these battles in the Sukayavli River Bay, the Brigadier General should be promoted to Lieutenant General and command an army. The other soldiers were also in a good mood after winning the battle, and immediately started to make a noise, one army, one army. Brigadier General Eugene was embarrassed. The enemy is still bombarding us, isn't it bad to say this, General? Wang Zhong, we have no way to stop the enemy from bombarding, and it's useless to cry at this time. Just bear with it and be the happy fruit. Everyone started to make a noise together, and Brigadier General Eugene just smiled generously. It seems that when he was the mine manager, he was not the kind of very fierce supervisor type mine manager. Then Wang Zhong changed the subject, but I can't agree to launch an attack. Eugene's smile froze. Why? Wang Zhong pointed to the distance and said, according to the map we seized, this is the artillery of the enemy infantry division. He took out the seized map board. On the way back just now, Vasily had written the Ant language translation next to each Prussian language word in pencil. Wang Zhong pointed to the map board and said, you see, we have infantry divisions on the front. The Prussians are very rigid in the use of various divisions. Their infantry divisions are mainly used for defense, and occasionally they are used to expand the occupied area behind the armored units, but they will not use them to attack. This is Wang Zhong's biggest feeling when he read the war history. In World War II, whenever Sanssouci attacked, the main force must have the Panzer, German pronunciation of armor, generally refers to tanks, field, such as armored grenadier divisions and armored divisions. In the war history, Sanssouci's use of different divisions is just like playing a game to make up entries. The armored divisions and armored grenadier divisions are responsible for attacking, counter-attacking and other tasks, while the infantry generally follows various units with the Panzer field, mainly to consolidate the occupied area, that is, defense. Occasionally, the infantry division will be responsible for launching some attacks to widen the breakthrough or recapture the lost position, but they are all local and limited attacks. The main force of large-scale offensives at the campaign level must be units with the Panzer field. Armored divisions will also participate in defensive operations, but their participation in defensive operations is generally counterattacks, which is actually still an attack. Only the heavy tank battalion will be used as a fire brigade and will be engaged in pure defensive operations. Because of this, Sanssouci's infantry divisions are very good at defense. Wang Zhong now believes that Prosan will probably follow the same dogma. These infantry divisions should not attack, but stop and establish defensive positions after receiving the defeated soldiers of the side armored division. For example, put the 88 anti-aircraft guns flat or something. Wang Zhong knew this, but others did not know, so as soon as he said Prosan people will defend, Brigadier General Eugene showed a puzzled expression. Why? Just because they are infantry divisions. Vasily interrupted. Prosan's famous General Erwin also wrote a book called Infantry Attack. Wang Zhong pointed to the endless prairie and meadow in front of him. Look at this prairie. Not all grasslands are the tall grass we just saw. How can infantry attack on this kind of grassland where jeeps can be driven? Vasily and Brigadier General Eugene turned their heads together and looked across the prairie. Vasily, that's right. Wang Zhong, but if the enemy infantry stops to defend, they can hide their positions in the grass. Pack 40, and even more terrifying 88mm guns. No, we can't attack rashly now, at least we have to wait for our own artillery to come up, that's it. The artillery of the 1st Mobile Group Army has only now reached Yeisk. The artillery positions have only begun to move forward after the city was captured, and they are not yet in place. Vasily, then we are waiting here now. Brigadier General Eugene's eyes suddenly lit up. We are going to start garrisoning, right? Are we going to dig trenches? The general mine manager suddenly heard the call of his bloodline. Wang Zhong, however, touched his chin and fell into deep thought while looking at the map board seized from the pilot. Have the 4 infantry divisions stop, set up defenses in place, and take in the remnants of the said division. General Polk ordered. We originally wanted the said division to defend Yeisk, but it turned out that the armored division was not suitable for defense, so this led to the current fiasco. He picked up the goblet on the map table and took a sip of vodka. The spiciness of the strong liquor made him frown. Damn, I'm not used to this thing until now. For the taste of Procenians, this is a bit so spicy. Maybe Melania will like it? General Wilhelm von Frederick, commander of the 6th Army, also picked up the wine glass. I quite like it, as long as I don't drink too much. I really can't understand the ant people drinking this as water. Admiral Pork drank the last vodka in the glass, put down the glass, and returned his attention to the map. There is still a chance to save the situation. Rokosov definitely wants to carry out a central breakthrough on us. This is Emperor Reinhardt's favorite tactic when he is practicing on the map. Admiral Poker stopped and smiled. Because of this, each of us is very good at dealing with this tactic. General Frederick also smiled. Yeah, it's too familiar. The defensive force in the middle absorbs the offensive spearhead, and the 2 wings can outflank it. Admiral Poker nodded. The problem now is how can we defend Rokosov's attack on the vast grassland. Fortunately, from the mouths of the members of the said division who escaped, we learned that Rokosov not much armor. And the backbone of his armored force is an assault gun. Although the assault gun is named for assault, it is actually not suitable for offense. We all know this. General Frederick, Rokosov will pay the price for his gullible faith in the assault gun. Of course, according to the description on the front line, the frontal protection of this assault gun is very strong. We may have to order the troops to hide the anti-tank gun positions as much as possible, put them in front of you and then fire. General Poker, our infantry division will show the ant people what a persevering defensive spirit is. Wouldn't it be just what the enemy wants us to garrison here? Wang Zhong suddenly said, the enemy plans to launch a pincer offensive against us. Vasily, but the attack is exactly what the enemy wants. You said the enemy will concentrate on defense. Right. Wang Zhong looked at the map, but look, when we were scouting in this direction, we encountered a very vast meadow. It was basically impossible for cars to move through it. Tanks could move through it, but the logistics couldn't move through it, at least not easily. Right. Vasily, you can use bulldozers to create a road. But that would be very troublesome. We need to find a herdsman on the grassland to find out how big this meadow is and what its scope is. Brigadier General Eugene looked puzzled. What do you want to do? Wang Zhong, I don't know yet, but an idea tells me that it is very important to find out how big the meadow is. And we already know that this is a swamp. How big the swamp is also very important. We need to find the herdsmen on the grassland and ask them clear. Vasily, ask the priest, he will definitely know where to find the herdsman. Wang Zhong nodded. Just then, the sound of gunfire that had been rumbling in my ears stopped. Wang Zhong, let's go in and find our priest. This is our priest. The old local man who led the way pointed to the row of corpses hanging on the street lamp in front of him and said, we advised the priest to leave quickly, but he insisted on staying with us with the young priests. And then they were all killed by the Prosens. Wang Zhong looked at the corpses swaying in the wind, listened to the creaking sound of the street lamp bridge, and silently clenched his fists. Put them down and bury them properly. Without waiting for orders from Vasily and other officers, the soldiers stepped forward spontaneously and climbed onto the street lamp. Wang Zhong asked the old man leading the way, where should we go to contact the herdsman? The herdsman on the grassland. Uncle, there is a herdsman who has settled in the city for more than 5 years. He only moved in when the church started to purchase wool and milk at a guided price. He is the contact person of the herdsman in the city. Wang Zhong asked an important question, is he still alive? He's still alive. At least I saw him before the enemy shelled him. He was alive at that time. Wang Zhong, then can you take me to find him? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 375, Wreaths on the Street. On the way to the home of the herdsman representative, Wang Zhong and his party encountered logistics workers collecting corpses. The sacrificed anti-army soldiers were placed on the street, 10 centimeters apart, filling the left side of the entire street, while the right side was the vacant car lane. A Gaz truck and a Stipunk truck supported by the United States were parked one behind the other, and employees were loading bodies into the truck. Wang Zhong originally wanted to say, my soldiers cannot be piled up like salted fish in a can, but he immediately gave up the idea. The trucks had many tasks, and it was barely enough to squeeze out 2 to collect corpses. Suddenly, Wang Zhong saw Nelly carrying a basket with a lot of wildflowers in it. He was shocked, and his first reaction was that Nelly's little boyfriend was dead inside. Then he saw Nelly pin a small flower on the collar of each fallen soldier. Wang Zhong patted Gregory on the shoulder and motioned for him to stop. One of the hired workers noticed him, widened his eyes and wanted to speak. SHH. Wang Zhong raised his index finger to signal the employee not to speak. The car stopped at the corner of the street filled with corpses. Wang Zhong quietly observed the corner of Nellie's eyes from a bird's eye view, only to find that she was not crying, but was just handing out flowers silently. Although Neely did not cry, this scene was extremely sad, reminding Wang Zhong of the sad folk song Elisha. The song goes, he can no longer give flowers to the girl, it is the girl who gives them to him. Just as Wang Zhong looked at his little mate and sighed, a group of soldiers nearby sang I still have the last grenade, no, it was the last courage. I am the original author and I cannot be led astray by others. Even if everyone in Ant calls this song I still have the last grenade, I will still call it the last courage, Wang Zhong thought so. Nellie looked at the soldiers who interrupted her mourning, and found that these soldiers obviously did it on purpose. They were singing and staring at Nellie. Wang Zhong also discovered this. Just as he was about to stop the soldiers from teasing his little maid, he saw Nellie stepping forward and pinning a small flower to each of them. The soldier playing the balalaika said, I have a sister at home who is about the same age as you. General, it's true that he brought such a young girl to the battlefield. Nellie, watch your mouth, don't talk nonsense and your mouth will be torn apart by the swamp witch. Wang Zhong's eyes widened. Normally Nellie would not be so venomous. At most, she would look at him with contempt or as if she were looking at a fool. It seems that Nellie is usually merciful. The soldiers looked at each other, then laughed and began to joke, swamp witch. Will she also summon strange things in the forest? Give women the magic potion that turns heartless men into toads. Nellie shook her head, with an expression that said, if you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer the consequences. Wang Zhong looked at all this and felt that Nellie was like a mother who couldn't do anything about her naughty children. At this time, the soldier holding balalaika said, when we complained about the general, you got so angry and even brought out the swamp witch to scare us. You must like the general very much, right? Wang Zhong coughed, Andrei, Daka, and Harapikov, don't tease my orderlies, or I'll punish you and Vasily to pick shit together. When the three soldiers heard their names, they immediately looked over and found that it was Wang Zhong. They quickly stood up straight and wanted to salute, but found that it was difficult to salute with instruments in their hands. After a while of fussing, they hid the instruments and saluted Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong waved his hand, okay, relax, don't be so formal. Also, saying goodbye to the body is a serious matter, don't be joking. Report. The balalaika musician raised his hand, we think our comrades are more willing to leave listening to this song. The balan player echoed, they may even have to fight the prosan devil when they get to hell. Immediately, the balalaika player kicked the Bahraini player's heel, of course our comrades are going to heaven. We can't meet the prosan devil. Wang Zhong, no matter what, be serious and send them off for the last time. Of course, I'm not saying that the song is not good, I am saying that you can't pick up girls when you say goodbye. Also, you can't pick up my orderlies at any time. The three musicians all laughed, your orderly is too young, just like our sister. Yes, I was teasing my sister just now. You see, the flowers she gave us are not flowers that older girls would give. These are wild flowers that only little girls give. Wang Zhong scolded, just be content. Okay, let's play some songs to say goodbye to our comrades. The three of them looked at each other, then sat back down in perfect harmony and started playing music. It is a song that Wang Zhong is also very familiar with, Far Across the River. When Wang Zhong was a child, he was very impressed by the theme song when he watched the CCTV version of How Steel Was Tempered. The most impressive point is that after the climax of the song, victory is about to be won, but the protagonist is sacrificed. The protagonist fell before dawn, which made Wang Zhong feel extremely regretful. Although it is still a long time before we defeat Prosan, it is more appropriate to use the song to bid farewell to our comrades. In the midst of sad singing, Neely came to Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong, when did you pick the flowers? Just now, you were fighting, and I had nothing to do, so I was picking flowers. Nellie turned to look at the corpses on the street, biting her lip, that's all I can do, cook, keep everyone fed, and then wear clothes for them. On the flowers. Wang Zhong put his big hand on Neely's head, pressed her boat-shaped hat into his palm, and rubbed it hard, you did a good job. Keep going, the soldiers will like it. We still have important things to do. Let me send the soldiers off well. Nellie nodded. Wang Zhong took back his hand and motioned for Gregory to drive. So the convoy drove away quickly. Nellie held the flower basket and watched Wang Zhong leave. Then she took off the boat-shaped hat that had been crumpled down with her hands, and carefully returned it to its normal state. The three young men playing music just finished playing the last note when the motorcade disappeared at the corner of the street. The balalaika musician took a deep breath and turned to look at his companion, the general really knows what our names are. I have never spoken to him before. The Bahrain player also said excitedly, the legend is actually true. He really knows all of our names. No one who died in the general's army will be anonymous. I thought it was the military priests who were deceiving people. It's actually true. Neely looked back at the three of them, do you know my name? The three of them looked at each other. The first one said, the general's maid. Nelly shook her head. The second, the general's sister. Shake his head. The third one, the general's duty. Service. Soldiers. This is absolutely correct. Nelly, I asked about my name, not my identity. This time it was the three of them's turn to shake their heads. Neely ignored them and continued to give flowers to the fallen soldiers. Wang Zhong's motorcade stopped in front of a three-story building. The neighborhood where the building is located suffered less damage, and a bakery was even open for business. Several soldiers from Melania's People's Army were in front of the bakery, trying to buy bread in Melania's language. Wang Zhong patted Vasily on the shoulder and pointed to Melania. Vasily understood, jumped out of the car before it stopped, and ran to help translate. Wang Zhong got out of the car under the guidance of the local guide. The guide said, I won't go in. We old settlers will see herdsmen like hares meeting eagles in the fields. After all, when I was a child, most of the herdsmen were part-time bandits. Until the end of the Civil War, they all work part-time as bandits. Sometimes they come to sell various livestock products, and sometimes they come to hunt the autumn wind. Wang Zhong nodded, thank you, uncle. Then he came to the door himself and knocked on the wooden door. He had used a plug-in to confirm that there were no enemies in the house. After knocking on the door twice, the door finally opened a crack. A young man in his early 20s looked Wang Zhong up and down, then pulled the latch on the door and opened the door completely. Come in, General, he said. Wang Zhong, I'm looking for a herdsman representative, are you the one? Yes, I am. What's wrong? How can I help you? Wang Zhong, are you familiar with the grassland? The young man shook his head, I was only 10 years old when I came to settle in the city. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows, the guide just told me that your family moved into the city only 5 years ago due to policy changes. Does that mean you are only 15 years old? He looked at the young man's height of almost 2 meters and his body of tendons, and secretly exclaimed, are you really 15 years old? Young man, yeah, I just look more mature. Wang Zhong, okay, that's not important. If you are not familiar with the grassland, are you familiar with the grassland? This is very important. We have to fight against the Prasen devils and need people who are familiar with the grassland conditions. Young man, then you have to ask my father. Where is he? It's here. An impatient voice came from above everyone's heads. Wang Zhong looked up and saw a sturdy middle-aged man standing on the stairs leading to the second floor. Wang Zhong, can you tell us? I can't. The uncle instantly rejected Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong, we need to resist the Prasen devils. When the Prasen people occupied this place, they didn't do anything to us. The uncle said. Wang Zhong, the Pulosan will turn us all into slaves. The uncle snorted and crossed his arms, I am His Majesty the Tsar's grassland inspector. I am only responsible to His Majesty the Tsar. As long as there is no order from His Majesty the Tsar, no one can order me. Wang Zhong pulled out his pistol and pointed it at the uncle's head, you are committing treason. Is it treason to be loyal to the Tsar? I think you are the treasonous one. Good guy, he is worthy of being a gangster during the Civil War. Wang Zhong saw that the other party did not accept this trick, and immediately had new ideas. He put away his pistol and said to the uncle, you want His Majesty the Tsar's authorization, right? Okay, I'll call Yebeo and ask her to give you the authorization in person. Come to the headquarters. Uncle, what if I don't go? Wang Zhong, that means refusing to accept the orders of His Majesty the Tsar, which is treason. The uncle thought for a while and waved his hand, lead the way. If you lie to me later and you are not His Majesty the Tsar, I will not tell you a word. Chapter 376 Listening to the old man talk about the past. Afterwards, Wang Zhong and his party returned to the warehouse where the headquarters was located, but before entering the warehouse compound, they saw a big hole in the outer wall. Wang Zhong hurriedly asked the guard at the door, were you bombarded? Is the loss heavy? The guard smiled and said, don't worry, General. 3 shells fell, and only one hit the warehouse building. No one was killed. 2 shells landed in the yard, and the explosion was quite violent, but our yard is empty, there is nothing except grain chaff. In order to make it look more like a disguise, Wang Zhong gave the order before setting off for the investigation. The anti-aircraft artillery battalion was placed next to the city council, which had collapsed by 1/3. Even the guards at the warehouse were hidden sentries, and the only visible guards were 2 groups of 4. Guarding 2 gates respectively. Now it seems that this decision was a mistake and reduced the casualties from shelling. The convoy entered the warehouse compound and stopped at the door of the barn. The old herdsman who followed the car snorted, "The general is actually directing the battle in the barn. He is not as good as us herdsmen. Wang Zhong, the barn is also very good. It is sturdy and durable, and the drainage is good when it rains. Come on, please." "Humph, my ears are very good. I can hear your majesty's voice right away, but don't try to fool me." As he said, the herdsman took the chair from the staff officer, spread his legs and sat down. The old man's sitting posture, with his big horse and golden sword, showed that when he was young, he was a big man from the prairie who ate meat and drank wine, or in other words, a bandit. Popov stood up. "What's going on? Do you want me to call the inquisitor?" "Humph." The old herdsman curled his lips. "The judge is here, I won't say a word, you go and deal with the grassland." Wang Zhong picked up the phone. "Pick up Xiaogong." The operator replied okay and said nothing more. Soon, the voice of the manager of the summer palace came over the phone. "Who is this, summer palace?" Before Wang Zhong could answer, he heard Olga's voice coming from the other side. "Is it Rokosov? Is it? Give it to me." Then there was a burst of noise, probably grabbing the receiver, and then Olga's voice hit Wang Zhong's eardrum. "Rokosov? Is it Rokosov? Wang Zhong, if you don't do this, it will cause misunderstanding. I didn't even call you Elisha." "Oh, yes, I missed Lieutenant General." Cough. The girl cleared her throat and raised her voice. "Lieutenant General Rokosov, how is the war on the front line?" "Wang Zhong, I have a favor for you. There is an old herdsman who is willing to help only if he hears the voice of His Majesty the Tsar. Then give him the phone." Wang Zhong glanced at the old man and handed the receiver over. "His Majesty the Tsar is on the line." The old herdsman hurriedly knocked the half-filled pipe on the table to knock out all the tobacco. Then he put away the pipe, straightened the hat on his head, and took the receiver with respectful hands. "Hello." Wang Zhong couldn't hear what Olga said, but could only see the change in the old man's face. The old man was still skeptical at first, and then became frightened. He probably recognized Olga's voice as he said. The old man kept saying with sincerity and fear, "It's a sin, it's a sin, I doubted His Highness the Prince." Because people were answering Olga's call now, it was difficult for Wang Zhong to correct him, so he could only use his eyes to signal to the people around him, "I'm not that." The next moment, the old man's expression turned into astonishment. "Isn't it? That was my misunderstanding. Sin, oh sin." Wang Zhong became more and more curious about what Olga was talking about. With the palace steward and General Turgenev watching on the other side, they shouldn't say anything outrageous, right? Finally, the old man nodded again like a chicken pecking at rice. Okay, I will fully cooperate. Your Majesty, don't worry." "Then, how do you say that word?" "No need to say it." "Okay." The old herdsman said okay repeatedly and handed the receiver to Wang Zhong respectfully. "Your Majesty said he wanted to talk to you." Wang Zhong took the receiver and said, "What did you tell him?" Let's just say that my brother entrusted me to your care when he was dying. Now you are equivalent to my brother, and you want him to fully cooperate with you." Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. "Why do I feel that you said more than that?" "That's all. If you don't believe me, just ask him." Wang Zhong glanced at the old man and shook his head. I believe it. Then we still have something to do here. I'll call you after we finish talking. We must fight." Olga warned. "Don't worry." Wang Zhong put down the receiver and looked at the old man. The old man had been praying, and the prayer seemed to be asking God to bless His Majesty the Tsar or something. At this time, Wang Zhong finally realized why the church still retained the Tsar. The secular church has been winning the civil war for so long that almost all young people have become seculars. As a result, they still encounter such devout Tsarist believers. If the Tsar is not retained, the civil war will probably last for 5 more years. In a world where supernatural powers and miracles really exist, it is so difficult to carry out secular reforms. Wang Zhong waited for the old man to finish praying before asking, "Old man." "No. His Majesty said that you are her god brother and His Highness the Prince. Please use me as you please." Wang Zhong didn't want to order people. After all, he was a laborer before time travel, and he was quite resistant to such words that connoted slavery. Now he didn't care about so much, so he waved, come to the map." The old man came over quickly, completely different from his unruly look just now. "Wang Zhong, can you understand the map?" "Of course, I was once part of His Majesty the Tsar's 5th Guards Cavalry Brigade. The cavalry had to deliver messages. How could I do that if I couldn't read a map?" said the old man. "Wang Zhong, when I personally investigated before, I found that there was a large meadow at this location. Where does this meadow extend to? The old man picked up a pencil and began to draw lines. His hands trembled slightly when he drew. After drawing, the old man said, "Sorry, I'm old and can't draw straight lines. Just look at it. It's hard for horses to walk on this meadow. It has been abandoned for a long time. Cossacks once wanted to open up this land for farmland, but failed. Wang Zhong, it's such a large area. Don't be fooled by the grassland. It's all grassland. In fact, there are everything. This area here," the old man continued to draw on the map, "is actually a swamp. The meltwater from the accumulated snow in winter has nowhere to go, so it's all stored here. Wang Zhong, is there any terrain on the grassland that is difficult to pass? I mean wheeled vehicles can't go. There are a lot. For example, here, even a tractor, I mean a tank, can't move an inch here." "What's there?" Wang Zhong asked. "Voles." The old man answered seriously, "Voles have dug a lot of holes here. Horses may sprain their feet if they walk on them, and tanks will definitely collapse if they drive on them." Wang Zhong was shocked. "Is the rat infestation so serious? Our telephone lines are dug up every few days. Telephone lines must be set up on the grassland. This is what the secular army did during the Civil War." Wang Zhong looked at the colorfully drawn map and touched his chin. "I originally thought that the grassland was a plain like the desert, and I also thought of a high-tide tactic. In fact, it copied the idea of desert fox on Earth. The general content is that the desert can actually be regarded as the sea, and supply lines can be connected everywhere, so desert warfare does not need to be so restricted to roads and settlements. It is completely possible to use armored forces like a fleet, let tanks cruise on the sand sea, break through the enemy's weak points, and then all troops rush in from the only breakthrough point, just like a high tide. Now it seems that the grassland is far from the desert Gobi. The grassland can't play the high tide tactic at all, and it still has to be comfortable on the supply line." Wang Zhong muttered to himself, "Does the enemy know this? Pavlov, we don't know, and the enemy certainly doesn't know. Their scouts don't have time to explore the grassland all over. Wang Zhong, so we can be sure that the enemy's armored forces will definitely be out of touch with motorized forces such as trucks, and their supplies will be stuck by the complex terrain hidden under the grassland. If we can launch a raid on the enemy's supply, we can gain a huge advantage. Although we can't carry out an annihilation war when we are short of troops, we can defeat the enemy." Popov asked, "Then what troops should we use to launch a raid? Even tanks can't pass through the vole hills and swamps." Wang Zhong also fell into deep thought. At this time, the old herdsman said, "Why don't you try riding a horse? What about Xiaobo Yang's cavalry army?" Wang Zhong looked at Pavlov. "Yes, cavalry. How can you gallop on the grassland without cavalry?" "Pavlov, I want to remind you that we don't have any cavalry at all." "Wang Zhong, I want to remind you that I can ask for any troops I want." He picked up the phone. "Connect to Yebeo, Summer Palace." Pavlov frowned beside him. "Wouldn't this be a bad idea? His Majesty the Tsar has repeatedly interfered with military mobilizations, even the previous emperor did not do this." "Wang Zhong, why not?" "Forgot about Exukov." At this time, the phone was connected, and it was Olga's voice. "Hello? Is this Lieutenant General Rokosov?" "Wang Zhong, it's me. Tell me, what troops do you want?" "Wang Zhong, I want cavalry, transfer Kyrenenko's cavalry army." "Pavlov, the army commanded by Lieutenant General Kyrenenko is in other directions. It's not good to just snatch troops from him, right?" On the other end of the phone, it was obvious that Olga took the receiver away and exchanged opinions with the person next to her, probably General Turgenev. A few seconds later, she said, "Lieutenant General Kyrenenko's cavalry army cannot be transferred to you. But the reserve front still has a newly formed cavalry army, is that okay?" "Wang Zhong, yes, transfer the cavalry army to me." "What are you going to do?" Olga asked, her tone full of curiosity. "Wang Zhong, let them gallop across the vast grasslands and carry out a battle of siege." "Huh?" Olga asked in confusion. "Isn't a battle of siege a term used by the Navy?" "Wang Zhong, why? I'm still using the Navy's guns, so what's wrong with using a Navy term?" "Okay. Anyway, you have the confidence to defeat the enemy, right?" "Wang Zhong, no, I'm not sure yet, I'll see what to do. Anyway, you give me the cavalry first." "Olga, okay, I promise the cavalry. What? You want to speak? Okay. General Turgenev is going to speak." Then Turgenev's voice came. "We tried to use cavalry to break the engagement last year, but the effect was not good." "Wang Zhong, that's because you haven't tried it on the grasslands of Nanant. Believe me, the situation here is much more complicated than the black soil of Kazalia. There is a reason why this land has not become an agricultural reclamation area yet." "Is that so? Then try again." I will dispatch 2 cavalry corps. I estimate they will arrive on the 17th. Okay, I'll be waiting. Wang Zhong replied. Chapter 377 Battlefield Sunset, 8,000 monthly tickets plus additional chapters. In the next hour, Wang Zhong asked the map staff to surround the old man, holding the map and asking about the terrain of the surrounding grassland piece by piece according to the map number. Military maps are divided into coordinate grids, each map is numbered, and there are smaller squares below the grid. In this way, when needed, countless maps can be assembled into a large map according to the number. After all, the old man is old. He doesn't know where it is by looking at the numbers, so he has to put the map together like a puzzle and let the old man identify one by one. Fortunately, the headquarters is now in a barn. The place is large and there is plenty of space for the staff to do puzzles. Wang Zhong watched from the side and couldn't get involved at all, because he didn't learn military maps as well as the staff members. He was just a hobbyist, and he didn't know how to puzzle maps. About half an hour later, the guards from the headquarters led the old man's son in. When the young herdsman representative saw a large group of people surrounding his father, he was stunned. Wang Zhong stepped forward. Your father is helping us confirm the terrain of the surrounding grassland. If we don't confirm, we don't know. The surrounding grass is actually so rugged. Without your father, our battle may be in a state of passivity. The herdsman looked stunned. I came here because I was worried that my father would be arrested as a remnant. At this time, the old man turned to his son and shouted, "Asshole! Why didn't you tell me that the man leading the army was the god-brother of His Majesty the Tsar? The Tsar is our father and mother, and his brother is our uncle." Wang Zhong and the young herdsman, Then they looked at each other and suddenly became in-laws? The herdsman reacted first, "Dad, you can't calculate like this. How rude to the general. We are just ordinary herdsmen, representatives of the herdsmen living in the city." "Old man, stop talking, go get my old map pack. I can't remember a few places. Their new map is too new and too accurate. I can't remember it until I look at the old map. Come on, run. Wang Zhong, Vasily, drive him there and get the map back as soon as possible." "Okay." Vasily happily handed the map in his hand to the other staff officers. It was obvious that he disliked puzzle maps. After Vasily left, Wang Zhong glanced at the busy staff and said to Pavlov, "I'm going to go outside for a walk." "Pavlov, does this outside mean outside the city or outside the warehouse?" "Of course it's outside the warehouse." "No, maybe we can take a walk around the city to boost everyone's morale." Popov stood up immediately. "I have to go together. I can't let you take my job all the time. Wang Zhong, if you want to keep an eye on me and prevent me from leaving the city, just say so." "That's not true. I think what you are most concerned about right now is the updated map. I really want to fulfill my duties as a military bishop." Popov waved to his follower and said, "Go and prepare your horse." Wang Zhong walked directly outside the warehouse. In fact, Wang Zhong felt very comfortable using the warehouse as a command center like this. When he was a child, he watched The Island, and he was deeply impressed by the scene of the FBI aggressively entering the port warehouse to open the command center. Of course, there were many more impressive things about that movie. Wang Zhong walked very slowly, observing the busy people in the headquarters as he walked. There are 100,000 combat troops, and a much larger number of employees and auxiliary personnel. To manage such a large unit, the headquarters personnel are indispensable. The busy scene now reminds Wang Zhong of the stock exchange on trading days. If Wang Zhong had not actually fought on the front line and only looked at the situation at the headquarters, he might have come to the fallacy that the front line soldiers can just follow orders and kill the enemy, but the rear personnel have to think a lot. Wang Zhong was pacing, and Popov couldn't help but ask, "You're not really here to relax and kill time, are you?" "Of course not. I'm inspecting the situation. It's just that the agencies are operating normally and there is no need for me to express my opinion." Wang Zhong shrugged. Popov nodded, and the topic turned to today's battle. "Although we won the battle today, we let the enemy's veterans run away. After the rear is reorganized and rested, these veterans will become a big problem." Wang Zhong nodded, "Yes, we must strive to fight a war of annihilation and consume Prasen's veterans and technical soldiers so that the enemy cannot replenish them. Unfortunately, a war of annihilation requires superior forces, terrain, and a little bit of enemy cooperation." Wang Zhong shook his head as he spoke. "I was originally going to see if I could use my new rising tide strategy to achieve results on the grassland. But now I know that the grassland is actually full of complex and impassable land masses, and it is not as connected as the desert." Popov smiled, "But the Salya people are used to the black soil." His mood suddenly dropped. "I don't know how long it will take to recapture Kosalia and the Black Land." "Don't worry, that day will come," Wang Zhong said. While talking, the two people, and several guards, came outside the warehouse. It is already 9:30 in the evening, the sun is setting in the west, and the entire western sky is filled with flaming clouds. Even if it is blocked by the buildings in the city, it still has a shocking beauty. Wang Zhong stared at Huo Sheiyun. To be honest, he never got tired of watching the sunset after 9 o'clock. Popov, what are you going to do with the cavalry? Wang Zhong looked at the bishop who was accompanying the army. Isn't it obvious? Destroy the enemy's supply convoy. The cavalry has a long self-sustaining ability on the grassland. The horses can carry a considerable amount of compressed dry food. There is also water in the grass, and the water bottle can be replenished at any time. As for the horses, I think they will take care of themselves. If the knights die in battle, the horses can probably lie freely on the grassland and enjoy the call of the wild. Popov, that's right, but how to deal with the garrison troops behind the enemy? No. Wang Zhong looked at Popov. If we meet them, we will bypass them and never confront the enemy head-on. We will attack those convoys that have no accompanying defensive troops. The enemy cannot send enough guards to all the convoys. At this time, Popov's followers came over with a few horses. Wang Zhong's old love was mixed in the herd of horses, like a dandy with women on both sides. He snapped his fingers, and Bucephalus immediately threw down the mares and ran towards Wang Zhong happily. When he came to him, he tried to lift his hat. Wang Zhong, okay, good boy. Don't touch my hat. Bucephalus stopped and stood straight, like a soldier being inspected. Wang Zhong waved to the horse and said, okay, stop standing at attention, come here. The horse then took small steps and strolled to Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong jumped on the horse, squeezed the horse's belly, and let the horse trot. Popov and the guards hurried to catch up, but it seemed that only Gregory caught up with Wang Zhong. General, next time you want to gallop, say hello first, said the senior sergeant. Wang Zhong asked back, didn't you catch up? When I was in the village, I was the runner-up in the horse riding competition. Wang Zhong, only the runner-up. The Lord's son's horse is better than mine, much better, so I exhausted all my skills and couldn't outrun him. Since then, I haven't raced horses. Wang Zhong, you have caught up with my Bucephalus now. Gregory, because the horse I rode was also a good horse. You may not know that all the horses in our army have become good horses, carefully selected from the noble stables. Many noble stables are now state-owned stables, so they provide good horses to us. Wang Zhong thought, is there such a thing? He had no idea. Bucephalus turned his head to look at Gregory's horse, then immediately looked forward and began to speed up. It was obvious that he was a little unconvinced. Gregory also kicked the horse's belly, and lowered his body, completely lying on the horse's back. Wang Zhong followed suit. The two of them were running in the city like this, and suddenly a bullock cart appeared in front of them. Wang Zhong braked the reins hard, and Bucephalus turned around flexibly and stopped in front of the bullock cart. Gregory showed his superb riding skills, and gently pulled the horse's head, letting the horse jump through the gap between the bullock cart and the wall, and then turned back. The old man driving the bullock cart said angrily, running horses in the city, what kind of words? Oh, it's you, General, I have my own pickled cucumbers here, would you like some? Wang Zhong, okay, I'll try it. At this time, Popov finally caught up with a large group of guards. Popov saw Wang Zhong plucking cucumbers from his fellow villagers and said, I don't know who stipulated that we should not take even a needle or thread from the masses. Wang Zhong, I will pay for it. The old man was immediately moved, our own army is still the best. When the Prosan army was here, they destroyed a lot of my cucumber jars, but they didn't pay a penny. General, you should drive the enemy out. Wang Zhong, we will fight here until August. You should take this time to evacuate. Everyone has to go. The old man was stunned, only until August? Didn't you say that not an inch of land should be given up? Wang Zhong, last year, the emperor issued an order not to give up an inch of land, but millions of troops were lost in vain. In war, you have to save people and lose land. If the land is lost, it will be taken back one day, but if the people are lost, everything will be gone. Old man, when will you come back? Wang Zhong recalled the history of the earth and said, probably in the spring of 916. If it's fast, they will fight back this winter. The old man was relieved, that's good, it won't take too long. I'll wait here. My son disappeared in the battle. Maybe he can walk back. If I leave, he won't be able to find his home. Wang Zhong hesitated and turned to look at Popov. Popov whispered, you're pushing this to me. He said to the old man, don't worry, your son must be fighting guerrillas somewhere. After the victory, he will definitely come back. It may also be that he has become an unknown grave somewhere. But this kind of thing can be left unsaid. The old man looked very happy and took 2 more jars of pickled cucumbers, Then I'll take advantage of your good words. Come, eat. Eat. Chapter 378 Childhood. At the same time, Plasson's 10th Army headquarters. After walking back and forth for who knows how many times, Admiral Bach looked up and asked the Army Chief of Staff, "Has the infantry division not been attacked yet?" "Yes." The Chief of Staff replied, "It may be the shelling of the infantry division that disrupted Rokossov's deployment." General Wilhelm von Frederick of the 6th Army stood up, "Then I won't disturb you from fighting wits and courage with Rokossov. Judging from the time, my army headquarters should have moved to the position, and it's time to go back. The Plasson people occasionally do this. When the troops of the follow-up echelon move forward, the commander first goes to the headquarters of the front echelon to visit and understand the situation on the front line in advance. In this way, when the headquarters of the follow-up echelon moves to the front line, the commander is already fully aware of the situation. The premise is that the two commanders are familiar with each other. Of course, according to military regulations, it is definitely not possible for the chief officer to leave the headquarters when the troops are advancing to the war zone, but Plasson is very flexible at this time. If someone questions it, Plasson's generals will say that this is training the staff and the officer corps. Admiral Bach said to his old friend, "Be careful on the way back. My troops reported that this grassland looks like you can go anywhere, but in fact, many places are stuck as soon as the car enters. It is different from the grasslands of East Eurobia and the black soil of Kausalia. Be extra careful." Frederick waved his hand, gestured to his adjutant, and left the headquarters of the 10th Army. Admiral Bach looked at the Chief of Staff, "Where is the report of the reconnaissance unit?" The Chief of Staff shook his head, "No abnormality was found, but there was a report from the troops that the enemy reconnaissance plane was conducting aerial reconnaissance." Admiral Bach looked at the map, "Rokossov should have discovered our intention of the pincer attack. But he stopped. Isn't this waiting to be surrounded by us?" Chief of Staff, "Maybe he saw that we couldn't launch an offensive immediately, so he wanted to wait for his follow-up troops. The plan formulated by Admiral Bach's staff is that the pincer attack will start in the early morning of the 18th. It is only the 15th now, and all troops are in the process of movement. They have not yet arrived at the starting position, and the replenishment of fuel and ammunition has not kept up." Admiral Bach thought about the Chief of Staff's guess for a few seconds and shook his head, "Where did he get the information from? No, it doesn't make sense. It's unlikely that he could judge the time of our attack. It should be the shelling that interfered with their actions. Rokossov also likes to prepare for counterfire before our attack and disrupt our offensive deployment. This time the 190th Infantry Division did a good job. Chief of Staff, do you need to inform the 190th Division of your praise?" "No, it's not necessary. After all, shelling to delay Rokossov is just a possibility. It is also possible that Rokossov's battle plan is to occupy Yeysk. After all, this city is the last large city before we attack Yarvik. If we don't occupy Yeysk, his army will have no supply center." Admiral Bach was silent for a few seconds before cursing, "Damn it, we were going to use Yeysk as a supply center. Now we have to replan the supply." The Chief of Staff hurriedly said, "We already have a plan, so there is no need to worry about supplies. The current progress is a little slower than we expected, but all the supply centers will be set up on the 17th, and ammunition and fuel will be distributed to the attacking troops." Admiral Polk frowned, "The progress is slow? Why? When I made the plan, didn't I ask you to leave a day of redundancy?" The Chief of Staff smiled bitterly, "Not only did we leave redundancy, but we also referred to the poor road conditions in the Hazaria area when we made the plan. I didn't expect the road conditions here to be worse, and weeds have swallowed up the roads in many places. In order to prevent the follow-up troops from getting lost, we set up many traffic control stations along the way, but there were still supply teams that deviated from the road and got lost in the grassland." Admiral Polk had a black line on his face, "So now the redundancy of one day has been used up." "Yes, but there will be no problem with the attack on the morning of the 18th. The staff officer vowed. Admiral Polk nodded, "Okay, then we just need to withstand the attacks tomorrow, the 16th, and the day after tomorrow." Until now, Admiral Polk still believed that Rokossov would attack. Wang Zhong was riding a horse and strolling in Yeysk. Although the sunset was still hanging in the sky, it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, and it was time for many people to go to bed. But now almost no one was sleeping. People from all over the city were out helping the hired workers of the 1st Mobile Army to collect the bodies of the fallen soldiers. The bodies of the enemies were randomly piled on the roadside. While Wang Zhong was strolling, he saw a group of children playing a war game. The children who played the role of the Ant Army had no equipment, and the children who played the role of the Prosan Army had helmets and belts. So he stopped and shouted, "Children!" The children stopped and looked at Wang Zhong. An older child saw Wang Zhong's collar badge and shouted, "It's the general. Salute the general." A group of children learned to stand at attention like adults and saluted with very non-standard postures. Wang Zhong smiled and saluted back, then asked, "Why don't the people playing the role of the ant army have any equipment?" The older child who just shouted the salute said, "We can't take the martyrs' things." Wang Zhong smiled, got off the horse, took off his military cap, and put it on the older child. "You are the commander, here you go, wear it." The child was moved and said, "Is this okay?" "Sure, my military cap is also an ordinary military cap, no different from the second lieutenant's military cap." The mobile soldier who was resting next to him said, "Kid, if I were you, I would take this military cap back and hide it, so that it can be passed down from generation to generation." The older child took off the military cap and looked at it happily. Wang Zhong turned to the child who played the role of the Prosan army, "Where did you get this cross badge?" The child pointed to the street corner. "Miss He, who cleaned up Prosan's body over there, gave it to me." Miss He was probably the name of the person who helped the hired worker with the work. Wang Zhong came to the child, squatted down, and helped him adjust the position of the cross badge while saying, "This should be hung on the neck, and this is the battle wound badge, it should be hung here." The child was surprised. "General, how do you know so much?" "Wang Zhong, to defeat the enemy, you must first understand the enemy, no matter how big or small, and understand everything. Even better than the enemy himself." In fact, Wang Zhong had been a German stick for a few years before crossing over. Later, he read a book called General NC and was shocked by the cruelty and inhumanity of Sandesi. The book included a large number of photos recording the atrocities of ordinary soldiers of the National Defense Army. After that, he stopped being a fan, but the knowledge he gained during the German stick period was not lost. He can still tell all kinds of Sandesi medals and how to wear them. After helping the children dress, Wang Zhong stood up and said to all the children seriously, "Listen carefully, when you are done playing, go back and tell your parents to pack up your things. Tomorrow our motorcade will return to Yarvik with an empty car, and you can take the empty car." The children looked at each other, and finally their eyes fell on the older child wearing Wang Zhong's military cap. "We want to stay and fight," said the older child. "We can use guns." Another child shouted, "Katya has joined the army, so can we." "Wang Zhong, when did Katya join the army?" "This January." "Wang Zhong, then she should still be in training. Modern warfare is not just about being able to shoot. You will not be of any use staying here. You will only give up your life in vain. Be obedient and go back to tell your parents that you will return to Yarvik with an empty car tomorrow." The older child was silent for a few seconds and suddenly asked, "You let us go because the city cannot be defended, right?" "Wang Zhong, yes, but I promise that we will definitely fight back before June next year. We now need to use space to exchange time, dilute the enemy's troops, drag down their logistics, and wait until they are skin and bones, and then punch them back." "Older child, then can't we just wait for you here?" "No, the enemy will massacre you. Have you seen the priests hanging on the street lights? The enemy will do this to your parents. Since we can fight back sooner or later, why sacrifice in vain?" The children looked at each other. "Okay," the older child said, "let's go tell mom and dad." "What's your name?" "Wang Zhong, you use that word. Have you ever been to a proper school?" "I'm in the church middle school in the city, 9th grade, the child said. "Okay. I'm Rokosov, that Rokosov. Your current mission is to move to the rear and finish middle school. We are in great need of 10th grade graduates now, and then you will have a place to exert your energy." Wang Zhong paused, thought of something, and asked, "Where are your classmates?" The older child, "They should be with their families, I mean, if they are not dead." "Wang Zhong, then I'll give you a mission. Wear my hat and find these classmates, and ask them to persuade their families to retreat with the empty vehicles tomorrow. Can you do it?" The child smiled, "Of course." "Wang Zhong, then go. While it's still light. Run." The older child turned and ran. Seeing this, the other children followed suit. The child who played the role of Commander Prosan suddenly remembered something, stopped to stand at attention to Wang Zhong, saluted again, and then turned around to chase the main force. Wang Zhong put his hands behind his back and sighed, "A childhood in the flames of war. Gregory, I don't know whether I should envy them or pity them. Of course I pity them. Children should not be associated with war anyway. Whenever I see these children, my hatred for Prosan becomes stronger. It's like looking at photos of a certain place before traveling through time." At this time, two messengers drove over on motorcycles. The motorcycle was a Harley-Davidson motorcycle supported by the United States, and it was so handsome. Wang Zhong was so busy looking at the car that he almost didn't hear the messenger's words. "Messenger, General. A Boeing 2 from the Air Force landed outside the city and sent us photos of aerial reconnaissance." "Okay, I'll go back to the headquarters right away. Chapter 379 Summary of the Battle on July 15. By the time Wang Zhong returned to the army headquarters, night had completely fallen. The holes in the outer shell of the warehouse have been patched up with canvas, and all the windows have been blocked with cloth. The huge warehouse lies quietly in the night, with only a little light leaking from the side door that opens from time to time. Wang Zhong entered the gate and wanted to take off his hat. When he touched his head, he only touched the forehead. Then he remembered that he had given the hat to his child as a family heirloom. Because his hand had already been raised, it was a bit embarrassing not to do something, so he patted his forehead and said, "By the way, I need to get a new hat." "Who is that?" "You go to the munitions department and get me a new hat." "Nelly, I won't call you that person." "Mom, I want a new hat." "I'm not your mother either." Nelly said seriously, "It's a new hat, I understand." After saying that, she put the coke she was holding into Wang Zhong's hand, picked up her skirt and ran away. Wang Zhong looked at Pavlov while drinking coke, and then saw the two female pilots in front of him looking at him. Wang Zhong put down the coke, walked towards the two ladies, and extended his hand. "Hello, I'm Rokosov. Why are there two female pilots? The one who sent the photo last time, Sme, why isn't Lieutenant Colonel Dianova here? I remember her partner's name is Katya. The two of them were hit by enemy anti-aircraft artillery and were injured when they made an emergency landing across the front line." The female pilot with the rank of major on her shoulders said, "They will probably stay in the rear for half a year." Wang Zhong nodded, "That's right. Fortunately, the flight performance of Wave 2 is good. The Bo-2 aircraft has an amazing gliding ability. The female pilots of the night bombing team often turn off the engine to let the aircraft float in the air, and only turn on the engine in the air when they are close to the target, in order to achieve suddenness." The major pilot nodded, "Yes, if it had been another plane, they might not have been able to come back because it would have landed deep in the enemy-controlled area. You are actually as familiar with the plane as the rumors say." Wang Zhong, My adjutant taught me." "Vasily, huh?" "Yes, I taught you." He patted his chest and then asked, "By the way, how is Miss Katya? Is she seriously injured?" Wang Zhong, "Why, the miller's daughter is no longer fragrant. I care about my comrades." Major pilot, "She can still walk, so there shouldn't be any big problem. She should return to the team in half a year. Should we get down to business?" Wang Zhong, "Yes, what do you call them?" "Vasily, is this serious business?" The major pilot smiled, then stood at attention and saluted Wang Zhong, "I am Euphilia, the acting commander of the 588th Night Bomber Regiment, and I have been ordered to send photos of aviation reconnaissance. This is my partner Lenia." Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows, "Aren't you from Ant?" "Major, my ancestors all have blood from other countries." "Why, if I'm not an Ant, I can't fight with Prosan." "Of course not, our group army also has Devarisai from Melania's People's Army." Wang Zhong said quickly, and then turned the topic to photos. "Where are the aerial photos?" Pavlov raised his hand, "Here I am, the Air Force's photography technology has improved." Wang Zhong hurriedly walked to Pavlov and took the photo from his hand. Popov also came closer and stretched his head to peek over Wang Zhong's shoulder. Wang Zhong quickly flipped through the photos and handed them to the army bishop after reading each one. Just as Pavlov said, the Air Force's photography technology has improved significantly. Of course, it may also be that the scenery on the grassland is relatively single, which highlights the Prosan goal. Major Euphilia introduced, aerial reconnaissance found that there are enemy armored units in the northwest and southwest of Yeysk, but the grassland seems to have caused some trouble for them. We photographed many temporarily abandoned armored vehicles. While she was talking, Wang Zhong happened to flip through a photo, which showed 7 or 8 vehicles abandoned on the grassland, as well as a small Plosin rescue team. Wang Zhong picked out the photo and asked, "Where is this photo from?" "There are shooting coordinates on the back." Major Euphilia said. Wang Zhong turned the photo over and saw the coordinates, but they were just grid coordinates on the map. "Find out which map square it is," Wang Zhong said and handed the photo to Vasily. Vasily took the photo and ran towards the place where the map staff gathered. They were probably sorting out the intelligence provided by the old royalist man. Wang Zhong followed the numbers and found all the photos of the same map block. "There is no security force," he muttered under his breath. Pavlov took a photo from his hand and looked at it. "There are indeed no security forces. It looks like they are all logistics troops and maintenance troops." "Wang Zhong, this is the enemy's weakness. If the cavalry is used to attack here, the supply system of the Prosan people will immediately fall into chaos." Pavlov nodded, then suddenly remembered something and said, "Wait a minute, our radio monitoring department also monitored the communications of the enemy's traffic control department, although they used some code words, so we don't know what the reporting unit is." but it can be inferred from the content that there is some congestion in the enemy's supply transportation. Wang Zhong, is there a report? Yes. Pavlov snapped his fingers, bring me the monitoring records. Immediately, a staff officer came over with a writing board with a thick stack of monitoring reports, they are all summarized here. Pavlov turned over the handle, and the writing board fell into Wang Zhong's hand. The contents were all trivial matters, such as a car broke down in Section 53 and the road was blocked, Section 113 was confirmed to be impassable and the route had to be replaced and, etc. Every piece of information was not leaked, because no one knew which unit sent it or where it was talking about. But when all the contents were summarized, it was known that the enemy's logistics were blocked. Wang Zhong, very good, very good. Our poor infrastructure has been meritorious again. Popov frowned, your words will be taken out of context and thought to be attacking the church's 5-year plan for not investing enough in infrastructure, but you are not afraid of being taken out of context. If we say such things, we may be finished. Wang Zhong ignored Popov and focused on the photo, now we just have to wait for the cavalry to arrive. If the grassland is vast, the Prasen people cannot set up defenses everywhere. If they sweep away all the supply troops scattered on the grassland, their pincer attack will not be able to start. Vasily said excitedly, then we will fight an annihilation war. Wang Zhong shook his head, no, to annihilate the enemy, we have to maintain the encirclement. How to ensure the supply of the encircled troops on the grassland? This time we should still defeat them. Don't rush to eat a fat man in one go. Our current goal is to delay the enemy and prevent the enemy from piercing through the Sukayavli River front in one wave and cooperate with Duke Mishkin's operations. If the Sukayavli River front is pierced, Duke Mishkin's Borsk front will be in danger. The enemy will pour into the grassland and head straight for Abavahan. At this time, Major Euphilya said, we won't bother you guys while you discuss strategy. I think the plane should have finished refueling, so let's say goodbye. Wang Zhong, okay, Vasily, I'll take you to the plane. Okay. Vasily made a gesture of invitation, please come this way. The two pilots walked towards the gate one after the other. Popov watched them go away, and suddenly said, you know what? The captured Prosan people said that our night flying team are all monsters mixed with cats, and their pupils are vertical like cats. Wang Zhong looked back at the female pilots who had already walked to the gate, really? I didn't see it. Of course it's fake, how could anyone have vertical pupils? The Prosan people also think they can do magic. What they throw every night is not bombs, but magic fireballs. Wang Zhong shook his head, lowered his head and continued to look at the photos, and said as he looked, the Prosan people are quite imaginative. I will be angry with anyone who says they are rigid. At this time, the phone rang. Pavlov picked it up, Army Headquarters. Your Majesty. Okay, I'll let him listen. Wang Zhong frowned, why are you calling me now? Pavlov shrugged and handed the receiver over. As soon as Wang Zhong put the receiver to his ear, he heard Olga say unhappily, you said you would call me tonight. The headquarters telephone line is very busy. And it's almost midnight now, you should go to bed. I won't go to bed if you don't tell me about today's battle situation. Wang Zhong, we will send a battle summary to the headquarters in a secret message tonight, and you will know it at the Imperial meeting tomorrow morning. I don't want Turgenev to read it to me, I want. Your Majesty. Wang Zhong raised his voice, we are fighting. I just witnessed the funeral of more than a dozen young children on the street, and I am not in the mood to coax you. Be more mature. In fact, there was no funeral for young children. There should be children who died in the artillery fire, but Wang Zhong did not see them off in person. Olga, shut up. Wang Zhong, I still prefer the smart and sensible Olga. Olga, okay. I'm sorry, I think you may need to talk to me or something without Lyuda around. Wang Zhong thought you thought too much, I have Nelly to hug me. The next moment, Olga's voice became serious, okay, the housekeeper also advised me not to call the front line all the time. I promise this is the last time. Please tell me, is everything okay? Wang Zhong, fortunately, we recaptured Yeysk, which was occupied by the enemy a few days ago, and defeated the enemy's elite Asgard Knights said division. As he said this, Pavlov next to him muttered, tomorrow's front page will be the victory of Yeysk. Olga, very good, did you catch the general again? No. This time all the enemy's senior officers ran away. When promoting it, you can say that they were frightened and fled. Okay, okay. Olga's mood obviously recovered a lot, that's good. Remember to report the battle situation every day in the future. I will look forward to the Imperial meeting every morning. Promise me. Okay. I promise you. Well, then good night. Olga's voice sounded a little reluctant, but she still hung up the phone. Wang Zhong put down the receiver and said to Pavlov, write a detailed battle report every night and report it in secret code. Pavlov turned around and said to a staff officer, "You, write a detailed battle report every day." Just at this time, a staff officer came over with a document. "Report, today's losses have been preliminarily summarized." Wang Zhong took the document directly and lowered his head to read it. His expression suddenly became serious. After reading it, he handed the report to Pavlov, turned to the map with his hands behind his back, and sighed heavily. Although it was a great victory, the losses were not small. "Be happy," Pavlov said, "including the prisoner exchange ratio of 3-1, which is a big improvement. Previously, we had to exchange 6 people for 1 prasen. And most of them were casualties of the 401st Provisional Infantry Division, which came up later. If we only counted us, we would even have the upper hand. In war, it is impossible for no one to die. There is nothing we can do about it. Wang Zhong, there should be no one who has to sacrifice because there is no other way. Although I know there can be no losses, as commanders, what we should pursue is to bring everyone home." "Pavlov, that is something that only magic can do, be realistic." Wang Zhong pursed his lips and did not answer. Chapter 380 Coffee Time Bombardment. That night, Wang Zhong slept directly in the warehouse. The place was big anyway, and Wang Zhong was not afraid of the staff seeing his well-trained body. And Pavlov and his men also lived in the warehouse. Yesterday, Popov protested again because he believed that military number 1 and number 2 could not live together. What if the enemy learned from Wang Zhong's practice and bombarded at night? But the Prasen people did not bombard at night, and the night passed safely. The next day, July 16th, when Wang Zhong got up, he saw Pavlov in front of the map and watched the staff update the map. Wang Zhong got up, put on his coat and pants, and walked to the map table where Pavlov was while tying his belt. "Didn't you sleep last night?" "I slept for a while, but got up right away. I can't sleep that well on the battlefield, so I'll make up for my sleep when I get back to the rear." Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. "Make up for your sleep? Every time I went to the headquarters in Yebeo, I saw you busy." "That's because every time you went to the headquarters, it was already afternoon. In Yebeo, I actually rested very well and even gained weight." Pavlov patted his belly. "Look. To be honest, with Pavlov's physique, you can't tell even if he's fat." Wang Zhong, "Okay." Pavlov saw Wang Zhong's expression and quickly added, "When things are almost arranged, I will let Popov come to work every night, just like in Shostka." Hearing the familiar place name, Wang Zhong sighed. "Shostka has been occupied by Prasen for almost 10 months. I don't know what it has become." "I heard from the prisoners." Popov appeared as he said, "Emperor Prasen's favorite general preserved the place as a whole, and asked the Academy of Military Sciences to survey and map it, as if he used it as a model for urban defense." Wang Zhong frowned. "What the hell, do you mean that we will have to face that level of fortifications when we attack cities in the future?" As a designer and actual user, Wang Zhong knows how terrible those fortifications are. Popov nodded. "I'm afraid so." Wang Zhong shook his head. "It's bad. As the chairman of the Equipment Review Committee, I have to quickly get some things for urban warfare." "Why didn't you tell me this before?" "Because I got it from the prisoners yesterday. We captured 3,000 prisoners yesterday, and I got a lot of information by just asking. The judges behind will be busy." Popov yawned loudly. Wang Zhong, "Didn't sleep well?" "It's okay. I haven't woken up yet. Usually at this time I have to have some tea, or coffee." Wang Zhong turned his head and saw Nelly standing next to him, ready at all times. After meeting her eyes, she immediately pushed the cart over. "Coffee and tea are here," Wang Zhong said, and then continued the previous topic. "What's the matter with this emperor's favorite general? Don't you know? He is the emperor's childhood friend, and now the most trusted general of the emperor. He has a say in many things beyond his military rank." Wang Zhong's mind immediately emerged with the familiar face in the Great Battle, the fat man who said that the tactics of pigs have been successfully used by people again and again. Popov, in addition, he seems to have an affair with the emperor's sister. The general in Wang Zhong's mind suddenly turned into Siegfried in Legend of the Galactic Heroes. "This gap is too big." Pavlov said, "Speaking of which, when we were in Shostka, I thought about what we should do if we want to capture such a fortified city ourselves, and the only way we thought of was to use heavy artillery to blow it up. In my opinion, wouldn't it be good if we put a shell on the B4 cannon and make it into an assault gun, which is specially used to demolish buildings?" Wang Zhong shook his head. "No, the barrel of the B4 heavy artillery is too long, and such a long barrel is too heavy. In order to cope with the huge chamber pressure during shooting, the structure of the breech block is too complicated, too thick and too heavy. In fact, there is a better choice. Oh, we can use a short barrel to launch a short-range rocket with a huge charge, which is specially used to demolish buildings. In this way, the launcher can be very light, without having to withstand the ultra-high chamber pressure when the shell is launched, and the recoil during shooting is also very small. Wang Zhong gestured as he spoke. Rockets? Pavlov frowned. It seems to be much simpler than making cannons in terms of productivity. The barrel of a cannon involves a series of complex public welfare, and the output of the barrel seriously restricts the total output of weapons and equipment. On the other side of the earth, Sandazi produced a huge number of anti-aircraft guns in order to cope with strategic bombing. The barrel of the anti-aircraft gun occupied a large amount of production capacity, which seriously affected the production of long-barreled large-caliber artillery such as Pak-40. If a weapon does not need to produce complex barrels, it will have a huge advantage in productivity. Popov looked at Wang Zhong. You look so confident, do you have an idea? Yes. Wang Zhong nodded. Wang Zhong's idea is to simplify the Tiger assault gun, for example, reduce the weight of the shells a little, make the shells loading faster, and then change the overall structure to simplify the running mechanism. Of course, you can also adopt the British plan on Earth, install a 290mm mortar on the Churchill tank, and turn it into a Churchill AVRE special tank, which is specially used to demolish buildings. In fact, KV-2 is theoretically very suitable for demolishing buildings, but this weapon is hindered by the 152 gun. In fact, this kind of armored vehicle does not need to pursue long range at all. The range can be reduced to 500 meters. As long as the range is reduced to 500 meters, the design of the weapon can be simplified as much as possible. The British Churchill AVRE's cannon on the Earth is very crude and leaks air everywhere. After all, it is not intended to shoot the cannon very far. Thinking about it this way, it is probably easier to solve this problem than designing a vortex, and it can even be modified on an existing KV heavy tank. While Wang Zhong was thinking, a whistling sound came from the sky. Someone at the door shouted, "Shell." Wang Zhong flew to the ground. After lying down, he looked up and saw Nelly lying down not far away in a standard anti-cannon posture. Then came the earth-shaking attack. Huh? Wang Zhong turned to ask Pavlov, "Do you feel that the shelling is not particularly violent?" Pavlov agreed, "Indeed, the feeling is similar to yesterday's shelling. There are not many 150 heavy artillery, only 12. I estimated." Wang Zhong, in other words, only one division of artillery is shooting at us now. Pavlov, maybe 2 divisions. After all, our estimate may be wrong. But this number can definitely support 24 gates. Wang Zhong took a look at the bird's eye view and originally wanted to estimate how many heavy artillery pieces with a diameter of over 150 mm were there based on the sound of landing. However, he found that the shells were falling continuously, and it was difficult to distinguish whether they were shells fired from the same salvo. So he relied on Pavlovian estimates. The shelling lasted for about an hour. When the sound of the gunfire gradually subsided, Wang Zhong got up and dusted himself off. He was used to maintaining the anti-cannon posture for long periods of time, but he didn't feel tired at all after an hour. Nelly also stood up, took off the boat-shaped hat on her head, and kept patting the dust on it. "Wang Zhong, the coffee and tea have fallen into dust. Let's change them." "No, no, no," Popov said, picking up the coffee and drinking it in one gulp. "The dust will sink to the bottom, just be careful when drinking." "Wang Zhong, are you sure you still need coffee to refresh yourself? Isn't the enemy's shelling enough to refresh you?" "That's what I said." Pavlov was giving orders to his staff to confirm the damage caused by the shelling. At this time, the communications staff officer came over and said, "The Front Army headquarters is sending a message." Wang Zhong took the telegram, glanced at it, and handed it to Pavlov. "The Front Army wants us to retreat back to Arvik and rely on the city and the Suhayavali River for defense." "Pavlov, you're crazy. If you give the west bank of the Suhayavali River to the Plosin people like this, isn't it the same as selling the Volsk front?" "Wang Zhong, obviously some of our Front Army commanders lack the overall situation. Vasily, replace him." Wang Zhong looked over. Vasily spread his hands. "It's about making a phone call to His Majesty the Tsar." Wang Zhong shook his head. "No, if I call directly to do this kind of thing, I will be convinced that I am the prince. Send a message to the headquarters to express our dissatisfaction with the Front Army headquarters, and let the headquarters come to pressure the Front Army headquarters." Pavlov, "Okay, I will order the drafting of the message." Popov said in a chatty tone, "We passed the front headquarters several times to communicate with the superiors. If the commander had a temper, he would have started to curse. Wang Zhong, actually, I am also quite worried. The command order of the army must be maintained. But you see, in the current situation, it is better to disobey orders than to wait for the Front Army commander's stupidity to cause a catastrophe." Popov nodded. "Didn't you hear that I was just chatting? And the High Command obviously agrees with your opinion. We have to wait here until August, at least August, so that the mud can help us. Wang Zhong corrected him, mud and grassland. This grassland is terrible. It will swallow up those who despise it. It seems that you have a deep understanding. Pavlov said. Wang Zhong, of course, I saw with my own eyes that the tall grass caught the front wheel of the enemy's half-track vehicle, making it unable to move. As he spoke, Wang Zhong came to the map, stared at it for a few seconds, and then shook his head. It's a pity that we didn't have time to conduct reconnaissance on the area occupied by the enemy. I don't know where the enemy's artillery is. Pavlov, you can look forward to today's reconnaissance. It is different from the grassland of Hazalaya. There are many woods and dotted towns on the grassland of Hazalaya. There are many places for cannons to hide. Here, there is grassland as far as the eye can see. If you want to hide the cannons, you need to build a complete artillery position, dig out bunkers for the cannons in the ground, and set up camouflage nets. The enemy's infantry division only arrived yesterday afternoon and did not have much time to dig positions. As long as our pilots set off early, they can take pictures of the enemy's artillery positions. Wang Zhong, but, are the photos accurate enough for our artillery fire? Pavlov was silent. Yesterday's photos all can only correspond to the coordinate grid on the map, there are no more specific coordinates. A coordinate grid is too large to be imagined, and there is no way to carry out artillery bombardment with this. The reason for this is mainly because there is no GPS and Baidu in this era, and it is very difficult for Air Force units to figure out their position. The only way is to let Wang Zhong command the Air Force, and then establish direct contact with the Air Force, so that the position of the Air Force can be determined by plug-ins, and by the way, where the targets they see are. It's a pity that there is no Air Force unit directly under Wang Zhong's command. Wang Zhong looked at the map and thought for a long time. He felt that the best way to steal the enemy's artillery now was to send a cavalry squad to attack the enemy's artillery position. If this squad is particularly familiar with the grassland terrain and has experience in grassland life, it may succeed. It's a pity that Wang Zhong doesn't have such a special force on hand. Forget it, it's just 12 150mm guns, just bear with it. And the enemy's logistics may run out of shells after a few bombardments. Chapter 381 Battlefield Gap. After the morning bombardment, the Prosan people seemed to have lost their energy and did not make any more moves. Wang Zhong finished his breakfast without any interruption, and then Popov came over with a box. Come, play chess for a while. Popov said as he opened the box and poured out the chess pieces, and then the box unfolded into a black and white chessboard. Wang Zhong, I only know how each chess piece moves. Really? Popov's eyes widened. Wang Zhong, I'm the last one. Don't mention your last one. Let's give it a try. If I can easily beat you, I can go out and brag about it. Popov said, sitting down opposite Wang Zhong, pushing the tableware on the table to the side, and starting to set up the chessboard. Anyway, there's nothing to do now. If we don't find something to do, Pavlov will call us to help. Pavlov raised his head and glanced at the two people here, knowing that I want to help, why don't you come? Wang Zhong, no, we still don't interfere with the chief of staff showing off his power. Pavlov snorted, picked up a stack of documents and stuffed them to Vasily, take it for him to sign. Vasily obediently took a stack of documents and came over, the chief of staff wants you to sign. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows, I was not in the headquarters before, how did you deal with these documents? I signed it before. Pavlov said. Just sign it. Why did you come to me? Why not do this to help you? Pavlov spread his hands, you still have to say thank you to me. Wang Zhong looked at Pavlov's bald head and thought that it would be nice if he was a white-haired beautiful girl. This character would be cute, and then he could publish a book called My Chief of Staff Can't Be So Cute. It's a pity that the Chief of Staff is a big and bald man. While thinking, Wang Zhong started to sign the documents. And Popov put the chess pieces on the table and started playing chess with himself. At this time, a new staff officer was gossiping, and Wang Zhong heard it. He said, is it really good to be so leisurely? The old staff officer lowered his voice, this is the battlefield. As long as the battle has not started, everyone does their own work, kills time, and waits for the moment when it starts. Wang Zhong suddenly remembered that he seemed to have had similar questions before, but now he has completely gotten used to the quiet time in the intervals between battlefields. He quickly browsed through the documents. Most of the documents were about the transfer of supplies and various miscellaneous matters. He, as the commander of the army group, did not need to make any instructions. He just needed to sign. When signing the documents, the phone rang. Pavlov picked up, this is the army group headquarters. While he was talking, the air defense alarm sounded outside. Popov, it seems that Brother Peter heard the movement of the enemy plane. Wang Zhong, the monk came up. Why didn't I see him? Popov smiled and said, You were running around yesterday, where did you have time to see them? In fact, the monk and the magic arrow are in place. Pavlov arranged the position. At this time, Pavlov also finished speaking. After putting down the receiver, he said to the side, Brother Peter reported that there are 24 twin-engine bombers coming to us. Wang Zhong, sure enough. No Stuka following. Pavlov shook his head, no. Popov used the black chess horse to eat the white chess soldier and said, the intelligence department is in place. After reviewing the recent interrogation of captured enemy pilots, the Prosen seemed to have banned Stukas from bombing key areas that may be defended by the Arrow team. Wang Zhong, the Arrow is too efficient in killing Stuka pilots, right? Yes, you don't know how many Stukas the Arrow shot down in the first half of 915. The Knights also specially formed a mobile Arrow company. Each company has 2 half-track vehicles equipped with Arrow launchers, a Studebaker truck to transport ammunition, a mobile infantry platoon, and a light anti-aircraft artillery platoon. Such a company plus a prayer hand, running around the war zone for mobile air defense, specializing in killing Stukas. Wang Zhong stopped signing and looked up at Popov. Such a company is only equipped with 1 prayer hand. Popov nodded, yes, the loss of prayer hands is too great, and there is no way to replenish them. The church has absorbed all the prayer hands over the age of 15 into the army. If there are more losses, only 14-year-old prayer hands can be used. Even if they are used, it is a drop in the bucket. There are only so many prayer hands born every year. Wang Zhong sighed, according to you, our army can still maintain the same number of prayer hands as before, but will be given special care. When Wang Zhong commanded a division before, there were 5 prayer hands in the division. Now he commands an army, and there are still only 5 prayer hands in total. In fact, there is an increase, because Ludmila went to give birth to a child, and a prayer hand was added to replace her position. Popov, last year's great defeat caused too much loss to Kakav, and the late emperor deserved to die. Last year's great defeat, all at once lost more than 20,000 tanks, thousands of heavy artillery, millions of soldiers, and almost 90% of supernatural power users. The lost troops can be quickly replenished by mobilization, but it is very difficult to replenish supernatural users because they are few in number. The church raised the conscription age to 15 years old, but it is still a drop in the bucket. Supernatural users are generally lifelong, and uncles like Brother Peter have to serve, and there are also a large number of magic uncles and magic aunts. So such a large loss last year cannot be made up at all. It can only be said that the Prosens really grasp the weakness of the supernatural power, the lack of people. In low-intensity local conflicts, these prayer hands and sound array masters can play a huge role, but when it comes to large-scale all-out war, these people are blind. Because the losses cannot be replenished, they are all disposable consumables. Wang Zhong, but even with just these prayer hands, it has caused a great deterrent to the enemy. Yes, Popov continued to play chess with himself, but this did not seem to prevent him from chatting with Wang Zhong. The Inquisitor also obtained some interesting information. The Prosenko Academy seems to have installed radar on the aircraft. Prepare to use radar-guided rockets to attack our aircraft. Wang Zhong's mouth opened wide, radar guidance rocket. Popov, it's hard to believe, isn't it? No, I'm kidding, I've already killed over 1,000 players using semi-active radar bombs in War Thunder, okay. Wang Zhong, with Prosan's radar technology, can we put that thing on an airplane? It seems to be installed on a 4-engine heavy bomber, and the rocket is installed in the magazine and fired from a multi-barreled launcher. Wang Zhong frowned, an airborne radar-guided semi-active missile arsenal aircraft? Damn, it's a bit exciting, isn't it? But can the performance of current radar and radar bombs be used to do this? Popov, maybe it was made up to fool their pilots. At this time, there was the sound of anti-aircraft gunfire outside, and it was obvious that the enemy plane that Brother Peter heard was approaching the sky. Wang Zhong looked at the sky. We'll see if our disguise can deceive the Prosen Air Force. 1/3 of the city council building collapsed was disguised as the army headquarters, and anti-aircraft artillery was mainly deployed nearby. The real group army headquarters is still protected by anti-aircraft artillery, but the number is very small and well hidden. This is used to hide the truth. Also carrying the bag was a praying hand and a divine arrow launcher. The other 4 praying hands protect the fake headquarters, fake logistics center and real logistics center, as well as artillery positions. Popov, I think there's no problem. The Prosen Air Force is pretty easy to fool, that's my feeling. The army can be quite cunning sometimes. Wang Zhong thought so was I. He cut his angle and saw that the route of 24 bombers was facing the fake army headquarters. It was clear that they were going to bomb the headquarters. Of course, this route also passes through the fake logistics center, and there should be some bombs to explode. But the real logistics center and the warehouse where Wang Zhong is located are not on the enemy's route. It looks like the deception was very successful. Wang Zhong switched back to the naked eye view and continued to sign documents. Pavlov said, "Is it possible that the enemy really does not intend to attack today?" Wang Zhong, "Absolutely. The Prosan infantry unit will only conduct a limited attack in the secondary direction at most. The offense is a matter for the armored division and the armored grenadiers." Popov, "I heard that it is because the influence of these technical arms of the Junkers is low, so they are relied on by the emperor. You can see the direction of the Prosan propaganda after Melania and the Carolingian battle. Infantry, the teacher's achievements were basically ignored." Wang Zhong, "I heard that they also found a young non-Junker General Irwin to focus on publicity." "Yes, his father seems to be an engineer, and he himself was planning to become an engineer." Engineer. As soon as he heard it, he knew that this person had the qualifications to become a ruthless person in Tongliao. At this time, there was the sound of a bomb exploding outside. Wang Zhong changed his perspective and saw the bomb falling near the fake headquarters. Possibly due to the expulsion from the anti-aircraft artillery positions, the enemy planes dropped their bombs at a very high altitude, so most of the bombs missed the city council, which collapsed by a third. Just as Wang Zhong switched his perspective back, the phone rang. Pavlov picked up the phone. "Army headquarters. How many enemy planes?" "Got it." He put down the phone and reported to Wang Zhong. Brother Peter heard the sound of enemy planes again, 4 rounds, but only one. He guessed it was the enemy's newly modified high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft. Wang Zhong nodded. Suddenly he remembered something and asked, "Has our artillery position been hidden?" "No, the artillery only arrived yesterday afternoon. Like the enemy, there was no time to set up well-camouflaged artillery positions." Wang Zhong, "Didn't all the enemy planes investigate?" Pavlov, "Don't worry, although we don't have time to hide the real artillery positions, we Broadwood and the fake artillery positions have been arranged. The enemy doesn't use low-altitude reconnaissance aircraft to detect it. It can't be seen at all. It can only be a lottery." Wang Zhong was relieved. Vasily said, "Will the Plozans suddenly become enlightened and use fake artillery positions to deceive our investigation?" Pavlov shook his head. "Even if they thought about it, there are no trees nearby to chop down. We brought wood from Arvik to make fake targets. After all, the fake artillery positions performed well in previous battles." As soon as he finished speaking, the roar of enemy planes came in again through the ventilation window of the warehouse. Wang Zhongqian looked around and saw a 4-engine heavy bomber flying from the west. However, such a heavy bomber cannot carry out bombing missions alone. It can only be a newly modified high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft. Brother Peter was not wrong in his judgment. At this time Popov said, "So we are going to spend today under constant air strikes and shelling." Wang Zhong, "Just get used to it. Of course you can also sign some documents for me." Popov smiled slightly. "No, I am the military bishop, this is not within my scope of authority." Chapter 382 Beware of aerial attacks, 10,000 monthly tickets plus additional chapters. While the 1st Mobile Army was doing nothing, the situation of the 10th Army of Prosan was similar. They still didn't attack. Admiral Polk crossed his arms and looked at the map, "So now we are just wasting time like this." As soon as he finished speaking, a mosquito landed on the admiral's face. He slapped himself in the face in anger, but the mosquito flew up and dodged, still buzzing in his ear, as if mocking him. "Admiral Polk, damn it! Rokosov is in the city and has a house to live in. We can only sleep in tents and command vehicles, dealing with mosquitoes everywhere every day. Chief of Staff, the Academy of Military Sciences has issued special anti-mosquito equipment. That equipment is so difficult to use. Don't they know? It's like the incendiary bombs we issued, which are incredibly complicated, but the effect is similar to the homemade incendiary bombs made by the ants with wine bottles, except that the burning range is a little larger, and the effect of hitting tanks is exactly the same." Admiral Polk said, waving his arms vigorously a few times, trying to hit the flying mosquitoes, but of course failed. At this time, the admiral's adjutant said, "You can light something that produces a lot of smoke and use the smoke to drive away mosquitoes. That's how it is in our hometown." Admiral Polk looked at the large number of maps and paper documents in the headquarters and shook his head. "Forget it, if I set the headquarters on fire to drive away mosquitoes, I will become the laughing stock of the whole army." The Chief of Staff suggested, "You can use perfume with a stronger smell to keep mosquitoes away. In fact, perfume drives away mosquitoes by covering up the smell of humans, which is equivalent to using camouflage and disguise to hide the body. The same is true for fumigating mosquitoes with smoke, but at this time, humans did not have such a deep understanding of mosquitoes and believed that the fragrance drove away mosquitoes." Admiral Polk asked the Chief of Staff, "Do you have perfume with a stronger smell?" "I have cologne." Admiral Polk immediately reached out, "Here, give me some." The Chief of Staff immediately took out the cologne and stuffed it into Admiral Polk's hand. The admiral didn't care about anything and just unscrewed the lid and poured it on himself. The chief of staff hesitated and finally just watched the admiral toss. After applying the cologne, Admiral Polk looked around, squinted his eyes and listened carefully for a while, and said, "It seems that there is really no buzzing of mosquitoes." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of some insects sounded in a corner of the headquarters, as if mocking Admiral Polk. "Damn it!" he cursed. "Chief of Staff, because of the mosquito problem, the number of sick soldiers has increased every day since we entered the grassland. We require soldiers to wear long sleeves to avoid mosquito bites, but many people still have malaria. Admiral Polk, give the soldiers quinine. Because there are too many sick people, more than we expected, quinine has been used up, and because the priority of replenishment is not as high as ammunition, food, and penicillin, quinine is currently in short supply in hospitals at all levels." Admiral Polk sighed, "Then we can only wait until we recapture Yisk, no, break through the Sukayavli River to realize the first stage of the Blue Plan and then stop to rest completely." As he said, he picked up a writing board, took off the documents on it and threw them on the table, holding the writing board while fanning the mosquitoes and standing in front of the map. "Do you think Rokosov really wants mosquitoes and infectious diseases to defeat us? It's unlikely." The adjutant replied, "I think Rokosov is waiting for his supplies. The grassland is a harsh environment for us, and the same is true for the anti-people. At most, they have the support of local people and are more familiar with the grassland conditions." "Admiral Bach, you said Rokosov is waiting for supplies." At this time, the roar of engines came from outside. The headquarters of the 10th Army is too simple and has no sound insulation at all, so the sound of engines in the sky can be heard clearly. Admiral Bach rushed to the door of the headquarters, lifted the curtain and walked out, looking up at the sky. There is indeed a very small dot in the sky, and it is unclear whether it is the anti-air force or the Proton Air Force. Admiral Bach said confidently, "This is the enemy's aerial reconnaissance." "Damn it! Our Air Force's reconnaissance results must be interpreted by them before they are sent to us. By the time we get them, the things in the photos are already outdated." The Chief of Staff turned his head to confirm with his subordinates, "Have the artillery of the two infantry divisions facing Rokosov been hidden?" The staff reported, "They were building artillery positions yesterday. According to the standard working time, they should be completed tomorrow." "Don't worry, General, the grassland is so open that the Air Force cannot find landmarks that can be used as references for photo reconnaissance. It is difficult to locate our artillery positions based on photos alone." Admiral Bach nodded. He himself has very strong military qualities. He knows this without the staff reminding him. This is the limitation of the Air Force in this era. This situation was gradually alleviated with the installation and improvement of airborne electronic equipment. Until the last positioning systems such as GPS and Baidu were put into use, the problem of aircraft not knowing where they were was completely solved. But now, aerial reconnaissance photos can only be determined by ground markers and other methods to determine where they were taken. In short, it is basically a pipe dream to expect to find artillery and guide artillery fire to destroy it only through aerial reconnaissance. So even if the artillery position is not well hidden, it is not a big deal. Probably. And Air Force, the 4th Fighter Bomber Regiment. Originally this was the 4th Attack Aircraft Regiment, but after being equipped with the United States P-47, this regiment also had a certain air combat capability, so it was changed to a Fighter Bomber Regiment. All P-47s were also classified as fighter bombers, because after they dropped their bombs and returned to high altitude, they could still compete with Proson's Bf-109. Drachenko Grigoyevich, the former commander of the 4th Attack Aircraft Regiment, is now the commander of the 4th Fighter Bomber Regiment. At this time, he was assigning tasks to the team members under the largest awning. "Drachenko, yesterday's aerial reconnaissance found some enemy artillery units, but we don't know where they are, and the ground artillery can't attack them. Now it's time for us to play a role. The photos you got are all marked with coordinate grids. Our task today is to plow all the coordinate grids. Be sure to be detailed and find the enemy artillery positions. We can now have such good equipment and get rid of IL-2, thanks to Lieutenant General Rokosov. Now the Lieutenant General's troops have no way to deal with the enemy's heavy artillery, we have to share his worries." The pilots answered in unison, "We will complete the mission. Drachenko, I paid for all these photos out of my own pocket. You must remember what the enemy artillery positions look like. Find them, drop bombs, and then strap them." A pilot said, "These artillery positions are covered by anti-aircraft guns. There are large-caliber anti-aircraft guns to cover heavy bombers. We just need to keep changing directions to bypass their firepower area." Drachenko waved his hand, "Don't be afraid. I will lead the team personally and take you to avoid the enemy's artillery area." "Okay, let's go." The pilots clipped the photos onto the map board, stood up and ran to the fighter planes parked not far from the awning. The ground crew had already hung bombs under the stubby fuselage of the P-47. ANT's ground crew and pilots were already familiar with the P-47. They found that the technical indicators given by the United States were conservative. In fact, the P-47 could fly with 20% more bombs than the standard load. In order to ensure the maneuverability of the aircraft, pilots usually hang fewer bombs. The pilots of the 4th Attack Aircraft Regiment were used to the bulky IL-2, so they felt that the overloaded P-47 was still very flexible and chose to overload. If someone couldn't fly because of overloading, they would be laughed at by the entire flight regiment. The pilots ran to their bomb trucks. Drachenko also came to his plane, took off his big hat and put it on the maintenance man's head, took the flight hat and goggles from the maintenance man's hand, put them on, jumped onto the left wing of the plane, and then stepped into the cockpit. The maintenance man wore his big hat, stuck his head into the cockpit and said loudly, "Everything is good. It can blow the Proson people up to the sky." "Thank you, old friend." Drachenko patted the maintenance man's shoulder, held the joystick, and gave the oil, so the plane slowly slid on the lawn. At this time, the field airport where the 4th Fighter Bomber Regiment was stationed was basically a flattened lawn. The only place that could prove that this was an airport was the simple wind vane made of wood. Drachenko glanced at the flag on the wind vane and confirmed the wind direction and wind force. Because the conditions at the airport were too poor, there was no tower to tell him these, so he could only see it himself. After getting ready, Drachenko filled the fuel and the plane accelerated suddenly. Because of the overload, the plane started very slowly, and it was only when it was about to reach the marker at the end of the runway that it barely reached the takeoff speed. Drachenko gently pulled the joystick and let the plane slide lightly into the air. "It's really heavy," he said, "enough to give Proson the bastard a pot." Artillery position of the 190th Infantry Division in Plassen. The commander of the engineering battalion ran to the commander of the artillery regiment and saluted. "Report, there are vol holes under the ground, so your artillery suddenly sank while firing." The shelling this morning stopped suddenly, because the ground suddenly collapsed as a whole during the bombardment, and 3 105 mm howitzers and 2 150 mm howitzers were affected, and the shooting accuracy could not be guaranteed. In order to prevent other guns from being involved in the ground collapse, the commander of the artillery regiment ordered to stop firing. For this, the commander of the 190th Division was very angry. But the commander of the artillery regiment argued with reason and still let the commander agree to cease fire, and sent engineering troops to reinforce the position. The commander of the engineering battalion continued to report, "In the current situation, we can't continue to fire here, we have to move our position." Artillery commander, "Then where are there no vols?" "I don't know." The commander of the engineering battalion said. The artillery commander was about to speak when someone from the anti-aircraft artillery position next to him shouted, "Be careful of enemy attacks from the air." The artillery commander looked up and saw something glittering approaching in the distant sky. "It's bad. Take cover," he shouted. At the same time, the anti-aircraft guns opened fire, and the 88mm guns roared at the sky. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 383 Land War Heroes, Without Touching the Ground. Originally, Drachenko's group hadn't noticed the artillery positions on the ground. Yes, they sent photos before taking off, and everyone looked at them carefully many times, but these photos were taken from above, and the group was only looking directly below, so they didn't realize that the target was in front. As a result, as soon as the ground fired, a pilot immediately noticed, "Something is firing on the ground ahead." Drachenko hurriedly swung the wings to turn the fuselage sideways, and then looked down and saw the smoke from the firing. He judged from experience that it was an anti-aircraft gun. "The anti-aircraft gun is firing, follow me." He gently pulled the joystick, and the body began to circle to the left. At the same time, he stepped on the rudder pedal to correct the body deviation caused by the aircraft circling. The other planes of the 4th Fighter Bomber Regiment hurriedly followed Drachenko's maneuver, and the group was like a group of geese changing formations in the air. A few seconds later, the anti-aircraft artillery shells flew up and were detonated by the time fuse, exploding black flowers in the air. However, the area where the shells exploded and the current position of the fleet were a million miles apart. The enemy should adjust their aiming position again. Follow me and maneuver. Max throttle and maintain speed. As long as you maneuver, you will definitely lose speed. Most aircraft in this era are like this. The purpose of maxing out the throttle is to lose less speed and maintain the energy of the aircraft. After Drachenko gave the order, the deputy commander shouted, "We are all overloaded. The engine alone cannot make up for the lost energy. We are almost over the enemy. Let's dive after hiding from one more wave." Drachenko measured the distance and agreed, "Okay. Dodge one more wave of anti-aircraft guns, and then dive." After that, he shook the joystick again and stepped on the rudder. When maneuvering, he glanced at the instrument panel. The reading on the speedometer seemed to have dropped to the danger line, but the aircraft was now at a very high altitude, and the actual speed would be greater than the speed displayed on the instrument, so it should be okay. But it would not be possible to maneuver again. The aircraft was carrying too many bombs, which seriously affected the flight performance. However, Drachenko comforted himself that this was much stronger than the IL-2. If he was driving the IL-2, he could only charge into the enemy's anti-aircraft fire network and rely on armor to resist. Drachenko! The wingman shouted, "It's almost time to reset." Drachenko realized that he was distracted and quickly pulled the joystick. "Follow me, go." His plane rolled and dived, gradually turning from the head-down state during the dive. The fire from the ground anti-aircraft guns indicated the target. Drachenko aimed at the anti-aircraft gun position and soon saw the artillery position next to the anti-aircraft gun position, which had not been camouflaged in time. Artillery position. The enemy has no small caliber anti-aircraft guns, lower the bombing height. At this time, the enemy's large caliber anti-aircraft guns fired again, but because the installation table of the artillery shell time fuse had not been changed in time, all the shells hit the rear of the dive fleet and exploded in the air at a high altitude. Drachenko even saw the Prosan soldiers frantically adjusting the timing of the artillery fuses, twisting the shells with something like a clockwork. "I really want to blow up these anti-aircraft gun positions." Thinking of this, Drachenko stepped on the rudder and let the plane deviate to the side, and the sight for machine gun shooting was directly aimed at the enemy's anti-aircraft gun position. This is the experience they have summed up in many bombings. Use machine gun sights to assist aiming. As long as you aim a little higher, the hit rate is trustworthy. Drachenko aimed at the ammunition truck next to the enemy's gun position this time. According to his experience, it should just hit the gun position. However, the timing of this dive is relatively urgent, and the dive angle should not be as large as before. The error will definitely increase, so let's rely on the power of explosives to make up for it. Drachenko felt that the height was about the same, so he dropped the bomb directly and then pulled up the plane. The violent pulling action made all the blood in his body rush to the soles of his feet, and the entire field of vision became dark, and even the sky was dim. Drachenko relied on his experience to reset the joystick. After his vision was restored, he looked at the altimeter and confirmed that the plane had returned to an altitude of 2,000 meters and was still climbing. At the same time, the speedometer reading was also dropping sharply. He adjusted the propeller pitch and then shouted on the radio, "Is there anyone who didn't pull up?" At this time, the explosion on the ground illuminated the rearview mirror of Drachenko's cockpit. He couldn't help but turn his head to see the situation on the ground, but the P-47's rearward vision was not good. Someone shouted on the radio, "Captain, we have a big explosion. I don't know who has set off the enemy's ammunition." At this time, the light of the second wave of explosions illuminated the rearview mirror. Drachenko pulled the joystick to the left, so that the plane turned from climbing to circling to the left, and he could get a view below. The ground had exploded into a sea of fire, and the Prosan people were fleeing in all directions. Suddenly, Drachenko saw a truck moving away from the explosion. It was obvious that the truck was also loaded with ammunition, and the driver was trying to keep it from being affected. "Everyone, it's not enough to destroy the enemy. Disband the formation and strap the fleeing trucks. This is the 4th Red Combat Bombing Regiment. Does anyone hear my call? Jacques, we are strapped the enemy vehicles. We need Jacques cover." While calling, Drachenko operated the plane to dive again, aiming at the fleeing ammunition truck. He put the truck into the sight and pressed the fire button. 8 heavy machine guns fired a fierce hail of bullets and immediately caught up with the truck. The anti-ground ammunition belts provided by the United States also included armor-piercing bombs and incendiary bombs, which immediately hit the truck. Seeing that the situation was not good, the driver opened the door and jumped out of the truck. Then the burning truck rushed forward and finally exploded into a ball of fire. Drachenko pulled up the plane with satisfaction. At this time, a vague answer came from the rustling sound of the radio, "Where are you?" "Drachenko, fly wherever the fire is the loudest on the ground, Davalish." He regained his altitude, then flew levelly to gain speed, while turning his head to look at the ground. The fighters of the 4th Fighter Bomber Regiment were strafing everywhere, and the 8 heavy machine guns were extremely effective against soft targets such as trucks and infantry. Even the top armor of some half-track vehicles with a little armor cannot withstand the fire of a 12.7 machine gun. On the radio, a pilot from the 4th Regiment shouted, "Now we are also heroes of the land war." Drachenko and his wingman had been climbing shallowly to gain altitude and speed, because he felt that with the level of coordination of the Prosan people, the Prosan Air Force was about to appear. At low altitude and low speed, the P-47 cannot beat the Bf-109. If 109 really comes, you can only rely on yourself and your wingman to disperse them. Suddenly, Drachenko saw the reflection of the canopy. "It's 8 109s. Everyone. 109 is here. Prepare for defensive maneuvers. While speaking, Drachenko turned into a dive again and rushed to 109. 109's attention was entirely on the P-47 at low altitude, and he did not notice the attack from high altitude at all. In the blink of an eye, two 109s were turned into fireballs, and the remaining 109s fled in all directions. Pull up, pull up. Just interfere with the enemy's first wave of attacks. Drachenko shouted to his wingman while pulling up, don't follow the enemy's maneuver, don't follow. Pull up and break away. We have already provided cover. The role of friendly forces. Leave the rest to us. As the radio shouted, a Yak-1 passed by the right side of the climbing P-47. Jacques' liquid-cooled engine has been turned on with afterburner, and all the exhaust pipes are spraying sparks. In a flash of lightning, Drachenko saw a row of red stars painted next to the Jacques canopy. The two climbing P-47s just passed through the Yak group that was killing the enemy. Drachenko pressed the radio microphone and shouted, Jacques is here, pay attention, Jacques is here. They are all cigar-shaped liquid cooling machines, don't accidentally injure them, don't inadvertently injure them. Enemy planes have yellow noses, enemy planes have yellow noses. The target is still a soft target on the ground, and our target is still a soft target on the ground. Understood. Someone shouted on the radio, our goal is to become heroes in land warfare. Lieutenant Colonel Hank, the leader of the Prasen Artillery Regiment, lay on the ground and looked at the two warring parties in the sky. The number of enemy aircraft was significantly greater than that of the Plosen Air Force. Fighters with slender bodies like the 109 are fighting with the 109, while those fat aircraft that look like flying milk bottles are licking the ground. The enemy's fighter jet seems to be called Jacques. It has relatively weak firepower and cannot attack the ground. And Fatty has a lot of machine guns. When he fires, his wings are like two swords of light, and they are all killed or injured when they are swept on the ground. The ground was already a sea of flames, with beaten cars and half-tracks everywhere. Fortunately, it had just rained lightly in the morning, and the humidity in the grassland was relatively high. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to deal with the fire in the grassland. Lieutenant Colonel Hank lay on the ground, not daring to move at all, for fear that he would become the target of enemy planes. He had no confidence to survive such a violent strafing attack. What? The Chief of Staff of the 10th Army Headquarters asked loudly, speak louder. What was attacked by air? Artillery positions. What is the Air Force doing? Admiral Poker grabbed the receiver, where was the air raid? The person on the phone answered, our division, the artillery position of the 190th Division, we have now lost almost all the artillery shells and half of the artillery. Admiral Poker, you'll be replenished. Where are the anti-aircraft gun emplacements? The anti-aircraft guns cannot deal with the enemy's new bombers. We configure the anti-aircraft guns according to the standards for dealing with the enemy's twin-engine tactical bombers. The small-caliber anti-aircraft guns are protecting the front-line troops and dealing with the IL-2. But we did not see any IL-2, all it's a new dive bomber. Got it? Poker hung up the phone, but immediately picked up the receiver again, pick up the Air Force. Admiral Celtic? The Ant Air Force just bombed my artillery position. I ask you to bomb the Ant artillery immediately. Position. Admiral Celtic, we have already bombed the Ant artillery positions, and also bombed Rokosov's headquarters. Aerial reconnaissance shows that the bombing effect is very good, maybe Rokosov has been killed by us. Damn you. If Rokosov was killed so easily, he wouldn't have jumped up to this point. I want you to bomb the enemy's artillery positions again. Okay, I'll make arrangements now, but since Rokosov arrived at the front line, the enemy's air force has also been greatly enhanced, and some elite air force units have been mobilized here. What do you want to say? Pork asked, are you already trying to excuse your incompetence? Of course not, I'm just telling you the situation. We will immediately arrange to bomb the enemy's artillery positions. Chapter 384. First Mobile Army, Fake Artillery Position. As the bombs fell, a Stuka bomber from Prosan hit the ground with a trail of smoke. The second arrow also took off, turned in the air and chased the low-flying enemy plane. The Stuka, whose tail was bitten by the arrow, had its machine gunner shoot at the approaching arrow desperately. It was a pity that the firepower density of the machine gun was not as good as that of a close-range weapon, and the accuracy of manual aiming could not catch up with the radar plus optoelectronic aiming of later generations. The arrow caught up with the Stuka and exploded into a ball of orange light. The Stuka caught fire, even its wings were on fire, and rushed to the ground. The third arrow was launched, chasing the enemy who had disappeared on the horizon. At the launch site, the soldiers of the Skiterii were already moving the launch racks and other things, but the prayer hands were still kneeling on the cushions, maintaining the posture of prayer. Katyusha, it's time for us to move. Katyusha is Yekaterina's nickname. After fighting together for so long, the Crusaders have long been familiar with the praying hands, so they call her by her nickname. And because Katyusha is very short, everyone takes care of her as a little sister. The girl did not respond and continued to pray. It was obvious that she hoped that the arrow she had just launched would hit the target. Deputy Knight Yetsemenko looked at his watch and patted Katyusha on the shoulder. Okay, the rocket has already left the power stage. If it doesn't hit, it can't catch up with the enemy planes flying close to the ground. Katyusha then breathed a sigh of relief and opened her eyes. How many did you shoot down? She is different from other praying hands. She doesn't need to look at the target when launching a rocket, so she will take the initiative to close her eyes when praying, which makes her look more pious. 2. Yetsemenko held up 2 fingers. For the last one, you can ask the infantry whether they have recovered the wreckage of the fallen arrow. If there are no enemy planes near the wreckage, it should not have been hit. Okay, let's move. Yetsemenko stretched out his hand to pull Katyusha up and walked towards the truck that was already on standby. Katyusha followed him and said as she walked, so I have shot down 16 enemy planes, should I get a gold star? It should be. You are now our best praying hand, and you should be given a gold star. I will write a report to the higher UPS. Yetsemenko replied. Katyusha, I got the gold star, so it should be the army commander who awarded me the medal, right? It should be. What, you also secretly like Rokosov? No. Katyusha answered immediately, and then said a few seconds later, but everyone would expect the person who awarded them the gold star to be more powerful, right? When the war is over and I become an old grandmother, I can say to my grandchildren, the one who awarded grandma the medal was Rokosov. Yetsemenko laughed. When he led us to break out of Ronnie's, we thought it's over. We met a bad commander this time, and I had a quarrel with him because he didn't let us set the magic arrow on the top of the bell tower. Katyusha was shocked. Really? Really, the enemy demolished the bell tower with the first shot. If the general hadn't ordered us to change our position, the general's wife and I would have died there. Is that so? Yetsemenko got on the car first, and then held out his hand to Katyusha. Katyusha was not polite, and pulled his hand to climb onto the truck. If she relied on herself, she would probably have to climb up by the wheel. Katyusha sat down in the truck bed and asked with concern, so the general saved your life? I guess so. But later the battle was very fierce, and I was ready to sacrifice my life for the country. The enemy tanks and infantry were less than 20 meters away from us, and we had no angle to launch the magic arrow. As a result, the general personally commanded a tank to go around the enemy's buttocks and rescued us. Katyusha didn't know why, and her expression looked a little fascinated. Is that so? At this time, the private soldier of the Crusaders sitting opposite Katyusha said, thanks to the general, the magic arrows were used for air defense, and the death rate of the praying hands dropped suddenly. Otherwise, we are still on the front line now, facing the impact of enemy tanks at any time. Yetsemenko, fortunately, it didn't happen, otherwise the praying hands and magic arrows will soon become a historical term. I don't know how long it will take to gather the praying hands to form the magic arrow battalion. There is no magic arrow battalion now, said the Crusaders soldier. You see, we only have 5 praying hands, and there are only a few people in the entire group army. Katyusha looked up at the blue sky and sighed. St. Andrew said that the more productivity develops, the larger the scale of the war, the less we will be needed. Now it has come true. Yetsemenko said in a deep voice, Glory to St. Andrew, Amen. Others followed and chanted in a low voice, Amen. The enemy bombed our fake artillery positions. Pavlov put down the report in his hand and looked at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong, General. See how you run. You focus too much on attacking. Popov smiled, moved his castle, easily resolved Wang Zhong's offensive, and then reminded, you are about to die. Wang Zhong hurriedly looked at his king. After a long silence, he dragged out an O and complained, this chess can always move diagonally, and the soldier can transform when it reaches the bottom line. It's too complicated. Especially the soldier's transformation at the bottom line. You can understand the transformation of castles, horses, and elephants, but what does it mean to become a queen? Is it a man dressed as a woman? Popov laughed. Wang Zhong, what are you laughing at? Are you right? This soldier turned into a queen, can he give birth to a prince? It's unreasonable. Vasily crossed his arms and said, General, your chess skills are terrible. Nonsense, I haven't played chess since I was a kid. You change the Chinese chess chuhanja and let's try it? At this time, Pavlov raised his voice, the enemy air-raided our fake artillery position. Wang Zhong, I know, find another place and set up a fake position. There is also a real artillery position and it should be disguised as soon as possible. Come on, start over, I feel like I have figured out how to play chess. Pavlov, can't you just stop playing chess? Wang Zhong, isn't this trust in your ability? Otherwise, how about I go to the front line to drive a small tank? Didn't you think of coming here to do something that a commander should do? Wang Zhong, I've finished reviewing the documents. It's such a thick stack. How come your great commander is so confident when he is not doing his job properly? Wang Zhong sighed and said, the enemy is not alive, no matter whether it is a frontal attack or a pincer offensive, they have not launched. I estimate that their supplies have also been dragged down by the grassland. After all, it is a little over 200 kilometers from their logistics center to here. Many supply trucks got stuck in the grassland. If they were bombed by our Pei-2 bombers, oh. While rearranging the chess pieces, Popov said, the Prasen people probably regard the prairie of South End as the black land of Hazalaya. They don't even think about why there are so many villages in Hazalaya, but here there are, it's so vast and so sparsely populated. Wang Zhong, I didn't know the situation here when I first came here. How did it turn out? The phone lines were bitten by voles all day long, there were dangerous terrains everywhere that even tanks couldn't pass, and there were grasses so high that they could wrap up trucks. Wheels, great guys. No wonder Xiaobo Yang spent so long suppressing bandits on the grassland, and was finally attacked by a sneak attack on his headquarters. If you are not familiar with the terrain of this grassland, you will be attacked by a sneak attack. Vasily, and we are preparing to sneak attack on the enemy. Wang Zhong, that's not accurate. It's a sneak attack on the enemy's logistics. A saber can't kill a tank. But we are equipped with anti-tank incendiary bombs. The voice came from the door of the headquarters. Wang Zhong turned his head and saw two officers wearing cavalry breeches coming in, now the new cavalry uniform. In order to save resources, the upper body is basically the uniform of ordinary soldiers, only the breeches remain, so the cavalry can only be identified by the breeches. Pavlov faithfully performed his duties as chief of staff, walked up to him and asked, who are you two? Gorokov, commander of the 1st Cavalry Regiment of the 33rd Cavalry Division of the 20th Cavalry Corps, has arrived with the leading team of the Cavalry Corps. The two officers saluted Wang Zhong as they spoke. Wang Zhong stood up, straightened his clothes, and saluted back, hello. You're here just in time. We have just compiled the information we learned from the herdsman on the map. Pavlov looked sideways at Wang Zhong. It was normal for him to have this expression. After all, Wang Zhong said as if the summary of this information had a lot to do with himself as the commander, but in fact it had no relationship at all. It was all the work of the map staff. Wang Zhong ignored Pavlov and enthusiastically introduced to the cavalry officers, look at the map. If you don't understand something, ask the old herdsman. That herdsman is an officer of the Tsar's guards and has a very high military quality. Gorokov said, there are also local herders in our team. They left the team to find their fellow villagers on the way here. They should bring back many fellow villagers who are familiar with the terrain. Wang Zhong asked worriedly, can we mobilize them? That old herdsman is quite a die-hard. I asked my military priests to follow me. It should be okay. According to our soldiers, many of the herdsmen are already secular. Wang Zhong nodded, okay. We also asked the old herdsman to write a letter to the herdsman's elders. When the main force of your cavalry army arrives, there should be enough guides. But you must pay attention to protect the masses and not let them. The guides are hurt, so we would rather sacrifice ourselves to ensure their safety. Gorokov stared at Wang Zhong for a few seconds and said, you are indeed as rumored. Wang Zhong, what do the rumors say? Even if you say you are going to break through, you should bring the people with you. When defending a place, evacuate women and children first. Wang Zhong, I am just repaying the kindness of the people for saving me many times. This is not worth mentioning. Don't say it again in the future. Yes. Gorokov saluted. Wang Zhong, by the way, are you familiar with Kyrenenko? He and our military commander are good friends. Gorokov said. That's it? Wang Zhong nodded, hurry up and get familiar with the terrain. You will have a heavy task tomorrow. Whether you can break the enemy's pincer offensive depends on how well you run on the grassland. Chapter 385 Conspiracy, 12,000 monthly tickets plus additional content. In the next half-day, troops of the 33rd Cavalry Division arrived one after another, and the village was suddenly filled with cavalry. Wang Zhong said to the commander of the 33rd Division, you should eat what you need, and replenish what you need quickly. After replenishing, go out of the city to set up tents and prepare for the night. The city is within the enemy's artillery range, so don't put too many people in the city. The commander saluted, yes. No wonder I saw many infantry and armored troops outside the city. It turns out to be to prevent artillery fire. Wang Zhong, that's right. If the enemy is not likely to fire, I won't let my troops bask in such a strong sun outside. The commander, let's send a small team to find the enemy's artillery position. Wang Zhong, the Air Force's reconnaissance did find the map grid where the enemy's artillery position is located, but according to the photos, The enemy has deployed heavy troops around the artillery, including a battalion of anti-aircraft guns and a considerable number of infantry. I suggest you send a death squad, and don't sacrifice too many people. The real target is this vast grassland. The enemy certainly does not have the strength to set up defenses on such a vast grassland. Wang Zhong said as he drew a big circle on the map with a long stick. Pavlov, the Air Force's reconnaissance did not find many strong fortified positions on the grassland, and even if there were, they could not be supplied. The more mechanized and synthetic the army is, the more it will suffer on the grassland, but your cavalry can come and go freely. Wang Zhong, that's why I asked the headquarters to equip me with cavalry, and you two armies will be on the left and right, galloping on the grassland. I know you are equipped with incendiary grenades, but I ask you not to confront the enemy's armored forces head-on, even if they are half-track vehicles, you should bypass them. Your mission is only to attack the enemy's logistics. Only logistics. Yes. At this time, Pavlov said, the cavalry soldiers have not all arrived yet. You only told one division commander and you have to tell him again tomorrow. At this time, the commander of the 33rd Division said, in fact, our army only has 2 divisions, and the 21st Cavalry Army has only 1 division. Even the military organs have been streamlined. Wang Zhong frowned slightly, why? Because there is no cavalry. The division commander shrugged, most cavalry divisions have been changed to tank divisions, and the cavalry division commanders have also become the commanders of tank divisions and tank armies. Wang Zhong's brows were twisted into a knot, even if the cavalry is not adapted to modern warfare, it can't be done this way. Cavalry and tanks are not compatible. There is nothing in common. Only laymen would treat them as the same. The division commander said awkwardly, maybe the idea is that tanks are to break through the enemy's defense line and then move deep into the enemy's territory, and so is the cavalry. Nonsense. Wang Zhong cursed, the use of cavalry and tanks is very different. I'm going to call General Turgenev and ask him to stop reorganizing the troops like this. At this time, Pavlov said, there is no problem with the cavalry changing to tank soldiers. We have maintained such a large-scale cavalry organization. What should we do if we don't change it? The cavalry army can be used on the Nanan steppe, but can it work on the black soil of Hazaria? Can it work in the woods and swamps of Livonia? The key is to give the cavalry officers and soldiers enough training. Let them understand how to use the tank troops, right? Wang Zhong thought about it, and Pavlov's words made sense, so he didn't talk about this issue anymore, but asked the cavalry division commander in front of him, in other words, the strength of your 2 armies is different? Then our original idea of one army being responsible for one side will not work. Division commander, you can split a part of another division of our army and strengthen the 21st Army. Will the soldiers have any objections? Wang Zhong asked. How could they have any objections? We are all comrades who share will and woe. The division commander smiled slightly. Very good, Wang Zhong turned to Pavlov, start the splitting work immediately. Leave it to me. Then Wang Zhong patted the division commander on the shoulder, I'm sorry that you have to sleep in the tent tonight. When all the cavalry units arrive tomorrow, we will launch an attack overnight. Just take advantage of the night to rush into the grassland and kill the enemy by surprise. At the headquarters of the 10th Army in Plassen, a barrel truck carrying the liaison officer of the Air Force drove to the headquarters tent. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening, but it was not dark yet. The Air Force colonel got off the car and strode into the tent. In the tent, Admiral Pak was cursing and hitting mosquitoes, damn it. Rokosov must want mosquitoes to bite us to death. Mosquitoes, and lice. When the Air Force colonel heard about lice, he stopped decisively and kept his distance from the general. The general glared at him and said, I don't have lice on my body yet. My clothes are ironed with hot water. But if I stay in the grassland for a few more days, that may not be the case. Many soldiers are already covered with lice. So, I hope the Air Force has good news. The Air Force colonel took out a file bag, of course there is good news. We destroyed Rokosov's artillery positions. These positions were defended by magic arrows. In order to destroy the positions, we lost 4 Stukas, and 4 experienced crews never came back. This shows that these positions are real, and Rokosov's artillery has suffered heavy losses. The general made a gesture, and his adjutant immediately stepped forward to take the file bag, opened it and took out the contents. It's a photo. The general, are they photos of the enemy's artillery positions being destroyed? Yes, there are also photos of the bombing of Rokosov's headquarters. The general snatched the photo from the adjutant's hand, flipped through it quickly, and then cursed, asshole. Does this artillery position look like it was destroyed? Where are the wreckage of the cannon and vehicles? Our intelligence experts determined that they were moved, the colonel said. The wreckage was also moved. The admiral asked, this is unreasonable. The colonel replied calmly, Maybe it is to interfere with our judgment. Rokosov is very cunning. Rokosov is very cunning, so these may be false positions. There were reports of this during the Battle of Arch. There were reports of Rokosov too. Colonel, but these positions are protected by divine arrows. The losses of the Ant's divine arrow prayer hands are very serious, and it is unlikely that they will be used to protect false positions. Admiral Poker stopped, because he was also a Prasin, and he also had the rigor of a Prasin, which now told him that it was indeed impossible to defend a false position with the already precious prayer hands. But he felt something was wrong, so he said to the Chief of Staff, "Call the 190th Division and ask them if they were shelled today." The Chief of Staff nodded. Soon the report came, the 190th Division was not shelled today. In fact, Wang Zhong did not have front-line reconnaissance and did not know where to bomb. But Admiral Pork had no way of knowing this. He looked at the Air Force Colonel, who raised his head proudly and pointed his nose upward. "General Poker, okay, let's just say the Air Force accomplished its goal. Is there anything else worth noting?" The Colonel immediately replied, "Yes, please turn to photos number 110 to 143. Admiral Poker lowered his head to flip through the photos. After turning a few pages, his adjutant found the photos with corresponding numbers and handed them over one after another. The general quickly flipped through a few pages and asked, "What's on this?" "The advancing armored forces." "No, with such huge smoke and dust, it looks like a large-scale cavalry force is moving in on the road." In addition, the later photos also captured the cavalry resting on the grassland, and their horses were scattered on the grassland to eat grass. Admiral Poker frowned. "Cavalry." His adjutant smiled. Could it be that he is planning to repeat Melania's foolish behavior? Admiral Poker glared at the adjutant. "Don't be like that, that's propaganda from the Imperial Propaganda Department. The actual situation is that Melania's cavalry almost penetrated our infantry's defense line, but at this time half-tracks and assault guns came up at that time. Our infantry force did not have so many armored units, it was a real infantry division, and the situation was actually very dangerous." After Admiral Pork finished speaking, he looked carefully at the photo in his hand. The entire headquarters fell silent. But then there was a grasshopper outside making a spirited cry. The Admiral scolded, "Shut up." "What? Grasshopper?" The adjutant was shocked. "Yes, no matter what method you use, shut it up." The adjutant walked out of the tent helplessly. As soon as he left, Admiral Poker slapped his thigh. "I know, this Rokosov plans to use the cavalry to rush into the grassland and disrupt our logistics deployment." "Chief of Staff, use cavalry? Isn't this a bit fanciful? How will the cavalry deal with our armored vehicles?" "Don't deal with it," General Poker said, "when encountering armored vehicles and tank troops, just run away. We only have one rear mobile brigade and one National Guard brigade responsible for rear defense. Basically, we can only guarantee the number of cavalry at key nodes. It's too much to handle." "Chief of Staff, however, the cavalry is already a backward force. There is no cavalry division in our establishment at all. As far as I know, there is no cavalry division in the United Kingdom. Only the federal states of the United Kingdom have it. The key is not that the arms are backward, but the environment, which is such a vast and sparsely populated environment. The armored troops are restricted by logistics and cannot function at all, but the cavalry troops can gallop on the grasslands. Rokosov discovered this, so mobilize the cavalry troops and prepare to launch an attack on us." "Air Force Colonel, this is a naval term. No matter where the word comes from. Breaking warfare is the most accurate description, or breaking engagement. The cavalry force will be like a Navy cruiser, attacking our supply lines everywhere and bypassing all our defenses. Soon, our truck fleet will not dare to set off without troop escorts, and then the armored vehicles escorting the troop will be quickly consumed by the grassland, understand? Think about how many tanks and vehicles we have lost in non-combat situations since we entered the grassland." After Admiral Pork finished speaking, he began to pace back and forth in the headquarters. At this time, his adjutant came in, holding an iron lunchbox in his hand. "Report. Grasshopper is caught." Admiral Poker was shocked. "What grasshopper?" You still have time to take care of grasshopper? Throw it away." "But what if it makes noise again?" said the adjutant. "Then let it make noise." The Chief of Staff tried his best to gesture to the adjutant, using his lips to signal, "You can kill him, do it quickly." At this time, the grasshopper in the lunchbox screamed angrily. The scene was very embarrassing for a while. Admiral Pork couldn't bear it anymore. "Shut up." Chapter 386 Cavalry Attack. In fact, at 8 o'clock in the morning of the 17th, the cavalry corps of the two armies arrived in name. More than 400 herdsmen also arrived with them. So Wang Zhong planned to gather the herdsmen representatives and the officers above the company level of the cavalry corps to talk about the precautions for combat. He originally wanted to gather after the enemy's artillery bombardment in the morning, but the enemy had not started the bombardment until 8 o'clock. Waiting all the time was not a solution, so Wang Zhong simply changed the gathering place to the grassland outside the city. In case of artillery bombardment or enemy air raids, they would be divided into small groups and hide in the grass. So at 8:30 that day, the commanders of the company level and above of the 2 cavalry corps, in name, and the representatives of the herdsmen gathered on the grassland outside the city. Wang Zhong got a jeep as a podium and climbed up. "Everyone," he began, "this time I will give the heavy responsibility of the attack to the cavalry, to you. It is said that the cavalry has been eliminated, but I think there is no useless type of troops. As long as there are suitable battlefield conditions, the cavalry can play a huge role. In fact, on Earth, the Russians later discovered that cavalry can play a huge role in some places. So they reorganized the cavalry army and used a large number of cavalry during the counterattack in the south. At that time, after the Battle of Kursk, the armored forces of Sandazi had lost so many tanks that some divisions had less than 10 tanks in combat readiness. The tanks were like this, and other technical equipment also suffered huge losses, so a large number of Sandazi's infantry and mountain hunters could only retreat on foot, and then they were chased and beaten by cavalry. It can be said that it was the real last glory of the cavalry. Later, cavalry was also used to cross the Carpathian Mountains, but it was not useful that time, because crossing the Carpathian Mountains would enter the densely populated East European plains, and Sandazi also received technical equipment supplements, so the Mazi cavalry suffered a great loss. It also reflects from the side that cavalry is indeed very limited and can only play a huge role under special conditions. And Wang Zhong naturally absorbed all the lessons learned by Mazi, and he would never use cavalry in densely populated areas. But now, this vast grassland is just right for horse racing. In the game series Hearts of Iron, there is a way of playing called horse racing, which means taking advantage of the high mobility and low logistics dependence of cavalry units, using a small number of cavalry units to run around the map, leading the enemy's regular troops to stroll, and finally occupy enough victory points in the chaos to win the battle. Originally, this tactic only took advantage of the loopholes in the game mechanism and the stupidity of AI, but now Wang Zhong suddenly found that this word is very suitable to describe the upcoming battle. Wang Zhong glanced at the cavalry officers present again and decided to flatter them. In the era of flintlock rifles, cavalry was the most independent fighting force. This is actually true. In the era of line infantry and flintlock rifles, cavalry needed to be brave and have a sense of autonomy, or to be fierce and even bandit, so cavalry units often allowed soldiers to drink and rob in order to maintain this momentum. Wang Zhong, when fighting with the conqueror, the Cossacks often broke away from the command of the generals and deterred and attacked the enemy's baggage train according to their own wishes. I now ask you to bring this tradition into play. You will set out today during the day, cross the enemy's front at night, and then rob the enemy's baggage train at will. My requirements for you are very simple. If you encounter the enemy's armored forces and other troops that are determined to resist and have combat effectiveness, just bypass them and only bully the enemy's transport team. You must completely destroy the enemy's logistics. At this time, someone among the cavalry officers shouted, "We have incendiary bombs that can deal with the enemy's tanks. I know you can deal with it." Wang Zhong paused. "I know you have enough courage and skills to destroy the enemy's tanks, but this is not your task this time. We have plenty of means to deal with the enemy's tanks, but only you can destroy the enemy's logistics." Then Wang Zhong pointed to the herdsman waiting next to him. "I require you to fill the saddle with dry food and fight for about a week without supplies behind the enemy. After a week, when the enemy's logistics collapse, we will launch a counterattack and completely eliminate the enemy. During this week, you must fight independently except for occasional support from the Air Force. These fellow villagers will be your guides, and each company will be assigned at least one fellow villager. They all have rich experience in surviving on the grassland and will help you get through this week." After Wang Zhong finished speaking, one of the herdsmen representatives stood up. "I was Petliura's adjutant during the Civil War. After the war, I stayed in a labor camp for 5 years. The lives of herdsmen have been getting better and better in the past 10 years. Go to Petliura, I will fight with you." Wang Zhong looked at the herdsman in surprise, thinking that the fact that you can survive until now shows that the church is still relatively merciful. However, this guy has made a contribution this time, and he probably won't be liquidated in the future. Wang Zhong regained the initiative of the meeting. "Let's start assigning guides now, Vasily." Vasily climbed onto the jeep with the documents in hand, and read the list in his hand in the light of the rising sun. "Abanashenko, go to the 1st Battalion, 1st Company, 1st Regiment, 33rd Division, 20th Army." Wang Zhong jumped off the jeep and gave the stage to Vasily. At this time, the commander of the 20th Cavalry Army, Rodionovich, came to him and said, "I didn't expect that the cavalry army would be entrusted with an important task one day. Wang Zhong, It was only after I came here to actually inspect the situation that I realized that cavalry is the most suitable unit. I originally thought of using jeeps from the United States to complete the mission, but unfortunately, the situation here is so bad that cavalry is the only option. Okay. Rodionovich, you regard the South Ant steppe as your home steppe, don't you? Yeah, I didn't expect the gap to be so huge. Wang Zhong said, turning his head to look in the direction of the sun. The grassland was swaying gently in the sun. He thought of the grasslands of Kosalia. Judging from the appearance, they were indeed very similar. At this time, Vasily jumped out of the jeep and saluted Wang Zhong. General, all 400 herders have been allocated. Wang Zhong nodded and said to Rodionovich, soldiers, let's set off after getting the cigarettes and wine. The longer we gather here, the greater the possibility of being shelled and bombed by the enemy. Try to organize as much as possible. 0. Don't get caught by enemy planes. Rodionovich saluted Wang Zhong, then turned and ran towards his horse. Wang Zhong climbed into the jeep again. A few minutes later, the cavalry battalion and company commanders, riding fat horses, drove past Wang Zhong in rows and ran towards the troops scattered on the grassland. When each row passed in front of Wang Zhong, they all paid attention to Wang Zhong and saluted him. Wang Zhong had always thought Mao Zi's attention gift was a bit funny, and his chin almost touched the sky. But now that he has become the one being noticed, he suddenly feels that this gesture of chin poking the sky is quite impressive. Wang Zhong stood on the jeep and watched the officers move forward. Return victorious. He couldn't help shouting. The officers responded to him with an overwhelming number of hurrahs. An hour later, Wang Zhong returned to the warehouse where the army headquarters was located. Popov was still playing chess by himself. When he saw Wang Zhong come in, he said, the sound of the hurrah can be heard here. The only person in the land of Ant who can hear the sound of the hurrah wherever he goes is Kutuzov. Wang Zhong, I thought it was Peter the Great. That's not possible. Popov shook his head, there's still Yekaterina in the middle. Pavlov, is it appropriate for a military bishop to make fun of such a thing? Popov shrugged, don't worry, the sound of hurling outside just now has made many people sleepless. It's harmless for me to make fun of it. Wang Zhong turned the topic back to military affairs. Did anything happen when I left to mobilize the cavalry? What could have happened? The Plozans were very quiet. There was no shelling or attack. Some reconnaissance troops tried to infiltrate, but after exchanging fire with our patrol troops, they quickly retreated. Wang Zhong, they won't really have a logistical problem, right? Our logistics efficiency is even worse than yesterday's estimate. The Chief of Staff of the 10th Army reported to General Polk with a serious face, because the enemy's twin-engine bombers attacked Shepatovka. As he spoke, he turned to the map next to him, picked up the map stick and pointed at the location of the Western Front headquarters. It should be the Air Force of the Western Front. The bombing seemed to be guided by the guerrillas on the ground, detonating a large amount of ammunition, and fuel ignited. The fire has not yet been extinguished. Admiral Poker pursed his lips and was silent for several seconds before asking, is the report finished? Yes. Admiral Poker, so our fuel and ammunition were blown up by enemy bombers. Yes, we don't expect to complete the repairs until the 20th. The good news is that while we are waiting for fuel and ammunition, we can repair the damaged tanks. By the 20th, we will have 10% more tanks in combat readiness. Admiral Poker scolded, but the enemy's cavalry will launch an assault soon. Rokosov will not wait on the grassland, because the longer he waits, the greater the possibility of being attacked by air raids and artillery. The cavalry will sweep across the grassland. Chief of Staff, how about splitting the Panzer Grenadier Division into many parts and setting up defenses at key supply nodes? It's too late. General Poker shook his head, we took pictures of so many cavalry yesterday, and today the cavalry Caesar came over to disrupt our supplies. An outstanding commander will definitely seize the fleeting opportunity. What do you think? What kind of commander is Kosov? Is he a mediocre person? The Chief of Staff hesitated. Admiral Poker asked and answered, no. Obviously not. Otherwise, our general who was defeated by him would be worse than a mediocre person? He will seize this opportunity. Admiral Poker said as he paced back and forth in the headquarters tent. Chief of Staff, perhaps, the Air Force can be used to strip the cavalry on the ground as much as possible. Air Force works, we have landed in the United Kingdom. Admiral Bach stood still in front of the map. Now there is only one way to reduce casualties, which is to withdraw the supply team and shrink it to a military station with strong defenses. The enemy's cavalry troops also need supplies. They can roam around in our control area for 5 to 8 days at most. Let the troops stay in place, tighten their belts, and wait for them to eat up all the supplies they carry with them before retreating. Chief of Staff, isn't this too negative? Admiral Poker stomped his feet vigorously. Then what else can you do to deal with these cavalry? Wait until they retreat like this, and we can restore supplies immediately. It would be really bad if the enemy burned more trucks. Huddle up defense, this is the most appropriate response now. Admiral Poker stared at the map for a few seconds and repeated, the most suitable. Chapter 387, Air-Ground Integration. Yeysk, the headquarters of the 1st Mobile Army. Pavlov, what if the enemy adopts a strategy of retreating? Cavalry has no ability to attack. Wang Zhong, think about how to deal with this situation in the era of line infantry. While Pavlov was stroking his chin and lost in thought, Vasily spoke, in the era of line infantry, phalanxes were used to deal with cavalry. Cavalry basically had no way to deal with phalanxes. They could not charge at all. The way to deal with it is to bring the phalanx within the range of artillery. Wang Zhong, yes, if the enemy stays indoors and forms a tortoise shell formation, our artillery can show its power. The air force can strike at places that the artillery cannot reach. Pavlov said, in fact, even if we don't deal with the enemy's tortoise shell, it's okay. Our goal is to delay the enemy, not to annihilate the enemy. If the enemy retreats and does not move, our goal will be achieved. Wang Zhong snapped his fingers, you said dash. At this time, there was a noisy sound at the door. What's going on? Wang Zhong turned his head and asked. Senior Sergeant Gregory, I'll go out and take a look. Soon Gregory came back, and brought with him the old herdsman who had provided Wang Zhong with map information. The herdsman was wearing an old cavalry uniform, a leather hat, and a shining George cross on his chest. Looking closely, the old man's cane was also replaced with a saber. Vasily gasped. Wang Zhong hurriedly asked, what's wrong? Vasily, that saber should have been given by the Tsar, and the shape is the royal saber. Okay, die-hard royalists. The old man's son said to Wang Zhong, please persuade my father. He insists on going to the front line. Wang Zhong, old man, you have provided information about the grassland, which has been a great help. I am 85 years and 5 months old this year, and I am in very good health. When the Anatolians invaded, I chopped off their heads with a saber. The old man patted his chest, I want to defend, and as I did before, how can you stop me? Wang Zhong, you are 85 years old. Ha! The old man looked at Wang Zhong with disdain, General, you may not be as good as me in chopping heads on horseback. Let me go, General. Wang Zhong, let the young people do it, they can do it. Wang Zhong said to the old man's son, help your father to rest quickly, it will be bad if he falls. Just at this time, the phone rang. Pavlov was watching the excitement, and now he ran to answer the phone, this is the army headquarters, how many enemy planes? Got it? Before he put down the receiver, the air defense alarm sounded outside. Pavlov looked at Wang Zhong, 48 twin-engine aircraft, and the same number of Stukas, with 24 109s covering them. Wang Zhong, fortunately, we set off early for this fleet, otherwise the losses would be great. What? Set off? So many cavalrymen outside the city have set off? Take my old bones with you. The old herdsman yelled, and deliberately did not lean on his saber, but stood directly on his legs, look. General, look. At this time, the sound of anti-aircraft guns and the sound of Stukas diving came from outside. Wang Zhong and others all lay down. The old man's son wanted to throw the old man to the ground, but was pushed away by the old man, don't push me. I'm not afraid, it's just a plane. The sound of explosions came from outside the window, and the aerial bombs shook the ceiling of the warehouse to pieces. The old man stood in the dust, waving his saber, I'm not afraid. A sissy thing like an airplane can't scare the son of the grassland. It can't scare. At the same time, Drachenko once again led the 4th Fighter Bomber Regiment to patrol in the air. What's running on the ground? He muttered, turned on the radio and asked his wingman, hey, Deputy Regiment Commander, look at what's running on the ground. The Deputy Regiment Commander's plane tilted its wings, and then replied, it doesn't look like an armored unit. The smoke and dust are too small and too fine. The dust from the tracks shouldn't be like this. Then the radio was silent for a while. Someone suddenly said, could it be cavalry? Cavalry? Didn't they say that the cavalry's organization has been reduced recently? How could there be so many cavalry? Everyone started to discuss. Drachenko suddenly said, don't worry about it. One thing is certain. There is no cavalry in Prasen. This is our unit. Then their mighty charge must be an attack. We fly in front of them and blow up the enemy's defensive position first. Okay, that makes sense. Drachenko stepped on the rudder lightly, slightly corrected the plane's course, and flew in the direction of the cavalry's attack. Soon the smoke and dust raised by the cavalry could no longer be seen. 10 minutes later, someone shouted on the radio, ahead. There are armored vehicles in a circle on the ground. Drachenko shook the wing and looked down, and almost immediately confirmed, "That's right. And the armored vehicles are all painted gray. Squadron 1, follow me down, Squadron 2 and 3, go a little further and see if there are other enemies. Don't waste firepower." "Okay." As his subordinates responded, Drachenko's plane had rolled 180 degrees and turned upside down. During the dive, Drachenko suddenly thought that he should learn from Prasen Stuka and make a whistle for the plane to make a sound to hit the enemy's morale. As of now, the Prasen people have not even noticed the air raid. As soon as he thought of this, a Prosan man pointed to the sky with his mouth wide open, probably shouting. The next moment, Prosan's camp was like an ant nest filled with water, with panicked ants everywhere. It's too late. Drachenko pressed the bomb button. Lieutenant Joseph of the Prosan Rear Mobile Brigade lay on the ground, a lot of mud fell on the back of his head, and slid into his clothes through the opening at his neck. He cursed Prosan's national curse loudly. Ever since the ants were equipped with this ugly bomber that looked fat, the intensity of their air strikes suddenly increased. At the beginning of this year, when Lieutenant Joseph accepted reinforcements, he told these big-headed soldiers that the enemy's IL-2 looked terrible, but in fact most of the attacks could not hit, and they could only use the density of firepower to make up for the poor accuracy. He also said that only people with very bad luck would be hit during the IL-2 air strike. This is indeed the case. Last year, the Rear Mobile Brigade had also encountered IL-2 air strikes many times. Generally, hundreds of IL-2 sorties only cause 200 or 300 casualties, with an average of 3 people killed per plane. The loss of trucks was slightly greater, but generally did not exceed 10% of the total number of trucks. So the Mobile Brigade concluded that the IL-2 was not a big threat, especially when there was friendly anti-aircraft artillery cover. The anti-pilots would attack randomly and run away, and rarely return to attack again. In contrast, the anti-twin-engine bombers were much more threatening, because these aircraft had higher attack accuracy and more powerful bombs. The IL-2 had too much armor and carried too few bombs and rockets. But this year the situation changed. First, the IL-2 began to launch a kind of cluster bomb, which covered a large area at once and caused huge casualties to the unprepared Prosan people. But soon the Prosan people discovered the defects of this rocket and began to increase the spacing between vehicles when parking, pulling the formation apart, and the killing efficiency of the cluster bomb dropped sharply. But then, the enemy's dive bombers began to fight. This fat, bottle-like fighter can carry large-yield ammunition and deliver it more accurately. After bombing, it can quickly retreat and even fight with the 109th Air Force that came to cover. It is very scary. If it is found that the troops have no anti-aircraft artillery cover, these bombers will return to strafe and kill ground personnel and light armored vehicles with fierce machine gun fire. Their 12.7 mm ammunition can even penetrate the top armor of the 251 half-track vehicle with a roof. After the appearance of this new bomber, the efficiency of the enemy's air attack has suddenly increased. It is said that this is because the ants selected elite pilots to fly new aircraft. Only pilots who have achieved good results on the IL-2 will be transferred to the bomber regiment equipped with new aircraft. In any case, in April, Lieutenant Joseph could not pat his chest with the recruits and say that the enemy's air raid was no big deal. Instead, he would teach the recruits that if they heard the sound of an engine coming from low altitude, they should not worry too much, because it was an IL-2, but if they saw something reflecting in the sky, they should be careful, because it could be a bomber like the Bottle or PE-2. Lieutenant Joseph looked up and listened attentively for a while. When he was sure that the enemy plane had flown away, he stood up and tried to get rid of the mud that ran in from his collar. While getting rid of the mud, a few lice were startled and jumped up and fell into the grass next to them. "Is anyone injured?" he shouted. "Hans was hit in the shoulder by a machine gun." "Sanita!" Lieutenant Joseph shouted. Immediately, a medical soldier carrying a small bag with a red cross came over. "Lieutenant, are you injured?" "No, our private Hans was hit by a machine gun. Over there." He pointed to the direction where the sound just came from. The medic rushed over and squatted beside the recruit who was holding his comrade. "Let me see. Please save him, doctor." "I'm not a doctor, just a paramedic, trained in field rescue." The medic felt the pulse of the wounded man and said, "Put him down, he's dead." "What?" The recruit's eyes widened. "He's dead. I suggest you check if he has any letters or other relics for his family. Then send him to the truck that transports the body." The recruit immediately covered his face. He is the only fellow countryman in the entire brigade. How can I explain to his mother? Lieutenant Joseph was about to go over to comfort the recruit when he heard someone shouting, "Akin! There is dust approaching us in the distance." Joseph looked up and saw dust on the horizon. The headquarters had just used the radio to say that the enemy might launch a cavalry attack, but it came so soon. And it was just when the enemy planes had just raided. The lieutenant stepped forward and grabbed the crying recruit. "Get up! The enemy cavalry is coming. Get to the half-track if you don't want your head chopped in half. Get moving, you pigs. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 388, The steed gallops across the vast grassland, 14,000 monthly tickets plus additional cha. Lieutenant Joseph climbed onto a half-track and came to the machine gunner. Stop shooting. Quick. The machine gunner held the gun in his right hand and held the ammunition chain in his left hand, and fired in bursts. Lieutenant Joseph, scale. It's lowered. Adjust the scale to 500. Not all models of Proson's half-track vehicles are equipped with machine gun mounts. The machine gun on Lieutenant Joseph is mounted more casually, and it is a style that can only rely on tracer bullets to correct shooting. The machine gunners also obviously lack training. Well, the recruits who can be supplemented by the rear mobile brigades are generally not very good. The best supplementary troops are all organized into armored training camps and become reserve armored troops. The next level ones go to armored grenadiers and various hunting divisions, and the next level ones go to ordinary infantry divisions. As for the rear mobile brigades and National Guard divisions, they received either second-class ethnic soldiers or crooked melons and jujubes that performed very poorly in training. Lieutenant Joseph watched the machine gunner clumsily adjust the scale, sighed, stepped forward and pushed him away, picked up the machine gun himself, adjusted the scale, and started firing at the enemy. He soon discovered that burst shooting was not very effective against cavalry. Moreover, the ant cavalry fired smoke grenades with flare guns to cover the impact of subsequent cavalry units, making accurate shooting more difficult. Lieutenant Joseph gritted his teeth and started shooting. So the two cavalrymen were knocked to the ground. One of the horses tried to stand up and continued to gallop, but the rider was dragged to the ground, with his upper body blocked by the grass. Lieutenant Joseph splashed water on the rolling waves of cavalry, knocking down a few more horses. The soldier who had just been pushed away by him shouted, "Lieutenant! Barrel! If you don't change the barrel, it will malfunction." Lieutenant Joseph cursed and stopped shooting, removed the latch on the barrel, and then grabbed the hot barrel with both hands. Immediately there was the sound of meat sizzling in the oil pan, and green smoke came out from between Joseph's hand and the barrel of the gun. The severe pain hit his brain like lightning, but the strong desire to survive made him roar, pulled out the barrel of the gun and threw it on the ground. Quick! Change the barrel. The replaced shooter quickly pulled out the barrel and inserted it into the machine gun. While the shooter was operating, Joseph looked at the palm of his hand. The skin in contact with the barrel had been completely removed, and the exposed meat was in a cooked state. Both sides of the contact surface were filled with bubbles supported by thick juice. "Okay!" the shooter shouted. Joseph took off his shirt, wrapped it around his hands, and continued to shoot with the machine gun. At this time, the cavalry had already reached the position. In addition to Joseph's machine gun, there was another machine gun shooting, but how could two machine guns block the sweeping cavalry brigade? The cavalry was like a huge wave, and the half-tracks scattered on the grassland were like rocks. The huge wave suddenly surged over the rocks and swept away all the infantry scattered everywhere. Joseph's brain had been forced to lose the ability to think by adrenaline, and he was focused on shooting, shooting, and shooting again. Suddenly, he heard a clang and looked down to see a custom-made grenade on the floor of the half-track vehicle. The lieutenant immediately bent down to pick up the grenade, and it exploded. Lieutenant Joseph flew high into the air. For a moment, he thought he saw the Valkyrie coming to greet him. "Ah, am I going to the Hall of Valor? So good." Lieutenant Joseph fell to the ground, head first, and then his neck broke under the action of inertia and gravity. Gorokov, commander of the 1st Regiment of the 33rd Division of the 20th Cavalry Corps, pulled back the reins sharply, stopped the horse that was running a little crazy, and then turned to look at the defense line of the Prosen army that had just passed through. It seemed that this group of Proson troops wanted to rely on half-track vehicles for a circular defense, but they were suddenly attacked. Gorokov turned and asked the deputy commander, "Did our shelling help pry open the enemy's defense?" The deputy commander took out the map and looked at it. "No, we have left the range of artillery support." "Could it have been bombed by the Air Force?" Gorokov turned and called to the regiment's staff, "Stepan. Here." The bespectacled staff officer came running over on horseback. "What's wrong?" "Ask the prisoners, what was it that blew them up like this?" "Yes." The staff officer turned his horse's head and ran towards the enemy who was surrendering. Gorokov stood up on his horse, raised his telescope and looked into the distance. "Suckabule, you can't see anything, it's all grassland." "Deputy leader, isn't this a good thing? No one can catch us if we run." "Yeah, good thing." At this time Stepan returned. "Stepan," I asked. "These enemies are mobile brigades in their rear. They were ordered to stay in place. Originally, their mission was to deliver supplies to the 17th Armored Division. Gorokov, take all the food, put all the remaining ammunition and oil together, and order it." Stepan pushed up his glasses, turned his horse's head and went to deliver the order. Deputy Commander, it's been a great harvest. If it continues to go smoothly in the future, the 2 armored divisions in the enemy's pincer offensive will have to drink from the northwest wind. At this time, the priest accompanying the army came over on a bay horse. Gorakov, there are more than a dozen wounded. See if any of the enemy trucks are usable, and send someone who can drive them back. Gorakov said, this can only be the case. The priest accompanying the army nodded, okay, I will listen to their prayers. Gorakov, please. Just as the priest left, Gorakov heard the sound of an engine in the distance. Plane. He shouted, raised his telescope and looked in the direction of the sound, and found a FW-189 reconnaissance plane. The enemy reconnaissance plane is coming. Gorakov turned his head, used the machine guns on the enemy half-track vehicle to defend against air attacks and drive it away. As soon as the voice fell, the asymmetrical fuselage of the FW-189 appeared in everyone's field of vision, and the iron cross on the wing was clearly visible. The machine gun opened fire, and the tracer belt tried hard to chase the reconnaissance plane. But after all, the cavalrymen were not professional machine gunners, and it was still too difficult to hit an aircraft flying at an altitude of 100 or 200 meters. Gorakov, we have been discovered, light the fire quickly, and leave quickly. Otherwise, the enemy's Stuka will come to find us. Not long after the order was issued, a huge fire broke out, and the cavalry regiment turned its back to the burning flames and continued to move deep into the northwest. Plausen's 10th Army Headquarters. The Sign-Alman entered the tent and saluted Admiral Polk, General. Many troops reported seeing enemy cavalry. Admiral Polk, those who reported seeing cavalry probably formed a solid defense and drove away the enemy cavalry. The key is those who didn't have time to report the cavalry. Our order was late, and some supply units should have suffered. Chief of Staff, we will know when the fixed point report is made. The troops that didn't report should have suffered. Admiral Polk put his hands behind his back, looked at the map, and snorted, cavalry, damn, cavalry. This Rokosov is very good at making the best use of everything. The Chief of Staff was amazed and said, those people in the rear will probably laugh at us when they hear that Rokosov has invested in cavalry. Admiral Polk's face was livid and he didn't answer. On the night of the 16th, eagles nest in the territory of the Prosan Empire. The cavalry turned the world upside down. Emperor Prosan said angrily, cavalry. A backward branch of the army. Our propaganda minister even promoted the Melanian people's use of sabers to cut tanks as a joke. Now, they are cut by sabers. Gil ES, the report sent back from the front line shows that the grassland is very suitable for such cavalry operations. Rokosov should have keenly discovered this, so he decisively invested in this ancient branch of the army. Cavalry. The emperor snorted. At this time, William Selt, the chief of the Imperial General Staff, suggested, or, we can try the Moravian cavalry. They should still have a considerable number of cavalry teams, and they have not disbanded even after joining the empire. Emperor Reinhard, are you saying that we have to rely on the backward branch of the second-class citizens to save our elite Prosan army? William Selt was silent. The emperor thought for a moment and shook his head, we can't care about so much now. Tell the Moravians that if they perform well, they can improve their national rating in the empire. Then they will be higher than the Melanians. The emperor slammed his fist on the table. There was a report on the activities of the Restoration Army in Melania. William Selt immediately winked at his men. Von Bryan said, but it will take time to mobilize cavalry from Moravia. What should we do during this time? The emperor was silent for a few seconds and looked up at Grand Duke Meyer, the Grand Marshal of the Air Force. The Grand Duke pointed at himself, me. Chapter 389, Suvorov Operation Day 1. What, you can't do it? Chief of Staff William Celtic stared at Grand Duke Meyer. The Grand Duke took out a handkerchief with the family crest and gold trim and wiped his sweat. The Air Force's current close ground support may not be very effective against the galloping cavalry. We can only use machine guns to shoot. And this area the grassland is very tall, which has a great impact on the Air Force's detection of enemies. Emperor, you mean the Air Force has nothing to do with the cavalry? There is a way, just strafing from fighter jets, but dash. But what? The Emperor pressed. Marshal Meyer shrugged, our fighter jets only have 2 machine guns and 1,000 rounds of ammunition. This firepower is relatively weak when attacking the ground, and the firepower density is not very sufficient. The new bomber the Ants obtained from the United States, according to the wreckage we obtained, has 8 machine guns, specially designed for ground attacks. In fact, no, this is a complete air combat firepower configuration. As long as the firepower is strong, even a pilot with poor shooting skills can shoot down an enemy plane. The Emperor stared at Grand Duke Meyer. Although he said nothing, the pressure release still made the Duke sweat like rain. He hurriedly said, maybe we can try to let the Bf-110 fighter jet fly at low altitude to strafe. This kind of aircraft has enough firepower, but. William Kelt could hardly hide his attitude of watching the fun. Grand Duke Meyer, this kind of fighter is currently deployed on the Western Front to deal with the all-pervasive attacks of the Royal Air Force of the United Kingdom. The handsome warriors of the Royal Air Force have excellent damage capabilities. Our 109 fighter jets only have 20mm cannons that can effectively kill. They have only 200 rounds of ammunition for the 20mm cannon. The Emperor waved his hand, immediately transfer an air force to search and annihilate the enemy's cavalry troops. Grand Duke Meyer nodded, yes, right away. But what happened again? Asked the Emperor. I suggest that the army also take action to deal with the enemy's cavalry units, rather than just relying on our air force. William Kelt, of course, we will contribute. Once Moravia's cavalry troops are in place, we will immediately send them to fight the enemy cavalry. But now the Ant Air Force is attacking our train stations and various transportation hubs. Strikes are becoming more frequent, and the Air Force does not have full control of the air as promised. Grand Duke Meyer had been teased for so long, and now his temper was rising. He slapped the table and said angrily, that's because Ant is too vast. Unless we build more radar stations in Ant, there will be no way effectively guarantee air superiority. But when we want to transport materials and equipment needed to build a radar station to the front line, we will be blocked by the army, and priority must be given to transporting ammunition and oil. Chief of Staff William Kelt responded tit for tat, you finally shipped the radar station up. So we also guarantee air control in areas covered by radar. If you want more air control, you must transport more radars and build more radar stations. At this time, Army Commander-in-Chief von Bryan came out to smooth things over. Okay, the front line has been accumulating ammunition and fuel for Operation Blue. There is nothing we can do about it, Ant's infrastructure is so poor. Emperor Reinhard suddenly interrupted him, then build a highway in Ant according to our standards. And upgrade the equipment at the railway hub. The entire map room of the Eagle's Nest fell silent. The Emperor frowned, what's wrong? I should have asked you to build the road last year. Yes, we have been building asphalt roads in the occupied areas since last winter. After half a year of construction, we have achieved certain results. The logistics are so smooth this time, and it is also due to the road construction last year, but, highways and other things. Emperor, we did the same in Melania. Building highways can consolidate our rule. The Ant territory we occupy now will always belong to us in the future. There is nothing wrong with building roads to strengthen control. It will also facilitate our rear mobile forces to encircle and suppress the guerrillas. The generals looked at each other. Finally, General von Moltke, director of the armored forces, spoke, Anti will be defeated this year. It is a good thing to build these roads to consolidate our rule. In the future, we will also compete with the United States for world hegemony. Now it seems that the Fuzhou Empire can defeat the United States alone. Sex is not big anymore. We may also support the Fuzhou Empire through Ant's railway. Building roads and strengthening control will have no harm at all. After the director of Armored Corps finished speaking, the whole room was still quiet. The Emperor said angrily, or do you all think that the war will not end this year? Of course not, but now the first phase of Operation Blue has begun to experience delays. William Kelt considered his words, and Rokosov launched an unexpected cavalry attack. We are worried. The Emperor raised his voice, there is nothing to worry about. The cavalry's sabers cannot cut down the tanks. The cavalry failed in Melania's case and will fail again now. The Blue Plan will be completed successfully and we will control Ababahan, blocking the passage of ships on the inland sea directly into the Valdecho River. Our air force will cut off the route on the inland sea. When the time comes, we will get Cuba's oil fields, and Ant will surrender in hunger and cold. They are just some cavalry that have been eliminated by the times. They can't change the overall situation. After speaking, the Emperor slapped the table heavily, setting the tone for the entire discussion. Headquarters of the 1st Mobile Army of Ant Army, Yisk. Because the headquarters was directly in the large warehouse, Wang Zhong could stand next to the radio battalion and watch them call the cavalry. The signal soldier's loud voice kept echoing in Wang Zhong's ears, Augustus calls Cassius, Augustus calls Cassius. Augustus was the radio call sign of Army Group Headquarters, and Cassius represented the 20th Cavalry Corps. The signal trooper has been calling for 2 hours with no response at all. The commander of the communications battalion came over to salute Wang Zhong and said, the power of the radios carried by the cavalry is too small and may not be able to receive our calls. When they stop to camp, they may use hand-crank generators to provide more power. The radio station is powered, and we may be able to contact him then. Popov, wouldn't it be nice to send a telegram after we stop? I will definitely receive the telegram. Battalion commander, the telegram needs to be decoded. It should be early tomorrow morning when we receive it. Wang Zhong raised his hand and looked at his watch. There's not much difference. At this time, a decoder on the other side of the telegraph stood up, quickly ran to the commander of the communications battalion, and handed the telegram in his hand to the battalion commander. Wang Zhong, where did the telegram come from? From the Air Force. The battalion commander glanced at it and began to read, Air Force to the 1st Mobile Group Army. The Air Force found a large number of cavalry troops advancing on the ground, judged them to be our cavalry, and bombed the enemy units in front of the cavalry. We hereby inform you. Wang Zhong took the telegram, looked at it, and handed it to Popov. The Air Force doesn't seem to know that we have temporarily strengthened 2 cavalry corps. Who would have thought that the cavalry would suddenly be entrusted with important tasks, and they are transforming the cavalry units into armored units? Popov replied. Wang Zhong walked towards the map and looked at the arrows of the cavalry attack on the map. I hope we can achieve better results this time. Pavlov, who was signing the document, raised his head. The key now is not the effect of the cavalry, but the next step. After the cavalry runs out of supplies and retreats, the enemy will inevitably continue to attack. What will happen then? Wang Zhong, that's what I thought. In front of us is the enemy's 190th Infantry Division. Can we eat this infantry division? We originally planned to eat the enemy's armored division of the Asgard Knights, but a wave of attacks occurred in the fog. The enemy was driven out of the city and the opportunity to encircle and annihilate was lost, so the division could only be defeated. Now that the 190th Division is in front of us, can we use the mobile forces at hand to take advantage of the chaos caused by the cavalry to launch a small pincer offensive? Pavlov, only 1 division? Your appetite is quite small. Wang Zhong shrugged, there is no way. If possible, of course I would like to eat a big mouth like last year during the Kalinskaya siege. Now it's okay to make do with a small mouth. Don't be too dissatisfied with the small portion. Eat 1 bite at a time. To eat? At this time, from the corner of his eye, Wang Zhong saw a messenger entering the headquarters, saluting Vasily, handing him a letter, and then said a few words. Wang Zhong, Vasily, what's going on? Vasily immediately reported. The reconnaissance unit report of the 225th Division confirmed a new enemy sign. After comparison, it was found to be the enemy's 74th Infantry Division. The envelope sent by the messenger contained a photo of this number. As he spoke, he opened the envelope and took out the photo to show Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong only recognized the emblems of the more famous divisions. He really didn't recognize the photo of the 74th Division. But since the division staff of the 225th Division have compared and summarized the Proson unit signs issued by the headquarters, there should be no big problem. Pavlov, now there are 2 divisions. Wang Zhong, 2 infantry divisions can still be eaten. A pincer offensive cuts off the enemy's logistics, and a few days of heavy artillery bombardment should be enough. Pavlov stared at Wang Zhong. If you decide, I will make a battle plan. Do it and try to end the battle within 5 days. This is a small-scale, local battle. Pavlov nodded, picked up the document he had just finished writing, and handed it to the clerk. Do this. And call all the military staff over. Wang Zhong watched the staff members rushing from all over the headquarters and began to work on the new battle plan under Pavlov's command, and silently took a step back. Vasily, you are so confident in handing over the entire fighter jet transformation to the chief of staff. Wang Zhong, I am the last one, and I am not as good at formulating battle plans as they are. If you don't believe me, ask Pavlov. He will definitely say, the commander only needs to drive a small tank and charge randomly, but the battle plan requires a lot to think about. Just as Vasily was about to reply, someone from the communications camp shouted, a telegram from the cavalry unit has been received. Wang Zhong hurried over and found that the telegraph operator was concentrating on recording the telegram and had not even begun the decoding step. He could only shut his mouth and watch the telegraph operator record a series of dots and lines in his notebook. Chapter 390 The situation at dawn on July 17th. After watching the entire process of receiving and decoding the telegram, Wang Zhong finally understood how troublesome the telegram was. First of all, the telegram was very long. It took several beeps to get a letter, and it took half a day to get a word. If the content of the telegram was long, it was normal for the operator to beep for half an hour. After receiving the message, it was necessary to confirm whether there was any leakage. It was necessary to listen to it from the beginning and proofread it before entering the decoding stage. A relatively long telegram might take half a day from the receipt of the first message to the final delivery to Wang Zhong. Fortunately, the telegram of the cavalry unit was very short and it only took an hour to complete. The decoder handed the converted telegram to Wang Zhong directly, telegram from the 20th Cavalry Army. Wang Zhong nodded and looked at the content above. Our army has penetrated to the coordinates, location. The Air Force's attack has provided us with a lot of convenience. We have determined to defeat part of the enemy's 240th Rear Mobile Brigade and part of the 190th Infantry Division's Reconnaissance Battalion, and destroyed a considerable number of enemy trucks. Wang Zhong quickly browsed through them, all of which reported the results of the battle so far. He handed the telegram to Popov. It looks like the results are gratifying. Popov glanced at it and nodded, yes. Then he turned his head to look at Pavlov, who was organizing the staff to formulate an offensive plan. Chief of Staff. Report from the front line. Are there any signs of collapse in the enemy? Pavlov asked. Wang Zhong and Popov looked at each other, and then Popov replied, no, at least not in the telegram. Pavlov, that means everything is normal. We will definitely destroy some enemy troops and burn some trucks, fuel, and ammunition, which are all within the expected range. I still have to formulate a new offensive plan, so I won't look at the specific report. You can hand it over to the clerk in charge of statistics. Wang Zhong, I understand, hand it over to the 6th level clerk, I mean, Colonel Karateyev, a civilian. As he spoke, a clerk ran over and took the telegram from Popov. At this time, the telegraph operator who had just finished receiving the telegram suddenly sat up again, adjusted the knob of the radio, and began to record the telegram he heard. Wang Zhong, did you receive telegrams from other troops again? From the 21st Cavalry Army. The telegraph operator reported, while his hands were still quickly recording the dots and strips. While Wang Zhong was staring at the telegraph operator's work, another decoder stood up with the decoded telegram and handed it to the commander of the communications battalion. Battalion commander, telegram from the front command. Wang Zhong took the telegram and read the content on it, and was shocked. The front command once again believes that we should retreat to the east bank of the Sukayavli River and use the river to block the enemy. What's wrong with the front commander? He is thinking about using the river to resist the enemy. Giving up the west bank is not the same as selling Duke Mishkin. At this time, another decoder stood up and handed the telegram to the commander of the communications battalion. Wang Zhong didn't wait for the battalion commander to look down, and snatched the telegram. While reading it, he said, the 60th Army on our flank also received the order to retreat. Damn, the 60th Army gave up the defense zone and our flank was exposed. What is the headquarters doing? Why not replace the commander of the front? Popov, maybe the headquarters also thinks it is not appropriate to face Prasen's armored forces on the grassland. Wang Zhong, if that's the case, Mishkin should be allowed to retreat at the same time. No, I want to call the headquarters to ask what's going on. As soon as he said this, a new telegram was delivered, urgent telegram from the headquarters. Wang Zhong took the telegram, squinted his eyes and read the first 2 lines, and cursed, damn it, it turns out that Mishkin's rescue efforts have failed, and the remaining troops of the Primorsky army are all finished. As he said, he took the telegram to the global map, picked up the map stick, pointed to the pile by the sea and said, this pile is gone, Mishkin's flank is exposed, and the enemy can flank Borsk at any time. Now Mishkin's chance of survival is to retreat to the south, to the entrance of the Caucasus Mountains, and rely on the mountains for defense. At this time, the staff responsible for updating the map hurried over and wiped off the pile representing the Primorsky troops. Wang Zhong ignored the staff and continued to point at the Caucasus Mountains with the map stick. To retreat to this line, Mishkin's troops have to walk 150 or even 200 kilometers, and he must set off immediately. Popov folded his hands across his chest, it's a difficult task at first glance. Mishkin is going to retreat, so the front asked us to return to defend quickly, which is not wrong. Wang Zhong, bullshit, if we retreat, can Mishkin still escape? We can't let the enemy go all out to stop Mishkin's retreat. We should set an offensive posture on the grassland and attract as many enemy troops as possible. Popov's expression was very complicated. If the anti-army was trained and equipped like us, we could try to attack. Unfortunately, there is no such good thing. Think about the 401st Division. When they entered the field, the enemy was at the end of their strength, but they suffered such heavy casualties. Wang Zhong touched his chin. I think we can use our army to pull out teeth from the tiger's mouth, hurt the enemy's 10th Army, and then make a posture to eat them all. It can't be done with the configuration of our army, right? Wang Zhong shook his head, it is indeed impossible. But if the front army can hand over its reserve force, the 40th Tank Corps, to us, relying on 300 tanks of 40 tanks, there will be no big problem in setting up an offensive posture, and it can even be the enemy armored division, which was short of fuel and ammunition, broke off one. In addition to the previously defeated said division, the enemy lost 2 armored divisions here. While Wang Zhong was making gestures, Popov grabbed the opportunity and said, they will have to send more troops to our side. That's right. Wang Zhong tapped Yisk on the map with a map stick. The goal of covering Mei Shijan's retreat has been accomplished. We can even deliberately show a lonely posture to attract the enemy to surround us. We have more trucks and we can run faster. Popov smiled. How about using your reputation to deceive the enemy? I think it can be done. Wang Zhong, try it and see. Regardless of whether it works or not, get them all first. Vasily watched the two army leaders discussing the issue without speaking. At this time, there was a ringing sound from the phone. Pavlov rushed over in 3 steps and picked up the receiver. This is the headquarters of the 1st Mobile Army. I guess it's the High Command, Popov said. Pavlov put the receiver on the table, turned to Wang Zhong and said, General Gorky of the Western Front. Wang Zhong, I know, come right now. After speaking, he lowered his voice and said to Popov, I guess they have just received the notification from the headquarters. Well, I should be here to ask your opinion. Popov said, General Gorky attaches great importance to your opinion. It is obviously 2 levels behind. Wang Zhong, don't say such things casually, you are a bishop. After putting down the sentence, Wang Zhong rushed to the table and picked up the receiver. I am Rokosov, please speak. General Gorky's voice came from the receiver, have you finished decoding? It's over. Myshkin's rescue operation failed. It's hard for him. With the quality of our troops now, we really can't attack the Plosin people. General Gorky, who had just suffered a defeat in May, said. There seems to be some intention of passing the blame. However, Wang Zhong himself did not use the current ordinary ant troops to fight a beautiful offensive battle, so he did not point this out. It is a fact that the quality of the troops is low, and it is indeed impossible to defeat them. General Gorky, so what should we do? I see that your troops have moved forward and are confronting the enemy's army. Based on my understanding of General Andrei, what he is thinking about now is how to shrink the defense, and may even order you to retreat. To the east bank of the river. What a guess. Wang Zhong, he did give such an order, which is equivalent to selling Mei Shijian. This must not be done. So you are preparing to attack? General Gorky asked, with the current quality of soldiers. When your elite troops are exhausted, the offensive will become a mess, just like I did in May. Wang Zhong, I am going to concentrate my efforts to eat 2 of the enemy's divisions, one of which is an armored division. Currently, the effect of using cavalry units to launch a battle is remarkable. The cavalry can still roam on the grassland for a week. We plan to end the battle within a week. Gorky was very surprised, is the cavalry so useful? This is related to the grassland terrain of South Ant. After this battle is over, I will summarize the use of cavalry units in the new era. That's it? Then I wish you good luck. I am also preparing to launch some limited offensives to test my ideas. Wang Zhong, what are your thoughts? Yes, use a full-scale attack to test the enemy's defensive weaknesses, and then invest a large number of troops at the breakthrough point. Essentially, if you don't fight the Procenians, and the quality of the troops is not as good as yours, then you will bypass your solid defensive positions and bully the weak rear maneuvers. Brigade and supply troops, General Gorky said, I told you. Wang Zhong thought about it, and it seemed that he had really mentioned it, but he had never paid attention to it before, so he forgot about it. He hurriedly said, you mentioned it, I hope you can succeed. Whether it succeeds or not, an all-out attack here will definitely attract the enemy's reserve forces and reduce your pressure. Wang Zhong, the key point is to reduce the pressure on Duke Michigan to retreat. If he can safely retreat to the Caucasus Mountains, he should be able to withstand it for a long time. If the enemy occupies the South Ant grassland, it is true that the connection between the mountainous area and the central area of Ant will be cut off, but Michigan can rely on the oil fields in Cuba and the Allied transportation line north from Bahara. The supply of this transportation line is quite high, and it is easy to support hundreds of thousands of Mei Shijian's front troops. Mei Shijian can stay on the mountain line until Ant counterattacks and regains control of the South Ant grassland. The key is to allow Mei Shijian to successfully retreat there. Therefore, the Suhayavali front must not shrink its defenses, but must convince the enemy that the front is about to launch a large-scale attack. Wang Zhong said to General Gorky, in short, I will find ways to delay the enemy and create opportunities for Mei Shijian to retreat. With your words, I feel relieved. I don't want to see the news of hundreds of thousands of us being captured again. So, goodbye. Goodbye. Wang Zhong hung up the phone. Chapter 391, Changing Generals. Pavlov saw Wang Zhong hang up the phone, so he said, with our troops, it shouldn't be a problem to defeat the division in front of us. But it will be more difficult to defeat Plosin's armored division. The enemy's armored division should be fully equipped. We lost some tanks and tank destroyers when we attacked the Sida division before. Wang Zhong, we should be able to repair quite a few of them, right? Pavlov picked up a form on the table. This is the report given by the maintenance department this afternoon, yesterday at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It is now past midnight on the 17th, and the 16th is yesterday, so Pavlov specifically revised the statement. Wang Zhong took the form and frowned when he saw the total number, so many are being repaired. According to the data on the form, there are 100 jeeps, more than 40 tanks and 13 vortexes under repair. Wang Zhong, yesterday, the day before yesterday, I don't remember losing so many. Because many tanks were still working well the day before yesterday, but today they had minor faults and needed to be repaired. Especially the vortex, except for the one whose tracks were broken the day before yesterday, the others had mechanical failures yesterday. Pavlov said. Wang Zhong, so 7 or 8 eddy currents had mechanical failures yesterday. Let me see, there are 9 minor repairs in total, is the track a minor repair? Yes. Wang Zhong was shocked, so 4 need major repairs due to mechanical failures. What are the problems? Most of the time, the filter is not working properly, so the engine sucked in a lot of broken grass leaves, so the engine needs to be thoroughly cleaned, so it was reported as a medium repair. Wang Zhong still looked unbelievable, and at this time Vasily said, I talked to the maintenance staff, and they said that the ones with problems were all replaced before departure. The new batch of engines may have some problems. Are you sure? Vasily shrugged, it was just mentioned in casual chat, but we can find the record of engine replacement. The 6th level clerk will definitely not miss such details. Wang Zhong corrected, asked the civilian Colonel Karateev. Colonel, did you hear that? Then please get the record of engine replacement. The old man obviously snorted, and then gave instructions to the clerk beside him, and soon a clerk came over with a report. Wang Zhong turned the armored vehicle combat readiness table in his hand to the next page. This page starts with a detailed table, which carefully records the specific tactical number of the vehicle being repaired, the fault location, the time required for repair, and other details. Wang Zhong put the two tables together for comparison and immediately came to the conclusion, non-combat faults are basically concentrated on vehicles that have replaced engines since April this year. There is no doubt that the engine's yield rate has decreased. Pavlov, in terms of time, the workers recruited in January this year have just finished training and started production. Wang Zhong smacked his lips. To expand production, unskilled workers must be used. There is nothing he can do about it. He remembered that in the history of the Earth, in the second year of the Great Patriotic War, the production of military products by the Russians also had serious quality problems, which even affected the armor quality of the T-34 produced that year. The T-34 with poor armor could even be penetrated by the short 50 gun of the Type 3 tank. Wang Zhong also took some measures to reduce the impact of unskilled workers. The 3-month training period was proposed by him. Unexpectedly, after 3 months of training, it was still useless. The engines used by the 1st Mobile Army have so many problems, and the condition of the engines used by other tank units is even more worrying. Wang Zhong, it seems that I underestimated the impact of unskilled workers. He put down 2 forms. We can only try to repair them. Pavlov, the good news is that the tanks of the 1st Division of the Melania People's Army are in very good condition, and they did not participate in the Battle of Yeysk. Now they are fully equipped and have high morale. Wang Zhong, okay, let the Melania People's Army take the lead in the attack, and let them take over the defensive positions of the Front Guard's 1st Mechanized Infantry and the 225th Division. After the pincer attack is over and the retreat of the 190th Division is blocked, Melania's Dovorich will launch the attack. Okay. Pavlov nodded, they will be happy too. Popov, but in this way, we will not have the troops to destroy the enemy's armored division. We must get the support of the 40th Tank Army. Let's go through the regular process first and report the combat plan to the Military Order Office. I guess the Military Order Office will agree to hand over the 40th Army to us for command. If the Military Order Office does not do it, I will call His Majesty the Tsar. Wang Zhong said. Popov nodded, then let's do it. Are we really just an army? Of course, even if the 40th Tank Army is strengthened, we are just an army. There is still a gap between the organization of Prasen's army and the army of the front. Wang Zhong nodded after he finished speaking, and added to himself, yes, it is an army. Vasily, in fact, when we were in Kalinskaya, we commanded troops that far exceeded the command capabilities of the headquarters. Pavlov sighed as if he recalled something painful. At that time, I was really exhausted. The organization was still that of a divisional headquarters, but the things I had to deal with were at the army or even front level. So this time when I formed the army headquarters, I deliberately overstaffed a large number of staff and clerks, and the result was really as I expected. Wang Zhong turned his head and glanced at the staff officers and clerks filling the warehouse, thinking to himself, good guy, Pavlov, a guy like you with thick eyebrows and big eyes, is also playing tricks. Yeah, Castle, Summer Palace, and Empire Headquarters. General Turgenev put down the telegram he had just sent and looked at Defense Minister Marshal Boris. Rokosov wants command of the 40th Tank Corps. It seems that he is preparing to take a bite of the enemy's armored division. Marshal Boris glanced at the small door leading to the Tsar's office, and then said to General Turgenev, as long as his performance this time is acceptable, he should be the commander of the front. It doesn't matter if you give him more troops in advance. The problem is, will General Andrei accept it? Turgenev shook his head, I definitely don't accept it. In fact, there are not a few army commanders who support his decision. Many army commanders who have received orders to retreat have already started taking action. The only one that has not moved at all now is the First Mobile Army. The shadow of being surrounded by the Prussians last year still lingers in the minds of many of our commanders. Marshal Boris sighed, yes, no one wants to be the one surrounded. Tell these commanders Rokosov's opinion, and they may also bring out Skolo, who was shot by Rokosov himself last year. Where is General Bo? After the words fell, the two senior command officials fell silent. A few seconds later, Turgenev broke the silence, it is also summer, and we are on the grassland. We cannot blame the commander for having the idea of escape. We can only use the authority of the headquarters to force them to stay where they are, at least until Rokosov completes his offensive and Prince Mishkin retreats to the Caucasus Mountains. Marshal Boris, that's all we can do. Who signed the order to Sukhayavli front? Sign my order. Olga's voice came from the side door. The two of them turned around and saw His Majesty the Tsar walking into the room, and quickly stood up straight. Olga, I was ordered to sign. If anything goes wrong, I will be responsible. Follow Rokosov's intention to attack the enemy and support Duke Mishkin in his battle. Turgenev and Boris looked at each other, and then Marshal Boris, who had a higher military rank, spoke, Your Majesty, it's not that time yet. And the signature of one of us two is enough for the army commanders to stop. We retreated. If this order leads to very bad results, we can also take the blame and resign. Oh, that's right. Olga nodded, and then asked doubtfully, where are the officers trained by Ilyusha and Rokosov? Where are they? General Turgenev, continuing to accumulate experience, most of them have now been promoted to division level and corps level commanders, and only a small number have served as group army commanders. Your Majesty, one thing I must let you know is that so many army level commanders are eager to retreat this time. Just because last year's failure had a great impact on them, it does not mean that they are unqualified as commanders. Olga was a little surprised, really? Yes, even experienced commanders, after experiencing the defeat of Igsakov last year, will worry about becoming the next to be surrounded by Plozin. This tendency can only be achieved by defeating Plozin people come to overcome. We cannot remove these commanders just because they obey General Andrei's orders, and we do not have so many qualified army-level commanders to replace them. After General Turgenev finished speaking, Olga stared at him for a few seconds and said, If I didn't know your work very well, I might suspect that you are a rebel. General Turgenev spread his hands, leading the army is not black and white. Of course, General Andrei, who ordered the retreat, can be replaced. He did behave too conservatively and ignored friendly forces, but the army generals under him, the next order is just to tell them not to retreat. At this time, General Boris said, how about we transfer General Gorky, who works closely with Rokosov, to command the Sukhayavli front. General Turgenev thought for a few seconds and said, how about the commander of the Western Front be Ivan Stepanovich, who has been the chief of staff of General Gorky since the St. Andrews Front. Marshal Boris, Ivan Stepanovich? Yes, I have long felt that he is too qualified to be a chief of staff, so I might as well let him give it a try. Olga, is it really okay? Move all the generals who can fight to the Sukhayavli front. General Turgenev, actually, the replacement of high-level military officers has a limited impact on the troops, because the troops are really familiar with their direct leaders, and who issues orders has little impact on the combat style of the grassroots troops. After all, not everyone a general likes someone like Rokosov who frequently appears in front of the soldiers on the front line. Olga nodded, okay, let General Gorky cooperate with Rokosov. Chapter 392, Determination to attack the 190th Division. At 7 a.m. on the 17th, the Western Front headquarters. General Gorky and Chief of Staff Ivan Stepanovich were eating black leba and looking at the map. At this time, the communications staff opened the door and came in, saluting, report, headquarters telegram. General Gorky took a compass, drew on the map, and said without raising his head, read. The communications staff officer opened the telegram, appointed General Gorky as commander of the Sukhayavli front, and appointed General Ivan Stepanovich as acting commander of the Western Front. General Gorky threw down the compass in his hand, it is as I expected. The headquarters will not simply interfere with General Andrei's command, but will replace him, so that there is no need to worry about overstepping the command becoming the norm. The general was replaced. At this time, it is logical for the headquarters to issue a new order to the armies below. Ivan Stepanovich extended his hand to General Gorky, all goes well in the new position. You too. General Gorky held the chief of staff's hand. I think this offensive plan we came up with is working. Don't give up. We can't rely on Rokosov to win all our battles. Ivan Stepanovich, it's a pity that the plan you proposed cannot be implemented by you personally. Don't say that. Rokosov needs me to replace the person who is holding him back. Of course I can't refuse his request. Of course not. General Gorky repeated the last sentence. At this time, the door opened again, and General Gorky's adjutant led a pilot in. The latter saluted. General Gorky, the headquarters ordered me to pick you up to take you to the headquarters of the Sukhayavali front in Arvik. Over there. Got it? General Gorky saluted the pilot, and then continued to tell Ivan Stepanovich, we must launch an attack. It doesn't matter even if there are some casualties. The key is to verify whether this method can work. Do not worry. General Gorky then let go of Ivan Stepanovich's hand, turned and walked towards the pilot. Pilot, you can pack your things. No need. As a soldier, I am ready to go on duty at any time. I only have 2 sets of clothes for my luggage. Just let the adjutant pick them up. General Gorky said. The pilot looked in awe. 1st Mobile Army Headquarters. Report, urgent message from the headquarters. Wang Zhong raised his head. Oh. Popov happened to get off the night shift and had already reached the door, so he took the telegram and said, oh, good news. General Gorky has replaced General Andrei as the commander of the Sukhayavali front. We don't have to worry about being the friendly forces sold out and stood out alone. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. Sent him here? That's good. We can attack our own with confidence and boldness, and he will tell us the truth. Vasily, having sent General Gorky here, are you trying to restrict the Rokosov faction? Wang Zhong looked at the adjutant with a puzzled look. How do you say this? Look, before you won a battle under whichever general, the general followed suit, and then he became a member of the Rokosov faction, whether it was Kazhuk or Kyrenenko. In the future, he was promoted to the commander of the front army, and now there are 3 front armies. If you win another victory this time, General Andrei will be convinced, and he will become a Rokosov faction. Wang Zhong knocked Vasily on the head. You have read too many Machiavellian novels. We sent General Gorky here just to see how well we cooperated in the winter campaign of 914. I hope we can achieve greater success in the summer campaign of 915. Vasily, okay, mine. Popov came over and handed the telegram to Wang Zhong, and then yawned as he walked out. In that case, there is no need to worry about anything. Let's do a good job. General Gorky will definitely hand over the 40th Tank Army to your command. Wang Zhong, not sure yet, let's make 2 preparations. Anyway, eat the 190th Division in front of you first. As soon as he finished speaking, someone shouted at the door in Antese with a heavy accent, report. Wang Zhong turned his head, and it turned out to be Tadeusz, the commander of the 1st Division of Melania's People's Army, and his chief of staff. You are here, come here quickly. Wang Zhong waved quickly. Popov was almost at the door, so he made way for the 2 of them and made a please gesture. The 2 Melania officers looked quite reserved in the face of Popov's actions, and only passed in front of Popov after saluting. Popov yawned and left the warehouse where the headquarters was located. 2 Melania officers walked to the map table and saluted Wang Zhong again. Report, Commander Tadeusz of the 1st Division of the 1st Army of the Melania People's Army, report to you. Wang Zhong, well done. I believe you have heard the news. This time we face the enemy's 190th Division. We need you to launch the main attack. We will launch a pincer offensive today to cut off the connection between the 190th Division and other enemy divisions. Pavlov, then it's your turn to perform. You did not participate in the previous battles, your organization is intact, and your United States armored vehicles have relatively few failures. Our ant equipment has been deeply affected by production expansion, and the failure rate extremely high. Tadeusz saluted and shouted, promise to complete the task. Wang Zhong, don't be so loud. The headquarters is all in one warehouse. If you shout like this, it will affect other people's work. Sorry, Tadeusz said quickly. Wang Zhong pushed a map full of symbols in front of the 2 people. This is the topographic map of the planned attack area. Although it looks like a grassland, it is actually very complicated under the grass. You must be careful. We asked the old herdsman about the terrain in detail. I hope you can make good use of it. Tadeusz took the map, opened it and browsed it, and then put it away immediately. I understand, I will copy it to all the battalion and company commanders of our army. Wang Zhong, when you attack tomorrow morning, I will ask the researchers of the Folklore Research Institute if they can create a thick fog for you. The last time we attacked Yisk in the thick fog, we achieved unexpected results. Gong, you should be able to do it too, I just don't know if you have any fears. Tadeusz looked embarrassed. Our soldiers are saying that those researchers are witches. They will bring thick fog, and those who are trapped in the fog will fall into an eternal damnation. I'm afraid, it's better not to bring thick fog, let's just attack in clear weather. Wang Zhong nodded, respect your beliefs. Tadeu seemed a little worried, and hurriedly emphasized, a considerable number of us believe in secularism, otherwise we wouldn't have come to Antwen Prasenna next millennia. Pavlov, we know, you don't have to worry. Besides, the bishop who is in charge of these things has gone to sleep, so you have nothing to worry about. Vasily, it's okay if you don't say this, but now it feels like there is definitely a problem. Pavlov shrugged, what are you afraid of? Our commander is deeply trusted by His Majesty the Patriarch. Wang Zhong teased, trust? They now say that I am an angel under the seat of Saint Andrew. So you don't have to worry. Since we don't want to attack in the fog, we will fire all the smoke bombs tomorrow, and you can also be evil ghosts in the smoke. Okay. We will definitely live up to your expectations. Pavlov put a document in front of the two, take a look at this. This is the logistics supply plan I drew up for you. You can arrange your own offensive waves according to this plan. If you have any requirements, just let me know. Tadeus, after we studied it, we came up with a specific combat plan and reported it to the army headquarters. Wang Zhong, remember when attacking, don't force the attack when you encounter a difficult point, just surround it. There are not so many places on the grassland that must be captured. Take advantage of the thick smoke to divide and surround the enemy and then bombard them one by one with firepower. Make good use of the radio in your hands. Information, plus firepower. We must not only win, but also win beautifully, and win with an exchange ratio. Otherwise, the Prasen people will always look down on us and have a psychological advantage when facing us. This is not okay. Yes. Tadeus responded loudly. Wang Zhong, information, plus firepower. Do you understand the integration of information and fire? Integration of information and fire. Wang Zhong has completely become like the US military, just like the Syria's army after the battle on the peninsula. Update schedule from 10th to 18th. Actually, you have already noticed that I have only updated twice since the 8th, and I have updated 3 times in the previous few days, not 4 times as promised. The main reason is that I will leave for an event tomorrow. The event will arrive in Huangshan on the morning of the 11th. Since I can't buy a business class ticket to Huangshan directly, I can only fly to Hangzhou tomorrow and charter a car to Huangshan on the morning of the 11th. In order to save up for the event, I did this. As a result, after saving for so many days, I only updated 4 times, so I still have to write. The event will end on the 14th, but I will go to Shanghai to watch the film festival afterwards, so. Anyway, I will return to my home on the 18th, and I should be able to go all out on the 19th to update. Before the 19th, I will update twice a day, and I will try to update regularly every day. Finally, I wish everyone a happy Dragon Boat Festival. Chapter 393 Pincer Attack. In the early morning of July 17th, Wang Zhong looked at his watch and nodded to Pavlov. Pavlov picked up the phone, connect to the artillery position. Wang Zhong looked at the map with his hands behind his back. It was full of targets that the reconnaissance team had touched yesterday. The artillery command post should have compiled a firepower plan, and all these targets would be attacked simultaneously. Wang Zhong had seen the effect of the firepower attack with his own eyes, and the craters were still left in Yizk. According to the locals, the bombardment was so strong that the ground shook. Wang Zhong asked the fellow villager whether the bombardment had caused any damage to them, and then the fellow villager's expression left a deep impression on Wang Zhong. He gritted his teeth and said that it would be worth it if we could kill the Prosan devils. Prosan occupied Yizk for such a short time, but the hatred was so unforgettable. In the future, if there is peace, if there are public intellectuals who overturn the case for the Prosan people, Wang Zhong will definitely take out his pistol blessed by the patriarch to let him cool down. While Wang Zhong was thinking this, he heard Pavlov shouting into the receiver, "Fire!" He raised his head and could vaguely hear the sound of artillery fire outside the city through the thick walls of the warehouse. Pavlov stared at Wang Zhong for a few seconds. Wang Zhong noticed his gaze and asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm looking to see if you want to go out and drive your little tank." "I do want to drive my little tank, and I also want to ride Bucephalus and charge into battle myself. Will you give it to me?" Pavlov shook his head, "No, of course not." "That's it?" Wang Zhong shook his head, and he didn't know how many times he imagined Pavlov turning into a white-haired beautiful girl. Damn, in normal cute works, Ludmila should be the chief of staff. I thought that when I just crossed over, I saw Ludmila. This should be the development of cute works? Pavlov suddenly shivered, and then looked around in confusion. What's going on? Why am I shivering suddenly? Wang Zhong pointed to the ground. Look quickly and see if you stepped on the switch. Pavlov glared at Wang Zhong. I'm wearing leather shoes, it won't matter if I step on it, Do you know about insulation? I don't know, I'm the last one, how can I understand these things? Wang Zhong said confidently. Pavlov shook his head and ignored Wang Zhong. It's broken, the sense of déjà vu of my chief of staff can't be so cute is stronger. Pavlov was busy with his own things, and Wang Zhong could only run to the radio battalion, because he found that as long as he stood next to the radio, Wang Zhong could get the vision of the unit they contacted. For example, if you call the headquarters of the 225th Division, you can get the vision of the division headquarters. Yes, only the vision of the division headquarters, not the vision of the troops under the division. But many times, looking at the vision of the division headquarters, you can also see the situation around the division headquarters, which is enough for senior commanders. So Wang Zhong posed next to the radio area, which he thought was very handsome, and then began to cut around from a bird's eye view. He saw the jeep of the 225th Division's leading reconnaissance team hiding at the edge of the bushes, and the scout carrying a radio was observing the results of the artillery fire at close range. He saw the guard's first mechanized infantry tank unit that had entered the starting position and was nervously waiting for the artillery fire preparation to end. He saw Wang Zhong was switching the observation position at the speed of a professional StarCraft player, and suddenly heard someone next to him whisper, "What is the general doing? I guess he is receiving instructions from St. Andrew." Wang Zhong was shocked. How could he have such an idea? I didn't pose anything particularly eye-catching, did I? He quickly turned back to the warehouse view, and then glanced at his own pose from a 45-degree angle. He found one thing, that is, when he posed, he couldn't understand what pose he was in without looking in the mirror. Damn, if it was a little more distorted, it would be a JoJo stand, no wonder people around were talking about it. Wang Zhong cut back, posed normally, and continued to cut the view. As soon as he switched out, he heard someone gossiping. Did he hear our discussion? Probably, to cover up that he was communicating with the heavens. Wang Zhong wanted to switch back to correct their statement, but then he thought that correcting them would only make things worse, so he might as well just forget it. Anyway, he had to stare at the bird's eye view all day, so it would be nice to have an explanation. So he completely ignored the discussions around him and concentrated on checking the vision of various units that he accidentally contacted to grasp the situation on the battlefield. At the same time, at the headquarters of the 190th Division of Plassen, the division commander personally held the radio and shouted, "Hello. Hello. I was bombarded. I was heavily bombarded. Damn it, how could the telephone line be bitten off by field mice at this time? Damn it. Hello. Hello. I was heavily bombarded." The division commander was howling, and the curtain of the tent was lifted. Two motorcycle messengers came in and shouted, "The defensive position on the western edge was heavily bombarded by the enemy." Not only the position was bombarded, but also the artillery shelter behind the position was bombarded. This kind of anti-artillery bunker on the soft mud can't withstand this kind of bombardment. Division commander, don't you find that we are being bombarded everywhere? Such fierce firepower, the artillery of the entire front is firing at us. This division commander had never seen simultaneous bombardment, so he naturally misjudged the scale of the bombardment. Messenger, General, we should request reinforcements from friendly troops. The 190th Division and 3 other infantry divisions were preparing to support Yeysk, but Yeysk was lost all of a sudden. General Pak judged that the 4 divisions squeezed on the grassland without buildings would become live targets for the anti-people's firepower, that Rokosov was an expert in using artillery. So General Pak deployed the 4 infantry divisions in a staircase, and once attacked, they would continue to send people from the back, carrying out the so-called wave defense. The commander of the 190th Division shouted to the messenger, "Now it's time to conduct a wave defense. Where are the follow-up troops?" The messengers looked at each other, and the leading sergeant said, "General, we are just 2 messengers. We are here to report to you that our edge positions have been severely damaged." Division commander, now I order you to set off immediately and go to the army headquarters to tell them that we are being bombarded now. As soon as the voice fell, the communication staff next to him shouted, "It's connected. The radio is connected." The division commander immediately picked up the headset and microphone of the radio and shouted, "I am 190. I am 190. We are being bombarded." The response from the other side, "You speak louder. You speak louder. I am 190, we are being attacked by the enemy." In fact, there was no attack, but in actual combat, commanders at all levels always exaggerate the attacks they have received in order to win more reinforcements from the superior headquarters. Even the rigorous Prasen people are not immune to this. Louder. The other side still responded like this. The division commander threw down his things and cursed. The commander of the communications battalion immediately tried to smooth things over, saying, "Our antenna was blown off by the artillery, so it's normal that the communication is not good with only the antenna in the room." Division commander, Send someone to check the line quickly and connect the telephone line. Battalion commander, send someone when the enemy's shelling starts, because the shelling is very likely to blow off the telephone line. The division commander could only pace in the tent. After walking back and forth for 2 times, he suddenly found that the 2 messengers were still standing in the tent, so he roared, "Why don't you 2 leave? Go to the army headquarters." "Messenger sergeant, we don't know where the army headquarters is." The location of the army headquarters is naturally impossible for the messengers who stay at the front line to know, so it is understandable that the 2 stayed. The division commander scolded without explanation, "What are you doing? Chief of staff, tell them quickly." At this time, a shell landed outside the tent, and the shockwave of the explosion blew away the tent and the nails that fixed the tent. The division commander was covered by the flying tent, and he tossed and cursed for a long time. At this time, the chief of staff handed a piece of paper with the headquarters location written on it to the messenger, signaling them to leave quickly. The 2 men turned around and ran away on their tricycles. Admiral Polk learned from the 191st Division deployed behind the 190th Division that the 190th Division was being bombarded. He clenched his fists. Great. The enemy finally broke through the center. As long as we implement step defense, delay, and consume the enemy dash. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the Army Chief of Staff. Our supply has been completely blocked by the enemy's cavalry. All the supply troops are now relying on the Type 2 tanks to retreat and defend. If this situation continues for a few days, the front line troops will not even have food to eat. Admiral Polk said angrily, "I know. I know. But now Rokosov doesn't want to starve us to death, he plans to attack. That way we can defeat him." Rokosov also knows that the cavalry's self-sustaining power is only 1 week at most, and he must defeat us within a week. So he plans to defeat our 190th Division first, and then gradually penetrate our defense and arrive here, understand? Admiral Polk pointed to the ground with his finger. "Here. This guy must want to capture me alive, just like capturing other generals alive. This is his way to show his strength." 190th Division, the division tent overturned by the shockwave of the artillery explosion. As soon as the shelling stopped, the division commander tried to restore contact with all units of the division. The radio antenna was re-erected, and the messengers who were still alive were found and stuffed with the surviving motorcycles, war horses or bicycles. When the division commander was shouting and yelling, suddenly the communicator shouted, "Division commander, the northern position has been connected." The division commander rushed over and picked up the headset microphone. "Hello. Can you hear me?" "I can hear you." "Report to the division commander, the enemy armored forces are passing through my position, the enemy armored forces are passing through my position." "Division commander, where are your anti-tank guns?" "It was blown up." "Division commander, I will transfer the assault gun battalion." After that, he handed the headset and microphone to the communicator and shouted, "Call the assault gun battalion, they are needed to stop the enemy's tank troops." At this time, another communicator shouted, "The southern position has been connected, the enemy is flanking. It's a pincer attack. We are going to be surrounded." Chapter 394 The Subjective Initiative of the Cavalry. Wang Zhong's radio just called the advancing 225th Division Armored Forces. As soon as he cut over, he saw the T-34 tank chasing the Plosson's Pak-38 anti-tank gun. The Plosson soldiers, who might be gunners, were running away and were caught up by the tank's machine gun. Wang Zhong watched the tanks crush the enemy and suddenly realized that the Plosson's anti-tank capabilities were not very good. After all, they had not yet equipped the Iron Fist and magnetic grenades, and this infantry division did not even seem to have the Pak-40. It is estimated that the Pak-40 was given priority to the Armored Grenadier Division, and the infantry division still had backward things like the Pak-38, and there was nothing they could do with the T-34. Wang Zhong watched his tank troops rush through the Plosson's position, and then 7 big men jumped out of the accompanying M3 Grant Lee tank, swept away the panicked Plosson people, and then jumped on the tank to catch up with the tank troops in front. It has a bit of the flavor of modern infantry fighting. Unfortunately, the M3 is not efficient enough against infantry. The Bofors 40mm gun should be placed on the head of the infantry fighting vehicle. The 40mm gun can kill infantry and occasionally do part-time air defense, as the accompanying air defense of the tank troops. When Wang Zhong was thinking about this, the communication with the armored troops ended. Wang Zhong took a last look at the advancing troops, especially admiring the Plossen people who lacked anti-tank means and ran away with their heads in their hands. Great. The picture disappeared. Then the Guard's 1st Mechanized Infantry was lit again. Wang Zhong hurriedly cut over and saw the assault vanguard of the Guard's 1st Mechanized Infantry passing by the destroyed 88mm gun. These 88mm anti-aircraft guns seemed to be arranged together with the 105mm and 150mm howitzers of the artillery regiment. It is estimated that the anti-aircraft regiment was covering the artillery regiment. In addition, looking at the landing point of the explosives, Wang Zhong felt that this should not be fired by his own howitzers, but a masterpiece of the Air Force air strike. No wonder the 190th Division did not bombard in the past few days. It turned out that the guns were all destroyed. The Air Force did a good job. Wang Zhong thought back, it seems that the Russian Air Force on Earth has never had such a high attack efficiency. Because during World War II, the average training level of the Russian Air Force was too low, and many of the attacks were very accurate. This low training level is more obvious in the IL-2, which cannot dive at a large angle. Now Wang Zhong has equipped the elite pilots of the anti-air force with the most suitable aircraft at this stage, and it is normal that the attack efficiency has been greatly improved. At this time, the communication with the Guard's 1st Mechanized Infantry Tank Battalion was also over. Wang Zhong finally took a look at the wreckage of the cannon left behind by the troops, and ended the overlooking with satisfaction. The troops are progressing smoothly, and they should be able to smoothly insert into place today. According to aerial reconnaissance, the front of the 1st Mobile Army is all infantry, and no matter how strong the offensive ability of the Prosan infantry is, it is just an infantry unit. It is indeed a bit unreasonable to use infantry to attack in an open field. In other words, as long as the enemy's neck is stuck, Wang Zhong will eat this delicious snack of the 190th Division. It's bad. Admiral Polk stared at the 2 new lines on the map. They were the enemy attack forces discovered by aerial reconnaissance. This is a pincer attack. The enemy's goal is not to break through our position, but to eat up our 190th Division on the front line. Breaking through the position means that after the attack pincers pass through the 190th Division's defense zone, they will continue to attack the next division's defense zone. And the pincer attack only needs to encircle the 190th Division in front. Admiral Bok cursed, I was misled by the map exercise with the Emperor. Rokosov doesn't want to make a central breakthrough at all, he just wants to eat us bite by bite. And he is not picky. He eats infantry divisions too. Chief of Staff, what should we do now? Admiral Bok thought for a while and said, recall an armored division to counter the assault and open up contact with the 190th Division. The Chief of Staff shook his head, no, the armored forces don't have enough fuel. The transportation of the station in Shepatovka was blocked by the enemy's air raid, and now part of it was burned by the enemy cavalry, and the rest was not delivered to the armored forces in time. The armored forces have been advancing for many days before, and it's time to resupply. Admiral Bok stared at the Chief of Staff, no fuel at all. Yes, but there is not much left when we drive back. Admiral Bok, what about driving back and resupplying? The Chief of Staff had a serious expression, our supply plan is to postpone the overall supply. All the military stations in the Army Group control area are short of fuel. The enemy's cavalry and air force have also raised so much fuel that we are running out of fuel for the trucks. Admiral Bok walked back and forth in the tent, cursing. After a few steps, he stopped and buttoned his collar. After buttoning for a long time, he threw a louse and a large piece of skin on the ground and stepped on it to death, damn it. This damn grass, damn ant people, damn Rokosov. Chief of Staff, we can deal with each one individually, but it will be difficult to deal with them together. Admiral Bok walked back and forth in the tent for several circles and sighed, request airdrop supplies from the Air Force, especially fuel supplies, at least let our armored forces move and smash the enemy hard. At this time, the Chief of Staff reminded with a serious face, the enemy has a new type of assault gun. According to the report of the armored soldiers of the said division who escaped back, the assault gun can perfectly hide itself in the grass, launch an ambush, and penetrate our armor from a long distance. Admiral Polk clenched his fist, then slowly loosened it, saying, smoke bombs can allow our warriors to shorten the distance with the enemy and engage in close combat with assault guns. When the enemy's praying hands were not completely hit last year, we responded in this way, just continuing the old tactics of the past. Do we not even try to attack when we know that the enemy has new weapons? No, Plosson's soldiers are not such cowards, and Plosson's generals are not such cowards. Admiral Polk clenched his fist again, last year, we had no way to face T-34 and KV, but didn't we win a brilliant victory in the end? The Chief of Staff thought about it and nodded vigorously, I agree, we have to try it anyway, let the 14th Armored Division come back, if the airdrop is arranged quickly, the fuel will arrive when the Armored Division arrives tomorrow. Let's do it. Admiral Polk slammed the table. The commander of the 18th Cavalry Division of the 21st Cavalry Army looked at the smoke in the distance, did the enemy send out armored forces to encircle us? So much smoke. His Chief of Staff and the bishop who accompanied the army also stood up and observed the distance. The Chief of Staff spoke first, they didn't form an offensive formation, but more like they were on the road. The division leaders looked at each other. The division commander slapped his thigh and said, use the mines we captured. Put the fuse on and throw them on the ground, don't bury them. The grass is so high that the tanks can't see. Prepare the smoke bombs, and throw the smoke bombs immediately after the leading tank is stopped by the explosion, and then go up and kill the hell with Molotov cocktails. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 395 Blue Flowers on the Battlefield. The cavalry had already dispersed on the grassland, and the messenger held a small flag and shouted as he ran, "The captured mines are still on the left, don't bury them." Horses themselves have a certain ability to avoid obstacles. If the mines are not buried, horses can generally avoid them on their own. Of course, it's normal for the horse to not notice the grass being so dense. At this time, you can only trust your own horse. The battlefield is just like that. If you are unlucky, you will die. It has nothing to do with your military rank or combat experience. Luck is always the best talisman on the battlefield. The cavalryman dismounted, inserted the fuse into the mine, and then carefully placed the mine on the ground. The messenger came over again with a small flag, released the smoke and retreat toward the signal flare immediately. The flare took off at this time and exploded in the sky. Hanging under the parachute, it looked like there were suddenly more stars in the sky. The cavalry mounted their horses one after another and threw down the smoke bombs. Although the order did not say where to throw them, everyone had a tacit understanding to throw them in the direction of the enemy's attack. The entire horizon was filled with smoke and dust from enemy armor. To be honest, many cavalrymen are beating the drum in their hearts. They are not like Rokosov's direct troops like the 1st Mobile Army. They did not win many battles last year, and they just happened to catch up with the cavalry. It was adapted into an armored force, so now they actually have little confidence. Rokosov, who was sure to win every enemy, was just a legendary figure. They did not yet unconditionally trust this legendary general like Rokosov's direct descendants. The cavalry began to move away from the smoke and away from the incoming enemy armor. There were tracer bullets that penetrated the smoke and shot from a long distance. It was obvious that Proson's tank crew did not want to just let go of the cavalry causing trouble. Unfortunately, these bullets were all fired high, whizzing past the heads of the cavalry. The cavalryman Misha shouted while galloping with his body close to the back of his beloved horse, "It seems that the enemy hates us so much." Valerie, who was from the same village as him, laughed, because we lost all their fuel and ammunition, and all the food was shared. "Misha, don't make me remember those nasty cans of beef." "Is that beef? I wouldn't trade a ton of that stuff for a can of spam." The person running in front turned around and shouted, "That coffee tastes really bad, like mud." Proson's meals are said to make the officers of the United Kingdom feel food superior. Just as Misha was about to respond to his companions, Sergeant Semyon, who led them, turned around and cursed, "That's enough. We're still chatting while we're fighting. The god of death likes to find people like you who look down on him the most. Just shut up if you don't want to die." As soon as the sergeant finished speaking, the sound of a mine explosion came from the smoke behind him. 5 landmines exploded in succession, and then a tank with its tracks peeled off rushed out of the smoke. At the moment when the smoke came out, the first road wheel of the tank fell off and started running wildly on the grassland, as if it carried the entire vehicle's desire for freedom. Correspondingly, the tank itself seemed to have exhausted its last strength and stopped at the intersection with the smoke. More Proson tanks burst through the smoke. Apparently the mines didn't stop them entirely. The Proson cavalry roared and chased the cavalry on the grassland. The knights of the two eras began a duel across time and space. Soon after, Misha's mount suddenly fell forward, and the others were also thrown forward. He subconsciously took an anti-impact stance, protected his head, rolled on the ground a few times and finally stopped. Misha immediately stood up, turned around to check the condition of the horse, and found that the horse's left front hoof had stepped into the vole's nest. It seems that the front leg of the war horse has been broken. There is no way to treat such an injury even if it returns to the rear. At this time, Misha should have decisively implemented euthanasia, but he still stroked the forehead of the painfully wailing horse with his hand, comforted him while squatting down, and hiding in the tall grass. Enemy tanks are approaching. The fleeing cavalry troops once again set up smoke so that Misha could not see them at all. However, the division commander must have deliberately led the cavalry into the field mouse's territory. Suddenly, the enemy tank rushing at the front seemed to have stepped on a trap. Its head sank and stopped motionless in the grass. Misha was overjoyed. The tank was not far away from him. All he had to do was touch it and throw incendiary bombs. The second tank got stuck in a vole hole. Misha saw a man wearing a big hat on the turret of the tank that was paralyzed first. He was holding an earphone in one hand and a microphone in the other, talking loudly. Misha stared at the man and felt that his heart was jumping into his throat. He took out the old-style grenade equipped by the cavalry unit, first put on the fragment sleeve, and then used trembling hands to install the fuse on the top of the grenade. The fuse of the old grenade was unstable and was installed before throwing. His horse may have sensed his nervousness and actually wanted to stand up. Misha hurriedly hissed, but the movement made by the warhorse had already attracted the attention of the Prosan people. Big Cap put down the microphone, took off his headphones, took out a submachine gun from the turret, and searched the grass with alert eyes. Miss He became even more nervous. He pressed the warhorse's head hard, trying to make it understand the current situation and stop struggling. At this time, a Prosan soldier shouted something, and Big Block immediately looked into the distance. Miss He also turned around to look, and saw that the cavalry unit he belonged to was outflanking the upwind vent. Everyone was holding a smoke grenade in their hands. The smoke was covering the upwind vent, and then drifted downwards. When the smoke completely covers the Prosan tank troops, the cavalry can rush up and engage in close combat. The man with the peaked cap put down his submachine gun and picked up the telescope. Miss He knew that the opportunity had come. He leaped up and sprinted to the range where he could throw the grenade, stretched out his arms and threw the grenade at the tank. He had a hunch that the grenade would fall into the hatch of the tank. However, the grenade exploded in the air. The cavalry units were still equipped with old-style grenades, the ignition fuse was extremely unstable, the explosion time was a random number, and it was also possible that the fuse flew out due to excessive movement when throwing, and the grenade turned directly into a mallet. And Miss He was very lucky, the grenade still exploded, and the shrapnel rain formed by the mid-air explosion fell on the tank. The man with the peaked cap was hit by several shrapnel, and his whole face was smashed. He subconsciously wanted to touch his face, but his hand was also pierced by the shrapnel stuck in his face. He screamed. Miss He rushed forward, and then found that the airburst grenade also killed the driver who got off the car to check the tank. The grass was too high just now, and Miss He did not see the driver. When Miss He's sight was on the driver, the mechanic suddenly got out of the tank and knocked Miss He to the ground. The mechanic grabbed Miss He's neck with both hands and tried to strangle him. Miss He picked a handful of grass and smeared it on the mechanic's face. The sharp edges of the grass immediately scratched the enemy's eyes. The enemy wailed and his grip on Miss He weakened. So Miss He took the opportunity to break free, kicked the mechanic away, and picked up the submachine gun to shoot. "Surrender! Sucka, surrender!" Miss He shouted. At this time, the smoke had covered the area, and no Prosan tank could be seen in the field of vision. The only remaining gunner and loader raised their hands and climbed out of the tank tremblingly. At this time, there was an explosion in the smoke. Miss He said, "It must be our cavalry that blew up your tank. You lost. The tank lost to the cavalry." As soon as he finished speaking, the roar approached, and a Prosan tank rushed out of the smoke, with the turret facing the rear and the machine gun firing at full power. Miss He's eyes widened. Before he could react, the machine gun on the tank opened fire. Miss He was shot in the chest and fell backwards. His warhorse neighed and struggled to get up. Prosan's tank roared forward, and the steel tracks pressed on the warhorse. Miss He lay on the ground, his blue eyes looking at the blue sky. At the last moment of his life, he found that there was a wildflower blooming in the corner of his vision. The wildflower looked so blue and beautiful, as if it was going to blend into the sky. Chapter 396, Using Your Life to Exhaust the Enemy and #039, S bullets. Although the cavalry attack on the enemy's armored units only destroyed some of the tanks, it did play a role in delaying the advance of the enemy's tank units. The tank troops were forced to form a formation in response to the cavalry attack and ran cross-country for more than an hour. By the time the cavalry troops were completely defeated and retreated, the number of tanks damaged by malfunctions exceeded those destroyed. Many of the tanks broke down due to vol holes, and the most modern war machines were tortured by the harsh environment and backward troops like the cavalry. Prosan's 10th Army Headquarters. Admiral Poker couldn't help but exclaimed, "Have you stopped if you were attacked by cavalry? I didn't know our armored forces had become so vulnerable." The Chief of Staff smiled bitterly. The 14th Armored Division reported that the cavalry did not destroy many tanks, but many tanks were damaged due to the harsh natural environment. If all these tanks are thrown away, or only the repair troops are left to repair the tanks, the enemy's cavalry will definitely come back and use incendiary bombs to completely burn these tanks, and even kill and injure the repair personnel. So the division commander decided to stop and wait until most of the tanks that were not seriously damaged were repaired before dispatching. Pork shook his head repeatedly, "Nah. Leave an armored company to guard the emergency repair troops, and other troops will continue to come back to receive supplies." The Chief of Staff nodded, "Okay, I'll give the order right away." For the next hour, General Poker paced back and forth in the headquarters. Finally, the communications staff opened the door and entered the tent. "Report from the 14th Division." The Chief of Staff hurried over to get the telegram, and frowned at the first glance. The 14th Division reported that it was attacked by cavalry again, and the enemy cavalry laid more mines. Unlike the hurried deployment before, this time they had time to mines are buried in the soil. "General Poker, let the engineers clear the mines. Let the 14th Division come back as soon as possible. They are armored troops, How can they be afraid of the enemy's saber? The chief of staff was still reading the telegram. When he heard what the general said, he replied, the enemy's cavalry used smoke to block the mutual cover between tanks, and then threw incendiary bombs close to the tanks. The enemy paid astonishing casualties, but still continued to advance. The tank's machine gun ammunition was severely depleted. Admiral Poker frowned, nonsense. The enemy used casualties to exhaust the tank's bullets. This sounds like a bad joke. Chief of Staff, but the 14-pack did fight for a long time. The machine gun bullets were already consumed a lot, so it is possible that they ran out of ammunition. Before Operation Blue was launched, many tank crews mounted a lot of extra machine gun bullets on the back of the tank turret based on their combat experience last year. Otherwise, the ammunition might have been used up long ago. Admiral Poker pressed his forehead in distress. Damn it, why is this damn ant so big? We have advanced so far. In the Carolingians, we could have completed another battle of the Ardennes forest, but an ant, damn it. The chief of staff also smiled bitterly, but he still reminded, what to do now? If the 14-pack runs out of machine gun bullets, they can only use high explosive bombs to deal with the cavalry. If the high explosive bombs are consumed to a certain extent, the 14-pack attack ability will be greatly reduced. As the chief of staff of the army group, I will not agree to an attack by the troops in that situation. It must be supplied. Admiral Poker sighed, I understand. Then shrink back all the armored divisions and armored grenadier divisions that are currently preparing for a pincer offensive. I don't believe that Ant's cavalry can block all these troops. We only let the 14 suit come back before because we did not give up the idea of using a pincer offensive to attack Rokossov, and as a result, the 14 suit suffered a big loss. As long as we give up the idea of a pincer offensive, go all out to shrink our troops and rescue the 190th Division, then there is still hope. Chief of Staff, then we must report this decision. The previous idea of the pincer offensive Rokossov was praised by the Emperor. Now it has been cancelled. The Emperor will be angry. It is best to talk to Marshal von Bryan. Intercede, or go directly to Lieutenant General Giles. Nay, Admiral Poker waved his hand fiercely, I will never ask for help from that Emperor's prostitute. Shit. Emperor Prasen punched the table. After being forced by the cavalry to give up the pincer offensive, is this still the glorious Prasen officer corps or the glorious Junker nobles? William Kelt, the enemy is too cunning and the natural environment is too harsh, which led to this situation. This is not a shameful thing. Poke is still working hard to rescue the 190th Division. Emperor Prasen, then why didn't you investigate that the situation was so bad in advance? During Barbarossa last year, you miscalculated Ant's infrastructure level and planned supplies based on the average level in Western Europe. The result was a mess. For the failure to capture Ekaterinburg last year, the staff of the High Command must bear more than half of the responsibility. What then? No one was punished, they were just transferred from the staff without any pain and that was it. Now you have misjudged the badness of the grassland again. Just wait, if Operation Blue fails, I swear someone will be shot, even if they offend the Junker nobles. I should learn from Rokossov and beat you one by one with a pistol. You just learned to eat with a knife and fork in the military academy. Several senior generals looked at each other. General Moltke, who was always highly regarded, said, the situation is not too bad. It is only one division that is surrounded. As long as this division resists with all its strength and holds out for 3 to 5 days, the cavalry horses will not be able to bear it. The cavalry soldiers can eat the captured Plosen supplies, but the horses cannot. Plosen also has military horses, but they are basically pack horses used to carry things, and the consumption is far less than that of military horses. Military horses will soon lose weight by eating wild grass on the grassland, and then their physical fitness values will be greatly reduced. Therefore, cavalry cannot really fight behind enemy lines all the time. Military horses have to carry a strong soldier, a full set of weapons and equipment, and various combat supplies on the saddlebags. If they don't eat enough, the military horses will really be exhausted to death. Although Plosen no longer has a pure cavalry unit, many people present are cavalry officers who have changed their careers and know this well. The Emperor glanced at everyone, sighed, and asked a different question, where are the Moravian cavalry? They are being transported and will arrive in Shepatovka on the 19th. Let them hurry up. As long as they can eliminate the enemy's cavalry, they will all be awarded honorary citizenship. The same as ordinary Prasen people. The Emperor paused and added as if he had made a big concession, it can be hereditary. This qualification can be hereditary. Chapter 397, the 21st Army regained a city. At 9 o'clock in the evening of July 17, the headquarters of the 1st Mobile Army. Pavlov came to Wang Zhong with a thick stack of documents. Wang Zhong, oh my god, you actually asked me to sign the document at this time. No, this is a summary of the situation. I think you should know the situation on the battlefield in detail or trust me and the staff's ability and just listen to my outline. Wang Zhong looked at Pavlov and said seriously, I trust you and the staff's ability. Pavlov glanced at the young staff officer who was moved next to him, he is just too lazy to read it himself. You should get used to the commander's inaction as soon as possible and do every detail as well as possible, because the commander will not take these into account. The young staff officer nodded repeatedly, and Wang Zhong protested, I will still go to scout the front line in person. Pavlov, yes, he often scouts the front line in person, and then throws the entire headquarters dozens of kilometers away, as if he is still the division commander who does it himself, and he just needs to close his eyes and drive his small tank on the ground. Wang Zhong corrected seriously, you can't command a tank with your eyes closed. Pavlov, occasionally the commander will behave in a childish way that matches his age. Don't worry about it. In most cases, he is an excellent commander who can lead everyone to victory. But the basis for him to make judgments and win is our hard, efficient and accurate work. Vasily listened seriously beside him, counting his fingers while listening, and finally he vowed, the chief of staff is praising you. Wang Zhong, are you sure? Sure, although he has many dissatisfactions with you, he recognizes your military talent. Pavlov, Auntie, no one now recognizes Rokosov's military talent, but they are just watching from a distance and don't know the specific situation. The fact is that only if we all perform our duties conscientiously can Rokosov display his military talent. In order for Rokosov to display his military talent, we sometimes have to make independent military decisions. Damn, what Pavlov said is like a strange talk about rules. The words rules and stories suddenly made Wang Zhong feel a little nostalgic. Before he traveled through time, rules and stories were very popular. Wang Zhong also wrote a few to join in the fun, but they all fell into oblivion. Did they stir up any waves? I don't know how the time flow rate in the original world is compared to this world after he traveled through time. After more than a year of refinement, are rules and stories still popular? Wang Zhong quickly suppressed his nostalgia and said to Pavlov, okay, tell me what happened. Pavlov immediately reported, although there were some minor accidents in today's combat operations, it was generally smooth. The minor accidents mainly occurred in the cavalry units responsible for breaking the battle. The enemy drew out the 14th Armored Division from the units preparing to launch a pincer attack on us. Our cavalry units carried out heroic delaying operations and successfully stopped the enemy after paying a heavy price. Now there are still more than 3,000 people in the 21st Cavalry Army who can fight. Wang Zhong was shocked, although they only have one division, they have 10,000 cavalry including the reinforced 20th Army. There are only 3,000 people left? Pavlov said with a serious expression, this is mainly because we were fighting deep behind enemy lines and the grassland environment was too harsh. The wounded soldiers could only be carried out by their horses. Many of them had died when they arrived at the field hospital. In addition, there are cases where war horses are injured or sacrificed. In this case, half of the knights who fell off their horses are also seriously injured, and often sacrificed. Wang Zhong pursed his lips and sighed after a long time, collect information and posthumously award more gold star medals. Send someone to ensure that their families can receive preferential treatment. Pavlov, of course, you don't have to worry about this. We never make mistakes in this regard. Wang Zhong nodded and changed the subject, with such heavy casualties, how is the enemy's delaying effect? Reconnaissance shows that the enemy's 14th Armored Division has stopped in place, and it may be that the ammunition is running out. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows, really? Then we can try a night attack. Pavlov reminded, what troops should we use? The 1st Guards Mechanized Infantry and the 225th Division are our fists. They have already opened their bows with both hands. The Melania 1st Division, which is stationed in the center, will be deployed in tomorrow's attack. They have already surveyed the terrain and have prepared for the attack. It's not appropriate to ask them to change their targets at this time. As the Chief of Staff, I must dissuade you. Wang Zhong was silent for a few seconds, and then he tried to say, you can let the division on guard in the rear move forward. Such a shelf division will have no effect except to bring down morale. Pavlov reminded. Wang Zhong scratched his head and looked at Pavlov, could it be, that we can only let the cavalry attack at night? Pavlov, does it have to be a night attack? Wang Zhong, during the day, they lost 6,000 people in the armored forces. Why not let them try at night? The armored forces are definitely not as strong as during the day, and people, we don't have many night blindness here, right? Indeed. Vasily was the first to agree with Wang Zhong. He came to the calendar, looked at it, and said, the moonlight tonight is not bad, suitable for a sneak attack. Popov, instead of dying in vain tomorrow daytime, it's better to try at night. Pavlov nodded, okay, as long as we contact the 21st Cavalry Army, let them try. In fact, At this time, the 21st Cavalry Army was trying to attack at night. In the daytime battle, those who survived had friends who died under the enemy's iron hoofs. The proud cavalrymen had long been eager to give the enemy's armored division a big blow. Before nightfall, they dismounted, led their horses and hid in the grass, carefully moving towards the enemy's position. The enemy probably didn't expect to be attacked in the middle of the night, so they just set up sentries and began to rest as usual. No, it's not a complete rest. The division maintenance team is still working hard to repair the tanks that broke down in the daytime battle today, so a slight flash can be seen in the distance. This flash became the lighthouse of the cavalry in the grass. After the 21st Army's troops approached to a few hundred meters, they turned on their horses and gradually accelerated in the night. The sentry heard the sound of horse hooves, picked up the submachine gun and shouted, "Stop!" With a whoosh, the sentry was caught by the rope and was pulled away. There was no shadow, and there was no time to fire a warning shot. The cavalry brigade poured into the Prussians' camp in the night. As the first Molotov cocktail burst into flames, the night sky was suddenly illuminated by blood red. The Prussians tried their best to organize defense, and tracer bullets of various colors tore through the sky, but they still couldn't stop the burning tanks from increasing. The soldiers of the 21st Cavalry Army galloped on horseback, throwing incendiary bombs wantonly, spreading destruction. They seemed to want to fight for their comrades who died during the day. They really did it. Chapter 398 Melania and #039, S 1st Division attacks. At the same time as the 21st Army's night attack was successful, the 20th Army's cavalry also harassed the Prosan People's transport team on the grassland. Even the herders on the grassland joined the attack, allegedly because the Prosan people forcibly abducted the herders' cattle and sheep, as well as some horses. The herders' survival depends heavily on cattle and sheep. If these are taken away, they may not be able to survive this winter. What should they do if they can't survive? They can only deal with the fucking Prosan devils. In a blink of an eye, the sun rose again, and the early morning of the 18th arrived. Originally, the Prosan 10th Army was preparing to launch a pincer attack this morning, but all the troops scheduled to be deployed in the offensive are now preparing to shrink and then participate in the operation to rescue the 190th Division. Headquarters of the 1st Mobile Army. Pavlov looked at his watch, then turned his head to look at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong, wait, did this happen yesterday? Yes, but the targets of the shelling are different. Yesterday we mainly shelled the two wing defense areas of the 190th Division and only carried out diversionary attacks on the core positions. Today we will focus on bombarding the core areas. Pavlov paused and asked, so are you going to start? Of course, start, please. Wang Zhong made a please gesture to the phone. Pavlov picked up the receiver, answer the artillery position. Artillery position? Fire. When he put down the receiver, a rumbling thunder sounded outside. Wang Zhong cut the view. From the headquarters, he could not directly see the Melania 1st Division preparing for the attack, but he could see the artillery position. All kinds of artillery of the entire army were roaring, and the scene looked very much like the famous scene of the Great Battle. Wang Zhong looked for a while and really found the flying birds in the sky. Although he could no longer remember the narration of this picture, the picture of the flock of birds flying calmly in the sound of artillery was still deeply imprinted in his memory. At this time, Pavlov gave the Rocket Artillery Brigade another order to open fire, so Wang Zhong also got the perspective of the Rocket Artillery Brigade. From the bird's eye view, you can't hear the sound of the scene, but the scene of Katyusha's volleys of destruction made Wang Zhong automatically imagine the woohoo sound of the rocket launcher. With such fierce firepower, the enemy deployed on the grassland must have been blown to pieces, Wang Zhong thought so. Melania's 1st Division troops were deployed less than 3 kilometers away from the enemy at this time, and shells passed over their heads one after another, making a woohoo sound that made people's backs of their heads itch. When the rocket artillery fired, the noise in the sky reached its climax, and even the bravest veterans all shrank their necks. The uniforms of the Melania People's Army were modified on the basis of the uniforms of the ants to suit their own national characteristics. The main thing was to add some decorations, and the hats were different from those of the ants. This would highlight the difference between them and the ant troops without increasing too much supply pressure. Now, the Melania people, who have been training for more than half a year, are waiting for the time to take revenge. Some of them were forced to leave their hometown 3 years ago, and none of their relatives and friends could be contacted. Some of them fled from Melania to Anti in the past 2 years. Before leaving their hometown, they had seen the atrocities of the Prosan people. Now, all of this has turned into anger and courage, covering young and vicissitudes of life. They are waiting for the artillery fire to stop, waiting for the whistle of attack. The veterans who fought in the Melania National Army were the first to discover that the artillery fire was turning into a slow-moving barrage. It's about to start. You son of a bitch Prosan bastard. Your Melania grandfather is here. The whistle of the attack spread throughout the starting line. The next moment, The roar of the tank engine overwhelmed the whistle. The Sherman and M3 grandly equipped by the Melania 1st Division set off first, and the half-track vehicles and skirmish lines of the infantry units followed behind the tanks. Not long after the departure, someone sang Melania's famous song Visvavarsi, "The wind of hatred is roaring overhead." Others immediately sang along, "The devil has taken a murderous hand on us. Get up and fight the enemy to the death / don't ask what's ahead. Get up bravely, get up proudly. Brave falcons, fight for the cause of liberation." Melania's red-bottomed white eagle flag was flying at the forefront of the team. The white eagle on the flag seemed to come alive, leading the falcon flock across the grassland. On the Plassen army side, because it was really difficult to dig anti-artillery bunkers on the grassland, more than half of the troops had been lost. The surviving machine gunners were trying to dig the machine guns out of the soil, and the surviving gunners were trying to turn over the overturned anti-tank guns. Medics were running around, trying in vain to snatch some lives from the hands of death. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Listen!" Everyone stopped. The roar of tank engines and tragic songs floated in the air. An old soldier reacted, "Melania language. Damn, it's the Melania people. I saw their methods when Melania was fighting bandits. They don't take prisoners. If you fall into their hands, your eyes and nose will be cut off, and you will be tied to a tree and wait for death." As soon as the voice fell, the red flag appeared. This time many people reacted, "It's Rokosov's troops. The red flag means Rokosov's troops." This is widely circulated in the Prosan troops. At this time, an officer ran along the trenches that had been blown into sections, "Collect the weapons of the fallen compatriots. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle." The Prosan people reset up the machine guns and prepared the anti-tank guns. On the artillery position with serious casualties, the sergeant replaced the dead officer and observed the approaching tank with a telescope still stained with blood. "Damn, I have never seen this kind of tank. It doesn't look like a T-34. It doesn't look like a Matilda or Valentine, both are United Kingdom tanks that appeared in the Carolingian campaign." The gunner asked the acting commander, "Where should we aim?" The Plassen anti-tank artillery unit has a manual that teaches where to aim when facing different tanks. But this new tank is not in the manual. The sergeant hesitated and said, "Aim at the driver's observation window in front of the vehicle." They didn't know that the Sherman had no driver's observation window on the front, and the driver mainly relied on the periscope to observe the outside during the battle. The correct way is to aim at the muzzle of the machine gun. The gunners followed the sergeant's instructions and looked for the observation window, and soon found something wrong. Why is the observation window on the top of the tank body? However, at this time, the enemy tank passed the target. Fire! Despite his doubts, the Plassen gunners followed the order, and the shells hit the upper front of the vehicle, and were directly bounced off by the steeply angled armor. The tank did not stop moving forward, but fired back while driving. Muzzle stabilizer boy! The mixed formation of Sherman and Grantley rushed to the Plassen position. The artillerymen fled in all directions, and the abandoned anti-tank guns were crushed by the tracks, just like the Plassen tank against Ant's 45mm anti-tank gun last year. Chapter 399, Overwhelming. The people of the 190th Division were not dead yet. The division commander squatted in the big bomb crater, holding the only remaining radio and shouting, "I am 190. 190. I am under fierce attack. We are about to be wiped out. Hello. Hello. Did anyone hear it?" There was only rustling in the earphones, and no one responded to the division commander's call. The division commander called several more times, and finally a human voice came through the rustling, 190, how are you doing? We are about to lose. The enemy launched a fierce attack, and our position was almost destroyed in the first round of shelling. After the shelling, some units' casualties reached 40%. 40%. There was only rustling in the earphones again. The division commander suspected that the content was not sent out, so he repeated again, after the bombardment, some of our units lost 40%. It's good that they didn't collapse. We can't stop the enemy. Finally, the voice sounded again in the earphones, if you hold on firmly, there will be a way. If you hold on firmly, there will be a way. The teacher shouted in despair, how long will we have to guard? There was silence over there, and only the rustling static noise responded to the teacher's anxiety. How long do we have to guard? Vasily took the microphone and looked up at Wang Zhong, how do you answer? Wang Zhong, I want to think about this issue. Pavlov crossed his arms and said, no one reminded the division commander about the radio communication discipline. The staff officers around him are almost dead. Popov nodded and glanced at the terrain map hanging on the mobile blackboard. It seems that one of the enemy division headquarters positions we guessed based on the aerial reconnaissance photos was correct, but we don't know which one it is. The photos taken by the high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft modified from the P-2 bomber were very blurry. Wang Zhong guessed a total of 8 possible locations of the enemy division headquarters, and then selected the 3 that he thought were most likely to be bombarded. It is unrealistic to bombard all 8 enemies. It will scatter the firepower, and even if it hits, it will not cause much damage. If you choose 3 to bombard, you can at least ensure that these 3 are completely destroyed. After all, the location chosen is based on aerial reconnaissance to confirm that there are enemy units stationed there. It is not bad to blow up the units before the headquarters can be bombed. Anyway, the enemy's defense depth is only that small. Melania's 1st Division's offensive departure line is only 12 kilometers away from the Guards' blockade line, and 15 kilometers away from the 225th Division's blockade line. On the map, the space surrounded by the 190th Division looks very much like the Japanese melon in Plants vs. Zombies. The 225th Division is responsible for the fat side, and the Guard is the Japanese melon head in one move. There are basically no buildings in this encirclement. Aerial reconnaissance only found a few single-family thatched houses, which had been blown up. Attacking the 190th Division in the state, the commander of Melania's 1st Division patted Wang Zhong's chest and won the battle in 30 hours. Wang Zhong gave him 48 hours. After the attack began, Wang Zhong ordered Vasily to use the previously captured Prosan radio station to listen to the enemy's communications, and then received a distress call from the suspected commander of the 190th Infantry Division of Prosan. Based on Wang Zhong's playful mentality that no one in this time and space can understand, he asked Vasily to reply, "If you hold on firmly, there will be a way." Vasily listened for a while and continued to ask, "He is still asking how long he can hold on. He seems to really think that I am from their side." Wang Zhong, tell him that the rescue armored divisions have been assembled and are replenishing ammunition and fuel. Soon, the forces mobilized by several armored divisions will form the Cyclops battle group and launch a rescue operation. The operation code name is Crossing the Rubicon River. Vasily looked at Wang Zhong in surprise. Does it need to be so specific? Wang Zhong made a gesture to Vasily. You don't understand. It is my greatest goodwill to let the enemy still have a glimmer of hope at this time. Then I will completely crush this glimmer of hope. This not only reflects my goodwill, and realize the cold trial of the Prosen gangsters. Popov, you just said another famous quote that will be remembered in your biography. It's a pity that our friend the United States correspondent is not here. At this time Vasily said, the enemy already knows, including the battle group, the Rubicon, and so on. However, saying this on the radio actually violates radio communication regulations. The other party will not believe it, right? Popov, those who are about to sink to the bottom will try their best to grasp at straws. Wang Zhong nodded. At this time, the communications staff came in with a telegram, a call from the front army headquarters. Wang Zhong frowned. You want us to retreat to Suhay for Lihe again? Pavlov shook his head, probably not. Considering the time, General Gorky should arrive today. There is no reason to issue an order before he is replaced. Wang Zhong took the telegram and looked at it. If your department needs reinforcements, please let me know. I wish you success in annihilating the enemy, General Gorky. Pavlov, look. Wang Zhong said to Vasily, send power to the front army headquarters. Our unit needs the support of the 40th Tank Corps in order to defeat or even annihilate one of the enemy's armored divisions. Vasily, okay. He took out his notebook and wrote a text message quickly. He looked up at Wang Zhong and repeated the content at a very fast speed. Wang Zhong, confirm, send it out. Vasily immediately tore out the notebook and handed it to the communications staff officer. Pavlov, at this stage, the enemy has 2 pincers. One armored division has withdrawn, and the grenadier division seems to be running away. The other 2 divisions have not shown any signs of moving, but since one pincer does not exist, there is no point in staying on the other side. My judgment is that the enemy will fully withdraw its forces, solve the supply problem, and put together a battle group. Wang Zhong, why do you think I made up the fake information just now? This is called great minds think alike. Popov smiled and said, now we are relieved. The general will command the small tanks to charge and we can still get the same level of command. Everyone else in the room laughed. Because it seems that victory is about to be won, the atmosphere in the headquarters is very relaxed. In a blink of an eye, a new report was delivered. Vasily picked up the report and read it, reporting, Melania's 1st Division reported that it has completely defeated the enemy's front line of defense. All troops in the division are progressing smoothly. It requires the follow-up echelon to advance to receive prisoners. Wang Zhong looked at Pavlov, and before he spoke, the chief of staff picked up the phone, connect the rear mobile brigade. You can move forward, yes, take the hired workers with you. The mobile brigade has a small number of people, and its main task is to patrol the rear to prevent small enemy forces from sabotaging. With the hired workers, it is a large army to clean up the battlefield. As soon as Pavlov put down the phone, the communication staff sent another telegram. The command sent a telegram to the various units of the Sukhaya front. Wang Zhong, it is probably to inform us of the change of the commander of the front. Vasily took the telegram and read it, and nodded. Yes, it officially told us that the commander of the front was changed to General Gorky, and the whereabouts of General Andrei were not informed. Pavlov took the telegram, read it and said, General Andrei should continue to serve in the front. After all, he has not made any mistakes. Although the battle was bad last year, everyone fought badly last year. Wang Zhong, what do you mean? We raised opinions over the head and dismissed him, but let him continue to harm our army. You raised opinions and dismissed him. Popov corrected. Hey, don't worry about these details. Wang Zhong waved his hand. At this time, the radio operator shouted, Report, received the enemy's call. Vasily immediately took the headset from the radio operator and listened, and directly performed simultaneous interpretation. Our unit can't hold on for that long, please start the Rubicon operation immediately, repeat. Wang Zhong, the enemy really grabbed the straw. You responded to him like this dash. No need. Vasily took off the headset and turned up the volume, so everyone heard the anti-language surrender your guns and you won't be killed from the other side. Wang Zhong touched his chin and thought to himself, how could it be so similar? When this Prosan Chenstcha comes back, I will ask him how he feels. Chapter 400 Hatred. The commander of the 190th Infantry Division of Prosan was brought to the headquarters of the 1st Mobile Army at 8 p.m. on the 18th. The Major General glanced at the sunlight coming in from the second-floor window of the warehouse. It's actually in the warehouse. The Air Force's intelligence was indeed wrong. Wang Zhong looked at Vasily. What did he say? He said that the Air Force had indeed made a mistake about the location of our headquarters. Wang Zhong, does he actually think that the Air Force can win if it provides correct intelligence? Come on, the main reason for the situation is that their forward said division was unexpectedly defeated by our fog assault. This caused him to the division was placed at the front of the entire formation. Instead of putting armored units and panzer grenadiers on the front lines to consolidate the defense, their superiors went for a pincer offensive. Forget about going on the offensive, there has been no quick and decisive action to keep the armored units in place, although I think they may be waiting for supplies. Pavlov, just waiting for supplies, they must have underestimated the harsh environment of the grassland. Popov added, the testimonies of the prisoners also prove this. Vasily translated each sentence. Unexpectedly, Prosan's Major General's expression did not change much. Major General, we just didn't expect you to use cavalry. Moreover, Admiral Poker misjudged your target. He thought you would break through the center and use the method of driving straight into Huanglong to deal with the pincer offensive, just like in the picture. That's what the Emperor did during the drill. Wang Zhong's brows were twisted into knots, and the center broke through to deal with the pincer offensive? Will Osti fight in Legend of the Galactic Heroes? Is it really possible to implement such retro tactics on the modern battlefield? Are you General Prosan teasing the Emperor? Such a huge amount of complaints flashed through Wang Zhong's mind in an instant, and then he said, it means that your Emperor is nothing more than this. When Prosonia is conquered, I will kill him personally, just use this gun. As he spoke, he put his hand on the holster of his pistol and stroked the pistol that had already killed 2 generals. If he killed another emperor, this gun would really become a holy relic. Vasily translated Wang Zhong's wild words just now, and everyone enjoyed the wonderful changes in Major General Prosan's expression. He shouted, presumptuous. Delusional. The exchange ratio between you and us is still so bad. It is a fool's errand to fight to Prosonia. You can't even get back the Exekov that was lost last year. Wang Zhong sneered, let's wait and see. According to my estimate, we will take Prosonia in 4 years, at most 4 years, and we will do it before all the allies. Come on, take him down, let the judges entertain him well. Remember, if he lives, he can see me stepping on Prosonia one day. Well, are there any famous buildings in the city that can be stepped on? Everyone looked at each other. Wang Zhong originally wanted to talk about the Brandenburg Gate, but firstly, it was a gate more than 10 meters high and it was unlikely to be stepped on by one person. Secondly, he didn't know if there was a Brandenburg Gate in this world. Vasily thought for a long time and replied, it seems that there is nothing that can be stepped on. How about stepping on their flag? That's how I translate. Wang Zhong, okay, just translate it like this. Vasily immediately executed the order, and when he reached the last word, the Prosan suddenly stood up from his chair and was about to pounce on Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong instinctively retreated and looked at Gregory. The sergeant major put down his cigarette and raised the submachine gun on his waist. And then it all ended with a punch from Pavlov. The chief of staff looked at Major General Prosan, who fell to the ground, took out a handkerchief and wiped the enemy's nosebleed from his fist. Why are you trying to be a hero now? Why didn't you resist until the end when facing the guns of Melania's People's Army? Wang Zhong breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at Gregory, and found that he had put down his gun and was picking up cigarettes on the ground. Right? Do you still want to continue smoking those cigarettes? Vasily scratched his head. Do you want to translate what the Chief of Staff just said? Wang Zhong, translate. Let me add another sentence. There is an old saying in Celis, a defeated general cannot be brave, let him do what he wants. At the same time that this episode occurred at the headquarters of the 1st Mobile Army, General Bach was anxiously waiting for news from the front line in the headquarters of the 10th Army of Prasen. A division. It can't be disintegrated so quickly, right? He murmured to himself while pacing. Chief of Staff of the Group Army, we were slow at one step and step at a time. We were not prepared in time for the pincer offensive and were caught off guard. Then we misjudged the enemy's intentions. Admiral Poker interrupted the Chief of Staff, it is too early to make a summary now. Moreover, we were blinded by Rokosov's name and thought he was going to win a beautiful and luxurious victory, but in fact he just want to take a small bite of us, just a small bite. Admiral Poker walked around the headquarters again before continuing, I should have seen it earlier. He didn't even think about winning a big wave at once this time, because he knew that the supply situation in the grassland was very bad. If they hadn't put in the cavalry, they would be in the same situation as us. In fact, no, because the 1st Mobile Army is the richest group in the whole of Anti, and the trucks assisted by the United States are enough. Admiral Poker, with limited supplies, Rokosov chose the most suitable tactic. He may not be the best commander, but he is definitely the most suitable for Ant, the most suitable. At the same time, the 190th Division's original position. Because the positions set up by the 190th Division on the grassland were all made of mud, they could not withstand the fierce firepower of the 1st Mobile Army. There were basically no bunkers that remained in their original form on the entire battlefield. Even the sandbags filled with mud were blown up by the artillery, and all the mud flowed out. Private Potosky of the 1st Division of the Melania People's Army was cleaning the battlefield. Suddenly, he heard someone sneeze under the destroyed No. 3 assault gun. Potosky immediately became alert and turned on the safety of the thread-cutting machine in his hand. He came to the front of the assault gun, slowly bent down, and looked under the car. A young Private Plossin was lying under the car, covering his mouth with horror. Potosky shouted, "Come out! You damn Plossin running dog! Come out!" The Plossin recruit shrank his neck, began to shout something loudly, and climbed out from under the car quickly, raising his hands high. Potosky saw the Prosan man with his hands raised high, and he went up and hit him in the stomach with the butt of his gun. The Prosan soldier knelt on the ground with his hands on his stomach, groaning in pain. Potosky pulled the chamber of the gun to make sure there was a bullet in it, and then aimed it at the Prosan man. Damn it, I learned a little Prosan language just for this moment. Listen carefully. Potosky took a deep breath. This is for my sister. Prosan language. With a roar, Potosky opened fire, only one round, and the bullet hit the Prosan man's arm. The powerful ammunition of the thread cutter immediately shattered the Prosan man's bones, causing his left arm to droop. This is for my sister. Prosan language. Another hand of the prisoner was broken. The Prosan man wailed. At this time, the bishop of the army rushed up and raised Potosky's gun. Enough. He surrendered. According to General Rokosov's military order, killing prisoners is a death sentence. Potosky laughed, I am a Melania, I don't understand Anti or Prosan. I didn't know he surrendered. The bishop stared at Potosky, you don't understand, right? Okay, I won't sentence you to death. But you can't escape 40 lashes. Potosky, okay. I can endure 100 lashes if I can kill the damn Prosan people. The bishop stared at him for a few seconds, waved his hand, take him away, and execute him tomorrow. Chapter 401, How to Use the 40th Army Tank. Wang Zhong naturally couldn't know about the incident of Melania's 1st Division. He was already the commander of the army group. Such things were usually just a line of small print in the daily report and the 10-day report. On the evening of the 18th, in the headquarters of the 1st Mobile Group, the Big Three were discussing how to use the 40th Tank Army that had just been issued to the army group. Wang Zhong threw away the specific organization table of the 40th Division that he had just received and sighed, to be honest, I have no confidence in this large tank unit with 100 kVs and a total of more than 300 tanks. In the first half of 915, although Wang Zhong had been organizing model troops, his model troops did not achieve any results, so the military order department organized a group of troops based on the experience of the previous year. The 40th Tank Army is one of them. Its number was eliminated in the Great Defeat from June to July last year. Now this army is a newly organized unit. Although some of Wang Zhong's ideas on building the army were accepted, This tank army organized a certain number of accompanying infantry and other auxiliary troops, but that was all. Under the current situation this year, it was impossible to organize many support troops, so the military order department stuffed more infantry and relatively sufficient artillery, which was considered to implement Wang Zhong's idea that armored troops cannot fight alone. Wang Zhong pursed his lips and fell into deep thought. Wang Zhong couldn't see how much change there would be in this time and space, at least it was not easy to see from the organization of the 40th Tank Army. Come to think of it, when the Earth was on the road and all countries were engaged in synthetic battalions, the combat command and communication capabilities of the troops were no longer the same as those in World War II. With the assistance of computers, commanders could grasp the situation more intuitively and adjust the deployment. At this time, the phone rang. Because Pavlov had just received a telegram and was a little far away from the phone, Wang Zhong picked up the phone. "This is Rokosov." Because the troops didn't move before. If they were just stationed at the garrison, there wouldn't be such a big problem. At most, they would just fill in more reports. So we didn't expect such a big pressure. Fortunately, I expanded the headquarters in advance. Pavlov said. No other, it really can't be guaranteed. Wang Zhong patted Pavlov on the shoulder. Don't be nervous, I didn't say to do this. After all the KVS are withdrawn, the remaining T-34s will be organized into an assault group. Have the enemy's pincer offensive troops retreated? Popov, you are best at mixing all kinds of messy troops, right? Look at the first mobile army, it's mixed up like this. Pavlov has lost a few hairs, I mean, the ones that could have grown are all lost. Pavlov said bluntly, you don't have more hairs than me, right? But it is true that the workload of the army headquarters is much greater when highly mixed troops are mobilized. Now there are 3 divisions of this kind of troops, and we can barely cope with it. If we want to expand more of this highly synthetic troops, I think the headquarters will have to double its establishment. Vasily couldn't help but interrupt at this time. Our total strength is not inferior to the enemy. And these abandoned KVS are basically impossible to be repaired, and they are usually thrown on the side of the road until the end of the war. Wang Zhong thought for a while and said, according to the report of the cavalry, the enemy's armored forces are still quite strong. I think it's not worth it for us to attack the enemy's armored forces with these hundreds of T-34s. But they have more tanks than the entire First Mobile Army. Wang Zhong, I think it's more appropriate to use the T-34 of the 40th Tank Army to strengthen a KV group and attack the enemy's infantry. During the time when the 40th Army arrives, we can let the artillery advance first. Wang Zhong, who knew all this, was overwhelmed when he saw the organization of the 40th Tank Army. He could see at a glance that these 100 KVS would be damaged and thrown aside soon after the attack began. Wang Zhong clapped his hands, good. This way we can retreat earlier and break contact before suffering heavy losses. Before, the 40th Tank Army was planned to be launched after the enemy's supplies were exhausted and the troops were exhausted specifically. The enemy was trapped on the grassland for about a week before launching an attack. Wang Zhong thought for a while and said, then let's make the army's staff suffer a little more. I want to split the 100 KVS into 4 groups plus an independent tank detachment, with 21 tanks in each group and 16 KVS in the tank detachment under the army headquarters. The plan must be modified according to the situation on the battlefield, and almost no combat plan is implemented unchanged to the end. Wang Zhong looked at Pavlov. Why didn't you report it before? The pressure on the headquarters has increased so much. But under the technical conditions of World War II, commandability became an obstacle to synthesis. Even if the Russians synthesized the various arms in World War II, they often fought each other, probably for this reason. Later, they adopted the large-scale military system, and each arm was independently organized into a large unit, so that the command system could be simplified. Wang Zhong, but the quality of the troops is not good. Think about how much the 401st Division lost after joining the battle for such a short time during the Battle of Yeysk. We should stop while we are ahead, so as not to lose more than we gain. Popov, use tanks to attack the enemy's infantry division? Don't fight a war of annihilation. On Earth, the Russians usually only organize heavy breakthrough tank regiments, with 21 heavy tanks in a regiment, because this organization is the largest organization the Russians can support. The support capabilities of the Germans are better than those of the Russians. Generally, the Tiger Battalion has 45 tanks, and the Leopard Battalion has 98 tanks at most. Pavlov, so the battle plan is to use artillery and the 40th Tank Corps to launch a powerful attack on the enemy's infantry, and run away before the enemy shrinks and take advantage. Where to run? Hold on to Yeysk. But in this situation, the enemy is about to shrink, and the original battle plan will no longer work. According to the current intelligence, except for the 14th suit, the others are still in place. Pavlov replied. Wang Zhong, in other words, this highly integrated combat force organization exceeds the capabilities of the command headquarters. Wang Zhong, Yes, we need to hold on Inysk until Duke Mishkin's front retreats. Pavlov immediately took the telegram, read it, handed it to his staff officer who was responsible for updating the map, and then said to Wang Zhong, Mei Shijian has begun to retreat faster than we expected. His staff is very efficient. This is how the wars of the earth are fought, and the victory depends entirely on the numbers and the bravery of the veterans starting from the midterm. Pavlov, 40 tanks have been obtained. Although there are problems with the organization, they must be used as they should. As soon as he finished speaking, the communications staff officer ran over from the telegraph group in the distance and said loudly, Report. Today's battlefield situation report is here. However, the most important maintenance force of the 40th Army is very weak. The overall maintenance force is only equivalent to 1.5 times that of the Guards 1 machine infantry, and is less than the maintenance strength of the Guards 1 machine infantry plus the 225th Division. Pavlov's eyes widened. Then you want to personally lead this detachment to charge, right? It just so happens that KV has a commander. Wang Zhong, we don't have enough time. After the enemy shrinks back, we have to face 1.5, no, 1 3/4 of the enemy's armored divisions, and 2 armored grenadier divisions. I'm worried that we will suffer heavy losses. But this is the upper limit. Only a few armored regiments are assigned a Tiger Battalion and a Leopard Battalion. This super elite large-scale heavy armed unit is basically the only one in the entire Santoku army. The voice of General Gorky came from the receiver, Alexei, Mishkin has begun to retreat. We should launch some offensives here to support them. The 40th Tank Army is already on the way. Will you make good use of it? Wang Zhong, no problem, leave it to me. Chapter 402 Rokosov and hashtag 039, S prediction. At 8 o'clock in the morning on the 19th, Wang Zhong heard the roar of tanks outside. He cut his perspective and saw the leading brigade of the 40th Tank Army approaching in a mighty manner. After switching back, he gestured to Pavlov and Popov, the 40th Tank Army should have arrived. Let's go out to greet them and see how many tanks have been damaged. Popov, I think 1/5 of it was broken, right? Based on our previous long-distance maneuvering experience, it's 1/5. However, they shouldn't have as good a maintenance and care as ours, I guess 1/3. Pavlov said. Wang Zhong, then I can only bet 1/2. Everyone else laughed, and Wang Zhong himself didn't hold back and laughed along with them. Obviously everyone didn't think there would be so many non-combat losses. After laughing, Wang Zhong made a gesture, and then led everyone towards the door. Berev, I have told you that so many broken tanks may be because the quality of the new tanks is not up to standard. This conclusion can be drawn because 2/3 of the broken down tanks are new tanks, and they all have engine problems. Pavlov looked back at Wang Zhong, Commander, you really won the bet. After the number 4022 tank came to a stop, the turret hatch was opened, and a tank soldier wearing a general's uniform came out, took off his anti-collision tank cap, put on his officer's cap, jumped off the tank, straightened his clothes, and then walked towards Wang Zhong. Come. At this time, a lieutenant ran over and whispered a few words in Berev's ear. The commander of the 40th Army turned his head and looked at it, then awkwardly corrected, the leading troops of the 40th Tank Army have arrived. Wang Zhong, then while the enemy is still unable to react, with the cooperation of artillery, we attack the remaining 3 enemy infantry divisions in front of us. Kosakov frowned, I really didn't notice. Berev. Berev glanced at Kosakov and then reported loudly, we just received a report from the heavy tank brigade. The number of broken down tanks has reached 55. There are also some minor problems with other tanks. They plan to stop and repair them. Tank, let's start again at dawn. The grass is too difficult to walk on, and our support force is insufficient. Korsakov argued, furthermore, the quality of new tanks is very poor. You really can't blame us. So invest in as many tanks as you can support, rather than simply stacking them. The stacking will easily lead to the already weak support capability being dragged down and flattened. It could have guaranteed 21 tanks to engage the enemy, but now it can only guarantee 15. As soon as I walked out of the warehouse gate, I saw a T-34 tank with a flag flying in. The tactical number was 4022. Mr. Wang Zhong felt that this tactical number was also forcing him to take the bus number 422. Damn it, I just chose 1/2 after you finished choosing the others. Wang Zhong, I'm not happy at all. Soon a colonel who looked a bit bookish ran over, hello, General, what do you need me to do? Kosakov, we have broken tanks, are there many new tanks? Wang Zhong's true prediction was also based on the attrition of his troops when they moved here, so it was similar to Popov and Pavlov's estimate. Wang Zhong, how can it be calculated like this? The real situation is this, your support capability can ensure that 21 tanks rush to the enemy. No matter how much you pile up, 21 tanks will rush to the front in the end, because the extra tanks, if a tank isn't adequately protected, it just breaks down on the road. Wang Zhong wanted to say something else, but Popov smoothed things over. General, you just lost half of your bet, which shows that you also expected the situation. Wait a moment, Wang Zhong suddenly thought of something. A large part of the tanks that broke down in the mobile group army were recently replaced. Kosakov's eyes widened. It does seem to make sense. Pavlov coughed. As for the 100 kVs, we have decided to break them up into various units and use them dispersedly. Rokasov believes that 100 kVs are too concentrated and will be hindered by logistical capabilities. He turned to the commander of the 40th Army and cut the plug in to see the commander's name. In fact, he could see it by looking at the establishment table before, but he disliked Auntie's name being too long and was too lazy to read it. There was a plug-in anyway. I didn't expect that a tank brigade could actually destroy 40% of the tanks. Wang Zhong was also shocked. Is there still such a way of thinking? Not to mention, this idea is quite deceptive. So he asked Kosakov, are most of your damaged tanks new tanks that were just issued? Army Commander, the 112th Tank Brigade, the vanguard force I lead, has a total of 70 T-34s, and the actual number is 41. When Wang Zhong arrived, he saluted and said loudly, "Salute to you, General Rokasov. The 40th Tank Army has arrived." Wang Zhong, what's going on? But it doesn't matter. Got it? Kosakov said loudly, probably because Wang Zhong had raised his voice just now. Wang Zhong, this is the right argument. We can fight whatever kind of war we have as much logistical capability as we have. Modern war is a logistical war. Do you understand? Wang Zhong, General Kosakov, your tank brigade has been reduced by half before it even reaches the battlefield. How are you going to attack the enemy? Barlev, before that, can we send rescue forces to drag over all the tanks we dropped along the way? Some tanks have normal running mechanisms, but their engines are broken, so they can be towed. Wang Zhong looked at Pavlov, and the chief of staff shook his head directly. Although we have a lot of tractors, we can't tow so many at once. It will probably take a week to tow back all the stranded tanks. Kosakov was shocked. Are you going to take my 100 kVs? I don't see why this is necessary. KVs do have a high failure rate, but shouldn't more be concentrated if the failure rate is high? In this way, more tanks will rush to the Prasen people. Kosakov was immediately overjoyed. Yes. Guaranteed to complete the task. We will use 100 kVs as the vanguard to raid the enemy's position. Although the 40 should mean the 40th Tank Army, the number behind it is simply a serial number, and there may be tactical numbers such American Samoa 40122 later. Maybe the Russians on Earth really thought so at first, but it didn't work in the end. Pavlov stepped forward and asked, how many tanks were lost on the march? Wang Zhong saluted in return, and then asked, is the 40th Tank Army just this small? Wang Zhong took over Pavlov's words, then let's do this first. When all 4 of your armored brigades arrive, gather them together and form an assault group. Pavlov looked at Wang Zhong. It seems that this is the case. Although a series of measures have been taken, the decline in equipment quality has not been avoided. Popov nodded. If this is true, the entire army should have received many reports. Kosakov saluted. Yes, form an assault group. Then what? Popov looked at Wang Zhong. You are still as good as a god. Wang Zhong wanted to curse in his heart. Chapter 403. It's time to see who is better at fighting a bad battle. Even if you scold your mother, you still have to deal with the situation in front of you. Wang Zhong thought for a while and then said to Pavlov, how about delaying the original attack plan for about a day? Use this day to investigate the enemy's situation and confirm the coordinates of important targets. Pavlov nodded. I think so too. Our artillery supply plan has only completed 60% of the scheduled transportation volume today. Giving one more day to reserve artillery shells will be beneficial to the subsequent defensive battle. Wang Zhong looked at Popov. Popov frowned. We have always been one step ahead of the enemy before, but now we suddenly postpone the attack. Will we lose the opportunity? Our original battle plan was to launch the attack tomorrow, 20th, but if we postpone it for another day. Wang Zhong, the enemy has not yet withdrawn its strength. I estimate that they will take action today, and there will be a report from the cavalry troops tonight. I don't think the enemy can complete their tactical intentions today. Pavlov, after shrinking back, the enemy should also need to replenish ammunition and fuel, and repair vehicles. Wang Zhong repeated, and repairing the car. Popov looked at the two of them. Okay, anyway, I have raised my concerns. Vasily, please remember, I do not agree to postpone this decision. Vasily, isn't it the person from the staff department who is responsible for recording? A staff officer behind Pavlov was shocked. Is that something you should remember just now? Pavlov, remember it and write it down in the summary of this battle afterwards. Wang Zhong, so now it's 2 against 1, and the attack is postponed to the 21st. Morning. Pavlov looked up at the sky. If it's July 21st, it's almost the summer solstice, and the sunshine is very long. There will be enough sunshine time to launch an attack at noon. In this era, everyone is not capable of fighting at night, so military operations must consider the sunshine time. Wang Zhong, then we will launch the attack at noon on the 21st. He turned to Kossakov. Your army should be fully prepared for the attack on the morning of the 21st, and then gather the battalion and company commanders together, and I will tell them the complete battle plan. Kossakov asked in surprise, isn't this enough to be handed down from level to level? In our case, I will personally issue the order. Wang Zhong said. Korsakov smiled, that's great, everyone wants to see you with their own eyes. We encountered many vehicles transporting prisoners on the way here, and Yarvik could see prisoners being transported back every day. Wang Zhong said seriously, don't talk nonsense, do your job well. I have given you 1 day to organize the attack. Kossakov saluted, don't worry. Just as he put down his hand and was about to leave, Pavlov stopped him, wait a minute, although more than half of the heavy tank brigade is occupied, the number of remaining tanks still exceeds the optimal number determined by General Rokosov, so still have to be divided. I think you can organize the remaining tanks into 2 regiments based on the original plan. 1 regiment will remain within your organization, and the other regiment will be directly under the group army headquarters. What do you think? Kossakov looked back at Berev, who nodded, I will arrange it. They will divide it as soon as they arrive tomorrow. Korsakov, my staff officer said it's okay. The chief of staff is in the brigade behind and should arrive today. There is also a heavy tank brigade. Did I ask them to stop to repair their vehicles? Pavlov, yes, we will also send army maintenance forces here to help rescue the heavy tanks. Kossakov saluted again and turned to leave. Popov said, the soldiers who have been marching all night must be hungry. Let's eat first. Popov turned to the messenger next to him and said, tell the cooking team to cook some potato dumplings and let the soldiers eat them while they are hot. Wang Zhong frowned when he heard about potato dumplings. He had been eating them exclusively for the past 2 days. It was simply a blasphemy against dumplings. The scariest thing is that he gradually started to adapt to eating it dipped in sour cream. When I have the opportunity in the future, I will find chef series to correct my distorted taste. When Wang Zhong thought this way, Kossakov finally led his staff away. Pavlov, now we have to see what the situation is like on the Plusin side. Hopefully, they are in as difficult a situation as we expected. Potatoes and cucumbers again. Admiral Poker looked at his breakfast and made a dissatisfied voice, is there nothing else? Has Grand Duke Meyer eaten them all? The orderly held the plate with both hands and said solemnly, our food stocks are already running low, because the logistics focus is mainly on fuel and ammunition. Coupled with the harassment of the enemy's cavalry. That's enough, I get it. General Poker put down his fork, picked up the potato with his hand and took a bite. While chewing, he asked the Chief of Staff, how is the operation to shrink the armored forces going? The Chief of Staff replied, today the 14th Armored Division will arrive at the supply location, and the other armored divisions and Panzer Grenadier divisions will start moving today. We expect to complete the replenishment of all units by the 21st. However, the 190th Division has been eaten up. The meaning of relief no longer exists. General Pork, no, you don't understand. Rokosov will not be satisfied with just eating one of our infantry divisions and crippling an armored division. He will definitely do something. If I follow the previous idea, if the armored troops are waiting on the grassland for the enemy cavalry's horses to get thin, then Rokosov may have some ideas about our armored troops. The admiral stuffed all the potatoes into his mouth and made a gesture with his free hand, surround and annihilate, understand? So we have to withdraw. On the one hand, this can ease our supply situation, and on the other hand, it can also prevent Rokosov from being attacked. Defeat them one by one. He made a fist with his right hand and showed it to his staff, clench it into a fist, and Rokosov will not be able to exert his strength. The Chief of Staff nodded, I understand. At this time, the communication staff entered Admiral Poker's tent and saluted, General. A call from the headquarters. Bring it here. The Admiral gestured. The communication staff officer stepped forward and thrust the telegram into the General's hand. The Admiral picked up the coffee, looked at the telegram while drinking it, and then squirted out the coffee. The orderly immediately stepped forward to help him clean up, but the General waved his hand and scolded, don't come over. I'm reading the telegram. Then he repeatedly confirmed the words on the telegram and looked up at the communication staff officer, is this the correct translation? No, I'm sure not. Chief of Staff, what's wrong? The Admiral handed him the telegram and said, urge us to restart the attack, saying that we have been delayed here for too long. The Chief of Staff took the telegram and looked at it, Dumbfounded, the wording is very harsh, but it is signed by the Celtic chief of staff. The admiral stood up, this should be what the emperor meant. He came to the map, looked at it, and sighed, call back and tell the headquarters that our supplies are seriously lagging behind now and we need time to make up. We will resume the offensive on the 22nd. The 22 ND. He picked up the map stick and tapped YES on the map hard. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 404 Childhood and Youth in the War. For the rest of the 19th, the battlefield that had been noisy for several days actually became quiet. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Wang Zhong walked out of the warehouse and looked at the sun in the west. He thought of the old song of the earth for no reason, the sun in the west is about to set, and the devil's doom is coming. It's a pity that Proson does not use the sun as a symbol. The idea of setting sun has nothing to do with Proson, otherwise Wang Zhong could compose another song. The warehouse where the headquarters is located cannot see the complete sunset, and the sun will be blocked by the surrounding buildings first. Wang Zhong suddenly wanted to wander around, so he turned to Vasily and said, go and inform Pavlov, just tell him that I will ride around the city, and let him deal with urgent matters first without reporting to me. After saying that, he walked directly to the gate. As he walked, he called to Gregory who was smoking in the yard, come on, come with me for a walk. Let's ride a horse. This city is a bit big just by walking. Gregory said, throwing the cigarette butt on the ground, stamping it out with the toe of his leather shoe, and polishing it. Wang Zhong thought about it and thought it was right, go and put a saddle on it and bring it over. I'll wait here. There's still some time before the sun goes down. Gregory turned and walked toward the stables. Vasily came back at this time, glanced at Gregory's back and said, going on horseback. It's time to ride for a while. If Busy Faraz is not allowed to come out for a walk, it will summon Proson's bomb or something else. Something that blew up the stable. Wang Zhong frowned, is the rumor already so outrageous? Yes. Wang Zhong shook his head, no, you guys, you have to believe in science. Bucephalus is just lucky. As he spoke, Wang Zhong thought to himself, damn, I am saying this in a world with divine power to guide missiles. If there is a god, just give me a thunderbolt. But on the other hand, now that the Chongsheng sect has been done like this and nothing major has happened yet, it shows that these divine powers may really be a natural phenomenon in this world. Or some ancient super technology. But those have nothing to do with Wang Zhong, a general who cheated and directed the war. That is a headache for scientists. At this time, Wang Zhong suddenly heard the sound of an engine in the east, and muttered, it should be another brigade of the 40th Army that has arrived. I don't know how many tanks they have left. Vasily, I think it's similar to the 2 brigades that arrived in the morning and noon. I'll find out later when I check it out. At this time, Gregory came over with 2 horses, and the horse breeder behind him led another horse. Gregory, I brought 3 horses over. General, you can add me and the flag bearer. Wang Zhong shook his head, no, there is no need to bring the flag bearer. The last horse will be given to Vasily. We will simply walk around the city for a while. Gregory nodded, checked the saddles of the 2 horses again, and then handed the reins to Wang Zhong. Wang Zhongfei got on the horse, flicked the reins, and Busy Faraz walked towards the gate with cheerful steps. Wang Zhong, who was riding on the horse, could even feel that its pace had a bit of rhythm. If there was a military band playing marching music next to it, it would definitely be able to step on it. After leaving the gate, Wang Zhong saw a row of tanks parked on the street at first sight. Several children were playing on the tanks using them as rock eries. The soldiers of the 40th Tank Army looked at the children laughing and did not even notice Wang Zhong riding out. Wang Zhong, what happened to these children? Why were they not evacuated? The moment he spoke, the soldiers looked over, stood up, and saluted him. When the children saw this formation, they followed suit and saluted Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong returned the bow casually and repeated the question. The soldiers looked at each other, as if they didn't know why these children were still in Yizk. At this time, the eldest child standing on the tank turret said, our parents were killed by Proson's shelling, and now we are all orphans. Wang Zhong's eyes immediately softened when he looked at the children. The leading child shouted, don't pity us, General, I am their leader now, I can take good care of them. The other children nodded, yes. Wang Zhong, but we won't be fighting here forever. We are expected to retreat by August. What will you do then? The child king was stunned, are you going to retreat? They all say that you are the invincible Rokosov's troops. Will Rokosov's troops also retreat? Wang Zhong, of course we will. In fact, we have been retreating last year, and we retreated to the gate of Yekaterina Fort. We have to trade space for time, and we have to lengthen the enemy supply line. Speaking of this, Wang Zhong hesitated, saying, can these children at such a young age understand? Maybe an orphanage should be set up in the rear to take in these war orphans, so that their childhood will not become only unfortunate because of the war. As soon as this idea was formed, he was interrupted by the child king. I don't believe it. The brothers who drive tanks said that Rokosov is very powerful and can tear apart enemy tanks with his bare hands. He is not as coward as you say. Run all the way. Brothers who drive tanks. Wang Zhong raised his head in surprise and suddenly realized that the tank soldiers who had just saluted him were all very young. They all looked like they were about 20 years old. Several of them, Wang Zhong, even suspected that he had lied about his age in order to join the army. Wang Zhong himself is very young, but he can already be a big brother in front of them. Ah, yes, the armored forces suffered such heavy losses last year. They lost more than 20,000 tanks alone, so now these armored forces are all newly added. Wang Zhong pointed at the sergeant with the highest rank and asked, "When did you join the army? Where were you when the war broke out? How many hours did you drive?" The sergeant saluted, "I joined the army in April last year. When the war broke out, I was training in the rear. I drove for 270 hours. Wang Zhong pointed to the private soldier next to the sergeant, "What about you?" Private soldier, "I joined the army in February this year. When the war broke out, I was attending the 10th grade graduation ceremony in Linica. I have never driven a tank. I was a loader." Wang Zhong, "I'm asking how long you have been doing combat training on the tank." The private soldier scratched his head, "I don't know. Most of the time we trained in a wooden simulation warehouse. I got on the tank last month. I drove for dozens of hours in total, right? Only stayed on the tank for 60 hours. If the members of the 40th Tank Army are all of this level, it's no wonder that they ran here and broke down for 40%. The quality of the tanks is not good, and the quality of the combat members is not good either. How can they face the elite Prosan armored soldiers head-on?" Wang Zhong looked at these young faces and made up his mind not to confront the Prosan armored forces head-on in the future. "Anyway, the battlefield is so vast, I can just bully your infantry." At this time, the child king who answered the question first asked, "Who are you?" Wang Zhong, "I am Rokosov." The children all widened their eyes. Wang Zhong spread his hands and added, "As you can see, I am just an ordinary person and can't tear up a tank with my hands." The children looked at each other. Wang Zhong continued, "I am not 6 meters tall, and I can't use a saber to split bullets." A girl asked, "Then do you have an angel?" "Of course." Wang Zhong wanted to say of course not, but then he thought, Ludmila is more beautiful than an angel, and Nelly is the same. It seems that it can't be said that there is no angel at all. Of course, angels may refer to muscular big guys who are several meters tall and can lift mortals up and swing them as hammers, but there is indeed no such thing. That is the Emperor's angel. The girl blinked her big eyes, "Do you have one?" Wang Zhong, "I don't have one." In the end, he chose not to add supernatural elements to his legend. The little girl looked visibly disappointed. Wang Zhong, "I will ask the priests of the army to come to you later. You will stay with the priests and help with the logistics of cooking and washing clothes, okay?" It felt that if he directly persuaded these children to leave, they might not be willing, so Wang Zhong chose a tricky way, letting the children become hired workers of the army, and then they would naturally follow the army when they left. The child king was very happy to hear that he could help. "Okay. Before, the priest wanted to send us away, but I said we would not leave, because we still have family members to find, and maybe they will come to find us. But we will help Rokosov fight the Prosan devils." "Yes." The children said in unison. Wang Zhong, "Okay, so when the priests come, follow them, remember to work hard, otherwise the soldiers may have no clothes to wear and no food to eat." "Yes." The child king took the lead in standing at attention and saluting, and the other children immediately followed suit, looking like they were doing it. Wang Zhong was riding on a horse and couldn't stand at attention, but he tried to straighten his upper body and salute all of them. Then the commandant's evening patrol continued. Chapter 405 Concerns before the attack. After saying goodbye to the children he met by chance, Wang Zhong let Buzfalas jog in the city. Yisk is now full of tanks, and the flashes of welding can be seen everywhere on the streets. In the past, Wang Zhong did not dare to place a large number of troops in the city for fear of being bombarded. Now that the 190th Division of Prosan has been driven away, there is no Prosan artillery unit that can cover Yisk. So Wang Zhong ordered the troops with heavy losses to be transferred back for rest, and the tank repair factory originally placed outside the city was also moved from the tent to the city. The faulty tanks of the 40th Tank Army were also placed in the city for repair. When everyone saw Wang Zhong riding a tall horse, they put down their work and saluted Wang Zhong. When Wang Zhong passed by, he could hear gossip coming from behind. "See, that's Rokosov. We are fighting under his name, and we are finally going to win." "That's right, we were all fighting in vain before, and were chased by the Prosan people. We saw trucks escorting prisoners on the way here, it's really refreshing. Wang Zhong took all this as flattery, and was secretly happy when Vasily said, General, your presence boosted morale, and priests like Popov will be unemployed. Don't stir up trouble between our three-man command group. Wang Zhong glanced at Vasily. The priest team led by the bishop is indispensable, and the morale of the soldiers cannot be achieved by blindly worshipping the commander alone. That's too dangerous. Vasily, okay, I get it. At this time, the roar of the engine came from the front of the street. Wang Zhong raised his head and immediately cut the view, and saw a tractor towing a broken tank into the yard currently used as a tank repair yard. The roar was the engine of the tractor. There were already several tanks in the compound, and almost all of them were dismantling their engines. Mr. Wang came back and said to Vasily and Gregory, let's go and see the situation in the repair yard. Vasily asked in surprise, how do you know there is a repair yard ahead? Wang Zhong smiled slightly, most of the tanks are now under maintenance and will not start their engines. Such a loud roar should be the tractor of the recovery troops, so I guess there must be a repair yard ahead. Vasily suddenly realized, oh, great. Wang Zhong rode forward and turned the intersection to see another tractor pulling a T-34 into the repair shop. There were also a row of T-34s parked at the entrance of the yard, all under maintenance. Anti is not like Prosan. Each armored company can be equipped with a welder, and all tanks that need welding and repair must be handed over to professional maintenance battalions. The entire road in front of the repair yard is full of welding flames, and the air is full of the smell of ozone produced by welding. Seeing Wang Zhong coming, everyone stood up and saluted as usual, but Wang Zhong said first, okay, no need to salute, continue your work. This is the most important thing. Everyone squatted down and continued to work. A clerk with a writing board came to Wang Zhong and reported loudly, General, we completed minor repairs on 10 tanks during the day today. There are 11 tanks in the yard that are replacing engines. It is expected that the repairs will be completed tomorrow night. In addition, the recovery battalion is still constantly towing tanks back. The maintenance staff is starting to be a little insufficient. We can only repair vehicles with minor problems first. Wang Zhong nodded, okay, you have worked hard. Can I go into the yard to take a look? Of course, you are the commander, there is no place you can't go in Yisk. Please come in. But there is not much space inside, please dismount. Wang Zhong got off his horse, tied the reins to the fire hydrant beside the gate, and then walked into the yard. In fact, through the bird's eye view, he had almost grasped the situation inside. Now he came in to take a walk to let everyone in the maintenance yard feel the attention of the army headquarters and improve work efficiency. He came to a tank whose engine had been lifted out, stretched his neck and looked into the opening left by the engine. Just looking at the welding of the engine compartment, it can be seen that the manufacturer of this tank is a complete novice. The welds are crooked and there are many protrusions. Seeing the welds, Wang Zhong suddenly worried about the armor protection of the tank, so he went around to the front and took a look at the tank's gun shield. It was a mess, even Wang Zhong, who didn't understand it at all, couldn't understand it. Welded, seeing the welding of the gun shield and the entire front half of the turret, you can also know that the strength of this thing must not be very good. It seems that this batch of T-34s is completely inadequate in terms of reliability and protection. On the other side, Prosan has begun mass production of the long-barreled No. 4, and it is estimated that the No. 3 will soon be equipped with a long 50 gun. Prosan's armored soldiers should be able to make a lot of achievements again. As the chairman of the new equipment review committee, Wang Zhong is now anxious and must produce better and qualified tanks as soon as possible, otherwise Anti's armored soldiers will only die in vain, and will not be able to accumulate combat experience at all, nor will they be able to train many elite tank crews. With this idea in mind, Wang Zhong turned to the technician who was repairing the engine. Has the problem with the engine been determined? This one has been determined. The technician shook his head. We originally thought that it was a specific part that always had problems, but today we have dismantled 10 engines, and each one has a different problem. This is terrible, indicating that there is a problem with the factory's production. If there is a problem with a specific component, then we can locate the specific production link and then solve the problem. There is no way to solve it now, and we can only endure poor quality for a long time in the future. Wang Zhong patted the technician on the shoulder. Thank you for your hard work, master. Try to repair it. If we can deploy more tanks during the attack, we will have a greater chance of winning. Don't worry. The technician smiled at Wang Zhong. You think so highly of us, of course we won't let you down, General. Wang Zhong nodded, took back his hand on the technician's shoulder, and paced in the yard full of the smell of engine oil. The dismantled tank engines were in poor condition, and the technicians were busy sweating beside them. Wang Zhong turned around and was full of worries about the attack on number 21. But the determination to attack has been made, and it cannot be easily modified. Changing orders every day will affect the morale of the troops and the troops' trust in the commander. A troop that doubts the commander will definitely not achieve the commander's intention. So number 21 can only try to attack. The good news is that it is not easy to dig a particularly solid bunker in the place where the Plassen infantry division is stationed. If the artillery bombards well, even if the tanks are in a worse condition, it will be fine. Wang Zhong took a deep breath and looked up at the fiery clouds in the sky. July 21, 12 noon. Pavlov looked at his watch, then at Wang Zhong, and picked up the phone. Connect to the artillery command post. Fire. Chapter 406 Tank 40th Army and #039, S attack begins. Time went forward a little bit, 11 o'clock in the morning on the 21st, at the headquarters of the 10th Army of Plassen. Admiral Bach lifted the rainproof cloth curtain, yawned as he entered the headquarters, and greeted the staff. "Hello, gentlemen. Is the enemy shelling?" "No, General," said the Chief of Staff. Admiral Bach snapped his fingers. "Okay. Then they shouldn't attack today. Air Force reconnaissance found that there were tank troops rushing to Yeysk. I thought Rokosov was going to attack." Chief of Staff, Rokosov likes to use tanks for cover shooting when defending. Those tanks may be his way to consolidate the front line defense. Admiral Bach still looked suspicious. So many tanks to consolidate the front line? Or a city? This doesn't make sense. No, he should be attacking. The photos taken by the plane yesterday showed that at least 200 tanks were gathering towards his army group. These are the forces used for attack. Admiral Bach stared at the map for a while, and then said, "But he may not be ready yet. It's 11 o'clock today, and the bombardment will not come soon." The Chief of Staff laughed and said, "Rokosov must not have thought that we will take the lead in attacking tomorrow, and show him some strength." Admiral Bach also smiled. "Very good, these days we have been harassed by Rokosov's cavalry, and our supply and morale have suffered a relatively large blow. Now we can finally vent our anger." Seeing the Admiral laughing, other people in the headquarters also laughed. For the first time in a few days, the entire headquarters was in a relaxed atmosphere. After laughing, Admiral Bach asked, "How is the supply of the armored forces?" The Chief of Staff immediately reported, "Currently, 60% has been completed, and it will definitely be completed before tomorrow. The harassment of the enemy cavalry has been significantly weakened, although we dare not send the recovery battalion to tow the tanks and armored vehicles abandoned on the grassland back for repair. When the attack starts tomorrow, we can put in 200 tanks and 300 half-track personnel carriers." "Good." Admiral Bach nodded repeatedly. At this time, the communications staff came in with a telegram, an urgent telegram from the headquarters. Admiral Bach looked helpless. It should be urging us to attack again. He motioned to the Chief of Staff to get the telegram. The Chief of Staff stepped forward to take the telegram, glanced at it and said, "It is indeed asking us to attack, and the wording is even more severe than the last one. We have clearly informed the superiors of our offensive plan, but they are still urging us like this, every day." Admiral Bach shook his head. "The headquarters will not be so unreasonable. His Majesty has put pressure on them. Call back and tell His Majesty, tell the headquarters that I will attack tomorrow. I will definitely attack tomorrow." After the staff saluted and left, Admiral Bach asked the Chief of Staff, "What about tomorrow's offensive plan?" "It has been issued to various units." The Chief of Staff snapped his fingers, and a staff officer immediately unfolded a map with an attack plan. First, the armored forces and armored grenadiers will pass through the defense zones of the infantry divisions and deploy in front of the enemy. After 2 hours of artillery preparation, they will launch an attack. The goal of the first phase of the attack is to drive most of the enemy's troops on the grassland into Yeysk and achieve a semi-encirclement of the city. In the second phase, we will encircle Yeysk and trap Rokosov's main force in the city. Rokosov is good at defense, so we will conduct 3 days of artillery preparation, completely flatten the city, and then launch the attack." Admiral Bach stared at the map with the battle plan intently, as if he wanted to imprint the map in his mind. The Chief of Staff began to explain in detail the part that each division was responsible for. After listening carefully, Admiral Bach nodded and said, "No problem, it's a good plan. If I were still teaching at the military academy, I would give you full marks for this plan in your exam." The Admiral had taught at the military academy for a period of time, and he only took command of the combat troops again during the Battle of Melania. "To celebrate your excellent battle plan, let's have lunch." The Admiral clapped his hands, and his orderly came in through the curtain and asked, "What can I do for you?" "Prepare lunch for everyone in the headquarters." As soon as the Admiral finished speaking, the communications staff came in through the curtain, without a telegram in his hand. He reported loudly, "General, the front-line infantry reported through the radio that they were bombarded." "What?" Admiral Bach hurriedly looked down at his watch. "It's this time. What if the night falls in the middle of the attack? It will be a mess. Chief of Staff, maybe it's just a Rokosov-style sudden bombardment? He likes to waste shells like this, as if their logistics will never run out. The admiral shook his head. No, Rokosov just got a large number of tank troops, we only have infantry divisions on the front, and the ground conditions make it impossible to dig two strong fortifications. His artillery destroyed all the fortifications with one explosion. This is an attack, he is going to attack. The general walked around the tent twice and made up his mind, I'm going to talk to the commander of the infantry division. Can I still call him? We'll try our best. The communications staff replied. At the headquarters of the 151st Infantry Division in Plassen, Major General Franz was holding the microphone of the radio and shouting, "Hello. Hello. Do you hear me? This is Wolverine, we are under heavy bombardment by the enemy. Repeat, heavy bombardment." The radio was full of static noise. The rustling sound formed a sharp contrast with the rumbling of artillery outside the divisional bunker. Franz shrank his neck, as if this action could save his head when the unfortunate shell fell. The other people in the division had already fallen to the ground. The Chief of Staff still remembered to maintain the anti-artillery posture, and several staff officers who had never seen the world fell to the ground directly. The shells did not need to hit this simple bunker directly, and the shock of falling nearby would teach these staff officers enough lessons. Franz's call was finally responded to, and a rough voice floated out from the headset, "Wolverine, how are you? The enemy is bombarding us, and the shells are falling on the position like raindrops. We are about to kill all the shells. Calm down, Wolverine, aren't you still alive? I want you to stand up now and use the telescope to look in the direction of the ants. Can you see the enemy's armored forces?" Major General Franz stood up tremblingly, picked up the telescope and took a look. The T-34 tanks were lined up in a row. From Franz's perspective, it looked like a battle fleet in battle formation before a decisive battle at sea. He even forgot to squat down again, and just stood there and shouted into the microphone, "Battleship, battleship. No, I mean, the tank brigade. The tank brigade is rushing towards me." Chapter 407 Grassland, Grassland. The armored impact of the 40th Tank Army was completely different from the impact of the 1st Mobile Group Army. The 1st Mobile Army was highly integrated and had a large number of half-tracks, so the infantry could keep up with the oncoming armor. The tank company of the 1st Mobile Group is also equipped with a mechanized infantry platoon, using the M3 Grand Lee tank as an infantry fighting vehicle. The 40th Tank Army does not have these. Especially half-track vehicles, which ANT does not produce, and relies entirely on blood transfusions from the United States. The amount of blood transfusions is only so much, and no one except the 1st Mobile Group can get much. As for Grand Lee tanks, the 40th Army did not even have one. Therefore, the accompanying infantry of the 40th Tank Army can only be hung on tanks and become armored cavalry. This is actually very dangerous, because Prosan is a veteran, and they know that the infantry must first intercept the accompanying infantry when attacking a tank. The infantry hanging on the tank will become the target of the machine gun. The only bunker the infantry can rely on is the T-34 turret, but the T-34 of the 40th Tank Army is the original version with a small turret, so it cannot provide much cover at all. Prosan's machine gun swept over, and the first wave of casualties appeared immediately. The person who was shot fell straight out of the tank, and even pulled his companions down with him. The original version of the T-34 had poor vision. The commander, who was also a part-time gunner, could not see where the machine gun was during the bumps, so he just let Prosan's remaining machine gun firepower harvest several rounds of infantry. When the T-34 finally found the firepower point and stopped to take aim, the experienced Prosan machine gunner had already moved his position. A wave of barrels were also changed during the position shifting process, so that no time was wasted in highlighting one. Sergeant Hooker, the Prosan machine gunner, advanced with the machine gun with the barrel replaced, and his deputy gunner followed behind with ammunition on his back. There was a tripod on the second firing position. Sergeant Hook put down the machine gun and checked the tripod first, then cursed, "Damn artillery preparation, this tripod can't be used, the handwheel is stuck, and the range cannot be adjusted. We just set it up and fight." The deputy gunner was a new recruit and asked, "Is this okay? The scale on the machine gun itself is. Don't worry about it. The enemy is right in front of you. Just rely on experience and tracer bullets to calibrate your fire." Sergeant Hook pushed away the tripod, placed the machine gun's bipod on the leaked sandbag, opened the pressure plate, and installed it. Bomb. The deputy gunner loaded the bullet chain, and as soon as he adjusted it, Sergeant Hook lowered the bullet pressing plate, pulled the bolt to load the gun, and started shooting. Without the stability of a tripod, the machine gun shook violently. The sergeant didn't adjust the scale at all, and relied purely on experience to hit a tank with the first shot. Because it was too far away, the effect of the attack could not be seen at all. All that was known was that the anti-aircraft machine gun on the top of the tank immediately fired back in this direction. The deputy shooter simply shrank his neck, but Sergeant Hook remained unmoved and continued to fire a long burst. The tank's anti-aircraft machine gun immediately misfired. The sergeant continued to fire, and dutiful suppression accompanied the infantry. The deputy gunner was a little worried. Why didn't the anti-tank gun fire? It was all the sound of enemy tanks. Not a single tank stopped. The sergeant patted his helmet, stopped talking nonsense and changed the barrel. The deputy shooter quickly got up, followed the usual training steps to open the barrel latch, pulled out the hot barrel and threw it on the ground. At this time, the sergeant said, "The anti-tank gun position is probably under the enemy's special attention. Do you know how many sentries were touched last night? I guess they have all been recruited." Deputy shooter, huh? Don't stop moving your hands, keep changing the barrel. The deputy shooter hurriedly completed the final steps and lay down again to hold up the ammunition chain. The sergeant fired again. Suddenly, an anti-tank stopped, and a plume of black smoke came out of the rear of the vehicle. But it didn't appear that any anti-tank fire hit it. The tank members all got out of the tank and rushed towards the Prasen position with babisha in hand. The sergeant immediately turned his gun to greet them. After a long burst of fire, at least 3 people were shot and fell. At this moment, the deputy shooter suddenly saw an anti-tank that was already very close and stopped, and the turret began to rotate this way. He yelled, "We've been spotted. Over there. Let's go." The sergeant picked up the machine gun and rushed into the traffic trench. The deputy shooter hurriedly picked up the ammunition box and tried to follow the sergeant. At this time, a shell fell, and the impact was like a heavy punch hitting the deputy shooter's back, making him fall forward. He felt like his head was buzzing and swollen to the point of exploding. Everything around him seemed to have turned into chaos, and he was about to sink into the ocean of chaos. Suddenly, the sergeant's voice appeared, "Are you okay?" With the sound, everything around him became realistic again, and then the deputy shooter saw the sergeant's face and his extended hand. "Get up, kid. You didn't even bleed, so you must be fine. Get up." The deputy took the sergeant's calloused hand. The next moment, his body was dragged up by the sergeant. "Let's go to the next position, the enemy will fire back up." The sergeant turned and ran away. The deputy shooter stumbled to follow. A few seconds later, there was a second explosion behind him. The storm swept past the helmets, but the shockwave never reached the 2 people in the traffic trench. Just after running a few steps, the sergeant's curse came from the front, "Fuck, the communication trench is about to be blown up by enemy artillery fire. We are about to get out of the communication trench. Follow me, lower your body, and run." After speaking, the sergeant rushed out of the traffic trench. The deputy gunner then realized that the communication trench in front had been completely blocked by mud, and he had no choice but to go out. He took a deep breath and jumped out of the communication trench. The sergeant's back was in front, passing through the grass that was blown to the ground by the artillery fire. The deputy gunner ran, not daring to look to the right. The roar of the anti-tank came from the right. Suddenly, the sergeant in front lay down, and the deputy gunner also lay down hurriedly. The next moment, the road wheels of the tank broke into the field of vision, and AT-34 rushed past not far in front of the sergeant. A figure wearing a Proson helmet suddenly stood up in the grass, and with a wave of his hand, a mallet-like thing fell parabola towards the tank. It was a cluster grenade. The grenade fell on the back of the tank and exploded immediately. The tank stopped, and flames jumped from the engine cover. The cover on the turret was opened, and the anti-tanker stretched out his submachine gun and fired around at the surroundings before leaning out. A Proson soldier rushed forward and stabbed the tanker's chest with the tactical knife in his hand. The anti-man stared at the Proson soldier with wide eyes, and his body slowly slid into the tank. The Proson soldier stood on the tank body and took out a grenade. The machine gun fire came from the right side of the deputy gunner's field of vision. The Proson soldier fell backwards with the grenade that had not been pulled, and disappeared in the bushes. He turned his head and saw another anti-tank using a coaxial machine gun to cover his companions. At the same time, there were still infantrymen who had not been shot down on the backs of the 2 anti-tanks. Now these infantrymen were jumping off the car one by one, firing everywhere with submachine guns. The anti-people may not have good tactical qualities, but they are really brave. Even the elite infantry of Proson can rarely beat the anti-people in hand-to-hand combat. The assistant gunner yelled, "What should we do?" The next moment, he saw the sergeant in front of him stand up, holding an MG-34 machine gun, and firing at the ants. Chapter 408 The Sound of. Sergeant Semyon was holding the PPSH in an attempt to fix the jam when he heard the sound of the Proson machine gun. He looked up when he heard the sound of the machine gun and saw a Proson man standing up in the bushes, firing a machine gun. The machine gunner hadn't noticed Sergeant Semyon yet, so he lowered his body and repeatedly pulled the bolt to try to get the stuck shell out. When he pulled it for the third time, the shell came out with a click. Sergeant Semyon immediately pulled the bolt several times to make sure the fault had been completely fixed, then turned the gun straight and started splashing water at the Proton machine gunner. It was impossible to shoot accurately, and the PPSH was not a weapon prepared for that. The anti-soldiers had already developed a habit of splashing water no matter how far away they were. Even if they couldn't hit the enemy, they could force the enemy to lie down and hide. So the enemy machine gunner was surrounded by weeds broken by bullets, and the leaves were blown up by the wind. The machine gunner didn't lie down at all, but turned the muzzle of the gun to aim at Sergeant Semyon. At this moment, a PPSH bullet hit the machine gunner's shoulder, almost immediately taking away the strength of the arm holding the bipod, so the machine gun fell down, but continued to fire. The bullet hit the turret of the tank, and then the body of the tank. The bullet that hit the body of the tank ricocheted and hit Sergeant Semyon's calf directly. The sergeant leaned against the turret, supporting his body with his elbow and other leg, holding the heavy submachine gun and continuing to fire. The Proton machine gunner was hit by several bullets and fell backwards, and the machine gun also rolled to the ground. Sergeant Semyon was just about to take a breath when he saw another Proton man emerging from the grass, as if he was going to rush up to pick up the machine gun. So Sergeant Semyon pulled the trigger again and poured out all the remaining bullets in the drum. The Proton soldier was not hit, but he still lay down. Sergeant Semyon pressed the latch and slapped the drum with his hand, so the empty drum fell and hit Sergeant Semyon's feet. He cursed Sucka and tried to pull a new drum from his carrying gear. At this time, the hatch of the tank turret opened a little, and the commander and gunner inside asked, "What's going on?" Sergeant Semyon touched the drum and said, "Drive forward quickly, there are Proton people in the grass around here. You have sent us there, leave the rest to us." The commander glanced at Semyon's shoulder. "Your hand is injured, and the blood is all over your sleeve." Sergeant Semyon turned his head and saw a red patch on his sleeve. "Damn, I was wondering why my hands were a little shaky." The commander handed over a roll of bandages. "This is what we have in our car." Sergeant Semyon gave up touching the drum, took the bandage and began to bandage his arm, while continuing to urge, "Drive forward, there are so many Protons in the bushes." No wonder General Rokosov assigned so many auxiliary troops to the tank unit. While speaking, Sergeant Semyon looked around. Many tanks had been destroyed by Proton soldiers in close combat, and the anti-infantry who got off the car were engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the Protons. The T-34 tanks, which lacked training and had poor vision, could not help much in this situation. It felt like tanks were fighting tanks and infantry were fighting infantry, and the two sides were fighting two unrelated battles. Sergeant Semyon finished bandaging and returned the bloody bandage to the commander, while urging, "Drive forward. Rush. Attack the enemy's logistics and command organs." The commander retracted and closed the hatch, and the tank engine roared again. Sergeant Semyon steadied himself, and he finally took out the drum and installed it on the submachine gun. Then he looked down at his feet, and was sure that he probably couldn't get off the vehicle to fight. He held the gun and looked around alertly. This T-34 did not have an anti-aircraft machine gun installed on the roof. It seemed that General Rokosov interfered with military production in order to ensure that the infantry had enough machine guns. But the general's own army group anti-aircraft machine guns were fully equipped. Sergeant Semyon thought, after this battle, will the 40th Tank Army also become Rokosov's direct line and get new equipment? When the time comes, I will write a letter to my wife about this. She will definitely be happy. It is less likely to die if you fight with General Rokosov. After all, he is one of the few generals who have made outstanding achievements in the terrible rout last year. At this time, Sergeant Semyon suddenly heard the sound of a horn. He looked back and found that a cavalry unit appeared from nowhere and was rolling across the grassland. In the sun, the flash of the saber was like a meteor on the ground. Where did the cavalry come from? Didn't the cavalry be reorganized into tank units? Semyon watched the cavalry rush through the Proton positions and slaughter the Protons with cold weapons such as sabers. Finally, the morale of the Protons collapsed, and many Protons got up and ran back. The cavalry caught up with the tank where Semyon was. A cavalry captain saw Semyon and said, "You are injured, Davarish." "Dava, ah." Semyon was a little surprised. "What? Davarish, it seems that it was originally used by the Navy. General Rokosov's troops called each other that." Semyon said "Oh," and then asked, "Where did you come from?" "We just arrived. General Rokosov ordered us to catch up with you, saying that you didn't have enough accompanying troops. So we came. It's great to come." Semyon smiled. In a flash, something flashed in the distance. When the shell hit the tank, Semyon only heard a bang, and the next moment he flew up. It took him half a second to realize that he was flying. He looked at the ground and stared at the captain's wide eyes. The captain should have shouted something, but Semyon could no longer hear it. His ears could not hear anything now. He saw the reason. The tank exploded, the turret flew into the air, but the body of the vehicle was still moving forward. I must have been deafened by the explosion. Thinking of this, the earth suddenly approached Sergeant Semyon's vision and embraced him like a mother. Captain Makarov shouted at the moment the tank exploded, 88 gun. He had seen such a situation. And the 88 gun crew survived the fire preparation. The captain looked forward and saw the flash of firing. The distance was about 1 kilometer. Obviously, the Prosan people had just restored the operation of this gun, otherwise they would not put the tank so close before firing. The captain turned around and shouted, "Cavalry! Kill the last artillery group. We can't let it destroy our tank troops." Generally, the 88 artillery group would have machine guns or even small caliber anti-aircraft guns to cover, but at this time, there was no need to care about so much. Captain Makarov led the cavalry and rushed to the artillery position with the determination to die. However, without machine guns and 20mm small caliber guns, the cavalry was like a wave, flooding the artillery position. When Captain Makarov rushed past the artillery position, he aimed at a sergeant wearing a boat hat. The boat hat should be someone from the Prosan Air Force. The captain gently put down his hand, and without much force, the saber cut across the sergeant's cheek and split his head in half. When the captain wanted to find another target, he found that the remaining people in the artillery group were all divided by the cavalry. The Opel truck carrying the artillery shells wanted to run, and the captain chased it and threw a grenade into the cab. The next moment, the cab of the truck exploded, and the out-of-control car overturned on the grassland, followed by a huge explosion. The captain could not contain his excitement and shouted, "Ura-a-a-a! Ura!" The loud sound shook the grassland. Chapter 409 The Air Force never disappoints. While the 40th Army of Enfontaine was attacking, countless parachutes were slowly falling like dandelions over the vast grassland near the headquarters of Prosen's 10th Army. Under each parachute were suspended gasoline barrels cushioned by sandbags. This was the fuel dropped by the Prosen Air Force to the 10th Army. Admiral Poker himself came out of the tent and looked at the dandelions falling slowly from the sky. "Damn it," he cursed, "how could the Air Force's shots be so biased?" Many of them floated several kilometers away, at least several kilometers away. The Colonel Liaison Officer of the Air Force stood next to General Polk and replied with great embarrassment, "It was windy today. Before the airdrop, the Fleet Command reported severe turbulence, so we had to slightly increase the height of the drop." General Polk glanced at the Air Force Colonel, "You just know how to raise the bombing height. If there is anti-aircraft fire on the ground, raise the bombing height. If there is wind and bumps, raise the bombing height. If an enemy plane intercepts it, give up the bombing and run away. Save your life." The Air Force Colonel was about to speak when the observer on the ground shouted, "Look!" Everyone quickly looked up and saw 8 white tracks flying from the east, rushing towards the Junkers transport planes that were airdropping supplies. The Air Force Colonel looked very nervous. "It's broken. The Steel Annie, the nickname of the transport aircraft, doesn't have much self-defense firepower. Where are the escort fighters?" "Admiral Pork, you asked me? You actually asked me." The Colonel was very embarrassed. "Well, I was talking to myself. Maybe the fighter jets are at a higher place, so that they can rush down when the enemy planes attack the transport aircraft." "Admiral Pork, you just used the transport plane as a bait." Yeah." The general shook his head. "That's it for the Air Force." At this time, a barrel truck drove over, and the officer on it jumped out of the truck and saluted General Polk. "Received Air Force communication, because enemy planes obstructed, we will drop all the loads at once." Admiral Poker snorted and looked up at the sky. "At least I threw it down." Then he saw a transport plane throwing out a series of supplies. Because the drop interval was too short, the parachutes of the supplies seemed to be entangled together, and the whole thing fell into a ball and fell to the ground. The smoke and dust emitted when it hit the ground was similar to that of a heavy bomb. Admiral Pork waited for a few seconds, and then breathed a sigh of relief when he saw no open flames. At least there was no fire. The Air Force Colonel swallowed, obviously worried to death. Soon another barrel truck came over, and the officer on it reported without getting out of the car, "When we arrived, the oil barrel was almost empty. General, please lodge a protest with the Air Force. This is the oil we need to launch an attack tomorrow." General Poker turned to look at the Air Force Liaison Officer. "Did you hear our protest?" A group of senior officers from the Army headquarters, plus messengers on 2 barrel trucks, looked at the Air Force Colonel. The Colonel nodded. "I heard it, we heard it. I will write it in the experience summary." At this time, the air battle in the sky had begun, and ant fighter jets rushed into the transport aircraft group. Immediately, the engine of a transport plane was turned on, dragging open flames off course and falling to the ground. The thick smoke dragged out drew an arc in the sky, like a blackened rainbow. Suddenly, the fire burned off the wings of the plane, and the plane, which was still falling slowly, suddenly fell to the ground like a green onion. At the same time, more transport planes broke away from the formation and slowly slid to the ground. At this time, Prasen fighter jets finally appeared. As the Air Force colonel said, they swooped down from high altitudes and pounced on the enemy planes like eagles pounce on rabbits. In the blink of an eye, several more fireballs fell to the ground in the sky. Admiral Poker shouted, "Recover the goods that have landed quickly, otherwise the enemy plane falling from the sky will set the grassland on fire." At 2100 hours on the 21st, Wang Zhong received a battle status report from the 40th Tank Army. Of course, he had already made sure the attack was going well by making radio calls from time to time. But the report from the front line didn't come, and he couldn't behave well. He could only pretend to be anxious and wander around the radio team. After Pavlov finished reading the telegram, Wang Zhong immediately stopped pretending and said what he had thought about until now: "We have successfully defeated the enemy's 2nd Infantry Division. If we let the artillery advance now, we are ready to continue attacking the enemy. The next division's position may be counterattacked by the enemy's armor." "Well, it's possible," Pavlov said, then looked dash. "Wang Zhong, we pushed the destroyers and anti-tank guns to the front, and ambushed the opposite side with the tanks of the 40th Tank Army." Vasily clapped his hands. "Let's play defense and let the enemy see how powerful the Empire's iron wall is." Popov asked worriedly, "What if the enemy's counterattack doesn't come? For example, if they don't have time to complete the counterattack preparations? Then won't they miss the opportunity to destroy another enemy division?" Pavlov, according to the report of the 40th Tank Army, although they did not encounter relatively strong anti-tank firepower, a considerable number of tanks still fell down due to mechanical failures during the impact. They are still counting the number of tanks currently available. "I guess I'm not too optimistic." Wang Zhong made the final decision: "Just ambush the enemy, don't be greedy. If you hit Prasen's armored counterattack during the attack, the losses will be huge. Although you are not convinced, the quality of the enemy's armored soldiers far exceeds ours. So you can't collide with the enemy head-on. If you can ambush, you should ambush. If you can make a sneak attack, you can make a sneak attack." Pavlov, "No need to convince us, we all know how you fight. Ambush position, you want to choose it yourself." Wang Zhong then realized that he could choose the ambush position himself, and hurriedly put on a serious expression: "Of course, I have always planned to do so as to ensure the best ambush effect." Popov said, "I think I can trust the ability of the lower-level commanders. We can't rely on you alone to fight." Wang Zhong subconsciously wanted to refute, but immediately felt that Popov was right, and he had to give his men a chance to practice. He thought for a while and said, "Then appoint Yegorov of the 1st Mechanized Infantry of the Guards as the Commander-in-Chief of the ambush, and Eugene as the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Acting Division Commander, so that they can practice the skills they have learned from me." Pavlov, "In fact, in terms of ability, Eugene is more suitable for commanding an ambush. But Eugene is a brigadier general, and it is not appropriate to let Yegorov, a major general, be his deputy." Popov said. "Wang Zhong, just follow what I just said. If Yegorov has self-knowledge, he will let Eugene be in charge of digging tank bunkers. Also, let the 40th Tank Army stop advancing and don't rush into the enemy's anti-tank positions blindly. The next line of defense has not been plowed by artillery." Just after he finished speaking, another idea flashed through his mind, so he added an order: "Let the reconnaissance troops move forward, the group carrying radio secretly engage the enemy, and the snipers, all move up and try to find out the camouflaged anti-tank positions on the next line of defense." When giving this order, Wang Zhong felt like he was playing war game, Red Dragon again. The large troops squatted at the extreme distance of engaging the enemy, and the reconnaissance troops quietly moved forward along the tree line. Wang Zhong made up his mind that if the enemy did not attack tomorrow, he would launch a limited attack and defeat at least one regiment of the Prasen people. Chapter 410, The United Kingdom Round. While Wang Zhong was planning his own small offensive plan, the general trend of the war was also quietly changing. At 1 a.m. on the 22nd, in the Eagle's Nest in the territory of the Prosan Empire. It's already early morning on the 22nd, Prosan Emperor Reinhard looked at Chief of Staff William Selt. "Why hasn't the Moravian cavalry arrived yet? Didn't they say they would arrive on the 19th?" Chief of Staff William Selt looked at Grand Duke Meyer. The Duke began to wipe his sweat. Chief of Staff Selt said, "Since we began to encircle the enemy's cluster on the seashore, the enemy has intensified the bombing of our transportation system, and the fierce bombing has seriously interfered with transportation. And the wanton massacre of civilians by the internal security forces has increased the confrontational psychology of our employees, causing the recovery speed of the railway system to be greatly reduced." Selt's meaning was very clear. It was the fault of the Air Force and the Internal Affairs Force. Both of them were the direct descendants of your Majesty the Emperor. We can't blame us. Grand Duke Meyer hurriedly explained, the enemy has deployed heavy bombers, which are all-metal heavy bombers that we have never encountered before. Our 109's current firepower is too difficult to shoot down this kind of flying fortress with heavy armor, and we have to worry about the enemy's defensive firepower. The firepower of their aircraft is stronger than the heavy bombers we have improved from water bombers. For this reason, I have instructed the technical department to develop 109 equipped with 30mm and 20mm cannons. In addition, the Focke-Wulf 190 fighter will soon be put into service. At that time, it should be able to effectively deal with the threat of heavy bombers. The Emperor walked up to Grand Duke Meyer and looked at him with his hands behind his back. To be honest, you just said that we can't deal with the enemy's new bombers at all, right? For the time being. Grand Duke Meyer replied. The Emperor was obviously very disappointed with this answer and shook his head again and again. A new weapon will change the entire battle situation. No, I don't believe this kind of thing. You have something else to say. Grand Duke Meyer thought for a moment and replied, the anti-air force has also changed its combat methods. In the past, they tended to use low-altitude close-range support aircraft such as the IL-2 to attack our combat forces. Celtic Chief of Staff, this kind of attack is not a big threat. Only the most elite anti-pilots can have sufficient attack efficiency, and most of the anti-pilots are rookies with less than 200 hours of flight time. The IL-2 is not accurate at all. We can only use quantity to make up for the low hit rate, but the effect is still limited. Grand Duke Meyer, but recently we found that the number of IL-2 appearances has decreased significantly. And seems to be gradually giving up this aircraft that was favored by their predecessor. A large number of attack aircraft regiments have replaced the new aircraft supported by the United States, and the number of Ant's own PE-2 has increased significantly. Emperor Reinhard, are you saying that the enemy has abandoned the IL-2, an aircraft that we have assessed to be of poor performance, and turned to produce the PE-2, which we think is a great threat? Grand Duke Meyer, yes, the PE-2 airstrikes are front-line transportation hubs, assembly points, transfer stations, etc. Then the new 4-round heavy bombardment attacks important targets such as the train dispatching yard and locomotive maintenance factory in our rear. Now the air defense pressure on the Eastern Front has increased significantly. We are planning to mobilize the fighter wing on the Western Front to the Eastern Front to serve as the air defense of key points. At this time, the air defense alarm suddenly sounded. Everyone looked up and looked at the ceiling. Emperor Reinhard waited for a few seconds, turned his head and asked, what's going on? Why did the air defense alarm sound? The Emperor's guard shook his head, we don't know. Please allow me to call and ask. Ask quickly. But before the guard could call, the Emperor's palace steward opened the door and came in. Your Majesty, the radar detected a large area of bright spots, which may be enemy aircraft. The Emperor turned his head to look at Grand Duke Meyer, confirm the situation quickly. Grand Duke, night fighters are deployed near the coastline to protect our ports. The enemy's night air raids have always been aimed at ports and ships in ports that can be used to cross the sea. Marshal Selt, it may just be a radar failure, although I think the radar used to defend the Eagle's Nest is unlikely to fail. The Emperor stared at Grand Duke Meyer for a few seconds, then turned to the window and pulled open the curtains. The lights of Baton could be seen outside, and the lights of the entire city illuminated the night sky as bright as day. The air defense alarm had been sounded, but the city had no intention of curfew, because up to now, there had been no precedent for bombing in the heart of the empire. Neither the grassroots staff of the empire nor the common people had any awareness of air defense. The shrill alarm sounded, but the city was still full of singing and dancing. At this time, a large group of attendants rushed into the map room where the Emperor and others were with nervous expressions and turned off all the lights. The Emperor asked, what's wrong? Attendant, the air defense observation post heard the roar of the fleet in the air, and the enemy air raid is coming. At this time, Grand Duke Meyer, who had run to get the phone at some point, also put down the phone, looked at the Emperor and said, several radar stations have found bright spots. They took advantage of our thinking inertia. The coastal radar thought the bright spots were foil strips dropped by Mosquito aircraft, but it turned out to be a real fleet. The Emperor stared at Meyer for several seconds and said angrily, Plausen has spent so much money over the years to raise a bunch of rubbish like you. Your attack cannot force the United Kingdom to surrender, and your defense cannot protect the Empire's homeland. Today the United Kingdom planes dropped bombs. Do you know how long it will take to restore the confidence of the people? Do you know? The Grand Duke was silent for a few seconds and said, I think the propaganda minister can handle this problem. This is not a question of whether it can be handled or not. The Emperor stepped forward and helped the Grand Duke sort out the ankh on his collar. It was the highest level ankh that was only issued once in the entire empire. I am disappointed, said the Emperor. The lights of the city outside the window began to disappear one by one. It was obvious that the city of Baton was cutting off the main gates in various areas and implementing light control. Emperor, do you know why the enemy went all the way deep into the hinterland and bombed the city of Baton first? Huh? Think about it. Outside the window, the beams of searchlights tore through the night sky, as if turning the sky of Baton into a stage. The spotlight is looking for the actors who are about to perform. The Emperor finished arranging the cross, and gently pulled it, letting the medal's ribbon gently catch the Grand Duke's fat neck, because this is a demonstration against me. They knew I was here, and they deliberately performed it for me to see. Outside the window, anti-aircraft guns opened fire, and small black flowers exploded in the sky. Emperor, you have disappointed me time and time again. Remember, I can't live without the Air Force, but I can live without you. The Air Force is an emerging service. Although some children of the Junkers have joined the Air Force because they like flying, in general the Air Force is a blank field for the Junkers. It is also the vanguard of the Emperor's fight against the Junkers. If the vanguard does not fight well, it will naturally shake the Emperor's prestige. Of course, the glorious victory in the conquest of Europa kept the Emperor's prestige in the army and among the people of Prozan still at its peak, and it would not collapse because of this incident, but the embankment of 1,000 miles collapsed in an ant nest. The Emperor stared at the Grand Duke, the corners of his mouth twitching. At this time, flares lit up in the sky outside the window, as if two supernovae suddenly appeared in the starry sky. That was the target indicator dropped by the lead aircraft of the United Kingdom's night bomber group. The next moment, flashes of light illuminated the darkness. The flash of light outside the window outlines the Emperor's figure again and again. The Emperor stared at the Grand Duke with his bloodshot eyes. Chapter 411 Waiting. At 4 o'clock in the morning on the 22nd, the first mobile group ambush position. Yegorov and Eugene stood on a hill of almost negligible height, using telescopes to observe the direction of the Prosans. The sun had not yet risen, but the light had already illuminated the grassland, and soft light shone from behind the two. Yegorov put down the telescope first. There is no dust in the mobilization of any troops. Could it be that they had assembled last night? Brigadier General Eugene shook his head. Didn't I hear the engine sound yesterday? Can the Prosans assemble the armored forces without making engine sounds? Yegorov did not answer, but continued to look to the west. At this time, a major rode up the hill on horseback, saluted on horseback, and shouted, "Report, the tank troops have completed the construction of the bunker." "Very good." Yegorov nodded and picked up the telescope again, but this time to check his own formation. From this hill, you can see some hidden bunkers and tank destroyers hiding in the grass. The anti-tank guns of the anti-tank artillery battalion were so well hidden that they could not be seen at all. Their positions could only be determined by the Studebaker trucks parked on the reverse slope of the position. After 10 minutes of careful observation, Yegorov said to Brigadier General Eugene, "I can no longer see where improvements need to be made. If the enemy really rushes over, they will surely be severely damaged." Eugene was still checking the position with the telescope. After a long while, he put down the telescope and said, "It's not very clear here. I'll go check the deployment myself." As he said that, he turned around and said something, and the guard immediately drove up in a Willis Jeep. Eugene got on the Jeep and waved his hand, "Let's go." The Jeep started, and the messenger who had just come to report let the horse trot and followed behind Brigadier General Eugene. Yegorov watched them go away, then looked west again. It's good to be able to hit. At this time, another Willis Jeep drove over, and a lieutenant general got off the car and saluted Yegorov. "The Major General, first, General Yegorov, I am Kosikov from the 40th Tank Army." Yegorov saluted in return, "Lieutenant General Davarish, you shouldn't salute me first. You are General Rokosov's subordinate, and I saluted first when I saw General Rokosov, who is also a lieutenant general. You can regard this as respect for your bravery and fighting skills." Yegorov nodded, "Then I will accept this compliment. How many tanks in your army can still move?" Kosikov, 91, most of them were not destroyed, so most of the tank crew members survived. "But, damn, I still had nearly 300 tanks when I started the attack yesterday." The 40th Tank Army had nearly 300 tanks when it attacked yesterday, all thanks to the strong maintenance capabilities of the 1st Mobile Army. As a result, there are less than 100 tanks left after the attack. Yegorov sighed, "Rokosov is right. Tanks need a lot of people to serve them. They can't be used as cavalry." Kosikov, I heard that among the Prosan people, each tank company has 2 welders and an electrical engineer. Oh. Yegorov raised his eyebrows. Did General Rokosov say that? No, when we attacked, we caught some Prosan tank soldiers who were dying of thirst on the grassland. They were wearing black uniforms. They saw that our tanks were broken and no one was repairing them, so they said that. Yegorov shook his head, "We don't have enough welders and electrical engineers in the factory. Our group army got them with General Rokosov's face." Ordinary troops don't even think about it? Kossakov hesitated for a moment, but still asked, so the general will become a prince? It will happen, but not by marrying His Majesty the Tsar. He is now His Majesty the Tsar's brother. Yegorov was also carefree and answered casually. Kossakov's eyes widened. Can you just say it casually? Igorov, it's better than you spreading rumors that the general will marry His Majesty the Tsar, right? The general loves his wife very much, and now the child is about to be born. Oh, I understand, I understand. Kossakov nodded repeatedly. At this time, the whizzing sound of shells breaking through the air came from above their heads. The two old hands immediately knew that it was their own artillery bombarding the enemy, so they didn't move. Kossakov's driver was obviously a rookie, and he jumped down from the Willis jeep and fell to the ground. Come on, Mikhail. Kossakov shouted, it's not us. Get up. The new soldier named Mikhail got up, not even bothering to brush off the grass on his body, and said in defense, I thought it was us. This is the second time I've been bombarded. Kossakov pointed at Mikhail and said to Yegorov, my driver was scared when he was bombarded before. Yegorov smiled, you'll get used to it. I know a guy who performed very poorly in his first battle, but now he has become a general who can stand on his own. Mikhail, who? Kossakov glared at him, don't ask. Yegorov, you can ask. Our army still has the custom of new recruits killing the first enemy on the battlefield and then peeing on the enemy's pants. The soldiers believe that this will make them like generals. Mikhail's eyes widened, huh? Could it be? Yegorov looked at him, not bad, your reasoning ability is quite strong, yes, that's the case, so you see, don't give up just because you are scared on the battlefield. The general always says that knowing shame will make you braver, which seems to be an old saying of Ceres. Mikhail nodded, then I'll find a dead ghost of Procon to piss on. No, Yegorov's guard said, it will only be useful if you kill him yourself. This is a technical job, because the general hates to torture prisoners. If you think about finding an unlucky guy when the enemy is doomed, but he surrenders before you even shoot, you have to admit your bad luck. The difficulty lies in the fierce battle stage, accurately killing an enemy and remembering where he fell. Mikhail's eyes widened, you still think about these on the battlefield. Suddenly, Mikhail noticed the medal on the guard's chest. Although it was not a gold star, it also showed his status as a veteran. Guard, you have no time to be afraid when you think about these things. People who are afraid on the battlefield die the fastest. Look at our general. He really plays with his life, but he is still fine. Igorov nodded, yes. When he was a lieutenant colonel, he liked to rush forward alone, as if he was looking for death, but he always came back. Is that so? At this time, the artillery shells that had been whizzing above everyone's head suddenly subsided. It seemed that the firepower attack on the enemy had ended. The targets reported by the reconnaissance troops should have been destroyed. However, something new appeared above everyone's heads. Countless white lines flew in parallel towards the direction of the Procon army. Mikhail asked, what is that? The Air Force. The general asked to reduce the number of IL-2 equipment, give up attacking the enemy's front-line troops, and instead strengthen the bombing of the enemy's supply hubs and rear cities. Yegorov looked up at the cloud trails in the blue sky, so the Air Force has enough long-range bombers to organize this kind of airstrike. The general is always right. Ha! Wang Zhong sneezed loudly, and his nose flew onto the map table. Nelly hurried up, handed him a handkerchief, and then took out a rag to wipe the map table. While blowing his nose, Wang Zhong asked Pavlov, why didn't the enemy come? They completely retreated on the 20th, and they should have been supplied. The calendar on the wall is now the 22nd. It has been 2 days since the enemy's armored forces and armored grenadiers retreated. Pavlov shrugged. At this time, a group of cavalry entered the warehouse. The general in the lead strode through the entire warehouse, came to Wang Zhong, and saluted with a snap. It was Rodionovich, the commander of the 20th Cavalry Army. General, the 20th Army has successfully completed the mission and returned. Wang Zhong hurriedly threw the handkerchief in his hand on the table and stretched out his hand to Rodionovich, thank you for your hard work. It's what we should do. Rodionovich held Wang Zhong's hand and shook it vigorously, we are ready to carry out the next mission. I heard that the 40th Tank Army does not have enough accompanying troops. We can accompany them. Wang Zhong pulled his hand back and said, I asked the Army Reconnaissance Cavalry Brigade to accompany them. You take a rest, feed the horses, and wait for the next order. Pavlov came over and said to Rodionovich, did your army suffer heavy losses? Very much. In addition to the soldiers lost in the battle with the Procon people, many people got lost and fell behind in the grassland. In addition, many people got malaria and fought with the disease. You can go outside and see that many soldiers pulled their own saddles. Wang Zhong scolded, Then you just said that you can continue to fight? Commanders should seek truth from facts and honestly say that they need to rest when they need to rest. Popov, the army hospital has newly shipped quinine from the United States. It is said to be effective for malaria. Give it a try. In addition, the local church will help the soldiers to settle down. Eat some hot meals, take a shower, change all the smelly clothes, and have a good sleep. Rodionovich looked very touched. I have never met a general who cares so much about the soldiers. Wang Zhong, that's now. When you are needed to fill the front line in the future, I will stick you to the defense line like mud. Yes. Rodionovich saluted, not knowing what he is. After seeing off the cavalry general, Wang Zhong turned around and discussed with Pavlov and Popov. The cavalry army also suffered heavy losses, and the 40th Tank Army only has less than 100 tanks left. If we continue to attack at this time and take a bite of Prosen's infantry according to the original plan, it will be bad if we encounter the enemy's fully equipped armored division. Pavlov, then wait here? Will the enemy see that there is an ambush? The grassland is so vast, if the enemy takes a little detour and misses our ambush position, won't it be over? Wang Zhong, we still have to attack and induce the enemy to counterattack. Then lure the enemy's tanks to our ambush position. Maybe we can try to attack the enemy's position with pure mechanized infantry after the artillery attack. At this time, an inspiration flashed in Wang Zhong's mind, and he looked at Popov. Wait a minute, the old ladies of the Folklore Research Institute have been resting for so long, can they summon fog again? Popov raised his eyebrows. I'm not the priest in charge of these, but I can go and ask. Just give me a call. Chapter 412 Game. After Su Fang entered the warehouse, she smiled at Wang Zhong. I was still wondering when you would come to see me. Wang Zhong, don't make it sound like I want to meet you in private. How are the folklore researchers doing now? The maids have finished their rest and are waiting for you to summon them. Su Fang stared at Wang Zhong. Is the fog not working? Why haven't you used it for the second time in such a long time? Wang Zhong, we needed a clearer field of vision before. After all, our long-range firepower is superior. In fact, the enemy has been using smoke bombs to limit the performance of our vortex tank destroyers, and summoning fog is just to make it easier for them. In fact, Wang Zhong still has some doubts in his heart that this fog is naturally formed, but there is only a little fog in the morning these few days, and it quickly dissipates when the sun comes out, making the fog that was summoned before and lasted for more than an hour unscientific. If it can be reproduced once, it will be a good opportunity to observe whether this fog is scientific or not. Wang Zhong, in short, now we are preparing to launch another assault mainly with infantry, and we need fog to block the enemy's long-range firepower, such as machine guns, the main gun of the No. 3 assault gun, and various mortars and infantry guns. Su Fang, I know, then I will ask several researchers to start preparing for the ceremony. Wang Zhong, is fog okay tomorrow morning? Su Fang smiled and gave a thumbs up, turned and walked towards the warehouse door. Wang Zhong keenly caught that Su Fang looked behind her before turning around. He turned around and saw that Nelly was looking in the direction Su Fang was looking at, with a stern face, staring at Su Fang's back with the expression she had when she found lice while washing clothes. Wang Zhong coughed, attracting Nelly's attention, and then said seriously, although our communication ability is good now, Su Fang's ability can be used as a backup, maybe it will be used someday, so. Nelly, I won't do anything to her, at most I will just sprinkle salt. That's good. Wang Zhong said, turning to Pavlov and said, order the infantry troops to be ready, the reconnaissance troops to immediately summarize the reconnaissance information, the staff to formulate a specific battle plan, gather the commanders of the battalions and companies of each unit tonight, and we will hold a small meeting. Pavlov nodded, turned around and issued orders to the staff one by one. He was like a compiler. Wang Zhong's intentions would be split into countless specific commands that could be executed after passing through his brain. Wang Zhong couldn't help but think of a book on the Napoleonic Wars that he had read before crossing over. It said that Napoleon's ability to command troops efficiently was related to his chief of staff Berthier. Later, one of the reasons why Napoleon was defeated at Waterloo was that Berthier did not respond to his call. Wang Zhong recalled his experience of fighting so far. Without Pavlov, he would never have been so successful. Rokosov also has his own Berthier. Just as Wang Zhong thought about this, he heard Popov say, tell the kitchen to prepare more tea and coffee. The staff will probably work hard today. Wang Zhong suddenly felt that he should also give some orders that would be beneficial to tomorrow's battle, so he turned his head and said to Vasily, Vasily you. After a long time of you, Wang Zhong waved his hand, forget it, don't worry about it. After that, he walked towards the radio unit, intending to use the short moment of establishing radio communication to gain a view of the front line. This is something only Wang Zhong can do. Maybe he can use this to discover clues of the enemy's actions. We must prepare for the attack on the 24th. General Bach, commander of the 10th Army of the Plassen Army, looked at the commanders of several armored divisions and armored grenadier divisions gathered at the army headquarters. If we don't attack, not only will I, the army commander, be dismissed by His Majesty the Emperor, but you will not feel good either. The commander of the 14th Division frowned. The first phase of Operation Blue has only been delayed for a few days, right? After all, our attack was so smooth at the beginning, but it was delayed by Rokossov for 10 days here. The Blue Plan learned from last year's experience and lessons. In order to avoid the disconnection between the armored division and the infantry, the advancement speed was slowed down, and redundant time was left for the armored forces to replenish and repair tanks. So although it was delayed by Rokossov for 10 days, the entire combat plan was not delayed too much. General Bok shook his head. Do you think tomorrow's attack can defeat Rokossov? He has so many troops now. The division commander shut up. Admiral Bok continued, we will launch a swift offensive, defeat Rokossov, and try to capture Yeisk before the end of the month. In this way, the enemy's heavy troops in the Borsk area will be completely exposed, and then we will use exquisite encirclement like last year to completely eat up hundreds of thousands of ants. Schultz, the commander of the 16th Armored Grenadiers Division, said, in the grassland terrain, there is no need to strictly encircle along the road. We can make a smaller flank attack on the enemy's flank in the Borsk direction and use a smaller encirclement dash. What the Emperor hopes for is a large encirclement like the Iksukov encirclement last year, which can be called an art. Bok interrupted the commander of the 16th Armored Grenadiers Division, so we have to fight to the Sukhayabli River, and then start encirclement, and use perfect turns to eat up the enemy's heavy troops. Several division commanders looked at each other. Schultz, the division commander who was still 16, said, the military intelligence report of the High Command said that the enemy in Borsk showed signs of retreat. If we still follow the Blue Plan to outflank, will it be too late? The High Command will not be so stupid. At this time, we have to stick to the original plan. There should be a new plan, and it is even possible to dispatch the Imperial Marine Corps to launch a landing operation on the coast. As he spoke, Schultz came to the map, picked up a pencil and drew an advance line on the coastal part of the map, blocking the connection between Borsk and the pass of the Rahul Mountains. Admiral Poker took a step forward, picked up the eraser and erased the lines on the map. That is something for the High Command to consider, not for us to worry about. We just need to continue to attack according to the plan. Schultz could only nod. Understood. We will launch an attack in coordination with the armored division. Admiral Bok nodded, glanced at the others, and emphasized, the attack must be launched on the 24th. Fortunately, Rokossov did not continue the attack. It must be because the grassland also affected his supplies. No, in fact Rokossov is just lying in wait, waiting for your armored divisions to send their lives away. Who would have thought that the bombing of the cavalry and the air force had disrupted the supply plan of the 10th Army to such an extent? Of course this was also related to the fact that the 10th Army had been rushing forward before encountering Rokossov and consumed a lot of ammunition and fuel. Everyone's supply is not going well, so let's see who can complete the supply first. Maybe we will encounter Rokossov's tank troops on the way to attack this time and have a tank battle with him. Pork, the admiral said hesitantly. At the same time, the headquarters of Ant Army and Bolsk front. Prince Mishkin gently covered his mouth with a handkerchief, but he was still choked by the smoke from the maps and documents burned by his staff and coughed repeatedly. His adjutant said worriedly, Your Excellency, you'd better leave first. It's enough for us to burn the documents. Mishkin, when I start moving, the retreat will gradually fall into chaos. Each unit will have to make its own decisions and solve the problems before it, until the headquarters arrives at a new location, restarts, and establishes radio contact with them. But at that time, some troops may be marching and the radio cannot be deployed. Do you understand? The adjutant nodded. But the Duke still said the answer, so I want to stay here as much as possible to deal with the problems encountered by the retreating troops. As soon as Mishkin finished speaking, a messenger ran into the headquarters where confetti was everywhere, went straight to the Duke, and loudly reported, enemy troops were found near Dnipro. Duke Mishkin was speechless. The enemy noticed that we were about to run away, and planned to launch a small outflank. Order the 5th Guards Tank Brigade to attack. It is not necessary to defeat the enemy, just to delay the enemy. Just as the messenger was about to turn around, Duke Mishkin called out to him, Tell Commander Stolov of the 5th Tank Brigade that we must stop the enemy even if the entire brigade is sacrificed. The messenger nodded. Duke Mishkin let go of his hand and waved gently. So the messenger ran away without looking back. The Duke called the next messenger and continued the order, order the 331st Infantry Division to set up a blocking position south of Dnipro. I know it is difficult to block armored troops on the grassland, but they must block the enemy. They must block. After the messengers rushed out in response, Duke Mishkin coughed violently. The adjutant came up quickly and patted his back. The Duke waved his hand, No, don't worry about me. The Procenians must have found out that we are about to run away. We just wiped out our army in the coastal fortress encirclement in episode 11 when we faced the enemy. They need to rest. Episode 12 fought us. After so many days, they should not have the strength to outflank us anymore. The enemy can only prevent us from escaping by investing new troops. The adjutant said quickly, it's a retreat. There is no difference. My troops will not care about such trivial word games. If the enemy wants to catch us, he must put in reserves. At this time, we can only expect General Gorky to make a big move in the direction of Suhayavali. Attracted the reserve team. The adjutant said, there is that Rokosov over there, they can definitely do it. The Duke stared at the map and thought for a few seconds, that Rokosov is good at defense. Last year's offensive was only launched after the enemy's supplies were exhausted. This does not mean that he has excellent offensive capabilities. If we want to relieve the siege, it will probably take more. Let's see how General Gorky attacks. After saying that, the Duke started coughing loudly again. The adjutant quickly continued to pat his back. When the coughing ended, the Duke felt something. He looked at the handkerchief and saw that there was indeed a large area of bright red. He said to his adjutant, send a report to the headquarters and ask them to send capable commanders to take over my command. The adjutant was shocked, huh? At this time? Changing generals during retreat is more deadly than changing generals before attacking. Execute my order. Duke Mishkin said seriously. Chapter 413, Old Tricks Repeated. At 1 o'clock in the morning on the 23rd, Wang Zhong said to Pavlov, let's start. Pavlov picked up the phone. Popov complained next to him, I feel like the scene has happened many times. In fact, it happened many times, Wang Zhong recalled, raising his right hand and counting his fingers, 3 times, right? Each time, he took a small bite of the enemy, and kept repeating it. Popov sighed, it would be good to achieve a small-scale victory now. It is impossible to achieve a complete and decisive victory with one attack like Prasen did last year. Wang Zhong said, I really thought that now that the first mobile group army is in hand, it can conquer the world, but the situation is not as I expected. Pu Lewison is very strong, and we are not as powerful as we imagined. As he spoke, Wang Zhong walked to the map, clasped his hands behind his back, and fell into deep thought. After giving the order, Pavlov also came to the map and said, the battlefield is a furnace. The new formation needs to be heated in the furnace, tempered, and finally put into water to cool before it can gradually become an invincible sword. Wang Zhong nodded, and then suddenly thought of something, why didn't you hear the sound of the cannon? Pavlov smiled, the artillery position has been pushed forward twice. If we can hear the sound of artillery now, it means that the enemy's artillery has used some evil method to get near us. That would be terrible. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows, is that so? We have made several major advances in the past 2 days. Although we have not been able to completely eliminate the enemy, it is already a very impressive result. Pavlov said, last night the front army headquarters sent a special congratulatory message. Wang Zhong smiled bitterly and said, the main reason is that we cannot build a strong defensive position on this ground. The grassland is full of holes made by voles. If the cannon explodes, all fortifications will be gone. Don't worry about how you win, it's victory anyway. What's important is the result, not the process. Pavlov said. At this time, Su Fang led a nun into the warehouse of the headquarters, came all the way to Wang Zhong, and saluted, the preparations for the ceremony are over. The researchers asked me to remind you to stop the shelling before the fog starts. Wang Zhong, don't worry, we are already repeating our old tricks, and we all know how to do it. On your side, you must ensure the fog, because this time we are attacking in an open area, and without the cover of fog, we will suffer heavy losses. Pavlov said, although smoke bombs can be used to achieve the same effect, the wind on the grassland has been strong recently and the smoke does not last long enough. Moreover, our artillery shells are also very tight, so the transportation of smoke bombs has been delayed. The first mobile group army has too many artillery pieces. It is scary when the firepower is at full range, but it also puts great pressure on logistics. The grassland's infrastructure is poor, so we have no choice but to focus on ensuring the transportation of high explosive bombs. Although some smoke bombs and other items have been transported, they may not be able to fully cover a division's positions. If a firepower point is not covered, the attacking infantry unit may pay a heavy price. After hearing what Wang Zhong and Pavlov said, Su Fang smiled and said, don't worry, the fog will definitely come, but the researcher sisters also asked me to inform the general that the fog may not be summoned next month. Wang Zhong was shocked. Is it because the temperature rises and the air becomes dry that there is no heavy fog in August? Your magic is quite scientific. Su Fang seemed to have guessed Wang Zhong's thoughts, and reminded with a smile, we are secularists. We originally believed that these so-called miracles and magic can have scientific explanations. Only then did Wang Zhong remember that the secular sect was indeed like this. Pavlov asked, besides stopping the bombardment early, is there anything else we can do to help? No more. Sufang shook her head, the fog may not last as long as the 2 hours promised by the mothers-in-law, just like last time. You seize the time to attack. Wang Zhong nodded, don't worry, this time we only plan to seize the frontal position of the enemy's infantry division and defeat 1 or 2 enemy regiments. The infantry does not have as strong mobility as the armored troops, and does not have the strength to develop in depth after breaking through the position. Therefore, the plans formulated by Pavlov and his staff were very conservative. After destroying the enemy's frontal position, they would retreat to the area where the tank destroyer and anti-tank artillery units were ambushed, preparing to deal with the enemy's armored counterattack. Wang Zhong approved the plan. When he was playing games before time travel, he liked insurance plans. Even when playing a war-themed game called Preliminary Order, he did not like to play radical deep attacks, but instead played steadily and steadily. Therefore, in the advance order, the battle groups he selected were all solid armored divisions or mechanized infantry division battle groups, and rarely used air assault divisions with high risks and high returns. Of course, no one except Wang Zhong himself knew about these things. Sufang nodded, that's good, then I'll leave first, otherwise I'm afraid your orderly will come and bite me. Nelly said coldly, I'm not a dog, so of course I won't bite you. But you stared at me like you were going to bite me. That's your misunderstanding. As a maid, my expression management is professional and I won't make mistakes like this. Also, in a place like the headquarters, please restrain your words and deeds and don't interfere with the operation of the headquarters with personal matters. Nelly said a lot. Sufang smiled and said, okay, then I'll leave. She turned and walked towards the door. The nun who came with her quickly bowed to Wang Zhong and trotted after her. Nelly stepped forward. Wang Zhong, stop sprinkling salt, everyone is watching. Nelly stopped immediately and turned back to look at Wang Zhong. Pavlov shouted to the staff and clerks who stopped working and looked over, stop looking, get to work. There is still a lot to do before the attack tomorrow morning. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Zhong saw a telegraph operator at the radio station stand up, leave his position and run to the radio company commander with a piece of paper. The company commander waved his hand and said something, and the telegraph operator looked up at Wang Zhong, then ran to Wang Zhong with the telegram. Urgent telegram from the headquarters. Wang Zhong took the telegram and looked at it, his brows twisted into a knot. Pavlov, what's wrong? Wang Zhong, Mishkin requested to send another general to the Borsk front to prepare to take over his command. Pavlov hurriedly took the telegram and looked at it, damn, at this time. Popov also came over and took the telegram from Pavlov. After confirming the content, he said, Duke Mishkin has been in poor health. Is his body finally unable to hold on? Wang Zhong, it's possible. If he leaves the command post now, the situation will be bad. After all, the current task of the Borsk front is to retreat to the Caucasus Mountains while fighting. The organization of the retreat is more complicated than the attack. Pavlov glanced at Wang Zhong, you, the hands-off boss, did not participate in the formulation of the retreat plan. During the retreat, you were only responsible for driving a small tank in the front. Wang Zhong, the retreat war is like this. The staff only needs to compile the retreat plan and distribute it to the troops. As the person who has opened the retreat route, I have to consider a lot. Pavlov shook his head and changed the topic back to the situation. If Duke Mishkin suddenly cannot command his troops, the situation will be bad. Now the enemy may launch a relatively small-scale encirclement against him. Wang Zhong was about to answer when the second telegraph operator ran over from the area where the telegraph was sent and handed the paper in his hand to Wang Zhong, an urgent telegram from the front headquarters. Wang Zhong took it and took a look, it was sent by General Gorky. He believes that in the current situation, we need to launch a large-scale attack to hurt the enemy, so that the enemy will put the forces that might have been used to encircle Mishkin on our side. After speaking, he handed the telegram to Pavlov, walked to the map, looked at the map and muttered to himself, a large-scale attack, on the grassland? The enemy's armored division has been tossing for so long, it should have replenished its ammunition and fuel, and rested for a while. I would be crazy to do this to fight against Prasen's armored forces on the grassland. On Earth, until Bagration, Sandazi's armored forces could still achieve a relatively good exchange ratio against the Russian armored forces. Even in the Battle of the Oder River in 1945, Sandazi fought a beautiful armored counterattack, but in the end he still lost because the gap between Sandazi's troops other than the armored troops and the Soviet Army's elite troops was too big. In addition to the historical lessons of another time and space, Wang Zhong personally experienced the well-trained Prasen armored troops in the battles in the past month. He judged that he could not fight against this group of elite troops at present. He was staring at the map and thinking hard, and Pavlov came over, the only tank reserve of the front has been given to us. If we want a large-scale offensive, where will so many tank troops come from? Wang Zhong nodded, indeed. Unless we continue to send tank troops from the rear. I read the tank production report before I set off. Judging from the tank production, the headquarters and the reserve front should have several tank troops. Pavlov, and then lost half of the tanks on the way here. Wang Zhong smiled bitterly. Suddenly, he had an idea. We don't have real tanks, so we can use fake tanks. Do you remember what you said when we first arrived in Ysk? It's hard for artillery and tanks to hide on the grassland. They need to dig shelters for camouflage, but there are not many trees on the grassland, and there is a lack of raw materials for camouflage, right? Pavlov thought for a moment and nodded, I said so. Wang Zhong snapped his fingers, that's right. The enemy will think so too. We can make hundreds of fake tanks for him and put them there for the enemy's aerial reconnaissance to take pictures. Pavlov nodded, Brother Peter should have monitoring reports. Enemy reconnaissance planes do visit us frequently. But I've said before that there is no camouflage material here. It's hard to make fake cannons with wood. Where can you get materials to make fake tanks? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 414 Impact. Wang Zhong immediately thought of what to do. He said, we have many tractors to drag all the tanks and wreckage lying around, paint them in our colors, and then get some cloth to cover them. Pavlov, can you use the wreckage to disguise the tank? Yes, but you have to collect paint from Ysk. Popov, I'll make the arrangements, and leave everything to me as well. Wang Zhong nodded and turned to Vasily, musician. Vasily frowned, every time you call me a musician, there will be no good thing. Wang Zhong, this is a good thing. You are responsible for making every fake tank look like the real thing. Use your musician's imagination. Vasily, what does a musician have to do with this? Wang Zhong, then use the wisdom you have condensed from picking dung. Vasily's expression was as if he had just entered a toilet that had not been filled with feces for many years. It was so disgusting that no words were needed. Suddenly, his brows widened, We can use mud to paste it on the tank. The soil from the surrounding grasslands is not good for building a bunker, but it is good for using it to paste the tank. Get some water, wet the mud, and paste it on the tank. When the sun shines tomorrow morning. Vasily opened his hands as if a musician had just conducted a great performance and was receiving cheers from the audience. Wang Zhong patted him on the shoulder, look, I knew you could do it. Act quickly. There should be newly hired war orphans among the hired workers. Take the children with you. Tell them this is a very important task. Vasily asked doubtfully, why bring these children? Wang Zhong's expression softened, maybe I'm being sentimental, but I think they should be allowed to do something more in keeping with their childhood. After he finished speaking, the whole headquarters fell silent, not completely silent, there was still a ticking sound on the telegraph side. But the ticking sound only accentuated the quietness of the map area. Popov suddenly came up and gave Wang Zhong a shoulder, you are definitely a candidate to be a military bishop. Vasily touched his nose, General, can you still think about the children at this time? Okay, I will take the children with me. At this time, Nelly suddenly said, just let the hired workers do your work. I will take care of the children. I am a professional. Wang Zhong glanced at Neely, okay, prepare to come back before midnight snack, no, the children must be sleeping in the middle of the night, go and prepare midnight snack for me first. As soon as the words were spoken, the girls from the cooking team pushed the cart into the warehouse, the midnight snack is here. Wang Zhong, okay, keep working hard after eating, we still have many things to do. On the Plosin army side, Admiral Poker was awakened by the ringing of the phone. When he sat up and reached out to touch the receiver, he found several bags on his hand, the work of mosquitoes. He cursed a few times and picked up the receiver, I'm Admiral Pork, what's going on? The enemy is shelling our position. Admiral Pork looked at the time, now. Suddenly, something stirred behind him, wait a minute, when the enemy took advantage of the heavy fog to attack Seed's division, did they also shell at this time? The chief of staff on the other end of the phone was obviously asking other staff officers. After a few seconds, he reported, yes, the time is exactly the same. Admiral Poker, I'll be at the headquarters right away. Also, send someone over to repair the mosquito repellent device in my tent. He hung up the phone and started getting dressed. A few minutes later, the neatly dressed General Poker rushed into the Army headquarters tent, weather report. The Air Force Colonel Liaison Officer immediately came over with the weather report, this is the forecast for the next 24 hours and 48 hours. Admiral Poker grabbed the report and glanced at it, sunny day? There may be fog in the early morning? What is the chance of fog? Air Force Colonel, actually, There has been fog every morning these past few days, but it dissipates quickly. It should be the same tomorrow. The weather forecast may be just to be precise. Righteous. Admiral Poker was stunned and repeated, righteous. It would be great if you could be more rigorous when dropping supplies. So many supplies were not dropped at all, or they exploded when dropped. Exploded. We are too late if we can't attack, your Air Force will bear at least 60% of the responsibility. The colonel dared not speak. General Poker turned to the Chief of Staff, informed the 113th Division, which is being bombarded, that the enemy will attack tomorrow during the fog, so that they can prepare. Once the bombardment is over, the combat engineers will enter the position in a cloaked state. It must be heavy fog. Let the enters experience the power of elite combat engineers in close combat. The Chief of Staff nodded and suggested, you can let the combat engineers carry maces. Proson's combat engineers are equipped with maces, mainly for close combat in smoke. After all, if you fire casually in smoke, you may hit your own people, but maces are different. However, there are basically no actual combat cases of this equipment, because the generally artificially released smoke does not last long, and the envisioned hand-to-hand combat in the fog that lasts for several hours will basically not occur, so the general combat engineering troops will not carry this heavy-duty thing. And if the ant people really launch a fog assault like they did when they defeated Sator's division, the mace will come in handy. Admiral Pork thought for a moment and then agreed, okay, that's the order. While the staff began to convey orders, Admiral Poker came to the map. Does this Rokosov want to eat us bit by bit like slicing sausages? He is quite patient. At this time, Admiral Poker's adjutant entered the tent, came to the Admiral's side, and whispered, your mosquito repellent device is not broken. The Admiral immediately raised his hand and pointed at the reddened bag on his hand, then how do you explain this? Adjutant, because there are too many mosquitoes. The Chief of Staff also reported, sickness in the troops is becoming more and more common now. It may be the same as during the Carolingian campaign, and it may be caused by the evil spells of witches. Admiral Poker, do we still have enough quinine and penicillin? It's enough. But it's being consumed at an alarming rate, the Chief of Staff said. Admiral Poker sighed, we can only suffer the soldiers. The excellent Prosenians will not be afraid of this difficulty. The Chief of Staff nodded, this is what we are promoting now. Admiral Pork walked back and forth in the tent twice, and suddenly cursed, that's the damn Rokosov. We could have entered the city. Now we have to feed mosquitoes on the grassland. Damn it! 3 hours later, Admiral Poker sat in a chair, closed his eyes, and rubbed his Jingming point vigorously, as if this could relieve his fatigue. Suddenly, a staff officer shouted, it's foggy. Admiral Pork suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. As a result, he felt dizzy due to the violent movement, and almost sat back down in his chair. The adjutant and the Chief of Staff reached out at the same time to support him. After Admiral Pork stood firm, he said thank you, pushed the two of them aside and strode out of the tent, looking at the heavy fog in the sky. The fog was so thick that General Poker couldn't even see the guards at the headquarters. The sentry post was obviously not far from the headquarters tent. Damn it! The Admiral cursed, this is an evil method. Report to the Imperial Academy of Sciences. The enemy has used an evil method that can control the weather. Suddenly, Admiral Poker heard a scream and the sound of gunshots. The staff immediately drew their guns and blocked the general behind them. The adjutant drew his gun and rushed into the thick fog. He could be heard shouting in the fog, what's going on? Who's shooting? After a while, the adjutant and a guard came to Admiral Poker and his staff carrying a frightened soldier. Adjutant, this man claimed to have seen the little mist demon. Admiral Pork, what the hell is that? Chief of Staff, the Sator Division's report mentioned that it seems to be the superstition of the Styria region and Melania. The frightened soldier shouted, I saw it. The little fog demon is snickering in the thick fog. Our family lives in the mountains of Styria. Whenever the fog fills the air, every house will close the door and place sacrifices at the door. The little fog monster will eat the children who disobey and enter the fog. Admiral Poker waved his hand impatiently, this is just a folk tale to tell you not to go out on foggy days. Take it down and hand it over to a psychiatrist. The adjutant let go of the soldier's shoulders, and a guard immediately stepped forward to take over. Then he carried the frightened soldier into the fog. The soldier was screaming, don't go into the fog. Don't. Admiral Pork scolded, notify the whole army, if any soldiers from Styria speak of little fog monsters, we will arrest them all and send them to see a psychiatrist. Yes. The general turned around and got into the tent, and at the same time ordered, contact the 113th Infantry Division and ask about their situation. At the same time, the mixed infantry group of the 1st Mobile Army was advancing in dense fog. The infantry of the 1st Guards are on the far left, the infantry of the 225th Division are on the far right, and the middle is handed over to the 1st Division of the Melania People's Army. In order to gather the infantry belonging to different divisions into an offensive group, the staff of the army headquarters did not know how many hairs were lost. Filipov led his platoon and said as he walked, "Same as last time, don't worry. There are no buildings this time. The Plozans will definitely not be able to stand it. We have always been strong in hand-to-hand combat." Suddenly, there was the sound of machine gunfire from the front, and then bullets whizzed past everyone's heads. "Filipov, you see, their machine guns are aimed at our back, and the firepower of the machine guns is too sparse, and there is no way to organize fire interception like General Rokosov did. It shows that the artillerymen did a good job before. Speed up the pace." Everyone immediately increased their forward speed. Filipov thought to himself that the Prozan machine gun position would not be placed directly at the front of the position. There must be an infantry defense line in front of the machine gun. In other words, we are about to meet the enemy. He had the thread cutter up and ready to fire. Suddenly, a huge figure appeared in the smoke ahead. Filipov fired. Then he heard the sound of scales hitting the iron plate. After a clanging sound, the figure suddenly fell down. Filipov took 2 steps forward and found that it was a combat engineer wearing a breastplate. The breastplate was full of cracks caused by bullets from the thread-cutting machine, and blood kept pouring out of the gaps on the sides of the breastplate. This combat engineer actually carries a mace. More figures appear in the fog ahead. "Filipov, fire. The enemy only has cold weapons, fire." The sound of tinkling sounds immediately became loud. Chapter 415 Heavy Fog. A few seconds later, Filipov had used up all the bullets in his gun, so he shouted reload, stepped back and began to change the magazine. At this time, he heard heavy footsteps, and as soon as he looked up, a tall Prozan combat engineer rushed out of the fog, waving a mace and rushing towards him. Filipov raised his rifle and barely blocked the blow. The powerful impact directly bent the barrel as thick as a thread cutter. Although the gun had absorbed a lot of impact, Filipov was still pressed to half-kneel by the remaining impact. He thought it was bad, and he might be glorious, so he subconsciously wanted to take the glorious bullet, but as soon as he held the grenade, the enemy's body tilted to the side and knelt directly on the ground, motionless. The mace also slipped from the bent gun and fell into the weeds. Filipov, who was still in shock, found that the enemy's breastplate was dripping with blood. It seemed that he had been seriously injured for a long time. He relied on willpower and the last breath of light to give Filipov a hammer. At this moment, the contempt for the enemy that had just sprouted in Filipov's mind was wiped out. This contempt has become the mainstream in the army with the recent successes, as if as long as they are led by General Rokosov, they will soon be able to attack Prozania. The priests accompanying the army repeatedly educated the soldiers, trying to extinguish this contempt, but with little effect. Now at least Filipov himself will no longer despise any Prozan people, but regard them as deadly opponents. Filipov picked up the fallen helmet and brought it back to the enemy's head, as if the motionless body kneeling on the ground was a tombstone. When the ants buried their comrades, they would insert a wooden stick like this and cover the helmet on it. After doing all this, Filipov checked the bent rifle, put it on his back helplessly, and bent down to pick up the mace. At this time, the surroundings were full of fighting sounds and the howling of both sides. Filipov identified the direction and rushed into the thick fog. Soon he saw an ordinary Prozan soldier with an engineer shovel in his hand. Both of them were stunned when they saw each other, and then swung their weapons at the same time. The engineer shovel flew out, and the mace hit the Prozan man's arm firmly. The Prozan man howled with the crisp sound of broken bones. Filipov pulled back the mace, swung it and hit the Prozan man's head, breaking the opposite neck directly. "Misha! Grishka! Anyone in the third row, come closer to me! Come closer to me!" He shouted, and rushed towards the nearest fighting sound, and soon found a Prozan man riding on the anti-soldier. After class, the back of the Prozan man was deformed, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out of his mouth. Filipov took back the mace, kicked the half-dead enemy soldier away, and pulled the man on the ground up. "Grishka, what happened to you? You were ridden by the Prozan man. You are obviously taller than the enemy." Grishka cursed, "He attacked me." As he said that, he raised his hand and fired a short burst at the enemy soldier who was still struggling. "Damn it!" Grishka spit at the enemy and emphasized again loudly, "He attacked me. Stop yelling." While speaking, Filipov suddenly found something on the ground, and immediately squatted down to check, and pulled up a line. "Filipov, telephone line." He took out a small compass and looked at the direction, then pointed forward. "This is to the rear of the enemy's position. We will follow the line to take down the enemy's headquarters." "Grishka, are you sure? Just the two of us?" "Filipov, what are you afraid of? The enemy can't see how many people there are. Let's go." Yisk, the headquarters of the 1st Mobile Army of the Anti-Army. Popov, Rokosov, do you have to walk back and forth for dozens of kilometers every time you attack? Pavlov, he can't resist the urge to charge. If the two of us don't stop him, he can command the small tank to rush to Proshenya. Wang Zhong, humph, wait, one day I will personally command the tanks to drive into Proshenya, and I will also personally order the artillery to blow up the portrait of Emperor Proshen. Popov and Pavlov both laughed. At this time, someone shouted on the radio, we have contacted the assault troops. Wang Zhong hurriedly switched his vision and saw that a small area at the front of the battle line was bright. It was bright, but each soldier could only see his surroundings. Wang Zhong looked down and felt like he was looking at a piece of cheese full of holes. The intelligence that could be obtained in this situation was extremely limited, but Wang Zhong still noticed the squad at the front. The squad had only 5 people, and the officer leading them was called Filipov. Isn't this Vasily's good friend? He helped Vasily when he sorted out the Holy War, so his name appeared on the score together with Vasily's name. Wang Zhong stared at Filipov and watched their 5-man team knock down several waves of enemies in a row. For some reason, Filipov didn't hold a gun, but a mace. Wang Zhong also saw him share the thread cutter magazine on his body with others. Could it be that the rifle was broken? Wang Zhong took a closer look and found that the Filipov team seemed to be following something on the ground, like a line? Good fellow, following the telephone line to find the enemy headquarters. But with just so few people, can you beat the guards of the headquarters? Wang Zhong was really worried about this group of brave soldiers. Suddenly, the team ran into 2 signalmen carrying equipment, who seemed to be repairing the telephone lines. In just one encounter, the signalman Proson was knocked to the ground. Filipov smashed the heads of the 2 signalmen with a mace that he didn't know where he came from. Wang Zhong was about to continue watching when Pavlov's voice interrupted him, hey. If you have any orders, please send them to the attacking troops as soon as possible. I don't know how long the communication can last. Just say that we should maintain the original plan, defeat the enemy's outer positions, clean up the battlefield as quickly as possible, and retreat to the ambush position. Wang Zhong said while switching the view back to look at Pavlov. Pavlov picked up the headset and microphone of the radio station and repeated what Wang Zhong had just said to the other end. Popov, the attack went so smoothly, can we expand the results? Wang Zhong, we don't know how many enemies there are on the other side of the fog. It's better to be cautious at this time. Strategically despise the enemy, but tactically pay attention to it. Popov, I have no objection, after all, I am not the military commander. But if the enemy is worse than we thought, and the armored counterattack is delayed, will it affect the morale of the ambushing troops? Wang Zhong stepped forward and patted Popov on the shoulder, don't we have you? I believe you can boost the morale of the whole army. I don't have such a strong appeal as you. Popov said, but I will try your best. If you can't do it, I can only let you go to the front to give a speech. Pavlov raised his head when he heard this, if he goes to the front, do you think he can come back? At that time, I will have to make the final decision on everything. Wang Zhong, just make the final decision. Maybe you can transfer from the staff post to the command post and command a front in the future. Then you can fight against another chief of staff. Pavlov shook his head, I am different from you. I have reached the age where I can recognize the limits of my ability. I am suitable to be the chief of staff. Wang Zhong wanted to say give it a try, but Pavlov's expression made him give up the idea. Pavlov is over 40 years old. According to the old saying of Ceres, he has reached the age of 40. Wang Zhong is still a young boy. Although his military rank is higher than Pavlov, it always feels wrong to impart the wisdom of life to an old man in his 40s. After all, Wang Zhong before crossing was not as old as Pavlov, and he had eaten less salt than he had eaten rice. At this time, a telegraph operator came over from the radio station, report. Urgent telegram from the front. Wang Zhong took the telegram and read it out directly, the front headquarters is eager to know your opinion on increasing the pressure on the enemy and sharing the pressure on the Borsk front. The signature is General Gorky. Pavlov, tell the front that we are going to make fake tanks. Wang Zhong, no, it might leak the secret, just tell General Gorky directly, we already have a good plan, no need, no, the front needs to be coordinated, mobilize reserve forces and additional supply support. Pavlov asked with a puzzled look, what does this mean? Popov smiled and said, isn't it obvious? It's deceiving the enemy. If troops and supplies are concentrated on our side, will it drive the supply and military stations along the line to work together? It will look more real when the Proson people conduct reconnaissance. Wang Zhong nodded, that's right. If General Gorky really wants to know what we are doing here, he will take the P-2 bomber here. On Earth, the Russians often use the P-2 bomber as a tool for generals to move on the battlefield. This thing can take off and land everywhere, which is very convenient. Even if there is a mechanical failure, It can mostly make an emergency landing. Pavlov, okay, draft the telegram like this. At the same time, Filipov led the team forward in the fog. Suddenly, he heard voices in front of him. It seemed that the Prosan people were shouting something. Filipov's Prosan language was not as good as Vasily's, so he didn't hear it clearly for a while, but he guessed it might be speak louder. It looks like this is the enemy's headquarters. As for what level of headquarters it is really hard to see in the fog. Filipov turned around and said to the 4 members of the team, our target is in front. We will split up and try to sneak in. Those who don't sneak in will beat the Prosan people on the spot to attract attention. Those who sneak in will try to control the enemy commander and make him give the order to surrender. Misha, we don't speak Prosan language. Filipov, then try to capture as many people as possible. We are fighting here, and people in the fog around us will come over. Remember to prevent accidental injuries. That's it, action. Chapter 416 at and hashtag 039, S the Prosan and hashtag 039, S turn. Filipov was the first to rush into the thick fog. The remaining 4 people were also veterans. They had been working with Filipov when they attacked Yask last time. Seeing Filipov take the lead, the 4 looked at each other and then chose a direction to disperse. Everyone disappeared in the thick fog. Soon, a scream in the Prosan language came from the fog, followed by an explosion. A Prosan man shouted "Aku pain" and rushed to the direction of the explosion. The next moment, the sound of bullets from the thread-cutting machine hitting the ground came, accompanied by the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. The Prosan man shouted, "Little fog demon! Shut up! This is obviously a sneak attack by the ants. Find them! Quick!" Then there was the sound of bullets hitting the ground again. The second explosion sounded. A Prosan man shouted in a fearful voice, "They are everywhere. Don't panic. Such a silent attack is usually carried out by a few elites." The voice of the person who might be an officer suddenly disappeared. There are a lot of non-combatants in this kind of command center, such as staff officers, clerks, etc. A non-combatant was the first to lose his temper and screamed, "This is magic! Damn it, this is magic! The enemy is a warrior who can use magic. They use evil witchcraft to combine humans and little fog monsters to create a weird thing. We are all going to die." The crisp sound of gunfire and the wailing stopped abruptly, followed by the voice of a middle-aged man, "Plosin, it is forbidden to use such remarks to shake the morale of the army. If the little fog monster really exists, we must shoot it and hand it over to the Imperial Academy of Sciences." As soon as the voice fell, the third explosion was heard, followed by the fourth. After the 2 explosions, silence fell. The gunshots and explosions in the distance made the silence even more weird. Suddenly, Ant's voice came from the fog, "Is anyone still alive?" "Misha, Grishka. Grishka was shot. Drag him here. He can't be saved, and Pandalevich can't be saved either. There are only 3 of us left. Come to the bunker. Go to my voice." Soon, the remaining 3 members of the assault team met in the Prosan command bunker. Filipov took the captured map and said as he looked at it, "This is a regiment headquarters, not the division headquarters I thought. No wonder the guard force is so small. We have greatly exceeded the offensive stop line stipulated by General Rokosov, and we have to go back immediately. The last time we attacked in the fog dissipated 30 or 40 minutes in advance. So we have to leave immediately. You can take some documents in the room at will. As for whether they are important, leave it to the judges to judge." "Okay." Just as everyone was taking the documents, the phone rang suddenly. Filipov picked up the phone. "Hello." The person on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment. "Huh? What are you talking about? Why did you choose the Ant people's way of responding to the phone?" Filipov answered directly in Ant language, "Because we are Ant people, we are the 1st Mechanized Infantry Division of the Guards under Rokosov. We want to warn the bastard Prosan that blood debts must be repaid with blood." After that, Filipov hung up the phone and waved to his 2 subordinates, "Let's go." Admiral Bach put down the receiver with a solemn expression. Everyone else in the command center was puzzled. The chief of staff asked, "What's wrong?" The person on the other side spoke to me in Ant language. I didn't understand, but his contempt for me was conveyed through his tone. Admiral Bach looked solemn. "It is certain that at least 2 regiments on the front line of the 113th Division have been penetrated." The adjutant said, "It may also be that the Ant troops who got lost in the fog accidentally killed the regiment headquarters." Admiral Bach stared at the adjutant. "It's a regiment headquarters after all, and the lost troops can kill it by accident? How is it possible? The regiment headquarters of the infantry division does not have a separate tank platoon, but there are many half-track vehicles. Relying on half-track vehicles to hold on, it is impossible to be taken down by stragglers." The adjutant did not give in and said seriously, it is also possible that the half-track vehicles were destroyed by firepower preparation. General, action must be taken. I suggest that the armored units that have not yet completely replenished their fuel and ammunition launch a counterattack immediately. Admiral Pak pursed his lips, stared at the adjutant for a few seconds and said, "You make sense, thank you Fred. Contact the 14th Armored Division and the 16th Armored Grenadier Division, and launch a counterattack with them as the Corps. Chief of Staff, depart in the fog. It is easy to have a car accident and other accidents." Admiral Pak looked at the time, "It's almost time. Yesterday I read the information about their last assault in the fog. The fog began to dissipate after more than an hour. When the armored units are ready, the weather should clear up. Once it clears up, immediately launch a counterattack." Wang Zhong was also looking at the watch. According to the last experience, the fog should be over. Let the units that have launched the attack begin to retreat. Wang Zhong ordered. "Pavlov, what if the enemy doesn't fall for it?" Wang Zhong, "It doesn't matter. Our strategy has changed. In the past, we used to use the attack to force the enemy to turn their attention to the side. Now the attack is just an auxiliary means. The real killer is those fake tanks. Whether it is attacking or gathering troops and supplies here, it is all to make the fake tanks look real. Of course, if the enemy encounters our ambush after counter-attacking and suffers a large number of casualties, then the whole deception plan will look more real." Pavlov nodded, "Just do what you want, communication staff, call the attack troops and ask them to withdraw to the starting line as soon as possible." "Yes." Immediately afterwards, the communication staff shouted from the radio, "Attila, Attila. Please answer if you hear it." Attila was the radio call sign of the offensive battle group. "Attila, Attila, please answer if you hear me. Continue to pace back and forth in the warehouse, take a few steps and look up at the warehouse window to make sure the fog outside has cleared." At this time, Vasily was smearing mud on the tank and sighed, "Hey. How can I do such a thing? What don't you like?" A childish voice suddenly sounded. Vasily turned around and saw that he was the eldest of the group of war orphans taken in by the general. "How is that possible?" Vasily said quickly, "The tasks assigned by the general are all very important. This is related to, even if you tell me, you don't understand." "Kid King, why don't I understand?" "You made a mistake after I told you, and you will be punished to pick excrement. People from the group army guard camp talked to us about you, and they all said that you are an expert in picking excrement, but you are punished to practice it all day long." "From?" Vasily's eyes widened, "How could you accuse someone of innocence out of thin air? We also saw you carrying a bucket of dung, and you were humming a song as you walked. It was said to be some kind of aria." Vasily opened his mouth, but no words came out. He could only continue to put mud on the tank. The tank he was dealing with was a Panzer III tank. To be honest, it was a bit difficult to turn a Panzer III tank with vertical armor everywhere into something like a T-34. First of all, the turret of the T-34 is at the front of the car body, while the turret of the Panzer III is not that far forward. Secondly, the turret of the Panzer III is larger than that of the T-34, and this model also has a commander's tower, the T-34 regular version. But there is no such thing. The production of T-34W is small and it is unlikely to appear on a large scale. Vasily turned to look at the people who were unfolding the huge cloth. They would make a camouflage net out of cloth and put it over the new tank. But this camouflage net has completely opposite effects than previous camouflage nets. This camouflage net hopes that the Prussian Air Force can accurately find these tanks and at the same time cover up various flaws that cannot be concealed on the tanks. Vasily looked at the crude camouflage net and could only hope that Prussian would use his usual rigid style and be deceived again. Just like when they faced fake landmines in Luchthof. At 7:40 a.m. on the 23rd, the 14th Armored Division of the Prussian Army. After so many days of rest and recuperation, the number of tanks in the 14 pack has recovered somewhat. Although Ant's cavalry has been trying to hinder the recovery of broken-down tanks by the armor recovery troops, the Prussian still relied on a good battlefield maintenance system to allow the 14 pack to recover. The number of tanks has returned to 70% of the level of a few days ago. There are still some tanks undergoing overhaul. When these overhauled tanks are put into operation again, the combat readiness number of 14 pack tanks can be restored to 80%. Of course, this 80% refers to the 80% before shrinking from the pincer offensive position a few days ago. If compared with before the start of the Blue Plan attack, the number of 14 pack tanks has been reduced by half. Even so, the 14 pack is still very powerful. The most important thing is that its tankers are all experienced veterans and there are not many new recruits. Now, the 14th outfit, who had been frustrated for many days, was preparing to launch a hardy assault. However, at this time, Schultz, commander of the 16th Panzer Grenadier Division, came to the 14th Armored Command Vehicle in a barrel truck. Commander Schultz jumped out of the car and looked at the sky that was gradually clearing. At this time, the division commander of the 14th Armored Unit also opened the door of the armored command vehicle. The two met each other and immediately began to exchange standardized greetings. After the walkthrough, Schultz said to the division commander in the 14th outfit, "I personally feel that the situation is a bit strange. Rokosov's offense has a strange smell." Major General Karl, commander of the 14th Armored Division, asked, "What's the basis?" "Intuition. Rokosov's previous offensive actions were all done in one go, and he looked heroic. To use a human analogy, Rokosov used to gobble up the wind and the remaining clouds alone, but now he starts to chew slowly." Major General Karl frowned. "Gutter soldiers should not make judgments based on intuition." I know. But I have a very bad feeling. This time we counterattack, we may achieve our goal soon. I suggest that you stop advancing immediately after completely regaining the lost positions of the 113th Division to avoid any danger." "Fraud." Major General Karl sneered and replied, "You can stop advancing, but my troops have been fighting very hard before and are tired of the enemy's cavalry." "No, I will continue to move forward and see the strength of the ant people." Schultz yelled, "Then you might fall into a trap." Major General Karl shrugged, "The entire battle area is a prairie, and there is no terrain conducive to an ambush. I don't think there is anything to worry about." Chapter 417 Armored Counterattack. By this time the weather had completely cleared up. Major General Karl looked up at the sky, then jumped onto the tank belonging to the division headquarters. Standing on the tank, he said to Major General Schultz, "Please come back, too. The 16th Panzer Grenadier Division is our backbone. You have to follow. Let's move forward together." Major General Schultz pointed to the communications soldier sitting in the barrel truck. The radio was being held in the arms of the communications soldier. "Schultz, I just give the order and my division will follow you." Major General Karl nodded, "Okay, then we will meet in Yeisk." "Schultz, I think it's better not to be so optimistic. That Rokosov makes me feel very bad, very bad. He must be planning something, waiting to show us a good look. Better be careful, Karl." Major General. Major General Karl held the turret of the command tank number 3, looked ahead and thought for a moment, then nodded, "Maybe you are right, there is really something wrong here." As he spoke, he picked up the radio's earphones with one hand and put it to his ear, and picked up the radio with the other hand and brought it to his mouth. "Attention all units, check the stock of smoke bombs, check the stock of smoke bombs, we may need these things to escape the enemy's ambush." A moment later, reports from various units came through the earphones. "General, because our supplies have not been completed, the smoke grenades have not been replenished. When replenishing, priority is given to fuel and armor-piercing bombs, followed by high-explosive bombs and smoke bombs, the same ones we had before." Major General Karl put down the wireless phone, pursed his lips and thought for a moment, then picked up the phone again and ordered, "Count the smoke grenades in all tanks, divide the existing smoke grenades equally among the vehicles, and ensure that every number 4 tank has smoke grenades. The Panzer III tank has a limited gun caliber of 50, and the effect of smoke bombs is not very good. The smoke deployment mainly relies on the 75mm gun number 4. After the order was given, Major General Karl turned to look at Schultz. "If we encounter an ambush, we will immediately set up smoke and disengage." Schultz's expression was solemn. "We don't even have enough smoke bombs in stock. If you can't completely block the enemy's field of vision, you will suffer heavy losses. We don't know the caliber of the enemy's new assault gun yet, but that thing often penetrates reimburse the entire crew. Seed Division has already experienced it. The tank crew has been severely attrited. If it is directly fired by the new assault gun, more than just the tank will be lost." Major General Karl, "Will Division Commander Schultz give up the attack because the enemy is equipped with this kind of weapon?" Schultz was silent for a few seconds and shook his head, "No." He took a step back and saluted Major General Karl, "We will follow you forward and wish you good luck." Major General Karl responded, "Wish us good luck." After speaking, he got into the turret of the command tank and loudly ordered, "Troops attack." Originally, the entire grassland was filled with the buzzing sound of the engine idling. With Major General Karl's order, the buzzing sound suddenly increased, and then the clicking sound of the gearbox gears was added. The whole grassland suddenly became restless. A frightened field mouse emerged from the ground at Schultz's feet, shrieked and disappeared into the grass. The command tank began to move forward. Black smoke spewed from the engine exhaust pipe, and the pungent smell produced by incomplete combustion irritated Schultz. He wanted to take out a handkerchief, but immediately gave up the idea, and just stood in the smelly air and watched Commander Karl's command tank go away. He waited until he couldn't see the details of commanding the tank clearly, and then stretched out his hand to the side. The adjutant immediately thrust the radio's headset and microphone into his hand. "I'm Schultz." It was against radio communication rules to communicate like this, But Schultz didn't want to worry about it. Start moving forward. Wang Zhong, as always, measured the ground with his feet in the headquarters. Pavlov joked, if this battle lasts 10 years, you will have to leave a series of footprints on the ground. Popov responded, yes, it's just like the shoe prints in the library of Fort St. Andrew. Back then, St. Andrew sat in the same position reading for 10 years, and the shoe prints were rubbed out. Wang Zhong couldn't help complaining, how many pairs of shoes will be worn out to make shoe marks? Isn't that unreasonable? After saying this, he realized that it was not a good idea to tell a group of religious believers. Unexpectedly, Popov said, oh, this is a classic topic in seminary. When I was in seminary, my point of view was that the shoe print was deliberately made by the library to show the relationship between St. Andrew and myself. Wang Zhong was shocked, is this okay? St. Andrew taught us that we must be skeptical and seek truth from facts. Popov spread his hands, we are just following his teachings. At this time, a listener on the radio shouted, hear Prosen's communication. I am Schultz, start moving forward. Wang Zhong was overjoyed, did you hear that right? Yes. Pavlov picked up the enemy situation report on the table, flipped it through and said, Schultz may be the commander of the enemy's 16th Panzer Grenadier Division. The enemy situation report is updated every day. It contains various intelligence compiled by the Front Army Headquarters and the General Headquarters. Of course, it also includes the enemy's organization and the names of the chief officers of each organization. Wang Zhong, the Prosens will not let the Panzer Grenadier Division launch an attack alone on the open ground. There must be an armored division taking the lead. In other words, our prey is coming. Call Yegorov and ask him get ready to entertain your enemies. Pavlov immediately picked up the phone, get me back to the ambush battle group headquarters. What happened? Continue repairs. After hanging up the phone, he cursed, it's the field mouse again. Signal soldier. Arrive. As the signal soldier ran over, Pavlov tore off a page of notepaper, finished writing the order and handed it to the signal soldier, remember to burn the paper afterward, and take guards with you when you go to prevent the enemy from sabotaging it. Wang Zhong gave a thumbs up to the Chief of Staff's watertight order, when the enemy started to attack, our communication with the front line was interrupted. It may indeed be the enemy's Brandenburg Commando. What the Brandenburg Commandos are best at is wearing ant uniforms to penetrate and sabotage. However, these disguised enemies are not protected by international law, so the Ant Army tortured the Brandenburg troops to death, squeezed out as much information as possible and then killed them. After the messenger left, Pavlov said, how about we also call Wang Zhong, okay, just use code words to tell Yegorov to be careful. Even if he is careless, there is still Brigadier General Eugene. Pavlov immediately issued a new order and asked the radio to send the agreed code word. Popov, forget it, as long as it hurts the enemy and adds a fake tank, the enemy will definitely frown. Wang Zhong nodded, yes. But I am a little worried. What if the enemy uses smoke bombs to break through our ambush? The terrain of this ambush is not good after all. A general ambush is, of course, to limit the enemy's firepower while allowing your own firepower to be fully unleashed. The ambush organized by Wang Zhong in Aolikai was to attack the enemy's marching formation from the side, knock out the tanks at the head and tail, and then block the enemy on the road and beat them wildly. In this ambush on the grassland, the armored forces and tank destroyers of the two divisions were deployed in the front, and they faced off against the enemy in the offensive formation. The killing efficiency was definitely not as good as the Araki ambush. Moreover, Wang Zhong had seen enemy tank troops skillfully use smoke grenades to obscure the destroyer's field of vision in an attempt to engage in close combat. Regarding the Prasen armored forces, Wang Zhong really did not dare to despise them tactically. After a brief thought, Wang Zhong ordered, organize the tanks that are currently repaired and ready to be transferred to the 40th Tank Army into an independent battle group, and have them rush to the front line immediately. Pavlov, who should I direct? Wang Zhong thought for a few seconds and suddenly slapped his thigh, didn't I leave Brigadier General Zinov in the tank company directly under the headquarters? Brigadier General Zinov lost all his tanks during last winter's counterattack and was dismissed from his post for investigation. Wang Zhong met him at the equipment testing range and felt that this man was quite professional in his profession, so he took the initiative to recruit him. It took Pavlov a few seconds to recall who Zinov was. You mean, the general who made the mistake and was saved? Now that he has been demoted to a lieutenant colonel, he is indeed very suitable to command this battle group. Just let him. The tank companies directly under the headquarters are also integrated into the battle group. Wang Zhong, very good, let him make meritorious deeds. Pavlov, I will draft the order immediately. Popov, we are so far away from the front line. Can we catch up if we send tank troops now? Wang Zhong, it's good to have more insurance. Yegorov didn't know how many times he used the telescope to look into the distance, muttering, nothing. Nothing. Brigadier General Eugene scolded, "We just fed mosquitoes and lice in the field for 2 days. Some soldiers pooped them everywhere, and the inside of the tank stunk." Yegorov, "That's great. I'll hit the prosens even harder, just to vent their anger." As soon as he finished speaking, the wireless operator shouted from the train, "Code message received. Code message received. The enemy is coming." Yegorov was shocked. "Why use code words? Where is the phone?" "It was disconnected 20 minutes ago," the adjutant reported. "The line is being checked." Yegorov, "Damn field mouse. Send the messenger quickly to convey the order, the enemy is coming. Pour all the anger accumulated in the past few days on them. Quickly." At Yegorov's urging, the 8 messengers got on their horses and galloped towards the surrounding grasslands while shouting orders. Major General Karl's eyelids began to twitch. During the Carolingian battle, his eyelids jumped once, and then he encountered a desperate counterattack by the Carolingian armored forces. The Carolingian heavy tanks cannot be dealt with by the 37 gun of the Panzer III tank at all. Only the high explosive shells of the Panzer IV tank can stop these heavy armored cavalry. But it just stopped, and when the people in the heavy tank woke up, they would start moving forward again. Major General Karl was the commander of the armored regiment at the time, and the entire regiment was beaten to pieces. It was not until the 88mm cannon of the anti-aircraft artillery unit was leveled and started firing that the Carolingian heavy armored cavalry was stopped. At that time, Major General Karl's regiment lost more than half, especially number 3 and number 4. However, the small number 1 and number 2 did not attract the enemy's attention, and a considerable part was preserved. Now, the Major General's right eyelid twitched again. He subconsciously touched his amulet. It was a pendant with a photo of him and his wife and children inside. As soon as he touched the bulge under the uniform, an exclamation came over the radio, "Enemy." Soon enough, at the forefront of Major General Karl's field of vision, the leading Panzer III tank exploded into a rising fireball. The turret flying into the sky even reflected the sunlight and dazzled Major General Karl's eyes. The next moment, the enemy's volley came. In an instant, more than a dozen tanks exploded into a mass. An armor-piercing round screamed sharply and landed not far in front of Major General Karl's command tank. It bounced up like a football, grazed the turret and flew into the distance. The Major General made a decision immediately: release the smoke. Release the smoke quickly. Chapter 418 Friendly Forces in Trouble. When Yegorov saw the first smoke bomb explode, he cursed, "Another smoke bomb. I'm so tired of smoke bombs. Why doesn't the general let them develop something to deal with smoke?" Brigadier General Eugene also put down his telescope. The prosens were also forced out. "It's time to move the destroyers, right?" Yegorov nodded, "Yes, the vortex is a precious thing. Before the vortex is in place, let the tank troops and anti-tank gun troops hold the enemy back, huh?" Brigadier General Eugene was still surprised. "What's wrong?" Yegorov did not answer, but raised his telescope and looked to the southwest. Brigadier General Eugene looked in the same direction. After a few seconds, he said, "Is it, that the smoke didn't cover it?" Yegorov, "Yes, the vortex is still shooting, and there is obviously a vision gap there. What's going on? There is no way the prosens can make such a mistake." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw several smoke bombs landing at the gap, but the smoke balls that exploded were too small. At this time, due to the exchange of fire on the battlefield, the airflow was very disordered. Coupled with the wind in the grassland this season, those small smoke masses quickly dispersed, unable to effectively block the field of vision. Yegorov muttered, "Don't they have enough smoke bombs?" Brigadier General Eugene, "It is possible. When the transport capacity is insufficient, we will first replenish armor-piercing bombs and high-explosive bombs. I will do the same." Yegorov put down the telescope, turned around and ordered. The Guards Annihilation Battalion did not move and continued to snipe the enemy in place. The 225th Division Annihilation Battalion gave up its original plan and maneuvered towards the enemy's flank to avoid the smoke blocking the view on the north side. The 225th Division Armored Battalion follows the Annihilator Battalion and acts as a defensive force. The 40th Tank Army is temporarily stationary. The correspondent on the communication vehicle responded loudly and began to transmit the order via radio, repeating repeatedly, "The Guards will annihilate the battalion with one machine step and not move." Yegorov continued to observe the battlefield with his telescope. Even the smoke on the north side is very thin. The enemy definitely does not have enough smoke bombs. Those small pieces of smoke just now should be shot by the number 3 tank. Now we are going to eat it's a big wave. Brigadier General Eugene, indeed. Without the cover of smoke bombs, our destroyers have full advantage in long distances. Unfortunately, our perspective cannot see the enemy abandoning their armor. The enemy's smoke could not completely block the sight of the 2 sniper positions in the north and south, but it completely blocked the sight of Yegorov and Eugene. So Yegorov could only give a relatively general outflank order just now. It was left to the battalion commanders of the 225th Division's Tank Battalion and Annihilator Battalion to decide how to outflank. Yegorov watched for a while, turned the telescope, and looked at the Annihilation Battalion and Tank Battalion of the 225th Division. The Tank Battalion had just exited the tank bunker, and the Annihilator Battalion had already begun to maneuver because it was lying directly on the ground without a bunker. Originally, the eddy current's maneuvering speed was faster than that of the T-34W, so the eddy current brigade had already traveled a long way dragging the thick smoke. Brigadier General Eugene noticed this. Should we stop the vortex? Yegorov, no, if the enemy targets the vortex, they will be hit on the side by the tank battalion, that's it? Eugene, it's a pity that we can't see the enemy's movements. How about we move too? Yegorov obviously hesitated, but in the end he shook his head. No, it is enough that our boss is the general who can drive tanks on the front line. If we want to imitate the general, the chief of staff will go crazy. Both division commanders commanded special battle groups on the front line to fight ambushes, and the other units of the two divisions were left to the division staff to command. The chiefs of staff of the two divisions estimate that the number of hairs on their heads is rapidly approaching that of Pavlov. After another 10 minutes or so, Yegorov saw the flanking maneuvering vortex stop, turn, and start firing. Although Yegorov himself could not see the results of the shooting, he believed in the group of members of the vortex. In order to destroy Prosen's tanks at a distance of 1,800 meters, all member groups conducted arduous training. The sound of the vortex's cannons overwhelmed the firing sounds of all other artillery, demonstrating the suppressive power of the caliber. Yegorov didn't know how many times he looked at the smoke blocking his sight. At this time, the correspondent came forward with a walkie-talkie. Tank 40 Army is calling. Yegorov took the walkie-talkie. I'm Yegorov, what's wrong? Kosakov's voice came from the walkie-talkie, a little out of shape. My tank troops have no vision, let us also join in annihilating the enemy. Let us rush through the smoke. Yegorov, no. You are a two-man turret. Once you start moving and your battlefield awareness is poor, you will be taken advantage of by the enemy tankers when you enter the melee. Brigadier General Eugene muttered in a low voice, battlefield awareness is a word that generals like to use. Although Yegorov and Eugene are both generals, and Korsakov who is talking on the radio is still a lieutenant general, it is obvious that only one person in the first mobile group can be referred to by the word general. Korsakov could not hear Eugene's words, but continued to plead, the victory is right in front of us, the soldiers can't hold it anymore, decisively, let us join the battle. Yegorov, no, the general hopes not only to win the battle, but also to have an excellent exchange ratio. Do you understand the exchange ratio? So. Wait a minute, said Brigadier General Eugene, I remember when the general conveyed the instructions, he said that we need to attract the enemy's attention now to cover the Borsk front, that is, Prince Mishkin's troops. Isn't it better to use the 40th Tank Army to create some momentum at this time? Yegorov thought about it and nodded, you are right. Korsakov didn't hear what Eugene said from beginning to end, and was confused at this time, am I right? Are you saying that the soldiers can't hold back? Yegorov, no, I say you should go on the offensive. Lieutenant General Korsakov, in the name of the ambush battle group commander, I beg you to go on the offensive. After all, Korsakov is a lieutenant general, and he only accepted the command of Yegorov, a major general, because of Rokosov's reputation. So Yegorov begged instead of ordering. Korsakov, no way. As long as we can win, anyone can command. Didn't General Rokosov command many people with higher ranks than himself in the first stage of the counter-attack last year? I will join the attack now. Igorov, good luck to you. The 40th Tank Army is equipped with tanks with obvious defects, and they need good luck. Major General Karl looked at the situation on the battlefield anxiously. Because of the lack of smoke bombs, the anti-army was able to fully utilize the advantages of long-range firepower. The enemy's new assault guns are too powerful. Whoever hits them will die. At the same time, they face almost all the armor-piercing shells of the Prosan army. And this damn thing runs very fast, and it looks reliable. How can there be such an unreasonable thing? Major General Karl thought about it and felt that this thing might be a layer of paper on the side, and only in this way would it be reasonable. So as long as you go around to the side, you can easily beat this thing. The problem is that you can't go around at all. Major General Karl was now certain that in addition to the assault guns, there were at least one battalion of anti-tank guns and several battalions of T-34 tanks in front of him. Although the long-barreled gun of the No. 4 could easily deal with the T-34 tanks, it could not withstand the extremely fierce firepower outside the tanks. Karl's headset was now filled with screams and the hysterical roars of the tankmen. The enemy was outflanking, and an unknown number of assault guns had occupied the north side of the 14 tanks' frontal assault, and were opening cans for the 14 tanks one by one. Although the enemy on the south side did not outflank, they had a clear range of fire and had been firing since the start of the war. Karl estimated that his division had lost more than half of its troops. If the enemy continued to deploy armored forces, the situation would be bad. At this time, Major General Karl heard the roar of the engine and the click of the gearbox gears from the front of him. The enemy deployed tank troops. In a flash, a T-34 rushed out of the smoke in front and rushed towards the already incomplete team of the 14 tanks. Then more T-34s came through the smoke, like a group of cavalrymen. Karl made a prompt decision, adjusted the radio of the command tank to the frequency of calling other troops, and shouted, "Schultz! Pull a brother! Pull a brother!" Wang Zhong listened to the voice on the radio. Although he didn't understand Prasen language and Vasily, who could translate, was playing in the mud outside, he felt that this sentence was very familiar. The Prasen translator said, "This sentence means, brother, let's go." The name in front is Schultz. Wang Zhong looked at Pavlov. If I remember correctly, Schultz is the commander of the 16th Armored Grenadier Division. Yes, the enemy was anxious and began to ask for help. Wang Zhong, what can this Schultz do to immediately help the armored division that is about to be hit hard by us? Pavlov and Popov looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. I don't know. Order the artillery regiment to deploy on the spot and load smoke bombs. Schultz said, the coordinates. He looked at the map and finally poked the map 3 times with his whip. Let's just attack these 3 positions. How much we can cover depends on the luck of the 14th Armored Division. We have done our best. The Chief of Staff of the 16th Armored Grenadier Division nodded, yes. As an Armored Grenadier Division, our armored strength is not as good as that of the 14th Armored Division. It is still a bit difficult for us to engage in a tank battle with the enemy on the grassland. At this time, the Sign-Alman shouted, General. The commander of the 14th Armored Division shouted that hundreds of tanks were attacking him. Schultz frowned, hundreds? Impossible, the Air Force's reconnaissance didn't see any clues at all. Everything was normal in yesterday's aerial reconnaissance photos. It is impossible not to take pictures of so many tanks. The Chief of Staff said, maybe, in order to urge us to rescue, he deliberately reported an exaggerated number. Schultz pursed his lips, thought for a while and said, it is very dangerous to confront the enemy tank cluster head-on. Order to stop and set up defenses on the spot and prepare to receive the fleeing soldiers of the 14th Armored Division. Chapter 419, Destruction. The white smoke that exploded on Karl's position immediately stunned him. His first reaction was that the enemy was firing a cannon, but he immediately realized that blocking his vision now would do no good to the enemy. If that Rokosov was really as famous as the rumors say, he would not make such a mistake. This must be friendly supporting fire. He immediately picked up the microphone and shouted, this is friendly fire, friendly forces are supporting us. After the enemy's long-range fire is blocked, prepare to destroy the advancing enemy tank troops. Yes, even in such an environment, Major General Carr still believed that he could destroy the approaching T-34, provided that the long-range firepower of the enemy's assault gun was blocked. The battalion commander of the armored battalion responded, understood, General. We still have 17 long-tube No-4s, which is enough to take care of these T-34s. Just as he finished speaking, Major General Karl saw a T-34 being hit. When the shell penetrated the front armor of the vehicle, it caused sparks. The next moment, the tank burst into flames, and the anti-tank soldier, covered in fire, jumped out of the tank. Rolling on the ground. Major General Karl was overjoyed, destroy them. Quick. Kosakov was in his tank, frowning. The 40th Tank Army was different from Rokosov's 1st Mobile Army. It had very few radio equipment. In this environment where the battlefield was obscured by smoke, Kosakov had no idea what his troops had encountered and what the situation was. He could only try to figure out the battlefield situation from the communication of the platoon command tank. Suddenly a clear voice came from the earphones, and Kosakov recognized it as the commander of the 1st Battalion of the 41st Tank Regiment. The enemy only has a dozen long-tube No-4s, only a dozen or so. Rush up, and if it doesn't work, hit them. Kosakov frowned. It sounded like something was wrong? How so? Only then did he notice that the rumble of fire from the destroyer had disappeared. He looked at the destroyer positions with confusion and found that they were moving. Then Kosakov finally noticed that the enemy's smoke obscuration had strengthened and the destroyer's view was blocked. He immediately turned to look at the high ground where the commanders of the 1st Mobile Army were, and saw Yegorov giving orders. Kosakov picked up the microphone, adjusted the frequency, and called loudly, Koshakov calls Yegorov, Kosakov calls Yegorov. He saw the communication soldier handing the walkie-talkie to Yegorov, and the next moment the division commander of the guards looked over. I am Yegorov, tell me. The situation of my troops is not good. The enemy seems to be attacking my soldiers. Think of a way. Yegorov's answer came immediately from the earphones, let them release the smoke. We are not equipped with smoke grenades. Yegorov was silent for a few seconds and said, then how do you solve the enemy's advantage in long-range firepower? If you don't solve it, you will actually know if you have driven a T-34. During the impact, we often cannot see where the enemy is. Even if smoke is needed, it is provided by the artillery. Yegorov, don't worry, order your troops to retreat back into the smoke. We can outflank the enemy and kill the enemy. Kossakov looked livid, we don't have enough radio equipment. Repeat, we don't have enough radio equipment. In this kind of melee, we can't have all the tanks execute the retreat order uniformly. Yegorov's Antko scolding came over the radio, Suker. Why haven't radios been distributed to every vehicle yet? How many long-range No-4s do the enemy have? Obviously Yegorov also knows very well that only the long-barreled No. 4 can completely offset the armor advantage of the T-34. I don't know, it's said to be more than a dozen. My battalion commander ordered the ramming of these Prasen tanks. But I don't know the effect. Yegorov was silent for a few more seconds before replying, then I wish you good luck. Kossakov pursed his lips and looked serious. He was about to answer when Yegorov suddenly said, wait a minute, the reinforcements sent to us by the army group headquarters have arrived. Kossakov turned around and saw a lot of smoke and dust on the eastern highway. It was obvious that a group of tanks was advancing. Yegorov continued, it is a battle group composed of tank troops directly under the army and repaired tanks led by Lieutenant Colonel Zinov. They are all veterans. And there are smoke bombs. There must be smoke bombs. Korsakov was overjoyed. Although he could only see the smoke raised by the tank as it drove in, he still slammed the turret of the command tank and shouted, great. Let them go into battle. I will order them to come forward. Let your troops hold on. Car number 40,233 commanded by Captain Semyon was hit. After the dizziness caused by the impact ended, he felt hot wind behind him, and when he turned around, he saw a fire burning in the turret. The loader sat on the fire, completely lifeless. The smell of burnt human flesh went straight to Captain Semyon's nostrils. At this time Semyon heard the sound of the driver opening the hatch. Apparently the driver was still alive and had made a correct judgment on the tank's condition. The captain immediately pushed open the turret roof and tried to climb out of the tank, but suddenly found that his lower body could not use any strength. He lowered his head and saw blood all over his pants. At this moment, Captain Semyon knew that he could not get out. He looked at the scope in front of him, and the photos of his wife and daughter were inserted into the gaps in the scope. Both were smiling at him. At that moment, the captain made up his mind. He struggled to climb into the driver's seat with both hands and pushed the joystick hard. Although the turret was on fire, the engine and gearbox responded to Captain Semyon's operation. He put his eyes on the driver's observation window and tried to find the firing Proton tank. Then he rushed over with the burning tank. The engine and gearbox roared, and the T-34 seemed to have become a part of Captain Semyon, and it also came back to life. Captain Semyon shouted the name of Saint Andrew, hoping to get the guidance of divine power and let the tank's engine work for a while. Suddenly, the target he chose turned the cannon around. The next moment, vehicle number 40,233 was hit again. It was not known whether it was the engine or the gearbox that made a very bad sound, but Captain Semyon, who was not familiar with the driving position, did not know what it meant. He could only shout, General Rokosov. Protect me. Mother Ant, protect me. The engine's abnormal noise became louder, but the tank was still moving forward. It seemed that something was really responding to Captain Semyon's prayers. Just a little bit more. However, the enemy tank engaged reverse gear and began to retreat. At that moment, Captain Semyon was seized by despair. With a loud and clear sound, the gearbox of the tank finally couldn't hold on, and number 40,233 slowly stopped, and Captain Semyon also leaned forward on the two joysticks. His eyes were still glued to the observation window, and he could see the enemy tank gradually pulling away. The enemy's gun muzzle was aimed at the position of the cab. In a flash, the shells flying from the side hit the enemy, and the enemy tank suddenly stopped retreating in the sparks. Then, Captain Semyon saw the Proton tank driver climb out of the tank skillfully and was about to jump into the bushes to hide. The machine gun swept over. Semyon saw the enemy driver was shot in the foot and fell into the bushes like a head-over-heels onion. He also saw the electromechanical operator get off the car and run behind the tank, but was hit in the back by a bullet. The loader who came out of the side door of the turret was shivering in the shadow of the tank, while the gunner who came out of the other side of the turret was not so lucky, and his shoulder was directly broken by the machine gun. Then, the second shell hit the number 4 tank, which directly caused the tank to burst into flames. The tank commander of Proton did not have time to climb out of the tank and screamed on the turret. Captain Semyon was speechless. He stared at the burning number 4 with a slight smile on his face. He left with a smile, and did not see the scene where Lieutenant Colonel Zinov's command tank rushed to the enemy tank, used the wreckage as a cover, and fired continuously. Major General Karl heard someone shouting on the radio, "Enemy reinforcements are coming. Enemy reinforcements." He quickly put the microphone close to his mouth. "What's going on? How many reinforcements have arrived?" "I don't know." The battalion commander, who had just patted his chest and guaranteed that he could destroy the tanks that were rushing forward, was shaken. "Our long-barreled Type 4 is almost gone. Retreat, General. If you don't retreat, it will be terrible when the enemy surrounds us. You can't beat those assault guns with only Type 3. Major General Karl was shocked. "Okay, retreat immediately, repeat, retreat immediately." At this time, as if guided by God's will, Major General Karl suddenly turned his head to look at the flank. He saw smoke and dust. And that patch of grass was relatively low, so he clearly saw a low-profile assault gun galloping in the shallow grass. Then, all the assault guns turned in unison, and one could tell from this action that they all had radios. At that moment, Major General Karl's heart skipped a beat, but he still comforted himself. These assault guns were almost 2 kilometers away from him, and they should not be able to directly hit the tanks of the division headquarters. Major General Karl saw the flash. This scene reminded him of the scene of the 88 guns of the anti-aircraft battalion firing in unison. Before the sound of the guns came, the armor-piercing shells whizzed in. The wing car of Major General Karl's command vehicle suddenly burst into flames, and the tankers covered in flames jumped out of the tank, rolling on the ground and screaming. The Major General was sweating coldly, and his scalp was numb. "It's over, the enemy's assault guns can penetrate the number 3 at a distance of 2 kilometers. No, even the new tanks that were highly expected would be penetrated by this thing at a distance of more than 1 kilometer, and it was not surprising that the number 3 was penetrated, especially the base of the number 3 commander was originally an old model." Major General Karl finally realized that he should run now, but the second wave of flashes had already lit up in his vision. Major General Karl's consciousness stopped at this moment. He felt no pain, nor could he hear the adjutant's screams. When the adjutant dragged him out of the burning tank, most of his body had been burnt, and even the cross badge he was so proud of was burnt black. Chapter 420 Misjudgment. At this time, Schultz was waiting for the 14th Armored Division to retreat. However, not only did he not see the tanks, but the radio was also in chaos, and he could only occasionally hear some conversations without context. However, based on these conversations, it can be determined that the 14th Armored Division is most likely in danger. Schultz's expression became more serious. The Prosons are generally very confident in their armored forces, and if the 14th Armored Division is defeated, then Rokosov has defeated 2 armored divisions in the past half-month. This is too terrible. However, Schultz has always had a doubt. He can't see Rokosov's strategic intentions. If Rokosov wants to launch an attack and push the 10th Army back, then his attack now is too small. If Rokosov just wants to contain the 10th Army and cover the anti-heavy troops in the direction of Borsk and Primorsky, then isn't his force a bit too strong? Schultz couldn't understand what Rokosov was doing. Although the Ant Army had been winning these days and constantly causing casualties to the Proson Army, they had done nothing else. According to Schultz's understanding, Rokosov should do something. Schultz paced back and forth while thinking. At this time, someone shouted, "General, look." Schultz temporarily put aside the mess in his mind and raised his head to look in the direction pointed by his men. There was dust, and it seemed that armored vehicles were running on the grassland. "Schultz, call them. Confirm their identities. Anti-tank guns and armored units are ready." Soon his adjutant reported, "It has been confirmed that it is a 14-mounted unit." "Schultz, ask them what happened to the 14th unit." "No, let their commander come to me. I will ask in person." A moment later, a barrel truck stopped in front of Schultz, and a dusty armored lieutenant colonel got off the car. There were still traces of smoke on the lieutenant colonel's uniform, and it was almost certain that he had survived the burning tank. The lieutenant colonel saluted Schultz. "I am Lieutenant Colonel Vincent, salute you, General. Without your smoke support, we would have been destroyed." Schultz also saluted in return. "Salute you, Lieutenant Colonel Vincent. So what's the situation?" "The enemy deployed 2 batches of nearly 200 T-34s to attack us, and used new assault guns to outflank us on both wings. Major General Karl's command platoon was directly hit by the enemy's assault guns, and the Major General should have died for his country. We didn't meet the participants from the division headquarters, but I think some people will run out later," Vincent replied. Schultz frowned. "Did you see the red flag? And the number 422 command vehicle that is said to be blessed by the devil?" Lieutenant Colonel Vincent shook his head. "No, I'm sure that without the red flag, Rokosov did not come to the front line in person. I think this is a fatal thing. which shows that the grassroots officers of the anti-army are making progress. I don't know if this is limited to Rokosov's troops. Schultz nodded and asked again, is the enemy pursuing us? Vincent shook his head again, there are still our troops resisting, and the enemy is encircling them. At least the troops that are in radio contact with us have not seen the enemy's pursued troops. Schultz pursed his lips and frowned, he stopped after eating one of our troops again. What is Rokosov doing? Is he satisfied with eating such a small number of troops? It's unreasonable. Lieutenant Colonel Vincent said, is it possible that Rokosov is waiting for the rear troops to gather? If these limited offensives are just to disrupt our offensive and buy time for the follow-up troops to gather, then he has done a very successful job. Schultz did not answer immediately. After a long thought, he confirmed with Lieutenant Colonel Vincent again, did the enemy really invest nearly 200 tanks? Yes, nearly 200, there may be a certain error, but I am very sure of a lot. Lieutenant Colonel Vincent replied. Schultz began to pace in front of Lieutenant Colonel Vincent, muttering as he walked, having a strong force but only launching a limited attack, this is not in line with the general combat habits of General Ant. At this time, Schultz's adjutant said, could it be like this, Rokosov is very clear about the gap between his troops and our Proson, and judges that the number of troops in his hands is still not enough to defeat us, so he concentrates superior forces in a local area to launch a limited attack to weaken us while waiting for more troops to arrive. Schultz thought for a few seconds and nodded, it's possible. Lieutenant Colonel Vincent, when he defeated the 190th Division before, he invested a large number of tanks, and now he has invested another 200. The maintenance unit of the Ant Army is weak and can't repair many tanks. This must be a newly invested tank unit. Last year I participated in the summer and winter campaigns and fought the whole process. I know how fast the Ant people can gather troops. Last year, the 14th Army defeated one Ant army after another, and then new armies were added. New numbers appeared one after another and attacked us. I vaguely feel that the Ants are about to launch an attack. Schultz was also somewhat moved when he mentioned last summer and winter. Last year, the 16th Panzer Grenadier Division also fought the entire battle, facing the stormy offensive of the Ants. The Ants were indeed not good at fighting and fought in a mess, but their courage was still shocking. Major General Schultz took a deep breath and said to his adjutant, send a telegram to the army headquarters. The anti-people may have a major action. It is recommended to fully strengthen the army's defense line and be on high alert for possible pincer attacks. At the same time, Yegorov looked at his watch, there has been no artillery fire for 5 minutes. Is the battle over? Brigadier General Eugene, it should be. Go to the front to take a look. Or wait for the smoke to clear. Yegorov, wait for the smoke to clear. If we move forward rashly, the troops will have to protect us. Communicator, is the telephone line repaired? It's connected, General. Connect to the division headquarters, the army headquarters. Yegorov was a little embarrassed. He glanced at Brigadier General Eugene and said, I am used to treating the general as our division commander. Eugene, after all, you are an old comrade who fought with him in Piniyi. The communicator handed the receiver to Yegorov, the army headquarters is connected. As soon as Yegorov put the receiver to his ear, he heard Pavlov's voice, Yegorov? What's the situation? Yegorov, tell the division commander that we have defeated the enemy's 14th Armored Division. A considerable number of enemies have escaped. I did not let the troops pursue them. You should chase them and stop when you encounter the enemy's defensive position. At least find out where the enemy's defense line is. Pavlov said. Then Rokosov's voice could be heard faintly from the other end of the phone, no, that's all. Let the divisional artillery bomb the enemy's escape route. Chasing them would only expose our force composition. Pavlov, the commander told you not to chase them, forget what I just said. I've heard it. Yegorov said, tell the general that we are counting the results of the battle and the casualties. I think we should be able to achieve the exchange ratio required by the general. As soon as the voice fell, Rokosov's voice came from the other end of the receiver, let me tell you. The next moment Rokosov's voice became clear, Yegorov, you did a great job, treating the wounded, and towing back all the damaged tanks that can be repaired. Combine the vehicles with reduced personnel. In short, there is no need to chase them anymore. And remember to count the people who performed bravely in the battle. That's it? Yes. When Yegorov answered, he subconsciously put his feet together. At the same time, Vasily looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. T-34 made of mud. In fact, under the mud is the wreckage of the destroyed Plossen tank, which looks like this after being covered with a layer of mud. Of course, there are still many flaws when looking closely, but for aerial reconnaissance, such flaws are equivalent to nothing. Around this tank, there are a lot of wreckage. Because there is not enough manpower, these wreckages cannot be covered with a complete mud shell, and can only be slightly covered. Even aerial reconnaissance may find that this is fake, so these fake tanks will be covered with camouflage nets. In this way, a mud tank that is still okay, plus a lot of real wreckage covered with camouflage nets, constitute a hidden tank unit. Enemy aerial reconnaissance will probably be shocked when they see these. Vasily's team has prepared a lot of camouflage tank groups like this from last night to now. The only question now is when the enemy's aerial reconnaissance will come. Vasily raised his head and looked at the sky. There were no clouds in the sky, not even a bird. The enemy's reconnaissance plane has not arrived yet. Vasily picked up the rag hanging around his neck, wiped the sweat off his face, and continued to play in the mud. Chapter 421. The Air Force is actually reliable this time. At 6 p.m. on the 23rd, Yazkant 1st Mobile Army Headquarters. Wang Zhong put down the preliminary summary of casualties and results of the front line and said to Pavlov, "The losses are still huge. The Prosan armored forces are the hurdle we can't get over. Pavlov, last year, we exchanged several beautiful battles. One time, we took advantage of the enemy's lack of experience in dealing with T-34, and the remaining two were defensive battles in preset positions. We really haven't taken advantage of the armored confrontation on the plains. In the armored confrontation on the grassland outside Yeysk, we also had the equipment advantage of Vortex, but in the end it ended up like that." While Pavlov was speaking, Popov took the preliminary summary report, glanced at it and said, "In fact, the main losses were in the 40th Tank Army. They are old-style tank troops, and they don't even have many radios. It proves from the side that the new measures we have taken in our army are very effective. Wang Zhong, you can say that. Unfortunately, the current radio production is still insufficient. The report given by the equipment department before we came said that it would take until October this year to ensure that every tank produced has a radio. Many of Ant's precision industries are mainly located in the St. Andrews Fort industrial zone. Now St. Andrews Fort is surrounded by Prosan, and the lost production capacity is not so easy to make up. Popov, think about it this way, it's a bit extravagant for us to have so many radios. Wang Zhong, I won't reduce our radio equipment, no. The quality of our army soldiers is higher than that of ordinary Ant's troops. Equipping more radios to give full play to the advantages of the quality of the soldiers is far better than giving radios to troops full of recruits." Popov smiled and said, "I didn't say I wanted to reduce our radios." He changed the subject and returned to the current combat goal: "We have hurt the enemy's 10th Army now. Next, it depends on whether the fake tank can deceive the enemy." Pavlov looked at his watch. It's almost time for the enemy reconnaissance plane to come. In the past, they came at this time every day, took pictures, and ran back at nightfall. As soon as the voice fell, the phone rang, and Pavlov immediately picked up the receiver. "Headquarters. Okay, I got it." Putting down the receiver, he said to Wang Zhong, "Here they come." Brother Peter heard a high-altitude reconnaissance plane and several bombers. "They should be here to bomb us and conduct reconnaissance at the same time." Wang Zhong, "Very good, let the anti-aircraft artillery unit act more realistically. In addition, light the tires at the predetermined location. The purpose of lighting the tires is to create black smoke, which can interfere with the enemy's photographic reconnaissance." However, this time Wang Zhong specially adjusted the position of the tire pile to ensure that there are enough gaps for the enemy to discover the assembled tank troops. After giving the order, Wang Zhong happily switched perspectives and looked for reconnaissance planes in the sky. It took him little effort to find the reconnaissance type mixed in with the bombers. With the help of the bird's eye view, he even clearly saw the face of the enemy observer behind the glass. "You must keep your eyes open, observer de Wasily. See the tanks on the ground clearly." On the number 103 Plossen reconnaissance plane, Air Force Major Hans Fred was operating a ground observation device converted from a bombing site. This device is linked to the newly added high-magnification camera gun on the belly of the plane. As long as Fred presses the button on the device, a photo will be taken. The old camera of the plane is still retained. After turning on the timer, it will take a photo at intervals. The developed photos can be connected into a line to record in detail the enemy-occupied areas that the reconnaissance plane flew over. Major Fred carefully observed the ground, and at this time the captain's voice came from the headset, "Did you see anything?" "Fred, not yet. The enemy set the tires on fire and used thick smoke to block my sight." Just as he finished speaking, a small black flower exploded about a kilometer in front of the plane. Anti's anti-aircraft guns came up. The plane tilted obviously to the right, and other bombers could be seen circling to the right outside the glass. The firepower killing area fired by the ground anti-aircraft guns had a general effect on the bombers, but the pilot Prosan did not want to gamble on the armor and structural strength of the aircraft and rush into the killing area. The flight route of the fleet switched to the southeast, bypassing the killing area that was already filled with black smoke. Not long after it resumed level flight, the leader of the formation began to circle to the left, so the floor under Fred's feet began to tilt to the left again. But during this process, Fred used the observation mirror wholeheartedly to look at the ground. Suddenly, he shouted, "Something is wrong." There seemed to be a lot of tanks under the smoke. While speaking, he pressed the operating button several times to let the camera gun take continuous photos. The captain's voice came from the internal communication, "Are you sure?" "Not sure. The smoke obscured the view, and I could only see the tip of the iceberg. I request to lower the altitude." The captain was silent for a few seconds and said, "Wait for the bomber's bomb to explode and slightly change the wind direction, then maybe we can see it clearly." At this time, a new fire strike area for anti-aircraft guns appeared, and it was on the side of the flight direction of the Proton group. But this time, the ants were careful, and some anti-aircraft guns did not conduct advance aiming, but blindly guessed the new course of the formation. They guessed it, of course. It may also be that they have summed up experience from long-term research on the maneuvering laws of Proton aircraft. After all, whether it is Proton's navigator or the leader of the formation, they all like to act according to dogma. This is not prejudice, but they really do so. In short, as soon as the leader of the formation began to turn, black clouds appeared in the group. An anti-aircraft shell exploded near the number 103 aircraft. Major Fred heard a collision in the cabin behind him, and then heard the machine gunner's curse from the inside line, "Damn it! I was hit by shrapnel. Damn it!" Fred still ignored these and continued to stare at the ground. Suddenly, a shrapnel penetrated the glass window of his combat position, shattered the glass, and then shattered the instrument panel on his left-hand side. Fred cursed, turned his head and found that the mercury meter was broken, and the mercury flowed out and fell on the steel plate. "Captain, what's going on? Can you continue to observe?" "Yes. Please continue to circle." At this time, the bomber group began to drop bombs, and piles of bombs rushed out of the bomb bay and fell to the ground. After completing the bombing, the bomber group began to circle right, preparing to enter the return route. Fred shouted, "Don't return. We have to find out the situation on the ground." "Captain, don't worry, I have no plans to return yet, for now. You have 5 minutes to confirm the situation on the ground, otherwise I have to leave. The longer I stay over the enemy, the greater the probability of being entangled by enemy fighters." Fred's eyes were pressed against the eyepiece of the observation instrument, as if his eyeballs would be dug out by the frame of the eyepiece in the next moment. "Can't we fly lower?" he asked. "Captain, no. We have to return from high altitude. Otherwise, the enemy's high-altitude fighters will come up." Because of the mention of enemy's high-altitude fighters, Fred raised his head and looked towards the sun, because the dazzling light of the sun in this direction would cover the figure of the aircraft, so sneak attacks are generally launched from the sun. I don't know if it was because he stared at the observation instrument for too long, Fred actually thought he saw an enemy plane preparing to dive. Then he realized that it is unlikely that the human eye can clearly see units so far away when facing the sun. Even a 4-engine heavy bomber would be difficult to see clearly in this situation. Fred said to the captain, "I seem to see something in the direction of the sun." "What?" The captain was shocked, "Where is it? Let me see." A few seconds later, the captain's voice was full of tension, "You saw it right, Major Fred. The enemy's high-altitude fighters are at high altitude. Where else can the high-altitude fighters be if not at high altitude?" The next moment, the captain shouted, "Falcon! Call Falcon! We have key intelligence that must be brought back to the airport. Call Falcon!" The radio call sign of the fighter group responsible for covering the mixed formation of bombers and reconnaissance aircraft is Falcon. Now they should be waiting for the enemy aircraft to bite the bait somewhere above their heads. The bait, of course, is the twin-engine group below. As the captain's call became more and more hysterical, the gunner in the dorsal turret shouted, "Enemy aircraft! Coming towards us! I'm going to open fire!" The sound of machine gun shooting came. Major Fred felt his adrenaline rushing, and sweat broke out on his head. He adjusted the zoom parameters of the camera gun with his hands that were slightly trembling due to nervousness, and then pressed the button continuously. Suddenly, the plane shook. The co-pilot shouted, "Left engine off!" A MiG-3 whizzed past the tail of number 103. The tail turret also opened fire. Fred's earphones were filled with the sound of self-defense machine guns. Instantly, a voice rang through the earphones of all the crew members, "The Falcon is coming." Fred couldn't help but take his eyes off the observation device and looked around for the fighters of the Plauson Air Force. He saw it. The signature yellow nose of the number 109 fighter reflected the sunlight and dived down from the sky. The MiG-3s that were originally preparing to besiege number 103 began to maneuver defensively. Fred saw a MiG-3 trying to use a broken S maneuver to get under the wing of the diving number 109, but the number 109 pilot predicted and started rolling in advance. As soon as the MiG-3 finished the maneuver, number 109 also turned around, so the pilot easily grabbed a large cross-section with the joystick. The fuselage of the MiG-3 burned and fell to the ground with thick smoke. Fred was relieved and prepared to continue observing the ground, but at this time the reconnaissance plane began to circle and turn to the return route. Fred shouted, "Our fighter plane is coming, let me take more photos." "It's too late, we have shut down one engine. Now we can only make an emergency landing in our occupied area. We have to go." Fred had no choice but to ignore the fact that the plane was now sinking like a ship about to capsize. He grabbed the observation device and pressed the buttons frantically to take pictures. We can only hope that some of the photos that are developed can be used. Chapter 422, The Twists and Turns of the Film Journey. Wang Zhong was in the warehouse at this time, and he was almost dying of anxiety. "Fuck, don't shoot down the reconnaissance plane. Where did the Air Force come from?" In fact, it's not easy to blame the Air Force, because Wang Zhong has a good relationship with the Air Force. Although the 1st Mobile Army does not have the authority to command the Air Force, it often gets the care of the Air Force. It is common for Air Force fighters to come over and do air defense, and it is even more common for the Air Force bomber unit to help bomb the enemy's logistics. There are also things like providing aerial reconnaissance, sending Wave 2 to land directly on the battlefield to deliver reconnaissance photos, and so on. Now, it stands to reason that knowing that the Army headquarters in Yeisk was attacked by air, they should be thanked for coming to support immediately. But Wang Zhong hoped that they would not be so responsible at this time. This deception action was improvised yesterday. After ordering the preparation of fake tanks last night, Wang Zhong immediately sent a report to the Air Force to inform them that the enemy's reconnaissance plane would be let go today. However, the Air Force's fighter unit obviously did not receive the order and directly attacked the engine of the reconnaissance plane. At this time, the Prosan fighter arrived, and the MiG-3 was driven away from the reconnaissance plane. Wang Zhong breathed a sigh of relief and began to pray that the reconnaissance plane would not fall. He even had hallucinations, seeing the engine of the reconnaissance plane suddenly fall off, and then the damaged wings broke apart, and the plane also fell to the ground. Fortunately, it did not happen, and the fighter flew out of Wang Zhong's sight. Wang Zhong breathed a sigh of relief, and switched back to the view only to find that everyone was staring at him. Wang Zhong used all his brain teasers and made up a reason. "I just deduced the changes in the battle situation in my mind, and I was relieved after getting a good result. Hey, wait a minute, will this lead to more outrageous speculations? But, to be honest, it's quite interesting to be misunderstood like this. It's also fun to see how outrageous the rumors about yourself can be. For example, the mysterious tradition of the Guards' mechanized infantry to urinate on the enemy's crotch after killing the enemy recently made Wang Zhong very happy. That tradition has spawned many strange rules. For example, the new recruits of the Guards' 1st Mechanized Infantry would bring chalk so that they could write on the enemy's helmet after killing him in hand-to-hand combat, indicating that he was the one who killed him, so that they could come back to pee after the battle. So Wang Zhong looked at Pavlov and Popov, and saw them looking at each other in bewilderment. "Pavlov, the Air Defense Force just reported that they saw an Air Force fighter attacking an enemy plane. Should we remind the Air Force not to care about this reconnaissance plane?" "Wang Zhong, that would be exposed, so let's just leave it like this. If it doesn't work today, there's still tomorrow." "Okay." Pavlov nodded. "We'll send another telegram to the Air Force tonight to remind them not to patrol here for the time being." "Okay." As soon as Wang Zhong finished speaking, the phone rang. Because it was right next to him, he picked up the receiver directly. "Army Command, this is Rokosov, go ahead." Brother Peter's voice came from the receiver. "General, the enemy reconnaissance plane has a broken engine. I don't know about planes. Can it return to the base? The Air Force should be advised not to attack the reconnaissance plane." "Wang Zhong, did you hear the sound of fire?" "No." "Are there any other abnormal sounds?" Wang Zhong asked again. "No, except for the sound of one engine missing. The reconnaissance plane is normal." "Thank you, leave the rest to me." Wang Zhong put down the receiver after speaking. In fact, he had already seen that there was no fire from the bird's eye view, but the plug-in could only see the appearance, so he asked Brother Peter if he heard anything abnormal inside the plane. Since there were no abnormalities, he could only pray for Pilot Prosan's good luck. "Popov, Brother Peter's call." Wang Zhong, yes, he heard that one engine of the Prosan reconnaissance plane broke down, but he didn't hear any burning sound, so the fire should have been put out successfully. Pavlov breathed a sigh of relief. "Just now when the anti-aircraft unit reported that the reconnaissance plane was on fire, I thought it was over this time." "Popov, I'm not familiar with airplanes. How did you put out the fire?" "With a fire extinguisher." Wang Zhong raised his hand to gesture to him. "As long as you cut off the fuel supply, dive shallowly at the same time, adjust the pitch so that the wind blows as much as possible to the engine, there is a certain chance of natural extinguishing of the fire." Popov raised his eyebrows. You are really familiar with airplanes. Of course, do you understand the value of the air combat Brahmin in War Thunder? Wang Zhong spread his hands. Before, I showed my familiarity with airplanes, which greatly improved the favorability of the Air Force, so I took the time to learn more about the Air Force. Just to make the Air Force have a better relationship with you. Popov asked. Yes. Popov was shocked. You will command the front sooner or later. Wouldn't it be better to directly order the Air Force at that time? No, it's different. Simply executing orders and executing orders with enthusiasm have different effects. Wang Zhong said so. Pavlov interrupted, but this time the overly responsible Air Force almost ruined our plan. That's another matter. Think about it. They will deal with our enemies with such enthusiasm in the future. Isn't it a bad thing? Wang Zhong spread his hands. Anti-Air Force Field Airport outside Yarvik. Assholes. Colonel Koryanin, the new commander of the 11th Fighter Regiment, cursed, you almost shot down the reconnaissance plane and ruined General Rokosov's plan. Some of the scolded pilots defended themselves. We just wanted to leave some bullet holes on the reconnaissance plane, so that it would be authentic. We no longer use cannons, they are all fired by machine guns. Unexpectedly, it happened that the engine is damaged. Why doesn't this machine gun do such good damage? Several pilots agreed, yes, yes. Usually, when our machine guns hit the enemy plane, a series of sparks are emitted, which can be seen from 300 meters away. As a result, the plane just doesn't fall down. That's enough. Don't make excuses. Colonel Koryanin yelled, when we launched the attack today, I told you to stay away from the reconnaissance planes. Wouldn't that be too fake? Some pilots still protested. The colonel said word for word, that is better than not being able to send the film back to the enemy. Anyway, if this happens again tomorrow, I will twist your heads off. Disband. The pilots turned around and left the colonel's tent dejectedly, making faces at each other as soon as they left the tent. Colonel Koryanin looked at these proud men of heaven and could only sigh. Plausen Air Force Major Hans Fried didn't know how long he had been unconscious. As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard the firing of the aircraft's self-defense machine gun. For a moment he thought he was still in the air, with his gunners fighting enemy fighters. Then he discovered that the glass in front of him had been broken, and outside the remaining steel frame was the tall green grass of the South Ant grassland. By the way, the plane made an emergency landing. So what is this gunshot about? Fred struggled to stand up and checked himself to make sure he was not injured. At this time, he heard the shouts of the ant people coming from outside. Guerrillas. He heard the machine gunners cursing and firing. This was followed by the sound of a Ruger pistol being fired, presumably by the pilot on board. Fred immediately climbed into the cockpit and saw the captain, whose lower body was covered in blood, shooting outside with his sidearm. Fred looked out the window but saw nothing but grass. But the ant people were there, for the grass spoke ant language. The captain saw Fred and shouted, "Go and remove the film from the camera gun. And the film from the camera fixed on the fuselage. Send these to the airport and develop them. This is very important." Fred nodded and slipped through the narrow door leading to the fuselage. At this time, a rifle bullet hit the fuselage, directly punching a small hole. The light of the setting sun entered through the small hole, forming a fiery red line. When Fred climbed over the line, he always felt like he would be shot at any time. He was sweating profusely, and adrenaline made his heart beat violently. As soon as he arrived at the camera gun, he took down the toolbox that was fixed next to the camera gun and was about to remove the screws to get the film. At this time, the roar of the ants came from outside, and then something hit the door of the plane. Fred was desperate. At this moment, the sound of an engine came from outside, and the ant-man shouted something. The sound of banging on the door stopped, and at the same time the machine gunner who had been shooting shouted, "Ha ha! Run, run!" Major Fred didn't know what was happening, so he could only disassemble the camera gun as quickly as possible. When he carefully put the film into the special iron box, the sound of an engine outside also approached, obviously the sound of a tank. Then someone shouted in Plausen, "How many people are left alive? It seems that the rear security forces have arrived." The captain was shouting, "We have important information and must evacuate it as soon as possible. Please help us." Major Fred took the iron box containing the film and tried the hatch. He found that it had been deformed and stuck by the ants, so he opened the small maintenance door next to it and got out with difficulty. He saw a Panzer II tank and 2 armored half-tracks, apparently a rear patrol group. The commander of the team was a lieutenant. When he saw Fred crawling out, he immediately saluted, "Mr. Major, how can I help you? There is another film on the other side of the plane. When I finish opening the film, I need you to send the fastest transportation to take me back to the field airport in Kalinj. This is very important. Lieutenant, we have a 3-wheeler patrolling the area. I can call him over." Okay. Major Fred paused, suddenly thinking of the guerrillas, and asked, are the guerrilla activities rampant? The lieutenant smiled bitterly, that's too rampant. Major Fred put his hands on his hips and looked at the prairie where the ant guerrillas had sneaked into. He thought for a few seconds before sighing, I'll go in a tank. Lieutenant, the right choice. It's just about to set. When we are traveling at night, half-tracks are not as reliable as tanks. Chapter 423. Plassen Army Group South Headquarters, 0600 hours on the 24th. Marshal Ewald von Steiermark had just entered the headquarters when he saw his adjutant looking nervous. What's going on? The marshal asked coldly, don't panic. The soldiers are watching. The adjutant quickly put on a straight face and said seriously, the Air Force just sent a report. Aerial reconnaissance found that thousands of tanks were assembled in Yeisk. Marshal Iwood frowned, is the news true? Where are the photos? The reconnaissance plane made an emergency landing, so the person who carried the photos had just returned to the Air Force Base and was developing them. Because the military situation was urgent, the observer on the reconnaissance plane wrote a written report. The adjutant replied. Marshal Everett nodded, came to the map, and quickly found Yeisk. He whispered, what does Rokosov want to do by gathering so many troops in this position? Didn't he say he was just a lieutenant general? Will he be able to command so many troops? Adjutant, according to intelligence from the Krat Bureau, which was recently transferred to the Emperor's direct administration, Rokosov has already become involved with His Majesty the Tsar, so even though he only has the rank of lieutenant general, he has more power than the commander of the front army. In addition, according to the information we obtained from interrogating newly captured prisoners on the front line, the commander of the Sukhayavali front has been replaced by General Gorky. This is a general who has cooperated with Rokosov many times. He serves as the Western Front. We were close to Rokosov when we were commanders. Marshal Ewood's expression became serious when he heard this. It sounds like a precursor to a large-scale attack, but we can't make a conclusion yet. Let's see what the photos look like first. In addition, send a telegram to the 10th Army. They have been working with them. Rokosov confronts them and asks them what they think. Adjutant, how to ask? Are they asking if they think Rokosov will attack? Marshal Everett thought for a while and said, ask them about their judgment of Rokosov's intentions. Since capturing Yeisk, Rokosov has stayed in place for a long time. Although he defeated another infantry division, but overall it's in a rough state. The Chief of Staff of the Army Group finally spoke, about this, General, after you fell asleep, the 10th Army sent a telegram, reporting that Rokosov defeated the 14th Armored Division with overwhelming force, including the division commander Major General Karl. Officers were killed, and the Armored Division organization was shattered and could not be restored. Marshal Ewood raised his head and stared at the Chief of Staff. What? The organization of the 14th Division has been completely broken up and cannot be restored. General Poker of the 10th Army decided to add the remnants of the 14th Division to the 16th Panzer Grenadier Division, mainly tankers without tanks and those who escaped. Auxiliary troops. Marshal Iwood's mouth trembled slightly. Plassen's armored divisions are not as numerous and complex as Ant's tank divisions. Even after the expansion in the first half of the year, Plassen has no more than 50 armored divisions. Moreover, the 14th Armor is still a veteran unit. Just look at the serial number and you will know that its history can be traced back to the period of His Majesty the Emperor's first military expansion. Such a force was beaten to the point where it could no longer maintain its structure, and the blow to the Plassen period might be greater than the defeat of the Asgard Knights Seder division. After all, the Asgard Knights are a new force. Although they are all drafted elite soldiers and generals, the collective sense of honor and cohesion of the force itself has not yet been established. Being defeated can also be said to mean that the new troops have not withstood the test. Among the veteran Junkers' aristocratic officers, there was one more reason for their defeat: there was no proven Junker officer corps to support them. As a force raised by the Emperor to compete with the old Wehrmacht, the Asgardian army uses old officers, but they use the kind of people who have turned their backs on the Junkers officer corps. So when the Asgard Knights said division was defeated by Rokosov, many people actually celebrated. Just like last year, Rokosov firmly blocked the Asgard Knights led by the Emperor's favorite general. That's what happened during the regiment's attack. The now time-tested 14th Armored Division, which had a grassroots officer system composed of Junker officer corps, was completely defeated, proving that even the elite troops of the Wehrmacht could not defeat Rokosov. The Junker officers could no longer laugh at the young juniors of the Asgardian Knights. That's why Marshal Everett von Steiermark looked bitter. The 14th outfit was wiped out. My old friend's son is in the 14th outfit. I don't know if he escaped. The adjutant said, is he the son of Marshal Elode? He is in the division headquarters of the 14th Army. If all the senior officers are dead, they should have died for their country. Iwood rolled his eyes at the adjutant. Thank you for the reminder. After a long silence, Everett said to the Chief of Staff, "Send a telegram to Admiral Poker. The subject is the same as before. I still ask him for his views on Rokosov's strategic intentions and ask for a detailed answer. Please wait for the other photos. Come out and talk about it later." At 0900 hours on the morning of the 24th, the 10th Army headquarters. Admiral Pork looked at the telegram in his hand and shook his head repeatedly. "Rokosov's intention? I'm not the roundworm in his stomach. Maybe Rokosov just wants to keep you annihilating us, and cuts the ham with a knife. Cut it bit by bit until the dozens of kilograms of large ham are completely eaten. Chief of Staff, isn't this too slow? If he eats like this, it will take at least 10 years to wipe out all the Prasen troops." A staff officer in the room laughed, but was glared at by Admiral Poker. "What are you laughing at? Now Rokosov is blocking us, making us unable to move. Not only are we unable to move, but the sixth man who is preparing to follow up is also the same goes for the army group. This guy blocked 2 of our army groups with hundreds of thousands of troops. Even if he blocked it, he bit us several times. Even if he doesn't have any big goals, he can be considered a famous general if he can do this. Damn famous general." Admiral Pork sighed, "We are like the conqueror back then, looking down on the ant people, and as a result, famous generals appeared one after another. Chief of Staff, but the question is, we want to reply to the Army Group headquarters, what should we say?" Admiral Poker was silent. Everyone was waiting for him to speak again. The tent became quiet for a while, and you could even hear the chirping of insects in the distance. Finally, Admiral Poker said, "Report according to the worst-case scenario in order to obtain more reinforcements. Write the battlefield assessment beautifully. For an army-level commander like General Poker, he does not need to consider the overall battlefield situation. All he considers is that his front line should not be penetrated and his combat missions should be completed as much as possible. Therefore, it is very common to portray the situation faced in a serious direction like this. In fact, in Prasen's military academy, students are also hinted to do this. This can at least ensure that the war zone they are responsible for does not get out the basket. As for judging from a large number of exaggerated reports where reinforcements are really needed, it is the responsibility of the commander at the army group level. This is what the entire Prasen Military Academy teaches its students. Admiral Poker doesn't want to break this tradition, not to mention he really needs reinforcements. The armored division in his hand has been beaten down to 1. If Rokosov attacks again, he must play this last trump card. Admiral Poker felt that in order to be safe, at least 1 more armored division should be obtained from above. In order to obtain this armored division, it makes sense to paint the situation a bit grim. At 1130 noon on the 24th, the headquarters of Army Group south of Prasen. Marshal Eward finally received a detailed assessment of the battle situation sent by the 10th Army. His brows knitted into knots just halfway through reading. Is the situation so bad? The 10th Army has suffered casualties to this extent? How did Rokosov inflict heavy losses on so many of our troops in defensive operations? Chief of Staff, it may be an exaggeration on purpose, but I have to exaggerate the enemy's threat at the risk of lowering my own evaluation. I think they really need reinforcements now. Marshal Iwood scolded, when will the officers below not pour water when reporting the results of the battle, and not strengthen the enemy when reporting the battle situation? The Chief of Staff just smiled bitterly. Marshal Everett sighed, but, I agree with your judgment. The 10th Army was indeed hurt by Rokosov. What do you think of devoting an armored division from the Army Group Reserve 55 Armored Corps to reinforce the 10th Army? I think it's okay. Just when the Chief of Staff agreed, an Air Force Brigadier General came in with a document bag and an unusually serious expression. Marshal Iwood, the photos are out. It's out, and we have carefully evaluated it. The situation is very bad. The Air Force Commodore took off his hat, revealing his bangs that were wet with sweat. Marshal Everett, calm down, you are an Air Force officer. Even if Rokosov has an army of millions, it will not be you who can carry it. The Chief of Staff stepped forward, took the document package from the Brigadier General's hand, opened it and took out the photos. Air Force Commodore, the clearest photo is at the top. There are tanks outside Yisk, all tanks. The Chief of Staff's expression also became solemn. While looking at the photo, he muttered, when did such a huge tank force be assembled? Marshal Eward took out his monocle, put it in his eye socket, and then stretched out his hand to the Chief of Staff. The Chief of Staff hurriedly handed the first photo to the Marshal. The next moment, Marshal Iwood's hair stood on end. Although the photo is obscured by thick smoke, numerous tanks can still be seen in the gaps between the thick smoke. He shouted to the adjutant, quick! Bring out the aerial reconnaissance photos from the day before yesterday. Brigadier General, this is the first time this tank cluster has been photographed. And look at this. He stepped forward and took the stack of photos from the Chief of Staff's hand, quickly found a photo numbered 133, and handed it to the marshal. Look. The Anders are disguising these tanks, let's take pictures before they complete the disguise. You look at these wide-angle photos. Rokosov has at least 1,000 tanks. Everett looked at all the photos silently and said with a solemn expression, Rokosov's plan is very big. It must be reported to the High Command immediately. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 424 Wishful Thinking. The telegram was delivered to the Eagle's Nest in Plossin at lunchtime. The lunchtime in the Eagle's Nest was originally late, and because the Emperor liked to eat dinner as a midnight snack at 9 or 10 o'clock, lunch was also postponed. The Emperor was eating at that time. Seeing the telegram coming, he temporarily put down his knife and fork, picked up the cup of coffee, and stretched out his hand while drinking. The confidential secretary who delivered the telegram did not dare to neglect it, and quickly stepped forward to hand the telegram to the Emperor. The Emperor was drinking coffee while reading the telegram, and as a result, a mouthful of coffee sprayed on the table, spraying a fountain shape on the tablecloth. He put down the coffee and stood up, reread the telegram, and then looked up to confirm with the confidential secretary, is it not translated wrong? No. We translated it with 5 Enigma machines. It is impossible that all 5 Enigma machines have set the wrong initial parameters. We have also carefully compared the telegrams after decoding. They are completely consistent, which eliminates the possibility of wrong translation. The Emperor put down the telegram, put his hands behind his back and lowered his head. While thinking, he walked to the window and looked out the window. The scenery of the Eagle's Nest was in full view, but the Emperor was not in the mood to appreciate it at the moment. Rokosov assembled more than 1,000 tanks? Or is it a conservative estimate? What is he going to do? At this time, there were no military-related personnel in the dining room, only the confidential secretary who graduated from the military academy. Unfortunately, he studied military cryptography, so everyone looked at each other. Just then, the door opened, and the guards came in and reported loudly, Chief of Staff William Celtic and Army Commander Walter von Bryan are here. The Emperor turned around and saw 2 top officers of the Wehrmacht walking into the dining room with serious expressions. William Selt saw the telegram on the table and immediately understood what was going on. He only said, Marshal Steiermark believes that Rokosov is preparing to break through and penetrate the 10th Army. Emperor, if the 6th Army goes up, can it stop Rokosov? Marshal von Bryan shook his head, it's difficult. The local infrastructure can't support the deployment of so many troops, but the headquarters has a new plan. He snapped his fingers, and a group of staff officers came in with a display board with a map. Marshal Bryan took the map stick from the adjutant and began to point at the map and explain, we are going to send the 19th Army, which was originally going to be deployed to encircle and annihilate the enemy in Borsk, to the south of the Sukayavli River Basin, and let them take the attack route originally planned by our Orange Plan. The Orange Plan is not as bold as the Blue Plan. It only intends to eat up the Ant Heavy Group on the Sukayavli River. Because it was too conservative, the plan was rejected. But now, if we can eat up Rokosov's Heavy Group, we may be able to force Ant to surrender in one fell swoop. Because you know, His Majesty the new Tsar Ant is Rokosov's lover. Women in love will lose their judgment and are likely to surrender in exchange for their beloved men. The Emperor frowned, will Junker officers also take love into consideration? Marshal Bryan, I just said there is such a possibility. The Emperor did not answer, but walked slowly to the map, stood a few meters away, and carefully looked at the newly drawn offensive route on it. Proson's map drawing method has a unique advantage in expressing the offensive plans of various troops. The carefully drawn marching routes are well organized. As long as you look carefully, you can find out what each unit should do on it. Of course, these marching routes are rarely fully implemented when the offensive is actually carried out. At that time, the commander's ability to respond and the number of plans of the staff department will be tested. The Emperor himself actually prefers Ant's style of drawing battle maps with a big opening and closing. Every time he looks at this overly detailed map, he frowns. Now his brows are tighter. Just at this time, the Emperor's favorite General Giles entered the restaurant. The attendant shouted, Admiral Giles is here. The Emperor glanced at his best friend and said, come and see, the command has modified a response plan on the Orange Plan to deal with Rokosov's heavy troops just discovered today. Giles, I heard that the Air Force saw the hundreds of thousands of troops hidden by Rokosov. Has it spread like this? The Emperor cursed, these people have no sense of confidentiality at all. Marshal von Bryan said, I think the staff, like me, think that everyone in the Eagle's Nest can be trusted. The Emperor glared at him and continued, that has something to do with whether you want to control the mouths of the staff, Marshal von Bryan. Let's take a look at your plan. Encircling and annihilating Rokosov can indeed greatly undermine the morale of the enemy. But will it cause us to lose the opportunity to win a complete victory like last year? Von Bryan looked at the Emperor with some surprise, I'm reflecting, Bryan. I know that in the eyes of some of you junker officers, I am a fool, but I am not, so now I am leading you. I will reflect on my mistakes at any time, and I have been reflecting on them for half a year. Tell me now, will we make the same mistake again? Brian and Chief of Staff William Seld looked at each other before answering, no. If we don't take action, the 10th Army will not have the strength to break through Rokosov, who has such a strong force. Gil Es said, I think if the 10th Army continues to attack, there is still a chance. I feel that Rokosov is bluffing. He used continuous attacks to defeat our division-level units and created an atmosphere that he is very strong. Rokosov is a real person in fighting. He is the kind of person who will go all out to attack even though he is too weak to attack. He will inflict heavy damage on you skillfully and make you think he is still strong. At this time, William Kelt took out an envelope and poured the photos inside on the dining table that had been cleaned and the tablecloth changed. William Kelter, are you trying to say that the tanks in the photos are all fake? Giles, Rokosov likes to deceive. I have carefully studied every battle he commanded. He is particularly good at creating illusions and influencing judgment. These tanks, no matter how real they look, could be Rokosov's trick. William Kelter, absurd. Assuming that these tanks are really fake, how do you explain that these fake tanks were created all at once? Is it possible that magic was used to make the fake tanks grow out of the mud? Giles shook his head, I don't know. Maybe these are just wreckage. Rokosov dragged the wreckage together, then got a few fake tanks, and the others were covered with camouflage nets. At this time, the Emperor patted Giles on the shoulder and asked seriously, Giles, do you dare to pat your chest and say that this is an illusion created by Rokosov? Marshal von Brian, he patted his chest and couldn't believe him. The Anders didn't have many tank trailers at all. It was impossible to drag so many tanks overnight, and there weren't that many tank wrecks around Yeysk. He's dragging. No, these are real tanks, and Rokosov is preparing to attack. Giles sighed, Marshal Brian is right, I can't guarantee that this is 100% an illusion. But I think, since Rokosov is going to attack, can we wait until he actually attacks? The 10th Army should be able to block his attack. The Emperor shook his head, the 10th Army currently has only one intact armored division and 2 intact armored grenadier divisions. In addition, it has 2 second echelon infantry divisions and 2 third echelon infantry divisions. Do you think can these troops stop Rokosov, my dear Giles? Giles pursed his lips, hesitated for a moment, and said, then the 10th Army should be strengthened. We can consider detaching part of the 300,000 men from the 6th Army and strengthening it to the 10th Army. Feng Brian, that will delay the war. We should start mobilizing the 19th Army immediately now. The Emperor suddenly raised his voice, that's enough. Marshal Brian, implement your plan. But remember, this is the result of your pushing forward against all opinions. If your plan fails, you must accept the punishment, otherwise you can't conquer the public. Marshal Brian bit his lower lip and replied, okay, I am willing to take responsibility. At this time, Giles asked worriedly, what about the original goal of carrying out a small outflank and destroying the enemy's heavy troop group in Borsk? Do we still have a group army in our hands? Chief of General Staff William Celtic, yes, but in the Viking Peninsula and Minotaur Island, they need to be mobilized from thousands of miles away. In addition, there is an army group ready to attack at the port of the Carolingian puppet country. The ship heads for the Mamluk battlefield, where Admiral Irwin has long awaited reinforcements. He promised that as long as he gets this army group, he can reach the Mamluk capital and cut off the lifeline of the United Kingdom, the Grand Canal. The Emperor turned around, came to the globe in the room, and gently turned the globe. Enemies are coming from all directions, and they are about to wipe out the Prasen nation. This is a battle for the survival of the Prasen nation, which front is on neither can give up. Giles, then we should mobilize, so that at least our troops will be more sufficient. The Emperor was silent for a few seconds and said, no, Anti will surrender this year, and then we will go all out to fight against the United Kingdom and the United States. Only then will we need to carry out general mobilization. General mobilization before that may cause the people of the Empire to oppose war loses confidence. Giles, they're already losing confidence. It doesn't matter. This little thing can be made up for by defeating Ant. But if we start general mobilization, what was originally just a guess will be regarded as reality. Siegfried, I think you should understand this truth. If we can't general mobilize, then it's Pandora's box. At this time, Marshal Brian coughed. The Emperor waved his hand impatiently, go and implement your plan. Capture Rokosov. Then see if you can force Ant to surrender. Chapter 425 The Moravian cavalry finally arrives. At the same time, at the headquarters of the 10th Army Group, Admiral Bach suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves coming from outside. He turned his head in confusion, so many horse hooves, it doesn't look like a transport unit. The logistics department of the Plasan army still maintains a large number of mule and horse transport capacity as a supplement to Opel trucks. But the mule and horse transport team will not make such dense horse hoof sounds. Admiral Bach is almost 60 years old. Of course, he has experienced the era before the motorization era. He knows that this is the movement that can only be made by the marching of the cavalry brigade. Where did the cavalry come from? He turned his head and asked the chief of staff. The Moravian cavalry should have arrived a week ago, but they arrived only now because of the bombing of the railway station by the Ant Air Force. The original intention of the headquarters was to reinforce these cavalry units to fight against the Ant cavalry. Polk teased, then they came too timely. The Ant Army's cavalry had long retreated because of running out of supplies, and the 10th Army also withdrew the troops whose supply lines were easily disturbed by the cavalry, forming a fist, and no longer had to worry about the cavalry's supply being cut off. In other words, the Moravian cavalry was no longer useful. At this time, 2 Prosan officers with the emblem of the old Moravian army on their arms entered the headquarters. The one walking in front had a red collar badge. He was a lieutenant general, but Admiral Pock had no impression of him at all. He should be a general of Moravia, who became a lieutenant general of Prosan after being merged into Prosan. The Moravian saluted Admiral Pock. Admiral Poker returned the greeting and said, "You are too late. The threat of the cavalry has been lifted, and the enemy's cavalry has suffered heavy casualties." The Moravian was a little embarrassed. After we entered Anti, the train stopped many times, and we had to wait for half a day or even a day. We had to get off the train and find ways to get grass and feed for the horses from the surrounding villages. It was okay in Hazaria. The land was very fertile and there was enough strong natural grass on the grassland. Even if the horses were just let out to eat grass, they would not be too thin. The situation became worse after entering South Anti. Although the grassland looked lush, most of it was not grass, and it was even harmful to the horses' stomachs. Then there were a lot of complex terrains under the green grass. The horses often sprained their legs when running, and the loss of horseshoes was far greater than in Hazaria. Our soldiers are still talking privately about what's the point of occupying this godforsaken place. Admiral Polk, I think it's for the anti-industrial zone on the Valdai River, their transportation lines through the inland sea, and Cuba's oil. Admiral Polk's detailed answer made Lieutenant General Moravia stunned for a moment, and then he said awkwardly, "I'm just complaining. I don't mean to say that it's useless to capture this place." "I know." Admiral Polk nodded. "Let's talk about your mission." "The enemy's cavalry has retreated back. We estimate that they have lost 50% of their troops and will not be able to harass us in a short time. You may have nothing to do. Can I ask how much supplies you consume a day?" Lieutenant General Moravia did not answer directly. "General, we have 25,000 people, and 1.5 times the number of war horses and pack horses. The feed consumed by our horses every day is an astonishing number. But compared to your armored forces, we are still relatively energy efficient." At this time, the Army Chief of Staff interrupted and said, "This should also be the reason why General Rokasov of Ant deployed the cavalry army. The cavalry relies much less on logistics than the armored forces, and even less than the fully equipped infantry. In fact, the Chief of Staff's words are biased. Ant has some infantry armies, and each division has only 5,000 people. There are no cannons and few machine guns. Such infantry units are completely worthy of the nickname of the Ant Infantry, Grey Cattle. The Prosens have defeated countless troops like this, and the Ants have countless more." Admiral Polk sighed, "Although you rely less on logistics than our armored forces, our logistics are very bad now, and we can't bear even this new pressure. You may retreat to the rear dash. We are here to fight." Lieutenant General Moravia interrupted Admiral Polk, "We want to prove our value to the Empire through fighting, and then be promoted to a class of citizens of the Empire and be recognized as Aryans. Please let us go to fight." Admiral Polk stared into the eyes of the Moravians, and after a few seconds he raised his hand and scratched his forehead. "Okay, I am moved by your enthusiasm and loyalty. But the mission I can give you." Admiral Polk's hand that was scratching his head suddenly stopped, and he kept his hand raised and looked at the Moravians. "We have a mission that needs you to complete. Please come over here." The Admiral put down his hand, walked quickly to the map table, picked up the photos that had just been airdropped from the rear, picked out a few and placed them in front of the candle. "Come, please look, the Air Force has photographed a large number of Ant armored forces in Yeisk, and the Air Force will conduct dive bombing tomorrow to verify the authenticity of these tanks. But I guess these tanks must be protected by Ant's magic arrows, and the Stuka will not achieve too good results. And the horizontal bombing hit rate is limited. In addition, bombing alone is not enough to tell whether these tanks are real or fake. After all, fake tanks may also be splashed with fuel, so they will catch fire when bombed. The only way to identify these tanks is through low-altitude reconnaissance, but the bastards of the Air Force will not do it. As long as there is a place defended by divine arrows, the Air Force will never carry out low-altitude bombing. Do you understand what I mean by this? You mean the Air Force is unreliable? Lieutenant General Moravia asked in confusion. That's what I mean. The general waved his hand. I want you to penetrate the enemy's defense line, attack these tank units, and confirm whether they are real tanks. The Moravian frowned. If these are real tanks, my cavalry army will suffer heavy losses. If you want to become a true Aryan, you have to bear the sacrifice. Admiral Poker said with a straight face and an unquestionable tone, if you don't carry out this order, please come back and I will take the photo myself. The telegram explains the reason for your return. Lieutenant General Moravia sighed, okay, let's go scout these tanks. You must give us praise after we complete the mission and help us become true citizens of the Empire. Admiral Poker, I promise. Lieutenant General Moravia saluted and turned to leave. Admiral Poker called out to him, wait a minute, you don't have to leave in the middle of the night. You can leave tomorrow morning. You can still have a hot meal tonight. Suddenly, there was an explosion outside. Lieutenant General Moravia's body was about to react subconsciously and fall to the ground, but he stopped when he saw that no one around him was moving, but his adjutant had already fallen down. What is this? The Lieutenant General asked. Admiral Pork replied calmly, witch, night witch. The Lieutenant General was shocked, did the Ant people invest real witches? No, it's their night bomber regiment, piloted by female pilots. They come to drop bombs at this time every day. But I didn't hear the engine. The Admiral pointed to the roof of the tent, you will hear it soon, please be patient. As if echoing the Admiral's words, the sound of engines came from the air. Lieutenant General Moravia cursed, probably in Moravia, which was quite different from standard Prasen, and Admiral Poker couldn't understand it. General, these witches will turn off their engines when they approach our military base, and rely on the amazing aerodynamic capabilities of their aircraft to float over, so you can only hear the whooshing sound of the wings as they streak across the sky, as if a witch is flying on a broomstick. They will not start the engines until the bombing is over. People from the Air Force said that they will lose a lot of speed when turning and have to start the engines to ensure the speed and altitude of the aircraft. At this time, the Moravia who was lying on the ground got up and dusted himself awkwardly. Admiral Poker, is your adjutant a new recruit? The Lieutenant General nodded. At this time, the sound of the plane's engine finally faded away, and the Lieutenant General asked, can this kind of attack cause a lot of damage? The Chief of Staff of the Group Army replied, no, we shot down an enemy plane and found that there was no observation equipment for night use at all. They found the target based on the firelight of the anti-aircraft guns, so as long as the anti-aircraft guns fired, most of the bombs would fall around the anti-aircraft guns. So we concluded the best way to deal with this kind of bombing, just ignore them, use complete blackout to fight, and do not use anti-aircraft guns. They will be blinded, and the results of the air raid will be reduced sharply. Lieutenant General Moravia showed a contemptuous smile, isn't that completely useless? The Chief of Staff replied with a serious expression, no, some people will still be killed. For example, the Army headquarters will be bombed to death on average 8 people every night. This kind of continuous casualties will have a catastrophic impact on morale. Admiral Poker said, so it would be better if you could destroy the witch's airport by the way. After destroying the witch, let the soldiers in the army sleep well, please. The Moravian saluted a second time. At this time, a staff officer came in with a document, report, preliminary casualty statistics. 6 people died tonight. Admiral Pork, not bad, below average. The night witches don't kill us as much as mosquitoes and lice. These 2 pests suck hundreds of kilograms of blood from our soldiers every day. Hundreds of kilograms. Lieutenant General Moravia didn't know what to say for a moment. Admiral Poker waved his hand, okay, let's go, eat and rest. I believe I have arranged a room suitable for your military rank. As soon as the Admiral finished speaking, the orderly who had been waiting outside the tent door came in and said, we are ready, 2 generals. Admiral Poker made a sign of invitation, and the Moravian followed the orderly. As soon as they left, the Army Chief of Staff asked, isn't it bad to consume them like this? Maybe we can also use cavalry to attack Rokosov's transportation line. Admiral Poker shook his head, reports from all sides mentioned that the terrain below the South Ant grassland is rugged. It's not that I don't want to sneak attack Rokosov's logistics, but even the cavalry will easily die in this damn green if no one leads the way. In hell. Chapter 426 Cavalry vs. Cavalry, 20,000 monthly tickets plus additional chapters. July 25 at noon. On the B-24 heavy bomber with tactical number 501 of the 5th Long-Range Bomber Regiment of the Ant Air Force, the voice of the bomb observer suddenly sounded in the in-plane communication. Hey Major, I see smoke on the ground, it looks like a cavalry charge. Are you sure it's not an armored convoy? No, the smoke from the armored convoy is not that thin. The most important thing is that I saw something like ants moving forward on the grassland. I don't think it was a tank. No, it is definitely not a tank. The captain, Major Ivan, picked up the mapboard at hand and looked at it and said, if I guess correctly, we are flying over the Nanant grassland now. Recently, the army seems to have discovered that the cavalry is quite useful on the Nanant grassland, so it added this: the troops are activated. The bombardier was silent for a few seconds and then said, our current course should be from west to east, right? Yes. The cavalry below is marching to the northeast in fighting formation. Will our cavalry troops be like this? Major Ivan frowned and stared at the mapboard. Although he also drew the route on his mapboard, he estimated this based on the plane's flight direction and instrument panel readings. This route is almost certainly inaccurate and can only give an approximate indication of the aircraft's current location. So Major Ivan asked on the internal line, Navigator, where are we now? The navigator immediately replied, over the grasslands of South Ant. I know. Just look at the scenery below. I'm asking for the specific location. The navigator has more instruments and can determine the aircraft's position more accurately. After a brief silence, the navigator reported, we are about 100 kilometers west of Yeysk, and we will fly over Yeysk soon. Major Ivan frowned. He turned on the radio and called to the fleet. The formation leader checked the flight information. According to our instrument data, we are 100 kilometers west of Yeysk. The coordinate grid, please follow the tactics number to answer your calculations. After finishing speaking, each aircraft on the radio began to report the position they calculated based on their own instruments. This can effectively avoid yaw caused by instrument errors. A minute later, Major Ivan determined that he should be near General Rokosov's troops. So he ordered the telegraph operator. The heavy bomber formation command plane has its own radio and also has a telegraph operator send a report to General Rokosov's 1st Mobile Army and ask them whether there are large-scale cavalry units active. Yes. The next moment, the clatter of a telegraph resounded in the cabin, not even covered by the roar of the engine. Soon, the telegraph operator reported, received a reply that all cavalry units under the command of the 1st Mobile Army are resting. Major Ivan and the co-pilot looked at each other. At this time, the voice of the bombardier came from the internal communication. Do the Plozans have cavalry? How do I remember that they disbanded all the cavalry and sent all the horses to the logistics troops? Major Ivan, but now we see the cavalry. According to the situation map, there are only troops commanded by General Rokosov. His cavalry has not moved. Then these cavalry belong to the Plozans. They may be planning to bypass them now. General Rokosov's defense line, sneak attacks on the transportation system in the rear, and even artillery positions. Telegraph operator, send a message to General Rokosov immediately. The co-pilot reminded, we are about to fly to Yeysk. Maybe it will be faster to call by radio, and the telegram needs to be decoded. Major Ivan, we don't have a communication code with the army. What the hell? The code must also report this news to General Rokosov. After speaking, Major Ivan began to adjust the radio, and at the same time urged the telegraph operator through the internal communication, send a message quickly. A two-pronged approach. Radio may not be reliable. The electrical equipment on B-24 are all products of United States, and theoretically speaking, they are more reliable than Anti's own products. However, the number 501 bomber has participated in many battles. During maintenance, many parts produced by Ant were replaced, so it became less reliable, including the radio. After adjusting the radio frequency, Major Ivan immediately started calling. The 5th Long Range Bomber Regiment is calling the 1st Mobile Group Army. There is an emergency military situation. The 5th Long Range Bomber Regiment is calling the 1st Mobile Group Army. There is an emergency military situation. After repeating it once, Major Ivan waited for a while and was about to call again when a voice came from the radio. The 1st Mobile Army is calling the 5th Bomber Regiment. You have violated radio communication disciplines. I hope you have something important enough. Major Ivan was overjoyed. 1st Mobile Group Army, we have discovered a large cavalry unit that is outflanking you to the north. Please be careful when outflanking you from the north. Please repeat what you hear. Asking the other person to repeat it is to ensure that the information is conveyed correctly. After a brief silence, a retelling came over the radio. You have discovered that a large cavalry force is outflanking us to the north. The retelling is complete. Correct. Good luck to you, 1st Mobile Army. The 5th Long Range Bomber Regiment is completed. Thank you for the information. The 1st Mobile Group Army is completed. Major Ivan breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the co-pilot, who also heard the other party's answer through the in-plane communication line, said, do you think this is the famous Rokosov? How is that possible? How could Rokosov answer the radio call personally? I hope it is him. It is said that after talking to him, you will get good luck and you will be unscathed even if you are caught in a hail of bullets. Major Ivan said. Co-pilot, maybe we will run into each other. Stop dreaming. Wang Zhong put down the radio's headset and microphone and looked at Pavlov. The bombers saw the cavalry and were outflanking us to the north. Popov was shocked. Prosan still has cavalry? I mean, in addition to the carriages of the baggage train and the messengers on horseback, they also have horse units. Wang Zhong, even the messengers are riding motorcycles. In terms of motorization, only the United States can match Prosan. Call the chief officers of the 2 cavalry corps here immediately. It's an emergency. Pavlov, in addition to cavalry, maybe light armored reconnaissance troops can be used to drive the enemy away. Wang Zhong, no, in such a vast grassland, light armored troops chasing cavalry will soon be attrited due to mechanical failures. This grassland is a paradise for cavalry. I don't know where the Prosan people picked up cavalry from. Maybe it was those who haven't yet the troops of the fully integrated country. In short, we have to dispatch cavalry to meet them. The key is not to defeat them, but to prevent them from getting close to Yeisk and prevent them from discovering that our tanks are fake. At this time, the commanders of the 2 cavalry corps arrived one after another. Their troops were resting in Yeisk city, so they naturally arrived very quickly. Wang Zhong, we have an urgent mission for you now. The Air Force's long-range bombers have just seen enemy cavalry units preparing to outflank us from the north. Don't let the enemy's cavalry approach Yeisk, and don't let the enemy take the information out. The smiles on the faces of the 2 cavalry generals froze. Rodionovich, commander of the 20th Army, frowned. I thought it was about calling us for awards, but it turned out to be military information? But where did the Prosan people come from? Cavalry troops? Did the people on the plane see it wrong? Wang Zhong shook his head. The pilot did not hesitate to violate the radio communication order but also notify us. I think there is nothing wrong. In short, you immediately send troops with radios to see what's going on. If it is the enemy's armored unit, notify our armored forces troops go to intercept. Rodionovich nodded, okay. Shall our 2 armies attack together? Wang Zhong thought for a while and shook his head. No, the enemy has no reason to only outflank one side. There may be other troops outflanking from the south. The 21st Army will reconnoiter and advance to the south. I know your soldiers are very tired, and the horses are the fat hasn't grown back yet, but now we have to dispatch you. It's up to you. Rodionovich smiled. It is our responsibility to block the enemy's cavalry reconnaissance. We just go back to our old business. But we never thought that we would have the opportunity to do our old business. Wang Zhong urged, then let's go. The 2 army commanders saluted Wang Zhong. Gorokov, commander of the 1st Regiment of the 33rd Division of the 20th Cavalry Corps, personally led his troops from Yeisk. After trotting on the grassland for 2 hours, he saw smoke and dust on the grassland in the distance. Gorokov immediately ran up the hill and picked up a telescope to observe the smoke. The regiment staff officer and the chaplain accompanying the regiment also rode up the hill and looked in the direction of the smoke with their binoculars. After a while, Gorokov said, I thought it was the enemy's cavalry. Damn it, when I received the order to attack, I thought General Rokosov was teasing us. It turned out to be the enemy's cavalry. The chief of staff looked serious. We didn't bring spears. Will there be problems when the cavalry is hedging? The priest accompanying the army was even more pessimistic, let alone spears. We haven't conducted cavalry versus cavalry combat training for a long time. At that time, we can only rush up and slash with the enemy's sabers. Gorokov picked up the babisha hanging on the saddle. No, we still have this. Both of them laughed. You're right. You can just pull out the saber after firing the submachine gun. Gorokov, okay, order the troops to form a traditional wall formation. Damn it, I haven't charged in a wall formation for a long time. Priest accompanying the army, do you want to blow the trumpet? Of course, how can we not blow the trumpet when the cavalry is charging? Let the bugler blow louder. Soon, the 1st Cavalry Regiment of the 33rd Cavalry Division of the 20th Cavalry Corps formed 2 horizontal lines. This is the so-called wall formation. In this formation, the horses will be stimulated to race and start to move forward desperately. Rush, much braver than usual. The most fearful thing when cavalry collide is that their own horses will faint first. Gorokov shouted, blow the trumpet. Blow the trumpet. The 6 buglers of the whole regiment picked up the trumpets together and blew the horns for the cavalry attack. The wall formation moved across the grassland, gradually accelerating towards the enemy, literally pressing across the grassland like a steamroller. The Prosan cavalry also showed its outline on the grassland. They also formed a wall formation, and the 2 sides faced each other and gradually accelerated. Whichever horse falters first will lose. This is a cavalry duel method that has been passed down from the era of the conqueror's line infantry more than 100 years ago. The mount under Gorokov's crotch became more and more excited as it ran, and its speed became faster and faster. However, the entire wall formation was accelerating, so Gorokov did not break out of the formation. There are only 100 meters left. Gorokov picked up the wave sand and started splashing water. The people around him also followed suit. The storm fired by the submachine gun instantly swept through Prosen's cavalry array. The Prosan cavalry, equipped only with rifles, were caught off guard and fell in large numbers. The confidence of the horses, which was built on the wall formation, collapsed in an instant, and all the horses carrying the knights fled in all directions. Gorokov, get rid of them. Don't let any of them escape. Charge. For Mother Ant. For His Majesty the Tsar. For Rokosov. Ura. Ura. With the deafening sound of Ura, the cavalry rolled across the grassland and overwhelmed the enemy with overwhelming force. Chapter 427 in Ixukov. Not long after the cavalry set off, Vasily entered the headquarters wearing dirty clothes, stood at attention in front of Wang Zhong and saluted. Captain Vasily has returned from completing the mission of setting false targets. Wang Zhong nodded. I have good news for you. The enemy has sent cavalry. I think they probably want to confirm the authenticity of these tanks. Vasily's eyes widened. Prosen still has cavalry. It seems that no matter who hears the news that Prosen has dispatched cavalry, this is the first reaction. After all, the Prosen people vigorously promoted Melania's cavalry's stupid use of sabers to chop tanks, creating an atmosphere in which Prosen completely looked down on the cavalry. And there is indeed no cavalry in their establishment, and even the messengers ride motorcycles. Wang Zhong, I was also shocked, but a cavalry that did not belong to us did appear. Considering that the nearest United Kingdom troops were in Baraja, I think this cavalry is unlikely to be theirs. Regarding the ridicule in Wang Zhong's words, Vasily was obviously on the radio, as if he was about to answer the question, but Pavlov took the lead. No, the United Kingdom has troops on the Balas Plateau, which is better than Balaha. Much closer. Wang Zhong, is it a recent issue? This person didn't complain about the right thing. Pavlov, I'm just saying that. And, Alexei Konstantinovich, didn't you read the Daily Bulletin this morning? Wang Zhong frowned. I watched the domestic part. What's wrong? Pavlov squinted his eyes and stared at Wang Zhong. You clearly participated in the aid negotiations with the Allies, but you don't care about the status of one of the 3 aid lines? Baris is in danger of falling to Prosen recently. Wang Zhong, really? They are so far away from Prosen. It is impossible to get support if they fall to Prosen. Yes, although Baris has a coastline, this coastline is in the south, on the edge of the Baraja Ocean. If Prosen wants to use sea transportation for support, it must pass through the Aegean Sea, the Red Sea and the Baraja Ocean, which are already controlled by the Royal Navy of the United Kingdom. There is no way to travel by land, it is all mountainous, and the only few high-end roads are all from Baraja north through Baris to the inland coast. Baris is still a plateau, with geographical ladders on the edge. If the Prosen people are really crazy and plan to support Baris by land, then it will be like the road to Shu is harder than reaching the sky. In addition, there is a neutral country, Anatolia, between the mainland of Plosin and Bahara. It is still a question whether the neutral country allows the Plosin army to transit through the border. Prosen's battleships are now trapped in the White Sea because Anatolia refuses to use their waterways. Wang Zhong felt that the ruler of Baris should not fall to Prosen if he had normal intelligence. Seeing Wang Zhong's expression, Popov said, Prosen's propaganda recently seems to regard the Balas as descendants of Aryans, and some ethnic groups in Balaha are also regarded by them as Aryans who migrated to the subcontinent. Lean people. Wang Zhong, does this make the ruler of Balas decide to rebel? Popov, not only that, the Allies are either a constitutional monarchy like the United Kingdom, or a republic like the United States. Although we are an imperial country, we believe in secularism. Baris is a true monarchy, institutionally and universally Lawson is closer. Wang Zhong was speechless. In other words, the monarch and the ruling group of Baris are worried that the Allies will turn their back on the mud, and they plan to defect to the imperialist Prosen. It makes sense. In any case, they will be replaced by mud legs, so it is better to start struggling in advance. Maybe there is a glimmer of hope. The Prosen army suffered a big loss last year and failed to capture Ant, but the result was still a brilliant victory. In addition, the Plosin army on the Mamluk front this year defeated the United Kingdom and abandoned its armor. The Ant battlefield also achieved beautiful results in wiping out the coastal heavy army group. It was understandable that Baris felt he could give it a try. Wang Zhong waved his hand. Okay, I know that Baris's situation is very bad, but it has nothing to do with us. When we defend Yisk until August, we should start to retreat. The troops have been fighting for a month. The fatigue and losses are very high, and it's time to return to Kubinka for repairs. I will be the chairman of my equipment committee again and get some reliable heavy tanks, as well as the next generation medium tank that can replace the T-34. While Wang Zhong was talking, he was thinking that part of the production line and machine tools provided by the United States should already be in place, and he could start developing pot-lid heads. Wang Zhong was already feeling happy when he thought about the Panther-style beating with a pot-lid that was born in advance. In the future, when making movies related to the Patriotic War, it won't be considered a swindle if Jarhead appears in the long shot. At this time, a staff officer came over to salute and said loudly, "Report. Contact the cavalry troops. They have defeated a group of enemies and are sending the prisoners back." Wang Zhong immediately changed the angle of view and saw that the time had not yet come and his field of vision was still there. The 1st Regiment of the 33rd Division of the 20th Army was cleaning the battlefield and loading prisoners and wounded onto carriages following the cavalry units. Only then did Wang Zhong discover that the 33rd Division was actually equipped with a machine gun carriage, also known as the famous tower gun carriage. Should we say that the traditions of the cavalry troops have been well preserved, or should we say that they are stuck in the old ways? The moment before the vision disappeared, the carriage was loaded, the driver cracked his whip, and the entire convoy began to move forward. His vision disappeared. Wang Zhong returned to the warehouse and found that everyone was looking at him. "What's wrong?" he asked. Pavlov thought that Wang Zhong had not heard the previous report, so he repeated it. "The cavalry unit encountered the enemy, won the battle, and is preparing to send the prisoners back." Wang Zhong nodded and continued with Pavlov's words, "We will soon know where this group of cavalry came from. Vasily, could it be the saint worshippers recruited in Hazaria? I heard that Prosan has recruited anti-police in Hazaria. These bastards are more cruel to anti-people than Prosan's military and police." Wang Zhong frowned slightly. "When we recover Hazaria, I will not let any of these people go, not even one. For Prosan prisoners of war, we abide by international conventions, and for these guys, Popov, it's just a matter of words. They can be defined as spies, and then they can be dealt with at will. Exukov, Prosan is under occupation." Mrs. Alexeyevna, see Volume 4, heard a rough knock on the door. She raised her head and glanced at the door. At this time, the floor behind the old lady was lifted up, and the resistance fighter with a gun stuck his head out. Mrs. Alexeyevna waved her hand and mouthed, "Leave it to me." The resistance fighter silently retreated into the hole and took the floor with him. The sound of heavy objects being moved under the floor can be heard. In order to prevent the enemy from discovering that there is nothing underneath through the sound, this secret passage has a unique design, and there is a very thick stone slab underneath. Exukov is the center of resistance behind enemy lines. After a year of iteration, the resistance army worked together and came up with many tricks to deal with the Prosan people. Aunt Alexeyevna calmly put the sweater she was knitting aside, stood up while answering the door loudly, and walked to the door at a leisurely pace. "Who is it?" she asked. "Damn it, old woman, open the door." There was a rough curse from outside, and it sounded like a local. The old lady opened the door and saw two strong men in security army uniforms. The old lady sneered, "Who did I think it was? Isn't this Mikhail from 63rd Street? When you were a kid, your father beat you in the street. I tried to persuade your father." The leading security guard lowered his head in embarrassment, but another security guard with a scar on his face kicked the old lady. "Stop talking nonsense. Why did you take so long to open the door? Old woman, I suspect you are harboring traitors." The old lady was kicked back several steps and leaned against the wall to stabilize her body. The security guard took a step forward, but was blocked by his companion. "Mikhail, forget it, the old man can't walk anymore, it's normal to walk slowly." Scarface snorted and spat at the old lady. "Listen, I was disfigured by those guerrillas. I'll kill anyone I find. If you dare to help them, I'll kill you." Scarface pushed the old lady away, rushed into the house, and started to rummage through the boxes. Mikhail nodded to the old lady and entered the room. The old lady calmly watched them running around in the house. Scarface was still cursing, "Damn, how come there is nothing valuable?" The old lady, "Don't you think about how many times you have searched?" "Shut up, old woman." At this time, a man with the rank of Major Prosan, a cuff on his arm and glasses came over, and spoke in ant language without any accent. "Old lady, our team members were just a little rough, they were also trying to protect the safety of civilians. Many civilians were injured in the explosion at the station yesterday." The old lady looked at this Prosan man coldly and did not answer. Major Plossin continued, "Old lady, are you the only one at home? Mrs., didn't you kill all the tenants before? Siana on the 3rd floor was lying there naked at the time, and I came out to help her collect her body at night." Major laughed, "Old lady, I think you talk like a resistance member. Mrs., besides you, are there any people in the city who are not resistance members? No, you and your master should kill us all." Plossin shook his head, "You obviously misunderstood, old lady, I am already a Plossin person, If you cooperate with us, you can also become a plus in person. Mrs. sneered, showing her disdain without any scruples. At this time, a real Prosan came over and asked in Prosan language, "Is there something wrong with this old woman?" "No," the fake Major Prosan replied, "the guerrillas will not show hatred so blatantly. She is just an old woman who can't do anything. Maybe all her sons have died in the war. She is waiting to be reunited with her sons." The Prosan looked at Aunt Alexeyevna, nodded and left. Major Prosan turned around and said to the old woman, "Remember, I helped you today, and you may have to wait a little longer to reunite with your children." The old woman spit hard, but she was old and had no strength, so the spit could only fall in front of the Major's shoes. The Major laughed. Chapter 428 The Air Force is suddenly unreliable again. At 2330 hours on the evening of July 24, the headquarters of the 10th Army of Prasen. When he heard the sound of horse hooves, Admiral Poker raised his head, adjusted the position of his monocle, and looked at the entrance of the tent. He didn't have to wait long. The disgraced Lieutenant General of the Moravian Cavalry opened the door curtain and came in, limping up to General Poker. "Admiral, it seems you know the outcome without asking. You didn't encounter those tanks, right?" Lieutenant General Moravia shook his head, "No. We were stopped by Ant's cavalry. We only had rifles, and some troops carried spears, but Ant's cavalry was all equipped with submachine guns, and they all used drum magazines for ammunition. The ferocious firepower knocked us all off our feet. They have no sense of chivalry at all." General Poker turned to look at the Chief of Staff. "Didn't you tell the cavalry in Moravia that the enemy is equipped with submachine guns?" "We told them, and we also informed them of the currently identified enemy formation so that they can bypass the enemy." The Chief of Staff looked at the Moravians. "Not only did we give the information, but in order to prevent them from having diarrhea, we also gave them quinine. Give it to them. We don't have enough quinine of our own, and quite a few soldiers have collapsed from malaria." Lieutenant General Moravia lowered his head, like an eggplant beaten by frost, and kept chanting, "They have no chivalry, no chivalry." Admiral Poker hesitated to speak, and finally patted the Moravian on the shoulder, "Have a good rest and see a psychiatrist tomorrow." Since the discovery of shell shock, which is more of a psychological symptom, Prasen has deployed psychiatrists in field hospitals at the division level and above. Lieutenant General Moravia didn't even refute, he nodded directly, then turned and left the headquarters tent. After he left, Admiral Poker cursed, "Damn Rokosov, he almost scared the Moravians crazy. Sometimes I have to believe what the propaganda preaches, second-class citizens are second-class citizens." The Chief of Staff nodded along with a host of staff officers. Admiral Poker walked back and forth in the tent for a few times before sighing, "It seems we can only look to the Air Force. I hope they can be more reliable this time." July 25, 1000 in the morning, Yeisk 1st Army Headquarters. As soon as the phone rang, Pavlov picked it up. "Headquarters." "Yeah, okay, got it." At the same time as he answered, the sound of air raid sirens came from outside the warehouse. Wang Zhong watched Pavlov put down the phone and asked, "Did Brother Peter call?" "It's just as you guessed." Pavlov looked at the window of the warehouse. "Okay, no need to guess." "Yes, Brother Peter called. The enemy's large group of aircraft is flying towards us. And he has directly attacked the air defense forces. The order was given. Yesterday, Wang Zhong guessed that the Prasens would come to blow up the fake tanks outside Yeisk, so he delegated the power to activate the air defense plan to Brother Peter in advance to save reaction time." Popov asked, "How many enemy planes came?" Brother Peter said there are at least 40 heavy bombers and 64 Stukas. Wang Zhong, "Where are the reconnaissance planes mixed in?" "There were 2 of them, mixed in with the high-altitude aircraft, and a Ford Wolf 189 that was far away, flying close to the ground at low altitude." As soon as Wang Zhong heard about the Ford Wolf 189, he immediately became energetic. "What? After yesterday's cavalry reconnaissance failed, the low-altitude reconnaissance finally came. Let the Divine Arrow troops definitely kill this 189. Definitely." Popov stood up and picked up the phone. Divine Arrow was under church management. "Hey. Deputy Knight Yetsemenko, keep an eye on your troops. The enemy has a Ford Wolf 189 at low altitude. It is likely to sneak over and take pictures at any time. Let go of other aircraft and shoot down this reconnaissance plane. It is difficult for reconnaissance planes flying at high altitudes to tell that the tanks on the ground are fake, but they can clearly see the raging flames and thick smoke rising from the tanks. Therefore, high-altitude reconnaissance planes may increase the deception of these fake tanks, and in fact help Wang Zhong deceive the generals of Pu Lewison. However, the low-altitude reconnaissance planes are likely to see through Wang Zhong's little trick at once, so they must deal with the low-altitude reconnaissance planes and the Stukas that flew away at low altitude after diving and dropping bombs." Just as Popov was about to put down the receiver after finishing his instructions, Wang Zhong called out to him, "Wait a minute, ask Katyusha not to participate in the attack on other enemy planes, and just wait for the enemy reconnaissance plane to appear." Popov was stunned for a moment, then pressed the transmitter end of the receiver. "Who is Katyusha?" "Wang Zhong, it's that little one. Only the magic arrows guided by her will continue to chase after they leave the field of vision. That's a very powerful little one." "Popov, is there such a person?" "Wang Zhong, my name is Yekaterina, what's the matter with you?" The military bishop doesn't know the name, age, and ability of his prayer hands. "Popov, I knew it before, but now the army's prayer hands have changed a lot, the deputy knight must know." He released the hand holding the speaker. "Hey, General Rokosov requires your prayer hand named Yekaterina to be responsible for the enemy's reconnaissance planes." "Okay, that's the request." After saying that, he hung up the phone and looked at Wang Zhong. "The deputy knight knows." Wang Zhong nodded. At this time, the anti-aircraft guns outside opened fire, indicating that the enemy aircraft had entered the sight of the anti-aircraft gun commander. Wang Zhong could see the fleet of aircraft in the sky from all angles. He found the reconnaissance plane mixed in the fleet without much effort. Then he looked around and found no plane carrying the Fritz X guided bomb. Strangely enough, the Fritz X was used in large-scale combat for a period of time last year, but now it is completely invisible. Wang Zhong didn't know that the Prosan side evaluated the effectiveness of the Fritz X in attacking cities and found that in an environment like a city with a large number of messy buildings, even if there is no defense on the ground, it is difficult for the guide to accurately guide the bomb to the correct target. The main reason for the Fritz X is that the guide needs to see the light at the tail of the bomb to know where the bomb is. The light is too difficult to see against the complex background of the city, especially during the day. If the bombing is carried out at night, the guide can clearly see the light at the tail of the bomb, but cannot see the target on the ground that is under blackout, which is very embarrassing. In addition, there are often big fires on the ground, and the thick smoke will also interfere with the guidance. So the Prosan people transferred the bomber company equipped with the Fritz X to the Aegean Sea to attack warships at sea. Wang Zhong, who didn't know these, was still confused. His knowledge of Fritz X came from the game War Thunder. In the game, Fritz X was very useful. It could bomb the enemies squatting in the pits accurately. How could he know that the real Fritz X was so weak? Under Wang Zhong's gaze, the Prosan fleet began to bomb, targeting the tank cluster outside the city. The bombs blew out several scars composed of explosions on the ground. Many tanks were on fire, and they looked real from high altitude. The burning smoke further obscured the tank cluster, and it was certain that the enemy's high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft could not take any good photos. The problem was the FW-189 hidden at low altitude. At this time, the MiG-3 of the 11th Fighter Regiment appeared, and 12 white contrails rushed towards the dense contrails of the Plassen group, reminding Wang Zhong of the words he liked before the time travel, "The storm is coming." This is the brave petrel, flying proudly in the roaring sea and among the lightning, this is the prophet of victory shouting, "Let the storm come more violently." The Plassen group opened fire, and the storm composed of tracer bullets raged in the sky. The MiG-3 was like a petrel, dancing in the storm. Wang Zhong thought, wait, next year the pilots of Plassen will rush to the United States B-17 group like this, and then they will be even more different from the enemy. Wait, Plassen. Just as the MiG-3 was entangled with the bomber group turning to the return route, the Stuka dived down. Wang Zhong saw several fire dragons rising from the ground, hitting the diving Stukas, forcing them to drop bombs at a very high altitude, and then rush to the ground in a panic. However, the grassland had basically no ups and downs, or the ups and downs were negligible for the aircraft, so the magic arrows continued to fire in unison, and in just one dive, they shot down nearly 30 Stukas. At this time, Wang Zhong saw the FW-189, no, 2 FW-189s. The 2 FW-189s were almost stacked together. They actually used the large fleet to interfere with Brother Peter's hearing and successfully deceived the monk's ears. A lonely fire dragon rose from the ground and hit the FW-189 flying higher. Pilot Prosan pulled the plane away from the friendly forces just before being hit, so that it would not interfere with the friendly forces' flight after being hit. The second fire dragon took off. The enemy plane had discovered the launch position of the fire dragon and tried to avoid it by flying at an ultra-low altitude almost close to the ground. But it was still hit. Wang Zhong saw the little Katyusha jumping up at the launch position, and was obviously very happy. I have to give her a medal when I go back, Wang Zhong thought, and then rub her head hard. As for whether the little one will take this as a reward, Wang Zhong doesn't care. On the evening of the 25th, Prosan Nanant Air Force Command. The commander of the 5th Air Force, Prosan, looked at the Stuka pilots in front of him and asked, "Are you sure what you saw was a real tank?" "It's real." The Stuka pilot, who held the rank of colonel, answered confidently, "It must be a tank. And it was fully fueled, so it would catch fire as soon as it exploded. The enemy is preparing to attack. The other pilots nodded together. Yes, it's a real tank. The commander of the 5th Air Force looked at the faces of the pilots one by one, and suddenly pointed at a second lieutenant and said, "Your expression is not very firm, you say it?" The second lieutenant pilot looked at his companions and said, "None of the tanks exploded, so I think it's a bit strange." The leading colonel said, "That's because the enemy is not fully prepared to attack and has not loaded ammunition. Our tanks also refuel first and then load ammunition." The commander paced back and forth in front of the pilots, and the chief of staff said, "We will know whether it is a tank or not when the photos are developed tomorrow." The commander, "Why do we need human eyes to detect when photos are useful?" But the enemy killed the reconnaissance plane that can see those fake targets most clearly. So many Stukas came back, but the 2 reconnaissance planes were lost. At this time, a colonel wearing an airborne hunter uniform entered the room, with a natural edelweiss pinned on his collar. Only airborne hunters can wear real edelweiss, and mountain hunters can only wear iron edelweiss emblems. The colonel saluted the commander. "The airborne hunter commando is ready and can be airborne tonight." Chapter 429 Airborne Hunter Assault, 22,000 monthly tickets plus additional chapters. The commander of the 5th Air Force came to the airborne hunter colonel and said seriously, "You can refuse this mission, because the planning time is too short, and it is basically a suicide mission. Just to confirm whether Rokosov's tank is fake, to be honest, I personally don't think it is worth sending airborne hunters. Jade Colonel, General, we have carried out night glider airborne for such a long time just for this day. Moreover, we are familiar with night combat and have received long-term wilderness survival training. It is too early to assert that this is a dead end." The commander hesitated for a few seconds and asked, "Are you going to glide and land outside Yeysk, and then approach the city on foot?" "Colonel, yes, we believe that there must be an sound array master in Yeysk, so Rokosov can always be prepared to accurately kill low-flying reconnaissance aircraft. So we have to land outside the range that the sound array master can monitor. The intelligence we obtained from ANT's assistants shows that although the monitoring range of the sound array master is different for each person, the range is generally not as good as our new radar, so we just need to land outside this range." The colonel drew a semicircle on the map. "Commander, how do you solve the navigation problem? How do you know where you are in the dark?" "Colonel, the person responsible for towing the glider will carry a sextant to correct the position of the aircraft through the stars." "Sextant?" The commander was amazed. "What an ancient device." "It works," said the hunter colonel. The commander stared at him for a few seconds and gestured to the orderly, "Bring some wine. And you can go back and rest." The last sentence was said to the surviving Stuka pilots. So the pilots got up and left the headquarters. They could be heard talking outside the door, discussing what Rokosov was going to do with so many armored forces. "What can we do?" "Attack." In the winter campaign last year, he was the general with the most fruitful results in the entire Ant offensive. It was a pity that he was not allowed to command the subsequent counterattack. I heard that he was transferred back to execute the derelict General Ant. He will personally shoot the wrongdoing General Ant with his service gun. That's what the captured anti-pilot said. Now Rokosov is going to attack again. I don't know if our airport will be attacked by him. The airport where the Stuka is stationed is quite far from the front line, but the pilots are still worried that Rokosov will attack. The commander was listening to the pilots arguing outside when the orderly came over with wine. "General, the wine is ready." The commander picked up 2 high-heeled glasses, handed one of them to the colonel personally, and then raised his glass, "To your courage." The colonel replied, "To His Majesty the Emperor." Whether it is pilots, airborne hunters, or Air Force field divisions, the Air Force believes that they are the most respected branch of the military by His Majesty the Emperor and are the Emperor's personal guards, although they do not have the royal title. As for the newly formed Asgard Knights, they are all little brothers. After drinking, the colonel put down the glass, saluted, and then turned to leave. The commander of the 5th Air Force watched him leave. At 2200 on the evening of the 25th, Wang Zhong yawned loudly and walked to the bed in the corner of the warehouse. He slept in the warehouse at night these days, so as to save the trouble of moving around. Every morning when he got up, he would go to the curtained corner of the warehouse to take a shower to keep clean. The main reason was that the weather was hot and he couldn't stand it without a shower. Wang Zhong lay on the camp bed, closed his eyes slightly, and then habitually switched perspectives to observe his troops. Although he could not see the specific soldiers, he could only see the symbols of each unit, but the terrain and street scenes were all clear, so the pre-sleep inspection can deepen Wang Zhong's grasp of the terrain. He can even quickly go through the terrain of the entire army deployment area and understand all the ups and downs. After such continuous inspections, Wang Zhong can be sure that he is the person who is most familiar with the ups and downs of the entire area. Although I don't know when this advantage can be used, it is always an advantage. Wang Zhong was inspecting when something suddenly flashed across his vision. He was startled and quickly raised his vision to look for the flashing thing. As a result, he found that it was 4 bombers, each towing a glider. Wang Zhong was sweating coldly. In order to confirm whether I really assembled so many tanks, you actually sent out airborne hunters? Do you have to be so serious? He immediately jumped up from the bed, but the movement of standing up was too violent, and his head was deprived of blood for a moment, and he tilted to the side. A short guy supported him. When Wang Zhong recovered, he looked down and saw that it was Nelly. Thank you. Wang Zhong stood up straight, and then found that Popov and Pavlov were looking over here. Wang Zhong, air raid. Pavlov and Popov looked at each other, and the latter said, Brother Peter didn't hear it. Although he went to rest at night, he would use headphones to connect to a smaller sound array system when he slept, so he would hear the enemy plane's loud noises. Wang Zhong, no, I dreamed that 4 enemy bombers were towing 4 gliders to attack us. They were probably airdropped to confirm the authenticity of those tanks. Immediately send out a warning force equipped with flashlights and torches. Look for the glider. I guess the enemy will release the glider outside Brother Peter's hearing range and let the glider land silently. But Wang Zhong stopped immediately. The glider may be silent during the gliding process, but there is a sound when it hits the ground. Brother Peter will definitely hear it. No. Wang Zhong corrected himself, the enemy will not land within Brother Peter's hearing range, as this will alarm the monk. They will land within Brother Peter's hearing range. The enemy does not know how far Brother Peter can hear, so they will use a more conservative number. The people in the room who did not have important work looked at each other, and finally Pavlov said, You heard the commander's order, dispatch all troops, carry lighting tools, and look for the enemy's glider. Vasily, wait a minute, just because the general had a dream, dispatch. Wang Zhong, no, I'm just in case, I'm not sure the enemy will land by air, not sure. But it's better to be prepared, right? Pavlov, yes, it's better to be prepared, dispatch the troops. Not only the troops in Yeisk, but each division also sent out night patrols to search their own defense areas. At this time, the phone rang. Pavlov picked up the phone, is it Brother Peter? No. Army headquarters, who? Report. A few seconds later, Pavlov put down the phone, the sentry of the 225th Division saw a dark shadow moving in the sky. And heard the sound of the engine. Wang Zhong slapped his thigh, see, I guessed it. Vasily stared at Wang Zhong, did you really guess it? Wang Zhong, of course. What else could it be? Vasily gestured in front of him and forced a few words, blackbody radiation? Quantum entanglement? De Broglie transformation? Or some other high-energy physics phenomenon I don't understand. Wang Zhong, whatever. Move out quickly. Destroy the enemy's airborne troops. Plus an airborne hunter squadron, inside glider number 1. The glider pilot suddenly shouted, Colonel. Come and see. The colonel immediately came to the cockpit and pressed the chairs of the 2 pilots with his hands, what's wrong? Look. The pilot pointed to the ground, it's all running lights? We've been discovered. Landing now is courting death. The colonel gritted his teeth, no matter what, continue to land. Anyway, we have no power and it's impossible to fly back. The pilot cursed and pushed the joystick forward. The colonel turned to face the airborne hunters in the cabin, I don't know why the enemy discovered our actions. Now I judge that the original mission can no longer be completed, so I decided to change the mission target with my authority. Survive, take advantage of the night to get rid of the pursuit of the ants, and try to return to the friendly team. That's it? The pilot shouted, it's time to land. Hold on. The next moment, the fuselage shook violently. Although everyone was wearing seat belts, they were still shaken. Suddenly, someone's seatbelt fixing bolt was torn off, and it bounced back and forth in the cabin, and finally hit the colonel's helmet. The colonel straightened his helmet, grabbed the handle above the cabin with his right hand, and relied on the strength of his legs and arms to maintain a standing position. Suddenly, the fuselage sank down, and the entire tail lifted up. The pilot shouted, why is there a hole? The hole made by the field mouse directly made the plane that was gliding horizontally on the ground stand up and stick into the ground. All the airborne hunters were hanging on the wall, literally hanging on the wall. The hunter whose seatbelt just flew off fell directly and fell heavily beside the colonel. The colonel remained calm, everyone, follow my orders and move your body, we can make the plane level again. Listen to me, 1, 2. With everyone shaking in unison, the tail of the plane really began to sink, and then the fuselage snapped and broke into 2 sections. The back half fell down, and the front half was still hanging. The colonel shouted, don't panic. People on the first floor unfasten their seat belts first. Just then, there was a light outside. Light shone into every window of the glider, illuminating the entire cabin. The next moment, a machine gun swept over, making a series of bullet holes in the cabin wall. A hunter who was unbuckling his seatbelt stopped moving, and blood flowed down the cabin wall. Auntie was shouting outside, and the colonel couldn't understand. He kicked the cabin door open, got out with a gun, and started shooting at the figures in the wilderness. The firepower of a submachine gun immediately called for a violent counterattack. The colonel was shot several times, and his body was shaking like a rickety. Under the impact, he leaned against the open cabin door of the plane, and when the ants stopped shooting, he slowly slid down. The white Edelweiss was still inserted in his collar. Drinking with my dad, I and #039, am going to cancel tonight. When I applied for leave, I realized that I hadn't applied for leave this month, and the leave slip can be exchanged for 100 points. I have already owed too much, and I will definitely pay it back slowly next month. Instead, I have no sense of urgency. This volume is almost finished. Many people have also seen that the next volume is a bonus level. Go to Barris to open up the supply line, and you can also get to know the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom girl. I plan to arrange a real air combat witch for the United Kingdom, the low magic type, so the protagonist can finally get on the plane and start cheating. Then see you tomorrow, June 28th, and try to update early tomorrow. Chapter 430 Rokosov and Edelweiss. At 0130 on the morning of the 26th, the headquarters of the 1st Mobile Army of the Yazkant Army. Because of the sudden situation, Wang Zhong did not sleep for the time being and counted his steps in the headquarters, even though he had no mobile phone or WeChat at that time. He had just finished a circle when he heard the sound of trucks outside the warehouse. He cut his perspective and saw several trucks driving into the yard of the warehouse where the headquarters was located. Wang Zhong knew that these people would be taken to the judge's headquarters in the same yard for trial. It stands to reason that he could not see any of these people, but Wang Zhong saw Edelweiss on the collars of these people from a bird's eye view. Oh my! The scene that impressed Wang Zhong the most in Band of Brothers was the third or fourth episode, in which there was a cowardly soldier who went blind in battle. In the end, he killed a Santazi paratrooper, took the Edelweiss from the paratrooper's collar, pinned it on his own collar, and then became brave. Edelweiss. Wang Zhong switched back to the view and ordered the people around him, I will personally interrogate the captive with the highest rank. Bring him here and make sure there is Edelweiss on his collar. Pavlov had a question mark on his face, is this necessary? The judge will take care of everything. Wang Zhong, yes. Just bring it. Vasily whispered, you don't want Edelweiss as a trophy, do you? Wang Zhong rolled his eyes at him. At this time, Pavlov had already issued the order, and shouted, Sergeant Gregory. The general is going to do something dangerous again, and you are responsible for it. The sergeant nodded, untied the thread-cutting machine behind his back, and held it in his hand. Why do I feel like everyone is accompanying me to be willful? Wang Zhong didn't care. He turned to the warehouse door, put his hands behind his back, and posed in a serious posture. Captain Franz, the airborne hunter, was initially puzzled as to why he was brought into a warehouse alone. After entering, he found that this warehouse was the headquarters of the Ant Army. He quickly confirmed the number of staff officers and the size of the radio department, and realized that this was a very high-level headquarters, perhaps the headquarters of General Rokosov. Franz knew a little bit of the anti-language and could understand part of the conversation. The information he obtained made him more and more convinced that this was the headquarters of the anti-army group that had been blocking the 10th Army Group. Unexpectedly, Franz also saw beds with people resting on them. Franz speculated that these should be night shift personnel. The entire headquarters might be operating in 3 shifts, and 3 people shared a bed, just like in a submarine. There were 3 separate beds that no one slept in, and a petite maid was tidying one of them. Franz frowned slightly, and the 3 beds made him have many associations. Could it be that the highest commander of the army group would also sleep here? Sleeping with staff officers or even privates? Well, it's just that being in the same warehouse can't be considered sleeping together, but in Franz's opinion, this has exceeded his cognition. Senior officers in the Plossen army would never do this. They would even wear white gloves when awarding medals to soldiers to avoid dirtying their hands. Especially those old Junker nobles, who brought their own orderly soldiers. The orderly soldiers may have been orderly soldiers since their grandfather's generation. Although Franz himself was a captain, he would never sleep in the same room with the soldiers. In fact, he could not see the soldiers most of the time. The soldiers were managed by the old non-commissioned officers below, including the combat backbones of each platoon and the company's quartermaster. Even the usual training was the responsibility of the fierce old non-commissioned officers. Captain Franz would only stay with the soldiers during exercises. The practice of the anti-army integrating officers and soldiers greatly shocked Captain Franz. Then, he saw the man in the shock. The man had his hands behind his back, and a strong light like the sun shone from behind him, outlining his silhouette. The man stared at Franz and watched Franz being brought to him. Then, the man turned around and said to the person behind him, "Vasily, turn off the light, the back of my head is all hot." The young man named Vasily turned off the desk lamp and scratched his head. "I thought you wanted to shape your image, General." At this time, Captain Franz saw the man's face clearly. He was even younger than himself. Although young, his face was engraved with the vicissitudes of life forged by blood and fire. Actually, it was a masterpiece of the dim lighting in the warehouse, and his deep eyes were full of wisdom and courage. "Hello, Captain Prosan." The man stretched out his hand. "I am General Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov. I hope you can tell me everything you know, otherwise our judge will leave you with a psychological shadow for the rest of your life." Captain Franz looked at the man's outstretched hand suspiciously. After hesitating for a while, he thought to himself that this might just be a substitute, otherwise it would be impossible to extend his hand to the enemy's special forces. In any case, this is too risky. The airborne hunters have been competing with the Brandenburg Special Forces. Whether it is weapon skills or individual combat, they have all been improved on the basis of the Brandenburg Task Force. Even Captain Franz learned the language of anti by himself in order to imitate the Brandenburg Task Force. Of course, if the Brandenburg contingent is caught, they will probably not receive such good treatment. They will wear the enemy's military uniforms when operating. They will usually be treated as spies and executed after being tortured. They do not enjoy the Geneva Convention. After confirming that the person reaching out to him was a substitute, Captain Franz gave up the idea of holding this person hostage and calmly held his hand. "You know that I can't take the initiative to leak the secret. I am a soldier." Lieutenant General Rokosov let go of his hand and grinned. "Don't worry, I won't ask questions that will embarrass you. These will be asked by the Inquisitor. I just want to ask, the grassland of South End is obviously it is not suitable for airborne operations. Pure light infantry has too many natural enemies on the grasslands, so why should they airborne? Isn't this going to death?" Captain Franz smiled bitterly. "No comment. If it were you, faced with such an unreasonable order, would you disobey it and refuse to execute it?" Lieutenant General Rokosov patted the pistol on his waist. "Yes, not only that, I also shot 2 generals who issued such unreasonable orders." Captain Franz received a second round of mental shock. "This," Lieutenant General Rokosov said with a smile, "after that, we also purged a large number of capitulationists who could not understand the situation, as well as quick victory factions who were confused. The result is that now even the original mine director here has become it's time to become a teacher." "Captain Franz, how can you ensure that the army's orders and prohibitions are enforced like this? If the lower-level officers do not agree with the orders and just disobey them, the whole army will be in chaos." Lieutenant General Rokosov, "Then hold a meeting and explain to all the commanders and fighters who want to execute the order why they are doing this, and adopt their reasonable suggestions. I call this method military democracy." "Nonsense." Captain Franz retorted subconsciously. "Those junior officers have not received complete training for senior officers. How can they put forward constructive opinions?" Lieutenant General Rokosov, "Maybe it's not possible, but they also have their own understanding of war, so senior commanders have to convince them, using their own knowledge, experience, courage, and maybe a little charm. After discussion, seeking common ground while reserving differences, we finally come up with an action plan that everyone agrees with, so that when it is executed, there will be an amazing synergy. This is how I defeated you." Captain Franz was shocked for the third time. Are you really Lieutenant General Rokosov?" "Yes, what, you thought I was a substitute?" The general who might be the chief of staff next to him, actually the bishop accompanying the army, Captain Franz did not notice the bishop's sign, smiled and said, "Well, it seems that Elisha was almost taken hostage." Lieutenant General Rokosov shook his head. No, Grigory is watching. He can ensure that the bullet hits the captain's head accurately without hurting me at all. Of course, I may have to change my clothes, which is troublesome. Come on Nelly." Franz followed Lieutenant General Rokosov's line of sight and saw a sturdy sergeant standing not far away, his hand already on a submachine gun. This sergeant exudes an aura that Captain Franz is also very familiar with. He is the kind of super veteran who can come back from the door of death over and over again. The captain usually regards such veterans as the backbone of the backbone and always seeks their opinions. After the shock passed, Captain Franz asked, "I don't understand, why take the risk to see me, a captain? Is there any benefit in this?" "No," Lieutenant General Rokosov shrugged, "I just want to get a trophy." As he spoke, the Lieutenant General stretched out his hand, took away the Edelweiss pin to the captain's collar, took out a notebook, and tucked it inside. Vasily, who was watching all this, probably the general's adjutant, said, "I have a feeling that in the future, Prosen's chasseurs, the ones wearing Edelweiss, should be careful when they encounter our soldiers. Absolutely a lot of people want to take this. Captain Franz looked at the young adjutant in surprise. He suddenly understood, Rokosov was leading by example. He must have supreme authority in the military, so he would engage in military democracy, actually not. Everything he says and does will become an example for soldiers to imitate. Really? Moreover, meeting the prisoners in person without handcuffing them was to show off his courage. Everything has a purpose. From now on, Rokosov's troops will no longer be afraid of the airborne Jaegers, and they will receive a morale boost. Captain Franz stared at Rokosov and suddenly felt that it would be a happy thing to be able to fight under such a general, as a soldier. At this time, Lieutenant General Rokosov asked, "Okay, are you not going to say anything?" The captain didn't respond and asked, "What do you want to know?" Chapter 431, Unexpected Gains. Half an hour later, Vasily checked the confession transcript in his hand, raised his head and said to Wang Zhong, "On page 22, I have tried to be as concise as possible, but he almost forgot what color pants the leader of the Chasseur regiment wears every day." They all confessed. Pavlov came to Vasily's side, took the thick record and began to flip through it. And Popov asked, "Why did you suddenly change your mind and make such a detailed confession? Could it be that it is all fabricated false information?" At this time, Vasily had nothing to do since the transcript was taken away, so he yelled, "Our general has divine inspiration. The information about your sneak attack is the reminder that the general suddenly got while sleeping. The general will find out if you make it up." Wang Zhong felt bitter in his heart. How the hell can I find out? This thing must be handed over to the intelligence department for cross-checking to confirm its authenticity. But he pretended to be inscrutable on the surface. The captain named Franz hesitated for a few seconds and asked, "I heard that when being interrogated by the Inquisitor, everyone will be questioned." Wang Zhong, "Yes, they can even make a dead body speak." Wang Zhong originally intended to play on the famous KGB joke about making dead people speak, but when he finished speaking, he noticed that the prisoner's face turned green and quickly clarified, "This is a joke. There is no way for the Inquisitor to make dead people speak." As a result, prisoner Prasen's face turned even greener. Wang Zhong thought for a while and decided not to explain. The description became darker and darker, and he decided to wait and see what the prisoner had to say. The captain spoke, "I have actually hesitated for a long time. We once rescued many of our comrades in the building where the Inquisitor troops were stationed. They all hoped that we could kill them. The Inquisitor completely ignored the Geneva Convention. Popov, we fully abide by the convention with ordinary soldiers, but officers are different. Officers know a lot of things. If they don't report what they know, we think they are the same as spies. On the other hand, as long as the officers cooperate, they will also be treated in compliance with the convention." The captain retorted, "You won't easily reveal information about friendly forces if you are captured, right? Have we ever treated your prisoners like this?" Popov, "Yes, in fact, our captured officers were basically subjected to inhuman torture. This was reported by our underground organization. They also rescued many officers, and all of them were witnesses. We were just reciprocating with courtesy, that's what Ceres said." The captain was embarrassed. Obviously he himself knew what the intelligence service and the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the palace were doing, and he really couldn't defend that kind of behavior against his will. "Wang Zhong, not only did you do this to officers, you also tortured and killed ordinary soldiers and civilians. If you ask me to talk about invaders, don't pretend to be innocent. I was originally prepared not to keep a single prisoner, but considering the future, if you don't do it because of me, keeping prisoners and resisting to the end will cause heavy casualties to my soldiers. That's why I give your ordinary soldiers the treatment in line with the convention, but remember, I don't want to give you this treatment at all, I hate you with all my heart. However, if you can clearly understand the dangers of Prosan's militarism and completely change your mind and stand on the side of justice, I welcome you. In fact, many prisoners of war have chosen to surrender and then work in tank factories. We are also planning to hold a sports meeting for them." The captain stared at Wang Zhong, "Sports meeting?" Wang Zhong, "Yes, it enriches the spare time life of the liberated prisoners of war. We also prepared a library and played music for them every day. I know that Prosan regards all dance music such as tango as eccentric music. In here they can listen as much as they want." Just after he finished speaking, Vasily added, "You can also dance with the prison guards. As far as I know, the guards are winning." "Nonsense, victory was achieved with knees. What do the Prosenians use to fight against, goose-stepping?" The captain shook his head, "My reason tells me that this should be a lie, but you are amazingly persuasive." Wang Zhong shrugged and returned to the previous topic, "So you were afraid of the judge's punishment?" "No." The prisoner shook his head. "Not exactly. The other point is a long story. I am a Junker noble, but I am not a qualified Junker noble. I have hardly lived in the Junker manor for long, It is a small and shabby manor. Every summer when my parents go to the manor, I always make noises and don't want to go. My parents also seem to hate the manor. They gave the manor to the steward William to take care of it. They hired a total of 2 long-term workers, and the 3 of them maintained the operation of the manor. Wang Zhong thought that the manor that could be maintained by 3 people would be similar to the rural compounds he had seen before traveling. The prisoner continued, my parents work in the city. My mother is the tutor of the Duke's family, teaching the Duke's daughter to dance. My father is the clerk of the city government. Before the Depression, their wages could support the manor and the education of our 2 brothers. But the bust came. Wang Zhong thought that the era of 500,000 marks per loaf had come, but in this time and space, the new Emperor Prasen carried out top-down reforms and killed a large number of capitalists and big businessmen. Pavlov said, shouldn't you be grateful to the Emperor who brought you out of the Depression, and be loyal to the Emperor and serve the country? The captive captain was silent for a few seconds before replying, maybe, but I really don't like the class I belong to. In order to save tuition, my parents sent me to the military academy. In the military academy, the old junker looked down on us and asked us to be with commoner children together. Children of common people are hostile to us, and children in big cities even despise us country bumpkins. After I finally graduated, there was a more serious confrontation in the army. The officers and non-commissioned officers called those children with the same background as me pigs and punished them with the most severe punishments. And I couldn't get a non-commissioned officer. Their respect because I have no orderlies. Wang Zhong glanced at Nelly subconsciously, and then asked, you mean, you have long been dissatisfied with the Prasen army? The captain shook his head, I'm not dissatisfied. I'm just a little envious when I see you as an officer and a soldier. Although you still have orderlies. Wang Zhong was shocked, how did you know that was my orderly? I don't know, but if there's only one person who could use a female orderly, it's you, the captain said. Wang Zhong looked at Popov. Popov shrugged, although it's a bit ridiculous, it's understandable that you are afraid of the Inquisitor's interrogation, and at the same time encounter an enviable situation, and do this kind of behavior under shock. Of course, I can't rule out that these are all false information must be cross-checked. Pavlov, just let the judges work overtime. An expression of horror immediately appeared on Captain Franz's face. Wang Zhong, indeed. In fact, Wang Zhong's goal was just to get the Edelweiss. The captain's recruitment was simply an accident. He was originally going to be sent to the judges. It's just that if you go there, you probably won't be able to pick up any Edelweiss, at least not intact ones. He waved his hand, take him down and let the judges be stricter to ensure that what he tells is the truth. The captain shouted, no. I already know everything. No. Pavlov, don't worry, for someone like you who has confessed, the judge will treat you gently and ensure that there will be no fractures or injuries above fractures. Does it count as gentle if you don't break bones? Popov hurriedly said, no, that's not the case. He will cross-check and explain things first. If he really explains everything, we will abide by the agreement. Of course, there may be a few more judges who will be more concerned about it. Question, and a little vodka for you. Wang Zhong frowned. A little vodka, as the ant people said, might be enough to get the brown bear drunk. By the way, the United States may have something like veritaserum, but ant doesn't have one at all. Vodka is the best veritaserum in Judge Ant's hands, and it is currently very efficient. He would sometimes drink the interrogation target to death. After Popov comforted him, the captain looked even more uneasy. Wang Zhong made a gesture, and 2 soldiers came over and took him away. After he left, Pavlov asked Wang Zhong, you actually just want an Edelweiss, right? Wang Zhong, you still understand me? Popov, as a result, he has confessed so much now. If they are all true, we will know everything about Prasen's airborne chasseurs. Wang Zhong, it's a pity that I don't know the Brandenburg troops well. Pavlov, okay, the threat of the airborne chasseurs has been resolved, you should rest. I have to rest too. Wang Zhong nodded. At this time, the 2 female pilots were led into the headquarters by the guards. Wang Zhong looked at the 2 of them doubtfully, you 2, why are you here so late? The leading major took out a craft paper envelope, inside are the photos taken today. They were sent to us as soon as they were developed. We have just finished tonight's bombing and are taking off again. Wang Zhong snapped his fingers, Nelly, prepare midnight snacks for the 2 pilots. They may also want to take a shower. As soon as the 2 pilots came in, Wang Zhong smelled the smell of engine oil. Female major, you have a good nose, General. Wang Zhong answered yes with a smile, opened the envelope, took out the photos, and began to look at them one by one. After reading them, he handed them to Pavlov. Popov stood next to Wang Zhong and looked over his shoulder. Suddenly, Wang Zhong picked out a photo and placed it on the table, What's going on with this? Before the pilot could answer, Pavlov replied, it should be the front of the 91st Infantry Army. The enemy seems to have added more troops to the right wing of the entire Sukhayavali front. It seems that they intend to flank us and surround our army group. Wang Zhong, it's strange that they are still trying to confirm the authenticity of our tanks, but the Jaegers have increased their troops before they were dispatched. Then didn't the Jaegers and the Moravian cavalry troops who rushed over desperately become clowns? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Popov shrugged, it shows that Vasily did a good job. The tank was built to look like a real one and deceived the enemy. Wang Zhong was speechless. Hurry up and send a telegram to ask when the Bolsk front will be done. We have successfully attracted the enemy's reserve team. Chapter 432, the Borsk front retreats to Rahul Pass, 24,000 monthly tickets plus more. 0600 hours on the morning of July 26. In the South Anti-Plain, 50 kilometers north of the Rahul Pass, the temporary headquarters of the Anti-Borsk front. Prince Mishkin coughed for an unknown number of times. He took out his handkerchief and covered his mouth. After a series of violent coughs, he kept covering his mouth and was reluctant to take the handkerchief away. Everyone looked at him. Mei Shijin seemed to have made a lot of determination, taking the handkerchief away from her mouth and taking a look. There was no blood at first glance, but when Mei Shijin loosened his hand slightly, the blood was revealed. The adjutant said angrily, the special medicine sent by the United States is not effective at all. Duke Mishkin comforted him, didn't you read the document that was sent with the medicine? This is also an experimental medicine, and the test has not even been completed. This is one, and the second is that the medicine has written down the course of treatment. I am the first one. The treatment has just begun. As he spoke, he coughed again, and the adjutant quickly patted his back to make him cough up all the phlegm. General Feofor Mihailovich, who came to replace him as the commander of the front army, looked at the Duke worriedly, you should rest, there is still the last stretch of the road left, I am already familiar with the entire command process, and I will hand it over to you. Me? Mishkin shook his head repeatedly, no, I called you to take over the command when I fell. I haven't fallen yet. It's not just a matter of running to Rahul Pass. We still have so many defenders. As for the troops, they are all strong and proven troops. I hope they can come to the mountain pass safely and have a good rest in Yekaterina Daka. Yekaterina Daka, although its name is very close to St. Catherine's Castle, is a different city. Yekaterina Daka is an important road junction in the Rayalt Mountains and the base of the mountain railway. Main support center. As the most prosperous city in the entire southern Ant, this is naturally a good place for troops to rest and replenish themselves. General Feofor Mihailovich advised, please believe in my ability. I was also the one who commanded a successful retreat in last year's war, although my reputation is not as good as that of you, Rokosov, and Gorky. General, but I also have some experience in retreat battles. Duke Mishkin put the bloody handkerchief in his left hand and patted Fyodor Mihailovich on the shoulder with his right hand, I know. But the troops don't know. They trust me, so now even if the enemy pressing forward step by step, even though they were thirsty and hungry, they were still moving forward. Once they know that I fell, or ran away first, and the replacement commander is a general, it's hard to say whether they can maintain this cohesion. General Feofor Mihailovich hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded, I understand. Duke Mishkin could see that he was not completely convinced yet, so he continued, the current situation of the troops is very poor. We have tried our best to organize vehicle transportation, but most of the troops still walked here on their own feet. They have traveled hundreds of kilometers. On such a long journey, we have almost no time to set up cooking points. Many troops have not had hot soup for many days and can only eat dry food and canned spam. I even suspect that they will collapse in the next second. I can't take the risk of leaving the unit at this time and going to the rear to recuperate. Feofor nodded, looking much more determined this time, you are right, but I think that for the victory of the Empire, a talent like you needs to be alive. Mishkin shook his head, no, I have read Rokosov's on Ant's victory and Prozan's failure, and I agree with most of the views. No matter how powerful Prozan is, he cannot stop the Allies. During the siege, their ally Fuzu Empire had just suffered a major defeat and it was basically impossible to help them. The Allies have also begun bombing the city of Plosin. Even if the industrial production of Plosin is not reduced, they will have to devote a lot of resources to the production of anti-aircraft guns and fighter jets. Their defeat is only a matter of time. The only difference is whether we recover the country by ourselves, then invade the territory of the Plosin Empire, and liquidate them severely, or we wait for the Allies to bulldoze Plosin. I think Rokosov will liquidate Plosin, after all he was the one who came up with the slogan, see you in Plosin ya, and I think he will do it. After completing this retreat, my duty is completed. It's time for you, able-bodied and energetic people, to dominate the battlefield. As he spoke, Duke Mishkin coughed again. The adjutant said distressedly, "Stop talking. Every time you talk. Don't worry about it." Duke Mishkin raised his voice and pushed the adjutant away. "I know my own body." Just as Duke Mishkin was about to continue speaking, a communications staff officer came over and said, "I received a telegram from General Rokosov asking about our retreat. Fighter, we have never been encircled and suppressed by the enemy's new force. It is probably due to Rokosov. The enemy is now divided into two large clusters on the entire South Ant grassland. According to the report from the headquarters yesterday, Rokosov the cluster on SOV is bigger." Duke Mishkin came to the map table, stared at the whole situation of Nanant for a few seconds, and said, "What is between the two clusters of Prosens? According to the investigation, there should be only a small number of patrol troops. However, the infrastructure in this entire area is extremely poor and cannot support a large-scale troop." Fighter answered. Duke Mishkin nodded, "Okay. By the end of this year, Rokosov should make use of this place." "Using it?" the adjutant asked doubtfully. Prince Mishkin nodded. "Didn't you see the operational plan of the High Command? I am almost certain that the main proposer of this plan was Rokosov, or it evolved from the plan he submitted. Use space to buy time, stretch the enemy supply line, and then wait for General Mudd to arrive. It is exactly the same tactic as last year. I guess the Prosan people will not be frozen to death this year like last year. The cars and tanks cannot be started, and the machine guns are frozen and cannot fire. No, they will not be like this year. But they can't solve the mud, they can't solve it. When the muddy season comes, the enemy will definitely have difficulty in supply. This is when Rokosov will fight back." The adjutant was shocked. "Using the mud again? Why doesn't he change his tactics?" "Admiral Fighter, as long as this trick works, it doesn't matter if it is used a few more times. And this is basically an open conspiracy, and the enemy knows it. So they have to fight enough results before the muddy season comes, such as occupying Ababakan, or even occupying the oil fields in Baku. And Rokosov is best at defense. He has blocked the enemy's 10th Army in Yezd for so long. And his casualties are far less than our defensive battle last year, and he has killed a large number of enemies. If it's Rokosov, he will definitely be able to stop the enemy's attack and delay until General Ni arrives." Prince Mishkin began to cough again, and only took over the conversation after coughing. "What has not been decided yet is that there will be a decisive battle before the end of the year. I don't think this decisive battle will start in Ababakan, but it seems that there are no other key nodes." The Duke looked at the long Valdai River. As one of the three major industrial belts in Ant, the entire Valdai River bank is full of endless factories. Even the small cities and villages on the riverside look very rich, full of reinforced concrete buildings. Corresponding to this prosperity, the entire Valdai River does not seem to have any particularly important nodes, that is, the kind of points that can be used to hit the snake and hit the 7 inches after being blocked. If you have to say it, as long as the Valdai River can be blocked, it doesn't matter where it is blocked. But the Valdai River, as the mother river of Ant, is really wide and the water depth is terrible. There is also an inland fleet on the river. The Red Navy also got a lot of large gunboats with land artillery on board. It is still difficult to completely block the river surface if it only occupies one side of the Valdai River. So even Prince Mishkin was not sure where the enemy would stop to fight to the death, and where the fight would turn into a fierce battle. He could only look at the map and pray that Rokosov could find a way to break the enemy's offensive. While Prince Mishkin was thinking about the future, his front was still trudging towards the mountain pass. Sergeant Ivan Konstantinovic had not eaten hot meals for several days. He took off the kettle while walking, unscrewed the lid and poured it into his mouth, but found that not a drop of water could be poured out. He looked at the sky. The scorching sun was hanging high in the sky, scorching everything. Ivan even felt that the badge on the boat-shaped hat was getting hot, as if it was going to brand his forehead with a double-headed eagle. He tried to smack his lips and tried to moisten his lips with saliva. At this time, a half-full kettle was stuffed into Ivan's hand. He looked up and found that it was the battalion commander. "Drink it?" the battalion commander said. "Take a sip and pass it to the back." Ivan nodded, opened the kettle, licked the water on the lid, and passed the kettle to the person next to him. The people passed the battalion commander's kettle around like this, and no one was willing to drink more, until the kettle finally returned to the battalion commander's hands. The battalion commander shook the kettle and scolded, "If you do this, the water will evaporate during the transfer process. No, you have to drink it when you need it." At this time, Ivan said, "Actually, the water is fine. My kettle has just been emptied, but I can't stand the hunger anymore." The battalion commander sighed and said, "According to the map, we will have supplies as long as we reach Zigida, including water and hot soup. But on this grassland, the scenery looks the same no matter how far you walk. I don't know how far we are from Zigida." Ivan asked, "What is Zigida?" It's a place name. This area was ruled by the Khitan Khan in ancient times. Many place names look like this. As soon as the battalion commander finished speaking, someone in front suddenly shouted, "We are at Zigida. I see the flag of the cooking team. And there is smoke from the bonfire." The battalion commander and Ivan looked forward together, and indeed saw a lot of smoke rising into the sky. I don't know who shouted, "Run forward." So the team entered the running state in unison and rushed towards Zigida. Soon, they arrived. The girls from the cooking team had set up a series of water jars by the roadside, and everyone could scoop water from them. Ivan scooped a ladle, took a big sip, and then poured it over his head. He felt alive again. In fact, the entire front was alive again. Chapter 433, Deception Plan. On the night of July 26, at 2330 hours, Yeisk City, the headquarters of the Ant 1st Mobile Army. Report. Urgent call from the Front Army headquarters. Pavlov stood up and went to answer the telegram. Wang Zhong and Popov continued to sit in front of the chessboard. "Popov, hurry up, I want to drink a bottle of vodka and then sleep with you again." "Don't make any noise, I'm thinking." Wang Zhong picked up his queen and chose a grid. "That's not good," Popov shook his head. "If you put it here, I will go like this. Can you see, like this, then you can only choose one in the queen's castle." Wang Zhong silently put the chess pieces back to their original positions and complained, "The black and white chessboard is too difficult to see the path clearly." Popov laughed loudly, "That's right, how could our general be a bad chess player? Absolutely not. If the news spreads to the propaganda hall, it will be a headache." He laughed a few times and suddenly remembered that Pavlov was silent after taking the telegram, and he quickly looked up. Wang Zhong was also moved by his movements and turned to look at Pavlov. The chief of staff held the telegram and frowned. "Wang Zhong, another urgent telegram from our left wing. It's more than just an emergency." Pavlov shook his head. "The Front Army headquarters can no longer contact the 91st Infantry Corps and the 50th Infantry Corps to which the Infantry Corps belongs. The 91st Infantry Army is the frontal defense force of the enemy's newly mobilized Group Army. Now it can't even contact the superior 50th Group Army, indicating that the army may have collapsed. Fortunately, Ant's army group is relatively small, so a collapse of 50 episodes will have little impact. If Ant's army group were as big as Prasen, the front would have been doomed." Wang Zhong stood up. "Popov, hey? Why don't you leave? I haven't checked you yet." "Wang Zhong, the military situation is urgent. Let me see what happens." After saying that, he walked away directly and came to the map table. Episode 50 and 51 are already in place. It should be able to block it for a while. In addition, the infrastructure of the grassland can also delay the enemy's advance. At this time, another communications staff officer came over from the other side of the telegraph. "Report, the commander of the front army is sending an urgent message." While Pavlov reached out to receive it, he said to Wang Zhong, "This is already the third seal. It is probably urging us to retreat across the river quickly. General Gorky is very impatient." Wang Zhong turned his attention to the southwest of the Nanand Prairie and the large area north of the Rahul Pass. There were also a bunch of signs and circles representing Ant's troops. The rear guard of the Bolsk front is still more than 100 kilometers away from the mountain pass. Wang Zhong shook his head. Although it is 100 kilometers away in a car, the rear guard has never left the Plosin army, and from time to time if we stop to block the enemy, we should not reach the mountain pass too quickly. Pavlov, if we retreat now, the enemy will not be able to take back the troops that have been invested. It will take a lot of time to gather and redeploy the troops." Popov continued, "A lot of time, and a lot of staff hair." Pavlov actually agreed, "Yes, that's it. I feel like it's okay to withdraw now." "Popov, I'll sit on the wall first and see if your excellency commander has any better ideas." Wang Zhong touched his chin and thought seriously. "First of all, it is not good for the friendly forces in Borsk to retreat now, because the enemy's newly transferred army group that is attacking must not have all its troops deployed now. Investing all the troops in the first wave of attacks will only crowd the troops together. There is no way to perform at all. With so many troops crowded together, they would surely suffer heavy losses from enemy artillery fire. Therefore, the enemy's attack echelon must come in waves. Among the troops in the subsequent waves, there may be some that can be quickly transferred to Bolsk. If the first mobile army ran away at this time, the rearguard troops on Bolsk's side might suffer heavy losses. But if you don't run now, they will hit you with the right hook. The fighting will and fighting skills of the brothers' troops are not as good as those of the first mobile group army, so they can't stop them. In order to protect the Bolsk front, it was obviously not possible to lose the first mobile army. Wang Zhong was caught in the middle, struggling to find a way to get the best of both worlds. Then he suddenly thought of a very famous operation on Earth. A bold idea took shape. Vasily stared at Wang Zhong's face and said, I know this expression. The general has an idea. Wang Zhong looked at Vasily, is my expression so obvious? Vasily shrugged, if you don't believe me, ask the bishop and the chief of staff. Wang Zhong looked at the two people and saw them nodding together. The reflection from their heads almost blinded Wang Zhong's eyes. He waved his hand, stop nodding, your head will reflect. I do have an idea. I think we can carry out an operation to deceive the enemy. Pavlov, we have already made a lot of fake tanks. In the past 2 days, the Plosin Air Force has been going crazy. They are staring at us and bombing. Even the bombing of Arvik in the rear has stopped. What else can we do? Wang Zhong, that's what I plan to do. Let a force carry a red flag and go to the front line to conduct reconnaissance. Pavlov was shocked, no. You are not allowed to go. Wang Zhong hurriedly reassured the chief of staff, don't worry, I won't go. If you don't go, I won't go. I mean, pretend that I'm on the front line for reconnaissance, and get as close as possible to the enemy's troops. Because I often did this before, with PU logo they must have noticed Maury Wren's rigor. Didn't an airborne chasseur recruit all his underwear yesterday? He said that Proson has a file on me that summarizes my commanding habits one by one, but his level is not high enough to read the file. I bet there must be a love of red flags and risky front-line reconnaissance. Pavlov, no, you almost ran into the face of an enemy tank while riding a horse. The Prosons must have records. Indeed, it was written by the man who missed the opportunity to kill General Rokosov. Popov, I don't understand. What is this fake front-line inspection unit doing? Pretend that you were killed. No, of course it's impossible to pretend that I was killed. Then the enemy will go deal with the Bolsk front. Wang Zhong waved his hands repeatedly, but the enemy will definitely try to kill me, and this reconnaissance team will definitely they can't really be eliminated, but they can throw away their bodies. That's right, Wang Zhong's tactic is based on the famous deception operation in the history of World War II on Earth. In this operation, the British intelligence service forged the body of an officer who died in an air crash, and placed carefully crafted documents that were fake and authentic on the officer's body. Santoka picked up the corpse and immediately felt like he had found a treasure. Then the information on the corpse perfectly matched the content provided by the legendary spy Garcia, made up, so Santoka was fooled and thought that the landing place was in Calais instead of Calais. Normandy. Wang Zhong, when this unit sets out, choose a fresh corpse, put on an officer's uniform, and bring a document bag and a map bag with you. Inside are our forged things. Pavlov suddenly realized, this is our attack plan. Wang Zhong, yes. There are also documents about the delay of the attack caused by the continuous bombing, as well as the document about mobilizing a new group army to block the enemy's right uppercut, which made the Plosins think that on the one hand, we are increasing troops on the left to resist the attack, and on the other hand, we are increasing troops on the left to resist the attack. We are also preparing a right hook to defeat the enemy's 10th Army. Popov already smiled, okay. This is good. In fact, we retreat secretly. Vasily, no. We also need to prepare a secret feint plan, saying that we are going to pretend to retreat, but in fact we are attacking. The others looked at each other, then laughed. After Wang Zhong finished laughing, he patted Vasily on the shoulder, okay. You better understand. Then you will take the lead in making all the contents of the map package and document package. Vasily's smile suddenly froze, what? Me? Popov also came up and patted him on the other shoulder, you are our camouflage expert here. Think about it, you have been deceiving the enemy since Luchthof. Vasily, are you sure it's me who's deceiving the enemy? The cunning man is here, okay. He pointed at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong, I just put forward the idea, and it's you who implement it, musician. Vasily sighed, I knew it would be bad if you called me a musician. Okay, I'll do this. Pavlov, how many staff officers do you want? How many clerks? Vasily thought for a while and said, 5 staff officers will draw the map, and 5 clerks will write the documents. I think it should be about the same. Wang Zhong nodded vigorously, well, very good, he is indeed our expert in counterfeiting and deceiving the enemy. He has already figured out what to do. This is called professionalism. Stop making noises, and hurry up to organize a deception unit. This unit will face the enemy's attack directly, and besides the prepared corpses, the others will either have a way to escape from the enemy's attack or be captured. You have to keep your mouth shut, it's not easy to do both situations. Wang Zhong, yes, indeed. Popov, you have to choose a death squad. If you are injured and survive, but you can't keep up with the troops, you must be determined to pull the glory bomb. Wang Zhong, just recruit volunteers according to the standards of a death squad. Bishop Vasily, you will be responsible for this. Popov nodded, okay. He stood up to leave, took 2 steps and turned back. Wait a minute, you picked yourself clean again. Wang Zhong, I'm going to convince Bucephalus to agree to be the actor. You see, my horse is here, and so am I. The one who plays me can ride my horse, I'll probably be happy. Vasily, that's so happy. You don't know. Now the stables are already talking about it? With Bucephalus, if the enemy bombards the stables and flattens them, everyone will be safe. There are still people who secretly selling horsehair. Wang Zhong's eyes widened, and just when he was about to comment on this matter, Pavlov shouted, Vasily. We have found all the people for you, let's start. Wang Zhong's words suddenly changed, yes, let's start. Chapter 434, Taking the Hook. At 1230 noon on the 27th, Ysk, the square in front of the headquarters of the Ant 1st Mobile Army. It is said to be a square, but it is actually the courtyard of the warehouse. Wang Zhong looked at the completed death squad with satisfaction. Popov said, they are fully aware of the nature of the mission, and everyone is carrying glory bombs. Wang Zhong nodded. He did feel the determination and enthusiasm from the soldiers' eyes. But Wang Zhong felt that he still had to say something. It is one thing to don't want casualties, just Tashin, but it is another thing to let the commanders and soldiers eat before leaving. So Wang Zhong said, let me tell you the truth, we are now stuck in a dilemma. On the one hand, we must retreat, otherwise we will be surrounded, and it will also drag down the brother troops responsible for blocking. On the other hand, if we run away, the Bolsk front may suffer heavy losses. Of course, some of you will ask, why not defeat the enemy? Why not wipe out all the enemy just like we did with a few enemy divisions? What's up? Regarding these issues, I tell you all from the bottom of my heart that I want to do this too, but I can't defeat them. Our army group can indeed have a decent exchange ratio with the Prosens, but other troops face the Prosens. Like butter hitting a red iron rod. We have tried it. The 401st Division has only been involved in the war for a short time, and it has directly reversed the exchange ratio between us and the enemy. The losses have not yet been made up. Our left wing was responsible for blocking the movement for 50 episodes, but it fell apart before we lasted even one day. We have too many new soldiers, and bravery is indeed brave, but modern warfare is different from the era of the conqueror. There is no way to win a war with courage alone. The troops need to train and accumulate combat experience, and so do the commanders. I think this year or even next year we won't be able to compete one-on-one with the Prosenians. But I can predict with you that the year after tomorrow, our army, which has been tested for a long time in the year after tomorrow, will drown the enemy like a huge wave. When Wang Zhong said this, he felt confident. Knowing the historical process will give you the confidence to speak. The soldiers were infected by Wang Zhong, and they all showed expectant expressions. They were already dreaming about the day when the enemy would be wiped out with overwhelming force. Wang Zhong changed the topic, but now we have no choice but to defeat the enemy. This is a fact. A good commander needs to admit the fact, admit that the enemy is strong and we are weak, and then find a way to break the situation in the situation. My way to break the situation is you. I can't tell you the specific details of the mission. I can only say that for the success of the mission, none of you can be captured by the enemy. If you can't run away, I ask you to fire the glory bomb. Wang Zhong paused. At this time, he suddenly noticed that the soldier's chest hanger in front of him was not hung properly, so he reached out to help the soldier adjust it, and then patted the soldier's shoulder. Wang Zhong, normally, I would not ask you like this. We have fought until we have run out of ammunition and food, so there is nothing wrong with surrendering. Although I composed the song, I still have one last grenade. Everyone else smiled, obviously everyone knew how to sing this song. Wang Zhong raised his hands, flattened his palms down, and pressed them down gently. He waited until the laughter subsided before continuing, this song is just my own choice. When encountering the situation, I will sound the final grenade. Die with the enemy. This is true. Now Wang Zhong is convinced that he has enough action and courage to do this. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers rushed to shout, I will do the same. I can do it too. Wang Zhong pressed his palm down again, and waited until the noise subsided before continuing, however, I didn't force everyone to do this before. This time is different. This time I hope that each of you will sound the grenade when he is about to be captured. Don't let the enemy catch you alive, don't let the enemy interrogate you. I believe you can withstand the interrogation, I believe you have the will, but this mission is too important to allow for any mistakes. Everyone fell silent. Popov said at this time, they all know this. They volunteered to participate knowing this, and they have already written down their bereaved families and handed over their personal belongings to the department specifically in charge of these. Wang Zhong nodded and was about to continue speaking when someone suddenly shouted, look, it's the general's horse. Everyone turned their heads together, and Wang Zhong also turned his head. Sure enough, he saw Bucephalus being led out and tied with other horses participating in the operation. At this time, the soldiers were in a panic. Someone's loud voice burst out in the yard, "General, you can't go. That's right, we can just deal with the matter of death. If you are killed, the morale of the troops will collapse. Everyone said that you must be the one who led us into Prosonia." Wang Zhong originally planned to make gestures to suppress his voice again, but this time the trick didn't work and everyone was shouting. So he had to use his loud voice and shout, "Quiet! Quiet!" But everyone was so excited at this time that most people didn't realize that Wang Zhong himself was calling for silence. Those who noticed that Wang Zhong was shouting for silence began to shout, "The general wants to speak, please calm down." It was chaotic for more than a minute. Finally, the situation was under control again. Everyone shut up and looked at Wang Zhong. "Wang Zhong, this operation is too risky, so I will not participate. I will be played by a volunteer with a similar figure to me. However, for the sake of authenticity, my horse Bucephalus will participate in this operation. Action! It will be with you. When the situation is bad, just remember to run with it. After all, it has escaped so many crises." After the words fell, Bucephalus neighed. Wang Zhong had an idea. "Yes, Bucephalus, you are right." Everyone laughed. This time Wang Zhong waited for the laughter to subside naturally before saluting everyone. "Mother Ant is with you. If you can survive, we will see you in Prosonia." When a general like Wang Zhong Rokosov took the initiative to salute, all the Suicide Squad members raised their chins. Ants are just like the furry ones on Earth. They like to point their nostrils upward when saluting, with a posture that even the King of Heaven and I are not afraid of. Now they use this gesture to return the favor to Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong put down his hand. "Let's go." The first line of defense of the 16th Panzer Grenadier Division in Prasen. Battalion Commander Hans, who is stationed here, is hiding from the sun under a shed made of raincloth. The cigarette in his hand was half smoked, and 7 or 8 cigarette butts were thrown on the ground in front of him. Since the 16th Panzer Grenadier Division forcibly stopped attacking and switched to defense, it has had small-scale exchanges of fire with Ants reconnaissance force every day. Every other day, the regiment headquarters would ask to organize a patrol to catch Ant's tongue. But after grabbing the tongue all these times, it seems that the higher UPS didn't ask why Ant didn't attack. I heard that on the right wing, for Ant, it was the left wing, the newly transferred army group has begun to attack, and is tearing Ant's position apart. Rokosov's end is coming. Battalion Commander Hans thought about this and took another long puff of cigarette. The long cigarette was directly smoked until only the filter was left. He threw away the cigarette butt, stood up and picked up the binoculars. As Battalion Commander Hans, he must be alert to possible attacks by the Anters at any time. Suddenly, Commander Hans' posture froze, as if he was under a petrification spell. He saw a red flag. A red flag. Isn't this a red flag that only Rokosov would raise? Battalion Commander Hans put down his binoculars and ran wildly along the communication trench, passing through the surprised soldiers, and rushed to the artillery observation post. He pushed away the observer who was using the artillery scope, and adjusted the direction and magnification of the artillery scope. After a few seconds, he found the target, immediately adjusted the magnification, and zoomed in again. There is no mistake, it is definitely Rokosov. The man riding on the tall white horse must be Rokosov. Battalion Commander Hans had heard rumors that Rokosov would personally go to the front line to conduct reconnaissance and collect intelligence for the armored assault he would personally lead. In other words, Rokosov really planned to attack, otherwise why would he come to collect intelligence in person? Battalion Commander Hans felt bad. He handed over the artillery mirror to the observer and picked up the observation post's phone. "Hey. Hello. Pick up the division headquarters." "What? Damn field mouse. Have the people checking the line set off? Send another group. Otherwise I will knock your sand jar," meaning to shoot. After scolding the communications platoon leader, Battalion Commander Hans threw the phone back onto the landline. He thought for a while and felt that he could not let go of this opportunity, so he shouted loudly, "First Company Commander. Quick. Get 30 half-tracks, 5 motorcycles, and 10 Panzer II tanks. Let's rush out and kill Rokosov. Get your mortars and mountain artillery ready. I'll fire when I give the order over the radio. Hurry." The entire Prasen position became active. Battalion Commander Hans once again pushed aside the artillery observer and used the artillery scope to observe Rokosov and his guards. There are no tanks, there are some armored vehicles and jeeps. Well, they are all targets that the Panzer II tanks cannon can easily deal with. I wonder what kind of medals you can get for capturing a famous general like Rokosov. Battalion Commander Hans felt that his first level Iron Cross was heating up, and it seemed that it was about to be upgraded to the diamond double swords and oak leaf iron cross. At this time, the first company commander entered the artillery observation post. Ready? Battalion Commander Hans, very good, you have to be fast. Rokosov is less than 2 kilometers in front of our position. After the artillery fires, you rush over at full speed. Fight hard. Those who are alive are better, and they can be killed. Go ahead. Make a difference today. The company commander saluted, turned around and ran away. Battalion Commander Hans once again used the artillery mirror to look at the duck that was about to be obtained. Mortars and infantry artillery started firing. The armored convoy, led by the number 2 tank, rushed out of the bunker and rushed toward the chaotic enemy with murderous intent. Rokosov. I'm coming. Battalion Commander Hans's eyes were almost embedded in the eyepiece of the artillery scope. He whispered, come on, Rokosov. Chapter 435 Captain Vasily knows a little about deception. 10 minutes later. Battalion Commander Hans looked at the first company commander. Where is Rokosov? The first company commander shook his head. We didn't catch him. The enemy suddenly dispersed, but we found the body of a senior officer. As he said this, he took a step back, and 2 soldiers came over on a stretcher carrying the body that was blown beyond recognition. Judging from his military rank, he was a lieutenant colonel. His map bag was still hanging on his body, but his document bag was missing. Hans asked, what's going on? Where is the file package? That is the most important thing. The first company commander turned around and shouted, and someone immediately brought the document package up. You could see that the strap of the document package was cut off by shrapnel or something else. Hans grabbed the document package, opened it and quickly flipped through it, finding that there were many messy documents inside. Hans didn't understand Antese and couldn't read what was written on it. But he vaguely felt that this was very important. At this time, the communication platoon leader ran over, stood at attention and saluted. The communication has been cleared. Hans immediately handed the things in his hand to the first company commander. Pack all these, including documents and maps, and send your most trusted people to the division headquarters in an armored vehicle. No, in a tank. Wait a minute, don't leave, and send this body together. The first company commander turned and left, and Hans picked up the phone that had just failed to get through. Answer the division headquarters. That's right, division headquarters. Don't worry about the regiment headquarters. I want to speak directly to the division commander. There's an emergency. After an hour. Schultz, the commander of the 16th Panzer Grenadier Division, watched as the staff officer who understood Ant language opened the document package and flipped through the documents inside. He watched the staff member pick out a document and his brows knitted into knots. Schultz hurriedly asked, is this a very important document? No, the staff officer shook his head. This is the list of gifts General Rokosov bought for the ladies of Yekaterinburg this month. It is written to, the Office Supplies Procurement Office of the Equipment Committee. It seems that this Rokosov SOV made a lot of money. Schultz sneered, isn't this just like the generals of the empire, such as the Grand Duke Meyer? In the Prussian army, it is very common to talk about the luxurious life of Grand Duke Meyer, especially the officers from the Junker aristocracy, and they even secretly encourage their subordinates to talk about it. Obviously, this purchase list made Rokosov's image more concrete. Schultz, these things related to Rokosov's life will be left to the Imperial Intelligence Department to study and look at other things. At this time, in the command post of the 1st Mobile Group Army, Vasily whispered to Sergeant Major Grigory, the general's personal guard, I made up a lot of things that can enhance the sense of reality. But I dare not tell the general that I didn't do it when the general inspected it. Put it in the file. Gregory frowned, you're doing this again. Don't be like this. You boasted before that the general shot down the plane with a pistol, but now everyone is convinced that the general shot down 4 planes with a pistol. But, what did you make up? Vasily smiled evilly, we can definitely convince the Prussian people that the dead man is the general's confidant. Don't worry, we will definitely succeed in bullying the enemy this time. At the headquarters of the 16th Panzer Grenadier Division of the Prussian Army, the staff officer opened a 3-folded letter and frowned at the content. Schultz, what is this? Sonnet, the staff officer replied, it's pretty good, but I don't know who Shuz Hannah is in the poem. Schultz, who wrote the poem? General Rokosov, at least it was signed by him. I don't know if he wrote it himself or if it was ghostwritten by a staff member. Schultz, okay, I'm not interested in how Rokosov makes money or picks up girls. Find the key documents quickly. The staff officer put down the poem and said, let me look through the map package first. Maybe there is some key information on it. You should have looked through the map bag first. Schultz said. Staff officer, I think it's better to first look at the documents to confirm the identity of the person and the authenticity of the information he carries. If it is false information, we will be misled by looking at the map directly. As he spoke, he opened the map bag, took out a map and unfolded it, his mouth immediately opened into an O shape. Schultz looked from a distance and vaguely saw the direction of the arrow on the map. He thought it was an evacuation plan and asked, "Why, Rokosov wants to run away?" "No," the staff officer shook his head, "I thought so at first glance, but if you look closely at this map, there are many problems. For example, there are too few supply stations. Such a small number of stations cannot guarantee the retreat of a large army. Furthermore, there are many blacked out places on this map. Look here and here. These black bars should cover some key text." Schultz took 2 steps forward, stood next to the staff officer, and looked at the map at close range. "There's definitely a lot of blacked out parts," he muttered. The staff officer said, "Not only are they blacked out, but according to the grammar of the Ant language, these blacked out parts should all be predicate or subject parts. If the entire sentence is blacked out, the meaning will be unclear. This is how our classified department handles classified documents. This is certainly not a retreat plan, certainly not." Schultz touched his chin. "Rokosov is cunning and cunning. He likes tactical deception and is very good at it. But now that he has concentrated so many tanks, he can no longer deceive dash." Suddenly, the back of Schultz's head felt numb. "I know, this is Rokosov's tactical deception. He used a small force to retreat and deceived our aerial reconnaissance, making us think he was going to run away. But in fact he was preparing to attack. According to Rokosov's file sent by the headquarters, he likes to personally scout the direction of breakthrough before attacking, so our Panzer Grenadier Battalion took the opportunity to hit him. Look in the map bag quickly. There should be an attack plan." The staff put down the retreat plan and looked through the map package, but found no attack map. He raised his head and spread his hands to Schultz. "There is no attack map. How is that possible?" Schultz came up and rummaged around in person, and found that there was indeed no offensive map in the entire map package. "No." He slapped his thigh. "How could there be a fake retreat map in this map package? There is definitely something wrong with this. It must be dash." Schultz suddenly remembered something and shouted, "Bring that body in quickly. Quick." Soon, the body of the Rokosov's crony was brought in, and the fragmentary items on his body, including the pistol he wore, were all placed in the frame next to him. Schultz rummaged around and found a box of matches. The matchbox was crushed, many matches had fallen out of the crack, and the entire matchbox was almost empty. "Schultz, look at this matchbox." This man was seriously injured and could no longer open the matchbox, so he crushed the matchbox and took out the matches. The staff officer who understood the Ant language had an idea and picked up the map bag and looked at it. "There are bloody fingerprints here." He has opened the map bag. The blood stains in the bag can also be explained. Schultz grabbed the corpse's hand. "Look. His fingernails were burned black. He burned the map that recorded Rokosov's true plan." At this moment, everyone in the room was full of respect for the deceased enemy officer. Schultz put down the man's hand and gently took off his hat. "Rokosov's cronies are all people like this. No wonder he can always win the battle." The chief of staff asked, "Do we want to give him a grand burial? This will also boost the morale of our army and stimulate the fighting spirit of our soldiers to compete with the enemy." "No." Schultz shook his head. "We only wrote our speculations in the report, and they may not believe it. Evacuate this body together and let the army headquarters send it to the rear by plane. This way the intelligence department will agree with our judgment. Find the craziest driver and deliver them all." The entire headquarters of the 1st Mobile Army was preparing for the retreat. Vasily was on temporary leave because he had just completed the deception work and produced a bunch of fake documents. He leaned against the wall and watched the people in the headquarters working, and suddenly smiled. Gregory asked, "What are you laughing at?" "Let me tell you, this deception of the enemy this time is my greatest masterpiece. It is several orders of magnitude more deceptive than before. The enemy will definitely be deceived. I even want to suggest that the general does not set up a rear guard and just let it go." When Vasily spoke, his face was full of pride. Gregory shook his head. "The general will not be like this. Our general is very strange. He looks very reckless in fighting, but in fact he is quite conservative in many places and has many preparations. He will not leave a rear guard." "Vasily, yes, he won't. And he will be at the end himself. Do you believe it?" "I believe it." Gregory smiled. "At that time, it will be up to me and Bucephalus to protect the general's safety." "Vasily, I thought it was the loyal tank No. 422. Prosensus sings, 'Only the loyal chariot will give us a steel tomb, but the general doesn't.' I have followed the general through life and death so many times, and I tell you, not once did he prepare to die in a charge. Not once. He made a desperate move when he firmly believed that he would come back alive. Grigory watched from a distance as Rokosov was held in position by Pavlov to approve various plans related to the retreat. "When you come back from hell many times, you can tell which men are determined to die," said Grigory. "For example, in Aksakov, I could see that the prince was no longer prepared to live, and I thought the general I can see it too. There is also the general's father. The old man has a strong sense of death, but Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov has never had the same atmosphere of death." Vasily was speechless. "I have to write the sentence in my notes. If someone writes a biography of the general in the future, I will give it to him. It must appear in the biography of the general." Grigory shook his head. "It's better not to do it anymore, I'm just a rough guy." "I know, you spelled the word atmosphere wrong just now." "What? Did you spell it wrong?" "Yes, and die, that's also spelled wrong." Grigory cursed, then smiled, and said, "Then please revise it to be more literary." "I will." Grigory's words in this chapter are all modified by Vasily. Chapter 436, Run Away. At noon on July 28, 915, it had been almost 6 hours since the retreat of the First Mobile Army began. Wang Zhong was still in the headquarters in the warehouse, watching the staff burning documents they were not planning to take away. Because he was not sure whether the enemy would be fooled, Wang Zhong chose to stay and lead the troops, while Popov went to the local church to supervise the retreat of the locals. If all the locals are removed, the enemy will not be able to hire civilians when they get here, and the overall advancement speed will be slower, so Popov's work is also very important. As for Pavlov, he is currently instructing the staff to burn things. When the burning is completed, he will take the staff clerks of the group army headquarters to set off at night. Wang Zhong put his hands on his hips and felt bored after watching for a long time. He turned around and asked Vasily, "Can you bully the enemy?" Vasily blinked. "What? You have prepared your rear guard. If not, you can still block it, right?" Wang Zhong scratched his cheek. "That's what I say, but the casualties are huge. As you know, our group army has many veterans and high school students. It's really heartbreaking to lose. Especially when there are so many I want everywhere. I hope the high school students who come here will survive as much as possible and become the backbone of the army in the future." Vasily looked at Wang Zhong's profile and said, "Don't worry, I'll tell you how I arranged it. You'll know after listening." So Vasily began to talk about what he had arranged. 15 minutes later, Wang Zhong scolded, "You arranged it very well, but you can let me know, why do you have to create a set to deal with my review?" "Vasily, I'm not sure whether you would agree to burn the fake attack plan. It's a bit too risky. Wouldn't it be bad if Prozen's intelligence personnel are not so rich in association skills?" Wang Zhong blinked. "Indeed, they are really rigid when it comes to rigidity. I have already seen this." "Vasily, so you see, you were right to prepare your rear guard." Just as Wang Zhong was about to reply, Nelly came over with a tray. "You guys can eat some. The cooking team has withdrawn, and there will be no hot food later." Wang Zhong sniffed. "Walnut jam." "Yes, the locals took out all the good things they had hidden and didn't want to leave them to the Procenians, so the meal this morning was particularly rich," Nelly said. Wang Zhong picked up the bread, broke it in half, stuffed half of it to Vasily, and poured the other side into the walnut sauce and stirred it. When he pulled it out, the bread had absorbed the walnut sauce, and the sauce dripped thinly on the tray. He bit into it happily, and the mellow aroma of walnut butter spread in his mouth. It would be better if the bread didn't taste like hardwood. Hey, I couldn't imagine how delicious this walnut sauce would be when used to dip fried dough sticks. It's such a pity. Wang Zhong gnawed on the bread, pinched a piece of pickled cucumber and threw it into his mouth. At this moment, he really felt that he was already an idiot. No, he was an ant. When he thought like this, he felt the weight of the clay iron box containing Kazalia on his waist very clearly. This time they retreated even further from the black land of Hazalaya. Although Wang Zhong knew that he would fight back in the future, he still felt melancholy. "When you return to Kozalia, you must visit the graves of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and his father, and bring the best wine with you. Unfortunately, it is not yet known where the Plozans buried them. When Hazalaya is recovered, many Prosen prisoners will definitely be captured, and they will be interrogated harshly." Wang Zhong thought about this silently, and actually made all the parts of the bread that were not dipped in sauce. Nelly raised the milk glass. "Drink some milk. Eating dry bread like this is not good for your stomach." Wang Zhong finally got rid of his thoughts, took the milk and drank it all in one breath. At this moment, Brother Peter dodged two groups of staff moving things and squeezed into the warehouse. When he saw Wang Zhong, he shouted from a distance, "General! Reconnaissance plane! The reconnaissance plane is coming." "Wang Zhong, I know. Don't worry, we are not afraid of reconnaissance planes this time." After shouting, he added in a low voice, "If the enemy takes the bait." Vasily said while eating, "I think you will take the bait." If you don't take the bait, they will already be preparing for artillery fire on our position. Brother Peter shouted again, then I will retreat. Damn it, when will I stop retreating? The moment he said these words, Wang Zhong felt that many people in the room raised their heads. Yes, when can we not retreat? Everyone wants to know this question. So Wang Zhong shouted with all his strength, at the end of this year. I promise everyone that we will start to fight back at the end of this year. After the end of this year, we will not retreat again. Brother Peter heard this, stood there and stared at Wang Zhong for a few seconds, then raised his hand high and gave a thumbs up, Saint Andrew bless you, General. After saying that, the monk turned around and swaggered out of the warehouse with the people moving the things. Vasily, is it really possible not to retreat at the end of the year? Wang Zhong, you can, trust me. Prasen reconnaissance aircraft number 510. The observer shouted, the ants are retreating on the ground. It's the same as the intelligence we got. Damn it, it looks like they are really retreating. Because it's true. The captain's voice came from the internal line, the enemy didn't burn the tires to create black smoke. How could they do this if they really retreated? That's right, cunning Rokosov. The observer agreed, I think we can send a report to the headquarters to confirm. The ant people are really bullying the enemy, and the attack should start soon. Telegraph operator, did I send a message? Send the report. Said the captain, let Rokosov look good this time. Schultz was personally inspecting the fortifications at this time. This tank bunker is well dug, but when the tank moves in, the shooting range will be blocked by grass. Schultz looked at the prairie to the east, we have to burn all the grass. Organize people to open fire breaks and wait until the wind direction is suitable. Fire it up. It's useless to save so much fuel if we don't attack anyway. Yes, General. The commander of the Panzer Grenadier Regiment replied immediately. Schultz continued along the defensive line. The Panzer Grenadiers all took off their shirts and were wielding engineering shovels enthusiastically, digging tank bunkers, digging foxholes, and filling woven bags with soil to make sandbags. Schultz said as he walked, work harder. Let Rokosov get a bloody blow. Let him know that we Procenians are good at defense. Let him see what an imperial iron wall is. Within the Prasen Empire, the eagle's nest. Giles looked at the newly updated map, I feel something is wrong, Your Majesty. The enemy's flanks collapsed too quickly, and it doesn't look like they have increased their troops. If Rokosov wants to attack, he will definitely have to increase his troops to block our attack. Right hook. The Emperor also crossed his hands on his chest, it's indeed a bit strange, but is everything sent below a subtle scam? After analyzing the corpse, we gave Rokosov's cronies a grand burial. Giles, last year, Rokosov claimed to have planted many booby traps in the village of Hazalaya. Our logistics personnel stationed in this village are still on tenterhooks. This man is very good at deception. Emperor, if there were only the documents on that confidant, I might be suspicious. But the Krat Bureau also mentioned Rokosov's possible attack. Giles, the Krat Bureau also provided information that could lead to Rokosov not to attack. Of course, contradictory intelligence is common, and we need to make a judgment at this time. The Emperor looked at the map, Rokosov's goal is to contain us and cover the retreat of the Bolsk front to Rahul Mountain. This goal has not been achieved, at least not completely. The enemy's heavy troops in Borsk are still 60 kilometers away from the Rahul Pass. No, he will not retreat. Giles, but, now our army group on the southern front does not have the power to completely eliminate these troops. Because the supply line is too long, and it is still a grassland with poor infrastructure. The grasslands in South End are different from the grasslands in Kesalaya. There are villages everywhere in Kesalaya, and the infrastructure is worse than in our country, but it is much better than that in South End. Kesalaya can also hire more local laborers. And in Nanant, the enemy can evacuate all the residents together. The Emperor was speechless. After walking back and forth in the map room several times, he said, let the Air Force work hard, maybe we can kill the defeated soldiers who retreated to the mountain pass. Even if we can't kill them, it's okay. They are all mountainous areas and there are no resources. There isn't much industry, and even less oil. Our main goal is to go east and hit Ababa Han. For this we must block Rokosov's counterattack. Giles nodded solemnly. After that, a few days passed. Rokosov did not attack at all. July 31st, Yisk. Schultz entered a private house, went straight to the kitchen, and opened the lid of the stove. Inside was firewood that had not yet been extinguished. At this time, the messenger entered the room and reported loudly, General, all the houses have been checked, and there are fires in the stoves. It is obvious that the enemy just left not long ago. We also found traces of feeding horses in the stables. We speculate that it is the enemy. Left behind by the cavalry. Schultz took a deep breath, Rokosov left the cavalry behind, burning stoves and making smoke to deceive us every day. Damn it, I want to go out of the city to see what's going on with the tanks outside. 20 minutes later, Schultz broke off a piece of mud from the tank, and then the grey paint of the Prasen tank was revealed underneath. What the hell? He cursed, suddenly became hysterical, grabbed the guard's rifle, and smashed the surface of the tank with the butt of the gun. Because of the hot weather and lack of water, the mud dried up and became so brittle that it completely collapsed when hit. Then Prasen's black cross and tactical number were revealed. This is a destroyed Prasen tank. Rokosov, ah. Schultz shouted to the sky, one day I will kill you. Chapter 437 Rokosov returns to the court. An unknown station 130 kilometers away from St. Yekaterina Castle. Although it is an unknown station, it has vital water and coal facilities, so most military trains will stop here temporarily. In order to cover the stopped military trains, anti-aircraft artillery units are deployed here, and field airports are set up, which gradually makes the town prosperous. The headquarters train that Wang Zhong took also stopped here temporarily. The three giants of the First Mobile Army gathered together again when they retreated to Yarvik. After all, the army can withdraw and reorganize after shrinking back, and it does not need to undertake the defense mission of the Sukayavli River. Before getting on the train, it is natural to reorganize the battle sequence of the entire army. After General Gorky's front let go of the First Mobile Army, a severely damaged fresh force, and pulled two fully equipped armies from the reserve front. The world where only the Prasen people were injured is complete. Pavlov and Popov started smoking as soon as they got off the train. Wang Zhong, who didn't smoke, quietly moved away from them and strolled on the platform. At this time, a communications staff officer jumped down from the carriage with the radio and ran quickly to Wang Zhong. Report. A telegram from Yarvik. Wang Zhong took the telegram and glanced at it. Pavlov asked, any news? Wang Zhong, nothing, the cavalry regiment that stayed behind to cook every day all ran back, and only a few dozen people were killed when the enemy planes strafed, which is acceptable. Popov smiled and said, such a large-scale retreat, only a few dozen people were lost, and then you said acceptable? Don't ask too much, how can this be acceptable, this deserves a cheer, great. Wang Zhong raised his hands, great. Too perfunctory. Popov said. Wang Zhong shrugged and handed the telegram to Pavlov, who came over, asking him to be responsible for filing it. Pavlov glanced at the telegram, folded it up and handed it to the staff officer behind him, then put out his cigarette and asked, what will you do after returning to St. Ekaterinburg? Wang Zhong, first, get the tanks done, so that our elite tankers can sit on qualified tanks. Look at what the T-34 is now. The two-man turret has ruined the situational awareness capability, and now the engine and the front armor of the turret are shoddy. How many experienced tankers have been killed? Go back and shoot the person in charge of these problems first. Then see if you can get something suitable for urban combat and for attacking reinforced concrete permanent fortresses. For example, 380mm rockets, or something. That's right, Wang Zhong wants to get something like a Tiger assault gun. It's just simpler and cheaper. Although pushing the B-4 heavy howitzer to within 500 meters to fire is also a solution, the B-4 is too fragile, and it is a bit problematic to fight street battles. Wang Zhong stood on the platform, looking at the railway leading to St. Catherine, his thoughts drifted to the near future. In the winter of 915, in a city on the banks of the Valdai River, the exhausted Prussian army was surrounded by 1,000,000 troops. At this time, another staff officer came down from the radio car and ran over quickly. This time it was Pavlov who took the telegram. He took a look and said to Wang Zhong, the Borsk front has also withdrawn to the Rahul Pass and is now officially reorganized as the Rahul Mountain Front. Now it seems that our action is completely successful. Wang Zhong nodded, very good. Give Vasily a credit, put him in school for half a year, and promote him to major. Vasily was listening not far away. I still have to go to school? No, I want to fight with you, General. General Wang, I should have nothing else to do in the next 6 months. My child is about to be born. I should stay in Ekaterinburg for about half a year. At this time, Wang Zhong saw several jeeps driving into the station gate. Pavlov also saw the jeep convoy and muttered, it feels like they are coming to find us. But there is no headquarters in this town that can cause trouble for us. Wang Zhong, but there is an airport, maybe. In fact, he already knew who was in the jeep through the plug-in, and also knew what they were here for. But he could only act. A group of officers and lieutenants got off the jeep, and strode towards Wang Zhong under the leadership of a colonel. The private behind the colonel was holding a box that obviously contained military ranks and medals. The group came to Wang Zhong and saluted in unison. Wang Zhong returned the greeting and asked, what's wrong? Prince Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov, We are here to convey the latest order from the military headquarters. You have been promoted to General Rokosov. Wang Zhong frowned. I didn't win any battles. Pavlov said, maybe the results are indeed much less than last year, but you already command a number of lieutenant generals, and it is not appropriate to take the rank of lieutenant general. The military headquarters should also consider this. Wang Zhong thought about it. Indeed. There is nothing wrong with being a general, and it is only one step away from becoming a general commanding a front. So he said, I know, thank you for the trust of the military headquarters. The colonel stared at him, hesitant to speak. Pavlov reminded, and your majesty. Wang Zhong, oh yes, thank you for the trust of the military headquarters and his majesty the Tsar. The colonel nodded, handed the appointment to Wang Zhong, and stepped back to make room. The private soldier holding the military rank came forward, and a sergeant came to Wang Zhong and asked, is it okay? Wang Zhong nodded. So the sergeant took off Wang Zhong's rank and put on a new one for him. Wang Zhong straightened his clothes and said with a smile, very good, I can pretend with Ludo when I get home. But the colonel stood in front of him again and said loudly, next, convey the order of the military order office to the 1st Mobile Army headquarters. Your unit should be reorganized into the Barras Expeditionary Force headquarters immediately, go to Ababahan to receive the Expeditionary Force, and prepare for the Barras Special Military Operation. Wang Zhong's brows were twisted into a knot. Why is there a special military operation? Wait, it seems that there was indeed news before that the king of Barras was going to side with Prosan, the United Kingdom was preparing to deal with Barras, and Ant would send an expeditionary force. I didn't expect that I would lead this expeditionary force. Wang Zhong, can I go home first to see my wife and my soon-to-be-born son? Colonel, the military situation is urgent, please understand. Pavlov, we'll go first. Anyway, you can't help with the initial troop reception and plan making. You go to Ekaterinburg to see your wife and reunite with us as soon as possible. Wang Zhong glanced at Pavlov, aren't you going home? The chief of staff shrugged, this is to take care of our commander, your excellency, go and come back quickly. Also, it's good for the morale of the troops if you go to St. Ekaterinburg with the troops. Otherwise, if you go to Balas to fight without the old troops, many soldiers will be upset. Vasily, I am upset. Can you please not let me go to school? I think the captain is not bad. Wang Zhong looked at him, then you go back to Ekaterinburg with me, and then go to school. I still have to go. So, the new journey continues. See the next volume. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Thank you.